Ruan Minshi, a stunning beauty, finds himself in a perilous situation within the realms of a fast-traveling system, compelled to portray the role of a nefarious male antagonist. As he immerses himself in his character, he discovers that both the protagonists and supporting characters seem to be vying for his attention, leading to unexpected confrontations. Not only are their personas crumbling, but it appears that many are either eager to fawn over him or intent on confining him. Chapter 1. The malevolent white moonlight in a melodramatic substitute narrative. Amidst the melodious strains of a piano, within a luxurious private room adorned with a translucent crystal chandelier, a remarkably handsome figure reclines gracefully on a mahogany sofa draped in crimson velvet. His exquisite features are accentuated by a glimmer in his slightly upturned peach blossom eyes, where a delicate cinnabar mole rests at the outer corner of his left eye. His vibrant, thin lips curl ever so slightly, embodying a striking appearance that contrasts with the genteel and refined aura that envelopes him. Ruan Minshi lifts his slender, fair hand to gesture towards the manager, who is respectfully bowing while holding a menu. "I've heard there's an employee with blue eyes here. Might it be possible to summon him?" His voice, ethereal and enchanting, momentarily leaves the manager dazed until, upon hearing the request repeated with a smile, he snaps back to reality. Certainly, realizing his voice had been somewhat too loud, he lowers it, responding, "Yes, young Master Ruan, I shall fetch him immediately. Thank you kindly." With a nod and a smile, Ruan Minshi watches as the manager exits. He casually lifts a high-stemmed glass of red wine from the table, gently swirling it. Beside him stands a tall man with deep-set features, clad in a tailored black suit that accentuates his broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuding an air of meticulousness. The gold-rimmed glasses he wears slightly obscure the sharpness of his gaze, softening his otherwise formidable presence. The man stands silently, hands clasped behind his back. As Ruan Minshi's butler and bodyguard, he typically maintains a quiet vigilance by his employer's side. As Ruan Minshi raises his hand to sip his wine, he discreetly glances at the man beside him, whose unwavering focus prompts him to leisurely direct his gaze towards the hovering interface before him. Warning: host, please complete your task promptly. Current task: present the red wine to the protagonist, feigning a lack of control to spill it on yourself, compelling the protagonist to compensate for your attire. Task completion rate: 10. Time limit: 10 minutes. Please complete the task within the specified time frame or face repercussions. Although Ruan Minshi is reluctant to engage in such antics, survival necessitates compliance. Propping his chin on his hand, the faint light glimmers in his pale gray eyes, which are shadowed beneath delicate lashes. He is not a native of this world. Rather, he's a fast travel system employee sent to rectify a narrative anomaly caused by the absence of a pivotal character. Following an untimely demise in his original life, he had assumed his journey had concluded. However, upon awakening, he discovered he had been selected by the fast travel system, which offered him the chance to inhabit various identities across different worlds, contingent upon his successful completion of assigned tasks. Ruan Minshi deemed this an appealing opportunity and willingly accepted the role of a fast travel system employee. The current realm he inhabits depicts a narrative where he must embody the white moonlight, a crucial antagonist in a story rife with cliches of love and heartbreak. His character is the beloved white moonlight of the domineering male lead, whose infatuation with this figure compels him to seek a substitute. Initially, the protagonist is treated as a mere stand-in, but when the true white moonlight returns, the protagonist is inevitably cast aside. The white moonlight, while outwardly genteel, harbors a calculating and ruthless disposition, concealing a heart of darkness beneath a facade of charm. Upon encountering the protagonist, he feigns politeness while subtly belittling him, orchestrating situations that lead the protagonist to trust him, all the while undermining him and manipulating others against him. The presence of the white moonlight breeds misunderstandings between the protagonists, leading to a tumultuous relationship filled with trials and tribulations. Yet, during moments of peril, the male lead invariably rescues the protagonist, their bond intensifying amid adversity. Ultimately, the protagonist discovers his lineage ties him to the same esteemed family as the white moonlight, gaining support that enables him to confront his challenges independently. Upon realizing his role as a mere substitute, he resolves to pursue autonomy, leading the domineering male lead to finally acknowledge his genuine affection for him. Presently, the plot unfolds as the white moonlight returns, having learned of the protagonist's existence, and seeks a clandestine meeting. 3 years prior, the original character met an untimely demise due to an unfortunate accident. Under the system's manipulation, Ruan Minshi has transitioned into this world, where as long as he does not behave too unusually, those around him will remain oblivious to any discrepancies, seamlessly filling in their impressions of him. During his first year, he diligently worked to enhance the male lead's favor, successfully achieving the status of white moonlight before following the scripted narrative abroad. For 2 years, just yesterday, he received an urgent summons back to this world, tasked with impeding the romantic progression of the protagonist, thereby embracing the role of the villain. Host, I apologize for your current predicament, as my level is insufficient to grant you entry into a more favorable world QAQ. A translucent blue screen materializes, prompting Ruan Minshi to shake his head slightly, communicating mentally with the system. It's quite all right. However, I've observed that many of the white moonlight's actions occur covertly, unbeknownst to the male lead. As long as I maintain a semblance of malevolence around others, it should not disrupt my character's integrity, correct? Indeed, according to the narrative, only the male lead perceives you as the white moonlight, while others have attempted to alert him, but his infatuation blinds him to their warnings. As long as you do not raise his suspicions, all will be well. Oh, you are truly benevolent and charming. Should you diligently fulfill your tasks, I too may ascend in rank, enabling me to present you with better worlds in the future. With the system's affirmation, Ruan Minshi dismisses the interface, gazing at his striking reflection in the transparent floor-to-ceiling window. His appearance remains consistent with reality, albeit with a gentler demeanor due to the system's adjustments. Greetings, hello. The protagonist, Chi Luoyan, arrives swiftly, his gentle features accentuated by rosy lips and pearly teeth, his blue eyes sparkling with innocence. He regards Ruan Minshi with caution, quickly averting his gaze, his voice trembling with uncertainty, as if unaware of the reason behind the visit of such an exquisitely beautiful individual. In contrast to his own unease, Ruan Minshi gazed up at the tall protagonist with astonishment. Has the protagonist's height now surpassed 185 centimeters? Though he appeared delicate and fragile, such towering stature seemed excessive. Not only the protagonist, Ruan Minshi noted that those around him were all quite tall. Even the butler was estimated to be at least 190 centimeters, while he himself barely reached 180. To be precise, the protagonist stands at 187 centimeters and the butler at 191 centimeters, while you, dear host, are the shortest. The system kindly interjected. Ruan Minshi could only respond with silence. Is it not possible to adjust height along with appearance? Noticing that the handsome man before him was not looking his way, Chi Luoyan discreetly stole a glance at Ruan Minshi. The protagonist has cast a furtive glance your way. The protagonist's cheeks have flushed. Dear host, your charm is truly remarkable. It seems the protagonist harbors great affection for you. Yet I am not here to gain favor. I am, after all, the villainous supporting character. Observing Chi Luoyan's bashful demeanor, his ears tinged with crimson, Ruan Minshi felt a sense of helplessness. He ceased his dialogue with the system and instead offered a warm smile to the bashful Chi Luoyan. Please, take a seat. There's no need to feel overly anxious. Upon hearing that the elegant beauty before him was inviting him to sit, Chi Luoyan's watercolored eyes sparkled with delight that he obediently complied, gazing at Ruan Minshi with wide, glistening eyes. Chapter 2. The Malicious White Moonlight in Dogblood Substitute Novels. Greetings. I am Ruan Minshi. I have heard that Yubai has invested in a university student, and thus, I have come to pay you a visit, Ruan Minshi remarked with a gentle smile. As he spoke, he keenly observed Chi Luoyan's reaction. The system had merely provided him with a rough outline of the plot and assigned him tasks. He was oblivious to the extent of the emotional development between the protagonists and the current situation of the two, so he decided to test the waters first. Hearing the name of the protagonist from a stranger's lips, and noticing that the stranger appeared quite familiar with the protagonist, what would his reaction be? Qi Luoyin paused momentarily, then brightened up, exclaiming, "Ah, so it's you. A friend of Mr. Yubai. He often speaks highly of you." His words lacked any hint of flirtation, and his gaze was clear, portraying an innocence that suggested nothing untoward had transpired between him and the protagonist. This naive child still believes the protagonist is merely his benefactor, the system silently commented. He seems completely unaware that he is being viewed as a mere substitute, and he has not even probed into the reason for your visit, dear host. Indeed, he appeared rather foolish. Ruan Minshi communicated with the system, fully agreeing with its assessment. To others, Ruan Minshi seemed merely to sit silently in his chair, listening to Qi Luoyin's words. Yet after hearing him, he merely smiled lightly, his gray eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance, truly enchanting. Faced with Ruan Minshi's gentle smile, Qi Luoyin appeared mesmerized, staring at him with an almost lost expression. They were in such close proximity that Qi Luoyin could detect the subtle, sweet fragrance emanating from the man. Under the silver light, his porcelain-like skin was distinctly visible, and the figure before him resembled a beautifully sculpted statue, quietly seated. The statue's shirt was unbuttoned at the top two buttons, revealing well-defined muscles, and from Qi Luoyin's angle, the view was nothing short of alluring. Qi Luoyin's gaze gradually became obscured, and he swallowed hard, lowering his head to conceal his reaction. When he looked up again, his eyes were wide, filled with a moist eagerness as he gazed at Ruan Minshi's amiable demeanor. While Ruan Minshi appeared unaffected by any abnormalities during his exchange with the system, the butler beside him observed the subtle movements of the youth with keen clarity. He furrowed his brow, his hands clasped behind his back tightening slightly, muscles tensing, with veins subtly visible on his pale, yet powerful arms. Clearly, Qi Luoyin was not as innocent as he seemed. His gaze towards Ruan Minshi was not that of a stranger, but rather akin to that of an acquaintance of long standing. He seemed primarily concerned with Ruan Minshi's attitude towards him, showing no care that anyone other than Ruan Minshi might notice his peculiarities. In response to the butler's subtle intimidation, Qi Luoyin remained unfazed, continuing to gaze ardently at Ruan Minshi. "Since you're a friend of Mr. Yubai, you may call me Luoyin," Qi Luoyin said, offering a shy smile, his soft short hair and gentle features rendering him exceedingly endearing. In truth, this was a facial expression he had rehearsed countless times prior to meeting Ruan Minshi. "Very well, Luoyin. Perhaps you may refer to me as Mr. Minshi." Ruan Minshi seized the opportunity, engaging the youth in conversation while signaling the butler to pour wine. As the melodious notes of the piano filled the air, he graciously extended a glass to the young man. Before he could execute his anticipated clumsiness and spill the drink upon himself, the youth, blushing with shyness, eagerly seized the cup. Almost immediately, he stumbled, unable to maintain his balance, and in a rather awkward manner, he inadvertently doused the butler standing beside Ruan Minshi with the contents of the glass. In that fleeting moment, as the rich red wine splattered, its robust aroma enveloped the room, saturating it with the scent of fine wine. The deep crimson liquid marked the man's pristine black suit, leaving a dark, fragrant stain upon his shoulder. The sequence of events unfolded so swiftly that Ruan Minshi was momentarily taken aback by the realization that the wine, which was meant for him, had entirely soaked the butler instead. By the time he regained his composure, the instigator was already apologizing profusely, dabbing at the wine stains with a handkerchief. "I'm so sorry. Let me clean that for you." Although the apology was directed at the butler, Qi Luoyin bit his lip, his large eyes pleadingly fixed on Ruan Minshi. Despite his earnest efforts, the stains on the butler's attire only seemed to spread, transforming what had begun as a small blot on one shoulder into a considerable splotch across half his body. Were it not for the frightened glimmer in his eyes, hinting at imminent tears, Ruan Minshi might have suspected it was intentional. Though the wine had not splashed on him, a financial recompense for the ruined garment was inevitable. The overarching goal of the task was to ensure the protagonist endured hardships to repay a debt, and this incident had accomplished that to some extent. Yet, it was unfortunate for the butler, as this outfit, which Ruan Minshi had specially commissioned for him, would now be unwearable. The butler's attire required customization due to his distinguished status. Contemplating the butler's identity brought a slight headache to Ruan Minshi. It is widely acknowledged that in melodramatic narratives, the protagonist, often a charmer, inadvertently attracts a host of obsessive side characters. Aside from the relentless antagonist, who seeks to torment the protagonist, other characters initially approach with ulterior motives, intending to exploit or harm the protagonist, but eventually find themselves irresistibly drawn to him, yearning to protect him. In the early stages, these characters may attempt to leverage the protagonist's connections for commercial intelligence, drawing near to him only to inflict pain. They serve as catalysts for the protagonist's emotional development. Yet, as the story progresses, they succumb to the protagonist's allure, falling in love and becoming obstacles in the pursuit of the protagonist's affections. For instance, this seemingly ordinary man, serving as a butler, is in fact a prominent figure in City A. In the original narrative, he is saved by the protagonist, which piques his interest significantly. Initially, to undermine the protagonist's partner, he almost resorts to actions that could be deemed criminal, yet in crucial moments, the protagonist's partner always arrives just in time to rescue him, further intensifying their bond. Theoretically, he ought to be the greatest villain in this world, rather than allowing the white moonlight, Ruan Minshi, to assume that role. However, as the narrative unfolds, he is profoundly moved by the protagonist and transforms into the protagonist's loyal hound, completely distancing himself from the ranks of antagonists. Does the protagonist lack employment? He provides it. Has the protagonist quarreled with the lead and found himself homeless? He offers shelter once more, as one of the few men in the plot capable of challenging the protagonist. His identity is quite extraordinary. Why does this deranged character suddenly turn into a devoted servant? Do not inquire. It is merely a cliché of melodramatic literature. Initially, Ruan Minshi had vowed that on the day he rescued the man, he merely intended to venture out for some snacks. However, unbeknownst to him, this individual lay grievously injured before his villa. At that moment, he was unaware of the man's identity, but to ignore a dying person on his doorstep seemed ill-fated. It was only after saving the man that he was informed by the system of his true identity. To be honest, Ruan Minshi was tempted to unceremoniously toss him back outside. Yet, just then, the man regained consciousness, feigning amnesia and vowing to repay Ruan Minshi's kindness by working for him. Was Ruan Minshi touched? He dare not show it, although he could not fathom why this man insisted on shadowing him as a steward. The thoughts of a powerful individual are not easily deciphered. Being a person of influence, he does as he pleases. Who was Ruan Minshi to refuse? Thus, the man remained by Ruan Minshi's side in the guise of a steward. While this steward performed adequately, one could not rule out the possibility of him suddenly losing his composure and causing chaos. Throughout their interactions, Ruan Minshi remained vigilant, ensuring the man engaged in simple steward duties, while tasks such as splashing water, washing clothes, or scolding were strictly off-limits. As luck would have it, upon the protagonist's arrival, he doused the man with wine. Would this individual suddenly go mad and eliminate both himself and the protagonist? After all, they had just met, and their knowledge of each other was scant. Ruan Minshi pondered this as he raised his gaze, locking eyes with the steward. The steward, with his thin lips slightly curved into a smile, tilted his head to regard him, appearing in quite a good mood. Ruan Minshi trembled his eyelashes, casting his eyes elsewhere. It was, after all, the protagonist. The halo of the lead was ever present. Look at how the man, drenched in wine, seemed to revel in the experience. Perhaps he was already enamored with the protagonist, surely thinking, "You have successfully piqued my interest." Ruan Minshi inwardly scoffed. Chapter 3. The malicious white moonlight in the melodramatic substitute narrative, since the recipient of the wine spill was unfazed. Ruan Minshi reclaimed his identity as the nefarious male antagonist and commenced his performance. He leaned closer to the blue-eyed youth, grasped his hand, and before the young man's face could redden from embarrassment, he swiftly discarded the wine-soaked towel he had clutched into the trash. Subsequently, he composedly extended his hand to retrieve an extra damp towel from the table, meticulously wiping his hands clean. There's no need for concern. It's merely a piece of clothing. Hardly worth much, Ruan Minshi remarked with a gentle smile, every gesture imbued with elegance. He spoke in a nonchalant tone, seemingly oblivious to Qi Lian's flushed face and his growing discomfort. Of course, he was acutely aware of the protagonist's transformation, yet this was precisely the reaction he sought. Was it not? The white moonlight met the protagonist, humiliating him, instilling a deep sense of shame. Little did Ruan Minshi realize that the youth was not embarrassed due to the humiliation. Rather, his attention was solely fixated on the hand that had just brushed against his. It was the thought of that hand that rendered the youth's complexion crimson. Soft and elongated, the hand was as smooth and cool as jade. The delicate pink fingertips lightly traced Qi Lian's hand, leaving him entranced, his entire being igniting with warmth. If only those hands could venture elsewhere. Due to Qi Lian's less than virtuous associations with men, he felt himself burning with heat, his face nearly ablaze. Seizing the opportunity while the man was distracted, he fixated on the exquisitely beautiful man's well-placed beauty mark at the corner of his eye, allowing himself to indulge in thoughts that were utterly incongruous with his innocent appearance. After humiliating the protagonist, Ruan Minshi turned, blinking innocently, his gaze lingering on the butler's tall figure clad in a soiled coat. As a young master with a mild obsession for cleanliness, he found it utterly intolerable that the butler's attire was in such disarray. However, Ruan Minshi remained uncertain about the butler's attitude towards him. After all, they had only been acquainted for a mere 6 months, and during that time, Ruan Minshi had been preoccupied with managing the company abroad, frequently traveling for business, leaving little opportunity for interaction. Although he was the main antagonist, Ruan Minshi's status was that of the legitimate heir of the Ruan family. His trip abroad was arranged by them, certainly not for leisure. Despite having taken ample liberties with the assistance of the system, he pondered how best to navigate his interactions with this individual to ensure his survival. System, could you elucidate the specifics of the second male lead's plot? Ideally, something pertinent to me, Ruan Minshi inquired, deep in thought. Certainly, host. Please hold on. Inputting plot details. In the original narrative, the second male lead had minimal interaction with you at the outset, focusing instead on investigating the individuals surrounding the protagonist. In contrast to the protagonist, he was among the first to discern your true nature. However, he did not disclose this information to the protagonist, but merely cautioned the protagonist instead. He needed you as the protagonist's white moonlight to obstruct the emotional development between the protagonist and the protagonist's counterpart. Yet, after he fell in love with the protagonist, your increasingly audacious actions ultimately harmed the protagonist. Consequently, he resolved to expose your misdeeds, contributing to your expulsion from the Ruan family. Moreover, he is unlikely to kill you at present, so do not worry. After all, you saved his life. Should he wish to harm you now, I assure you, I will protect you. The system relayed further details to Ruan Minshi, offering reassurance. After Ruan Minshi exhaled in relief, the system added, at most he might inflict some form of injury upon you. But I will not intervene as long as you are not facing a lethal threat before completing your task. Ruan Minshi exclaimed, might as well take my life directly. As he pondered, the butler swiftly removed his coat and set it aside. Ignoring the protagonist, he focused on Ruan Minshi, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Would you care for some snacks, young master? The man's voice, typically deep and commanding, was deliberately softened during their conversation, rendering it more melodious to Ruan Minshi's ears. Although Ruan Minshi usually appreciated such nuances, he found himself devoid of the inclination to indulge in them at that moment. Perhaps a small cake, he contemplated before responding. Strawberry flavor? The butler chuckled lightly. Their encounters were infrequent, and Ruan Minshi could not reveal that he was already aware of the man's identity. To do so would be tantamount to disclosing that he recognized the man's significance. Thus, he routinely requested the butler to fetch a small cake for him. Yes. Just as before, he replied. Would Luo Yin like one as well? What flavor do you prefer? Ruan Minshi inquired, glancing at Qi Luo Yin. Then I shall have the same as you, Qi Luo Yin replied, initially intending to decline, but finding himself curious about Ruan Minshi's taste. The same as me? Ruan Minshi recalled that the records indicated Qi Luo Yin detested strawberry flavor. Was he perhaps concerned that suggesting an alternative flavor might inconvenience the man? Truly, the protagonist was considerate even amidst such turmoil. Ruan Minshi silently mused. Once the butler departed, only Ruan Minshi and Qi Luoyan remained in the room. Qi Luoyan bit his lip, as if resolutely determined, and grasped Ruan Minshi's hand, declaring, "Regardless, this is my oversight, and I shall ensure you are compensated." His eyes glistened, staring intently at Ruan Minshi as his fair complexion gradually flushed. Ruan Minshi sensed an aura of radiant virtue emanating from the youth before him. To fulfill his task, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. He proposed an astronomical sum that would undoubtedly be staggering for the protagonist to repay, wrote down a location, and handed it to him. "You may deliver the funds here." The choice to provide a geographical location rather than contact information was intentional, of course. The upscale villa district where Ruan Minshi resided would prevent the protagonist from entering without an identity card, leading to inevitable humiliation upon his arrival. Is this amount not excessive? What if the protagonist is unable to repay? Ruan Minshi queried the system. Fear not. The greater the sum, the more it complicates matters for the protagonist. If he truly cannot repay, he will have no choice but to seek assistance from the protagonist's counterpart. Picture this. The protagonist, devoid of funds, approaches the counterpart for a loan, who, oblivious to the true circumstances, might assume he is merely concocting an excuse for money. With a sly grin, he might tease, "A man in need of funds? Then you shall repay with your body." The protagonist would surely resist, leading to a delightful tug-of-war that serves as a narrative catalyst. The system elucidated its plan with clarity. "Well, that does seem quite reasonable," Ruan Minshi conceded. "The protagonist's plight is indeed pitiable. He appears both diligent and obedient." As Ruan Minshi gazes upon the youth before him, with his sparkling blue eyes, he feels a pang of compassion. Qi Luoyan, unaware of the system's existence, senses a shift in Ruan Minshi's gaze, which is softened towards him. Clinging to Ruan Minshi's slender hand with an almost greedy grip, he secretly revels in the effectiveness of his tragic display. Were he to learn of the system's commentary on him, he would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood, urging it to refrain from instilling bizarre notions in Ruan Minshi's mind. Sweet follows bitter. As the protagonist of a melodramatic tale, such tribulations are unavoidable. Let us hasten the plot, so the protagonist may endure less suffering. The system's twisted rationale swayed Ruan Minshi, who wholeheartedly agreed. "You are correct. I must strive to advance the narrative, allowing the protagonist to soon bask in the joys of life." His words were delivered with resounding conviction, and his gaze towards Qi Luoyan grew ever more tender. Observing Ruan Minshi's increasing gentleness, Qi Luoyan's own expression became increasingly enigmatic. He discreetly tightened his grip on the man's hand. When the butler hurriedly entered, bearing 2 strawberry cakes, he was met with the sight of their interlinked fingers and affectionate glances. His face instantly darkened to a shade reminiscent of a charred pot bottom. Chapter 4. The malevolent white moonlight in a melodramatic substitute narrative. Ruan Minshi was still holding hands with the protagonist when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A quick glance revealed the butler at the doorway, cake in hand, wearing a sullen expression. He promptly released the grip he had on the protagonist's hand, only to discover that the latter was holding on tightly, and it took a second attempt before their hands finally parted. Ruan Minshi withdrew his hand, feigning nonchalance as he calmly accepted the small cake from the butler. Though he appeared composed, his inner turmoil betrayed his facade. He sensed that he might not see the dawn of the next day. Upon receiving the cake, he raised his eyes to the butler, who, while smiling at him, had fists clenched at his sides, the veins visibly bulging, indicating a foul mood. Could it be that his recent intimacy with the protagonist had stirred jealousy in this man? Ruan Minshi pondered. After only a few encounters, this individual had developed an intense affection for the protagonist. Clearly, he needed to limit his interactions with him. With a personality like the protagonist's, prone to attracting obsessive admirers, maintaining some distance was wise, lest he find himself unexpectedly knocked out by one of the protagonist's fervent suitors. Determining that it was best to make a swift exit, Ruan Minshi glanced at the exquisite small cake in his hand, emanating a sweet aroma. The petite, pale pink strawberry cream cake, lavishly drizzled with white chocolate, appeared utterly delectable. Perhaps indulging in the cake before departing would be prudent. Upon seeing the delightful treat, a smile blossomed in his charming almond-shaped eyes, enhancing the allure of the mole at their corner. He lifted the cake and took a delicate bite. The cream's sweetness enveloped the refreshing strawberry, harmoniously complemented by the rich chocolate sauce, a veritable feast for the senses. As Qi Luoyan took a bite of cake, he placed it aside with an impassive demeanor, finding it rather too sweet for his taste. He refrained from indulging further and instead admired the sight of Ruan Minshi enjoying his dessert. The man's smile was truly enchanting, exuding elegance and grace, delighting to behold. Upon finishing the last morsel of cake, Ruan Minshi's phone rang promptly. His eyes brightened, without needing to fabricate an excuse to depart. He felt as though a pillow was already being offered to him as he had been dozing off. "Hello," he answered, not taking a moment to scrutinize the caller before he heard a hesitant voice on the other end. "Ah, sure. Qin Yubai," having lost contact with Ruan Minshi after his departure abroad, had finally acquired the long-coveted phone number upon his return to the country after much inquiry. He had mentally prepared himself before making the solemn call. "Is that you, Yubai?" "It has been a long time," Ruan Minshi replied. This brief exchange left Qin Yubai somewhat dazed. How long had it been? A full 3 years. 3 years felt interminable. Long enough for him to have climbed the ranks of the business world from that youthful, inexperienced lad to a prominent figure, and long enough for the memories of their past to blur. He had nearly forgotten the sound of that voice, and at times even questioned the nature of his feelings from those years ago. Yet, when that melodious voice echoed once more through the receiver, he found his long-dormant heart racing with fervor once again. While the youthful infatuation had faded from his memory, the familiar sound rekindled a clear reminder within him. Indeed, he still loved him. The system, devoid of emotion, articulated the man's internal thoughts word for word. Ruan Minshi, holding his phone, noted the silence from the other end, only hearing steady breaths. Upon hearing the confession of lingering love, the corners of Ruan Minshi's eyes twitched, leaving him somewhat speechless. True love would not have sought a substitute immediately after his departure abroad. It was merely the self-delusion of a scoundrel. Agreed. The system expressed profound accord with Ruan Minshi's sentiments. Such is the trope of scoundrels in melodramatic narratives. Despite having countless opportunities to reach out, they conveniently forget the luminary in their lives while entwined with others, only to make contact upon the luminary's return. Furthermore, during these 3 years, he had sought no less than 3 substitutes, finally ceasing when he found the protagonist, as the protagonist bore a striking resemblance to you. Despite being from a different branch of the family, though internally critical, Ruan Minshi maintained his composure to fulfill his task without breaking character. Adopting the tone of the beloved, he gently asked, "Is it you, Yubai? Shall we meet? I have missed you greatly while abroad." He made no effort to conceal his word from the steward and Qi Luoyan nearby. Qi Luoyan, who had just been wearing a cheerful expression, darkened ominously upon hearing "I have missed you," mirroring the steward's earlier demeanor. The steward, who had entered with a sour expression, now bore a slight smile, as if recalling something amusing. Upon receiving an invitation from the cherished white moonlight, Qin Yubai could hardly refuse and promptly agreed. "Shall we meet at our usual place?" "Very well, I shall await your arrival." It is well known that the allure of the white moonlight is not solely due to her beauty. One of the reasons lies in the unspoken secrets shared between the two, such as certain agreements or specific locations. Before embarking on his journey abroad, Ruan Minshi had already arrived in this world a year in advance. The usual place he referred to was a hotel owned by the Ruan family. On the day he encountered Qin Yubai, he had intended to inspect his family's assets and felt a sense of joy regarding his future inheritance, only to unexpectedly cross paths with Qin Yubai on his return journey. In terms of familial enterprises, the Qin family pales in comparison to the Ruan family. However, Ruan Minshi's identity as the sole heir of the Ruan family has been kept under wraps, leaving few aware of his true status. He had little interaction with other scions of wealthy families, which explains why, despite being classmates, he and Qin Yubai were not particularly close. guided by the system. Ruan Minshi saved the alcohol-allergic Qin Yubai and took him to the hospital. Upon awakening, Qin Yubai mistakenly believed Ruan Minshi was merely an employee of the hotel and expressed his gratitude. To avoid revealing his identity, Ruan Minshi decided to play along, pretending to work at his family's hotel and fabricating a backstory of laboring to support an ailing family member. He even declined the generous monetary offer from Qin Yubai, who was surrounded by savvy individuals and had never encountered such a selfless and pure-hearted person, thus becoming deeply moved and often visiting him. Their relationship could be described as a subtle ambiguity, tinged with unspoken affection. However, after Ruan Minshi abruptly severed contact and left for abroad, he ascended to the status of the white moonlight. Reflecting on the tedious times spent forced into labor, Ruan Minshi could only sigh. Engaging with the plot was indeed exhausting. Hanging up the phone and facing the gazes of two pairs of eyes upon him, Ruan Minshi hesitated momentarily with his phone in hand. Although there was still ample time before their scheduled meeting, if not now, then when? Thus, he expressed his apologies, stating, "I am sorry, but I must leave due to an urgent matter." Without looking back, he swiftly departed. Indeed, he left decisively, without taking the butler along. His reasoning was straightforward. He was on the verge of becoming an oversized third wheel. It was better to afford the couple some private space. Ruan Minshi was also quite self-aware, considering it more prudent to grant them room for intimacy rather than remain present and create discomfort. At a moment when emotions were intensifying, his departure with the butler could potentially disrupt their connection. What if the madcap male counterpart succumbed to despair and took drastic measures? That would jeopardize the completion of his mission. The system was deeply moved by the host's awareness of the task at hand, and it responded with an emotional display. "Hey, aren't you merely processing data? Can you even cry?" Ruan Minshi questioned the weeping system. "Of course, not only can I cry, but I can also take on a physical form. Upon completing the task and achieving an upgrade, I shall be able to manifest in physical form, allowing you to encounter me in the real world." The system takes immense pride in its ability to become tangible. In the distance, a person and a system engage in cheerful conversation, while the two individuals left in the private room are locked in a tense standoff, their expressions betraying unease. It is evident that their relationship is not as Ruan Minshi had previously assumed. Chapter 5. The malicious white moonlight in the cliché substitute narrative after Ruan Minshi departed. Qi Lian no longer felt the need to feign the demeanor of a compliant university student. He casually sank into a chair, his handsome face devoid of expression, as he toyed with the wine glass that Ruan Minshi had just sipped from, as if the glass still retained the intoxicating fragrance of his essence. He took a sip of the wine, savoring its exquisite flavor. "If I am not mistaken, the illustrious Mr. Fu, instead of managing your vast empire, what childish games do you engage in while trailing after elder brother Minshi?" Though his words were laced with formalities, there was little respect conveyed, and the depths of his blue eyes bore a chilling coldness. His countenance darkened as he warily regarded the man before him. The steward, referred to as Mr. Fu, let out a scoff, shedding the deference he had previously shown to Ruan Minshi. His dark eyes became exceptionally sharp. "Has Brother Ha been summoned as well? The Ruan family has yet to acknowledge you, so what purpose do you serve that concerns me? A mere illegitimate son?" His tone was unhurried, yet laden with pressure, each word punctuated with significance. "Moreover, our esteemed young master is not so benevolent. His current pity for you and gentle words are merely a facade. Were he to discover your true identity as his rival, would he still treat you with such affability? Do you truly believe he would recognize you as his brother?" A mere two rhetorical questions left Qi Luoyan speechless. He fell silent, his gaze growing increasingly profound. "Farewell, young one. Do take care. I am but the trusted steward of the young master. As for you, it would be wise to reassess your identity." The steward leisurely smoothed the creases of his cuffs, and after ensuring his appearance was impeccable, he made his way towards the direction in which Ruan Minshi had departed. Qi Luoyan remained tense, maintaining his posture with the wine glass unmoved. Under the harsh light, his elongated lashes cast shadows upon his exquisitely sculpted face, the shadows quivering slightly with the flutter of his lashes. Leaning against the chair, his hand trembled as he slowly retrieved his phone. Within it lay a plethora of photographs of Ruan Minshi taken from various angles across foreign locales, densely packed. There were even images of him seated by the window in his pajamas. In the photographs, Ruan Minshi lounged casually beside the floor-to-ceiling window, his thick lashes drooping over misty eyes, the neckline of his attire slipping slightly to reveal delicate collarbones, exuding an aura that was both sensual and languid. Chi Lian's eyes glowed crimson as he gazed obsessively at the strikingly handsome man in the images, brushing his fingers over the man's tear mole at the corner of his eye. With ample time before their agreed meeting, Ruan Minshi did not rush to see Qinyubai. Instead, he returned home, shed his coat, and collapsed into slumber, in pursuit of completing his task. He had not yet adjusted to the time difference, and had hurried to meet the protagonist to fulfill his mission. Now that the task was accomplished, he needed a restorative sleep to recalibrate his state. When Ruan Minshi gradually regained consciousness, the sky had already darkened. In a half-awake state, he heard faint rustling sounds around him and drowsily opened his eyes. His beautiful eyes fluttered open, and his soft eyelashes quivered gently. In the dim light, a face suddenly appeared before him, occupying his entire field of vision. Despite the attractiveness of the visage, Ruan Minshi was taken aback, all remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. Clutching the soft quilt, he swiftly retreated, staring blankly at the newcomer. The butler, with a gentle smile, turned on the soft white light with a click, illuminating the room. Ruan Minshi's bedroom, though not large, exuded a warm and cozy atmosphere, awash in soothing hues. The butler couldn't help but smile at the adorable sight of his young master, startled, a rare occurrence that he wished he could capture. Initially, he had merely intended to admire Ruan Minshi's sleeping face and had overheard the conversation between him and Qinyubai. Knowing they had an appointment, he had no intention of waking Ruan Minshi. The ideal scenario would be for him to miss the rendezvous. Yet, it was unexpected that Ruan Minshi, even in slumber, would be so alert, awakening almost immediately. However, witnessing his startled expression was quite delightful. As Ruan Minshi became fully awake, the butler's cheerful demeanor led him to a flawed assumption. It seemed the protagonist was getting along well with the butler, given his joyful countenance. Ruan Minshi would not bring the butler along to meet the protagonist, as the latter was merely a university student and unaware of the butler's true identity. However, the protagonist was a prominent figure, a powerful CEO with extensive connections, unlikely to be unfamiliar with the male counterpart of the same stature. Thus, he concocted an excuse for the butler to remain home, while Ruan Minshi donned a gentle cream-colored outfit to meet the protagonist. Before exiting the car, Ruan Minshi meticulously checked his appearance, aiming for a look reminiscent of a long-lost white moonlight. Charming peach blossom eyes, a beauty mark at the outer corner of his left eye, and delicate lips beneath a refined nose, all complemented by the cream-colored shirt that rendered him naturally graceful. He even added a hint of red to his eyes, imbued with a gentle vulnerability. On the way to the hotel, a new task emerged. Task: meet the protagonist and devise a way to persuade him to take you home. Task completion rate: 19 task deadline, within today. Upon entering the hotel, he spotted the manager waiting at the entrance. Without exchanging many words, the manager discreetly led him to the door of the luxurious private room where the protagonist awaited. As it was part of their own establishment, Ruan Minshi had previously instructed the manager to feign ignorance of his identity. Moreover, due to his long absence abroad, the staff had changed several times, and none had witnessed the young master's visage. As Ruan Minshi opened the door, a robust man lunged towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The man, several sizes larger than Ruan Minshi, stood tall, his strong arms nearly taking Ruan Minshi's breath away. After many years apart, the man appeared even more enthusiastic and robust than before. Yet, where was the expected demeanor of a cold and aloof CEO? Wasn't he supposed to embody the persona of an arrogant seducer? This portrayal had surely collapsed. His warmth surpassed that of a large, friendly dog. Ruan Minshi questioned the system. The big white he referred to was his Alaskan Malamute he raised abroad. Despite its rather mundane nickname, it was, in fact, an exceptionally handsome dog. Its real name was a complicated string of English words, which Ruan Minshi found cumbersome and thus opted for Big White. The dog accepted this new name with joy and delighted in engaging Ruan Minshi in games. Well, in narrative tasks, there isn't really a concept of character collapse. Perhaps it's just the overwhelming joy of reuniting with his white moonlight. The system was taken aback, stuttering as it spoke. How could this person cling to his host like a large dog? It remembered that the protagonist character was meant to be quite reserved. According to the story, upon reuniting with his white moonlight, he should have been hesitant, wanting to reach out yet afraid to do so. "Yubai, I'm having a bit of trouble breathing." Ruan Minshi's faint plea saved him. "I apologize. It's been so many years since we last met. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy." Qin Yubai hastily released the delicate figure he held, scrutinizing his features closely. He remained as ethereal as 3 years ago, yet the man appeared considerably thinner, almost like a fragile sheet of paper. Holding him felt insubstantial, as if he could snap with the slightest pressure. "You've grown so thin," he remarked, concern flooding his deep-set eyes. "You must have endured considerable hardship abroad, neglecting your meals to care for your sick family." After 2 years abroad, Ruan Minshi had actually gained 6 pounds. "What? Thin? Ah, is he talking about me?" Listening to the man's sincere words, Ruan Minshi found himself uncertain about his weight. Asking the system, "Am I really thin?" "No, you have indeed gained weight. A total of 268 kilograms. The system replied. Chapter 6. The villainous white moonlight in a melodramatic substitution novel. The handsome man lowered his head, his eyelashes fluttering gently. His once radiant eyes now dulled with a somber aura enveloping him. "No." The system's cold words struck him like a blow, mourning his increased weight. To Qin Yubai, it appeared as though the person before him trembled, barely able to stand, a bitter expression on his face on the verge of tears. Ruan Minshi's complexion was paler than most, a sign of health. Yet through Qin Yubai's overly interpretive lens, he was perceived as someone suffering from excessive worry, barely able to remain upright. Fearing he might further distress the fragile, white moonlight before him, Qin Yubai quickly changed the subject and helped him sit down. The mention of a sick family member was not a fabrication by Ruan Minshi, but rather a pre-existing element of the original storyline. Although he merely acted according to the original plot, he couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of his performance, especially given the man's unwavering belief. At this moment, regardless of the circumstances, do not bear the burden alone. I am aware of your experiences over the years since you left without a word. Something must have happened that you are reluctant to disclose. Qin Yubai sat closely beside Ruan Minshi, enveloping him in a warm embrace, his expression brimming with concern. Standing slightly taller than Ruan Minshi, he could see the man's elegantly curved eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, stirring a gentle yearning within him. Ruan Minshi possessed a well-proportioned figure, neither particularly petite nor imposing. However, the men surrounding him were all significantly larger, casting him in a comparatively diminutive light. A delightful fragrance wafted from Qin Yubai, prompting him to lean in closer, savoring the intensified aroma. Unlike artificial perfumes, Ruan Minshi emanated a natural, refreshing scent that invited one to inhale it repeatedly. No, the individual before him was his cherished white moonlight. How could he entertain such thoughts? Qin Yubai scolded himself internally, subtly adjusting his posture to sit with utmost decorum. Yubai, Ruan Minshi turned his body, his light-colored eyes fixated on Qin Yubai's brown ones, his slender fingers caressing his sharply defined face. "Thank you for your concern. I assure you, I am fine." He lightly bit his lip, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he gazed deeply into Qin Yubai's brown eyes. Oh, how captivating! Full marks for that gaze. Truly, the host exhibits remarkable acting skills. The system applauded Ruan Minshi enthusiastically. Were it not for its knowledge of the plot, it might have been deceived by Ruan Minshi's appearance. He appeared to be the embodiment of a heartbroken individual, tirelessly seeking solace for an ailing loved one. Qin Yubai momentarily lost his composure, a warm blush creeping from his ears and spreading across his entire face. The cool touch of Ruan Minshi's porcelain-like hand was unmistakable, leaving him tongue-tied. Here was a figure of authority in the business world, rendered speechless in this moment. Ruan Minshi's outstretched hand grew increasingly stiff as the man before him remained silent. His cheeks flushed and gaze fixed upon him in a daze. Why was the protagonist so innocent? Was this a deviation from his character? Ruan Minshi pondered, seeking clarification from a system. The protagonist's character has not deviated. Although it seems somewhat inconsistent with the script, perhaps. The system, too, found itself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. Why was he not adhering to the script? The system scratched its head, equally baffled. Perhaps your performance is simply too convincing? The system CPU was nearly overwhelmed by the protagonist's unexpected behavior, struggling to comprehend how the once aloof and restrained character had transformed into this version. Ruan Minshi sighed. According to the original plot, the two should have already begun their meal, during which the white moonlight would have casually invited the protagonist to stay at his home. Upon returning, the white moonlight would inadvertently encounter the protagonist, who, in his excitement, would forget that he had been supporting the protagonist's stay at his residence. He deceived by Yue Guang, the protagonist, who is a newly hired servant responsible for cleaning, though his explanation is riddled with flaws. Bai Yue Guang deliberately seeks to assert dominance over the protagonist by making him watch as the male lead, Qin Yubai, leads him upstairs by the hand. This world is fraught with shocking plot twists, so much so that even Ruan Minshi felt little surprise upon witnessing this scene. The male protagonist may indulge in his antics, but he will soon find himself in a predicament as he attempts to win back his wife. The pressing concern now is that after such a tumultuous beginning, what if he does not encounter the protagonist upon returning home? He must hasten the storyline and cannot afford any further delays. Ruan Minshi set his hand down and declared, "Yubai, I have already eaten. There is no need for you to go to such expense." In truth, he had not dined, and as he gazed at the delectable spread before him, he swallowed hard. For the sake of narrative progression, he had to bid farewell to the enticing feast. This was inconsequential. Once he withdrew his hand, Qin Yubai appeared to awaken from a dream. He wished to say something, yet upon noticing Ruan Minshi's yawn of fatigue, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "My apologies for my lack of foresight. You must be quite weary after returning from abroad. Why not stay at my home for the night? It is conveniently nearby." Ruan Minshi had been waiting for this invitation, yet due to his character's persona, he feigned a troubled expression. "It is no trouble. I am currently the only one at home, with merely a few servants in attendance. Then I shall impose." Ruan Minshi acquiesced without further refusal. At Ruan Minshi's residence, the butler leisurely wiped a ceramic vase with a cloth, the roses within bursting with vibrant color, resplendent in their bloom. From his left ear, the words "then I shall impose" resonated clearly. It was Ruan Minshi's voice. "It seems the young master will not be returning home tonight," the butler mused. After finishing with the vase, he tossed the cloth into the trash and, having washed his hands, donned gloves as he made his way to Ruan Minshi's bedroom. The man's quarters were immaculate, still imbued with the lingering scent of his presence. The butler maintained his usual demeanor as he crouched to organize the wardrobe. Midway through his task, a knock at the door interrupted him. It was a selection of new seasonal clothing. The trained male servant brought in the freshly laundered garments. "Please place them here. I shall arrange them for the young master." The butler indicated with a nod. He cleared out the out-of-season clothing from the wardrobe and placed the new items inside. After organizing 2 wardrobes, he hesitated at the smallest compartment and opened it. Inside were the intimate briefs, not many in number since Ruan Minshi had recently returned home. These were the few he had brought back with him, having been worn for some time. He removed the delicate garments and replaced them with a new set. Qin Yubai gallantly opened the car door, and Ruan Minshi climbed inside, obediently settling into the passenger's seat, gazing ahead. The sky had darkened considerably, and a beam of light from outside illuminated the man's face, transforming his eyelashes into a silvery hue, casting an ethereal glow. The car meandered through the streets, with the number of people outside dwindling and the trees multiplying, gradually transitioning from the bustling city center to a more secluded villa district. As Qin Yubai had stated, the place was indeed quite close, just a few turns away. Ruan Minshi merely closed his eyes for a brief nap, and upon opening them, he found himself at his destination. It was a rather splendid abode, nestled amidst lush greenery in the outskirts, a dark gray villa perfectly concealed within towering trees, exuding understated luxury. Qin Yubai took Ruan Minshi's hand, leading him inside, up to the second floor. Unsurprisingly, the protagonist Qi Luoyan was at the dining table, partaking in dinner. He had returned a bit late today due to work and coincidentally encountered the hand-in-hand pair. As they ascended the stairs, his gaze fixated on their intertwined hands. While Qin Yubai was entirely absorbed in observing Ruan Minshi, oblivious to the presence at the table. Only when he halted did he belatedly look up, realizing someone was seated at the dining table. Who might this be? Ruan Minshi interjected before either of the two could respond, feigning surprise as if he were unfamiliar with Qi Luoyan. "Ah, I forgot to introduce him. He's my cousin," Qin Yubai began, but was interrupted by Qi Luoyan. "Hello. I'm a newly hired servant responsible for cleaning." In a moment of urgency, Qi Luoyan felt that his explanation was somewhat absurd, as if it were a stretch. "Oh, I see. Yubai, you are so kind to allow the servant to dine at the table," Ruan Minshi exclaimed, dawning realization on his face. "Indeed. The master has always treated us well," came the reply, with Ruan Minshi praising Qin Yubai profusely before he could fully comprehend the situation. Flattered by the compliment, Qin Yubai was momentarily lost in thought until he had settled Ruan Minshi and stepped out of the guest room, only to find Qi Luoyan waiting at the door. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Qin Yubai inquired. Qi Luoyan's expression was sharp. The dazed demeanor he had around Ruan Minshi completely vanished. "Apologies." That was said in a moment of panic. "Cousin, I'm not yet prepared to reveal my true identity," Qi Luoyan replied, his gaze lowered. Qi Luoyan's mother and Qin Yubai's mother were sisters, and after marrying a man of dubious background, Qi Luoyan's mother left the family. Following the passing of his parents, he had come to stay with the Qin family, who intended to disclose his identity, unaware of his father's true status, believing him to be merely a man of little consequence. Qin Yubai's mother, seeing Qi Luoyan alone and vulnerable, offered him shelter. Qi Luoyan had no objections, as he required a facade to mask his true self. Today, Ruan Minshi's visit was an unexpected delight, albeit he seemed to have misunderstood the circumstances. Ashur is not an outsider. It is of no concern to inform him. Speaking of Ruan Minshi, Qin Yubai's eyes softened considerably, yet he concluded, "If this is your decision, so be it." He found himself at a loss for words towards Qi Luoyan, as he did not know this recently rediscovered cousin well. His presence was merely a fulfillment of his mother's wishes. This included the financial support he provided, which, though nominally attributed to Qin Yubai, was in reality from his mother. "Thank you, cousin," Qi Luoyan acknowledged, promptly retreating to his room. His room here also serves as a guest chamber, situated in close proximity to Ruan Minshi's, just a few steps away. In the porcelain-white bathtub, Ruan Minshi reclines in a soothing bath. His damp eyelashes cling together as he half opens his eyes, exuding a languid demeanor. His wet hair cascades down, droplets of water trickling from the tips, surrounded by mist. The warm water envelopes his entire being, allowing him to stretch out completely, resembling a languorous cat. His porcelain skin appears even more delicate against the bathtub's pristine surface, with the joints of his elbows displaying a lovely blush. Transparent droplets glide across his collarbone, traversing the soft pink areas, before submerging into the water, creating gentle ripples. How delightful! He wishes to remain there indefinitely. As Ruan Minshi turns, splashing water around, he leans against the edge of the bathtub with his eyes closed, indulging in a brief respite. His movement causes a significant portion of his body to emerge from the water, revealing elegant contours. The areas that ought to be slender are adorned with a delicate layer, while the regions that possess flesh boast a pleasing curve, swaying softly with his motion, exuding a healthy blush. Ashi? The knock on the door from Qin Yubai is barely audible, and Ruan Minshi does not hear it. When Qin Yubai enters the bathroom with clothing in hand, he is greeted by the sight of this ethereal beauty bathing. "I left your clothes here." Qin Yubai's face flushes, and he freezes, though his gaze cannot resist stealing glances at Ruan Minshi. Having navigated the business world for several years, Qin Yubai, as a mature adult, still finds himself blushing like an inexperienced youth whenever he sees Ruan Minshi. Thank you. Ruan Minshi, however, displays no shyness. Long before the man entered, the system had already signaled that this was the intended effect of the narrative. Good night, Yubai. Ruan Minshi smiles faintly as the man departs. Good night. Qin Yubai leaves in a flustered haste, the heat of embarrassment coursing through him, rushing toward the bathroom, where he remains for a full 2 hours. After finishing his bath, Ruan Minshi lies on the soft bed, enjoying snacks he managed to bargain for with the points he recently earned. He opens the panel, which indicates that he has completed 2 tasks. Since meeting with the protagonist and fulfilling the tasks, Ruan Minshi has disabled the task notifications. Having been busy all day, he finally has the time to examine the rewards for his completed tasks. Points balance, 206 task rating. A remaining lifespan in this world, 2 months next world lifespan, 7 months remaining lottery chances. 2. His lifespan in this world is determined by the previous one, meaning that the lifespan earned here will dictate how long he can survive in the next realm. Upon completing a task, he receives a rating that ranges from F to S, with varying durations of lifespan rewards depending on the rating. The higher the rating, the longer the reward time. Points can be exchanged for any item in the inventory. The more points acquired, the higher the inventory level, allowing access to a greater variety of items. Currently, Ruan Minshi's inventory is only at the first tier, permitting him to exchange for minor snacks and the like. Should luck be unkind and the lifespan earned be scant, his time in the next world could be fleeting, potentially resulting in a fate akin to a minor character meeting an untimely demise in a tragic accident. Ruan Minshi's aspiration is to relish a diverse existence across different worlds. As long as he accumulates sufficient lifespan, he can gracefully retreat after completing his tasks and indulge in a life of leisure. Ruan Minshi has traversed 3 worlds, each time relegated to the role of cannon fodder. In the first world, during his inaugural journey, he found himself in a war-torn realm, where he was swiftly obliterated by an explosive upon entry, earning merely 3 days of life upon task completion. In the second world, he assumed the role of the deceased brother of the domineering protagonist, and with his 3 days of life, he hastily completed 2 tasks before succumbing to illness, slightly improving his fate with a month of lifespan granted. In the third world, he embodied a malevolent dragon from fantasy narrative who kidnapped a princess only to be slain by the male lead. During that month, leveraging his identity as an evil dragon, he diligently amassed a plethora of treasures. Before departing the world, he exchanged his amassed points for 3 years and 2 months of lifespan, thanks to fortuitous circumstances in the previous world that allowed him to accumulate significant points. Consequently, in this world, his lifespan has slightly extended, and he is finally liberated from the role of cannon fodder, ascending to that of a supporting male character. What is this lottery? Ruan Minshi gazed at the last row in bewilderment, having never encountered such a lottery in any of his 3 worlds. Host. This lottery is available after your upgrade from cannon fodder to supporting male character, allowing you to receive rewards upon task completion. The prizes can vary greatly. With poor luck, you might draw a mere leaf, while with good fortune, you could win substantial points, items, or even unique traits for the next world. The system enthusiastically explained. It sounded promising. Ruan Minshi tore open a packet of chips and crunched away. Can I see what the prize pool contains? You can attempt to draw. A transparent panel emerged, flamboyant golden characters floating in the air. To the left was a single draw, to the right a 10-draw option, with a small line below wishing good fortune. The extravagant font was not only ostentatious, but also blinding, nearly dazzling Ruan Minshi's eyes. Could you tone down the brightness a bit? This is far too glaring. Ruan Minshi rubbed his eyes, questioning if anyone had ever critiqued the lottery interface. Apologies. The system shyly adjusted the brightness downward. It's meant to wish you good fortune with its dazzling golden light. Ruan Minshi, maintaining a serious demeanor, admonished the system. It seems the host is quite experienced. You must not believe in these superstitions, hence your exceptional luck. Upon hearing the system's words, Ruan Minshi reflected on his original world, where he consistently secured gold rewards, falling into silence. It was not that his luck was extraordinary. Rather, it had been woefully lacking. After countless trials of mysticism yielding no results, he had surrendered to despair. Ruan Minshi resolved to maintain his silence, adopting a contemplative air as he initiated a 10-draw attempt. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and the system's cold, mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 4 wooden sticks, 3 leaves, 2 200 milliliters bottles of purified water, and 1 wig. Is there truly no guarantee? Drawing such trivial items does little to entice continued participation," Ruan Minshi lamented, gazing at the dismal results of his attempt, and, in frustration, he devoured the remaining crumbs of chips. The system was witnessing such an unusual host for the first time. Theoretically, one would expect that even a few draws would yield something of value. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He had only these 2 draws to make. Resigned, Ruan Minshi relinquished his struggle and drew the last 2 cards in his hand. He closed his eyes, awaiting the system's announcement. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a maid outfit and a sensitivity doubling card." A piece of good news, indeed, but the bad news was the bewildering nature of the sensitivity doubling card. Ruan Minshi held in his left hand the extraordinarily short maid outfit, and in his right, the shimmering sensitivity doubling card, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 8. The malicious white moonlight in a cliché substitute narrative. If this card must be utilized, must I really wear the maid outfit? After finishing the warm water from the bedside cup, Ruan Minshi reclined on the bed, covering himself with a soft quilt, and began to negotiate with the system. The maid outfit is not mandatory. It is merely an ordinary item. Upon completing 2 more tasks, I will unlock spatial permissions for you, allowing for the storage of items. Furthermore, with spatial permissions, after you finish this world, you need not immediately transition to the next, but can take a respite within the space. With a snap of its fingers, the golden card vanished effortlessly into the air. Relieved at the assurance of not having to don the maid outfit, Ruan Minshi yawned and exchanged goodnights with the system before swiftly drifting into slumber. The following morning, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, sunlight filtered through the translucent fabric of the curtains into the bedroom. The man, still in slumber, fluttered his eyelashes, covered his head with the quilt, and slowly turned over, gradually waking. Beside his pillow lay a maid outfit, slightly oversized yet too short for an adult. Despite its exquisite craftsmanship, it remained undeniably a short skirt. Upon awakening and noticing the maid outfit near his ear, Ruan Minshi paused, still groggy. He clutched the quilt, half closing his eyes, and furrowed his brow in contemplation, eventually realizing that it was the maid outfit he had drawn from the system's lottery the previous night. The physical card would automatically activate in the next world. The system's low level had prevented the unlocking of spatial permissions, thus leaving the maid outfit beside Ruan Minshi. However, the system had assured him that after completing 2 more tasks, he would gain spatial permissions, and this maid outfit was merely a temporary presence. Contemplating how to dispose of this lightweight and flimsy garment, he recognized that he was not at home, but merely staying at the protagonist's residence. Storing in the wardrobe would undoubtedly lead to complications if discovered. "Good morning, host. The protagonist is not at home. He should have sent you a message," the system reminded him. Oh, Ruan Minshi unlocked his phone and indeed found a message from Qin Yubai, sent 2 hours prior. "Qin Yubai, Ashi. I have an urgent meeting and must head to the office. Your clothes should be dry by noon. Feel free to move about the house. The doors are all open." Ruan Minshi. "All right. Thank you, Yubai." After responding, Ruan Minshi resolved to descend and find a bag to conceal the maid outfit. Having completed his morning routine, the moment he stepped outside, he was greeted by the enchanting sound of a piano. Following the melody down the stairs, he discovered a young man bathed in sunlight. Playing the piano, the young man stood tall, enveloped in sunlight, which cast a golden sheen upon him. A vibrant vitality radiated from his being. "Mr. Minshi." The youth's eyes sparkled as he spotted Ruan Minshi descending the stairs. He paused his piano playing, rose, and joyfully exclaimed, "Luo Yin." Ruan Minshi noted that the boy seemed somewhat oblivious. Each time he witnessed this cheerful demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of rivalry. After all, He was a love rival. Was this what they referred to as the charming protagonist, who greeted everyone with a beaming smile, effortlessly winning over countless supporting characters with his innocent and naive nature? Unexpectedly, it is a pleasure to see you here. You share a wonderful rapport with Mr. Chin, the young man remarked as he sauntered towards Ruan Minshi, the sheet music on the piano rustling in a breeze. Strangely, despite the purity in the youth's gaze, Ruan Minshi felt an unsettling sensation as he approached. At that moment, he attributed it to mere illusion. However, when confined in a sealed basement, shackled by heavy chains around his ankle, he realized that it was not an illusion, but rather his body instinctively warning him. Nonetheless, due to the youth's demeanor, he felt little need for caution. Ruan Minshi was dressed in clothing given to him by Qin Yubai, which was somewhat oversized, likely belonging to Qin. Qi Luoyan scrutinized the ill-fitting attire. The sleeves of the shirt were excessively long, bunched together, revealing a fair wrist as the man gestured. Qi Luoyan recalled having seen Qin Yubai wear this very piece not long ago, and the thought filled him with resentment. He was determined not to reveal any hint of this to the man, forcing a smile to maintain his composure. "Your piano playing is truly exquisite," Ruan Minshi complimented. "Indeed," came a reply. "I play while working, as it pays better than serving dishes and is far less strenuous." "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Shall I prepare some noodles for you, or would you prefer something else?" Qi Luoyan, mindful of his role as a servant, succinctly explained his reasoning before inquiring. "Noodles sound delightful. Thank you," Ruan Minshi replied, feeling a pang of hunger himself. In the original narrative, the protagonist was renowned for his culinary skills, making him an excellent companion at home. While waiting, he opened the task panel to check for any new assignments. His time in this world was limited, and he needed to fulfill a series of plot requirements within the next 2 months to bring the protagonist's love story to fruition. Sure enough, 2 new tasks swiftly appeared. Task 1. During tonight's banquet, instigate the supporting character who harbors a secret crush on the protagonist, leading to the humiliation of the protagonist while he is working, thereby causing him to lose face in front of the protagonist. Subsequently, offer comfort to the protagonist, ensuring he places complete trust in you. Host task completion rate 0. Task deadline: by the end of today. Task 2. During the banquet in 3 days. Request the protagonist to fetch an item from the hotel, arranging for a lewd man to harass the protagonist outside in an alley, humiliating him. The protagonist will appear at this moment, and this unexpected incident will deepen their emotional connection. The host task completion: 0. Task deadline: 3 days. So, within a mere 3 days, there are 2 banquets held at the protagonist's workplace? This seems rather abstract. Are these gatherings not occurring a bit too frequently? Moreover, if I am meant to conceal my identity, how is it that I have received an invitation? Oh, do not dwell on those trivialities, the system chuckled lightly. The invitation was extended by the protagonist to you, as you have just returned from studying abroad. He intends to pave the way for his beloved. Before long, after finishing his conversation with the system, Ruan Minshi was presented with a bowl of noodles, beautifully aromatic and delectably inviting. He initially approached the dish with a measure of restraint, but was soon ensnared by its exquisite flavor. Though he appeared to eat slowly, he internally praised the protagonist's culinary skills fervently. Meanwhile, the protagonist, who was secretly admiring him, propped his chin on his hand, unabashedly gazing at Ruan Minshi as he savored the meal. Almost there, Qi Luoyan calculated the time. Although the bothersome butler clinging to the man presented an unforeseen variable, he remained undeterred, planning to adopt an innocuous demeanor to gradually lower the man's defenses. He was certain he would find an opportunity. Such a beautiful being deserved to be caged solely for his appreciation. How splendid it would be to behold oneself reflected in those eyes. This thought proliferated in his mind like an unruly vine, consuming his thoughts. Qi Luoyan crossed his legs, his spine inadvertently tightening, fingers gripping the table's edge as he fixated on the man at the table. The man, hailing from a prestigious lineage, exhibited such refined manners that even his dining was a spectacle to behold. He consumed the noodles with elegance and seriousness. His lips, vibrant and inviting, captivated Qi Luoyan, igniting a desire for deeper exploration. Would they be as sweet as yesterday's strawberry cake? After finishing breakfast, Ruan Minshi did not linger. He bid farewell to Chi Luoyan, taking a taxi home while carrying the half-dry clothing and maid outfit. Chapter 9. The malicious white moonlight in a cliché substitute novel upon arriving at his doorstep. Ruan Minshi noticed the butler awaiting him. The sunlight filtered through the leaves of the tree by the entrance, casting playful shadows. The butler maintained his meticulous demeanor, shielding himself from the sun with a black umbrella. As he observed Ruan Minshi's return, a glint of amusement sparkled in his fox-like eyes behind his glasses. "You seem to have enjoyed your time outside, young master," the butler remarked, tilting the umbrella to shade Ruan Minshi from the sun while naturally reaching for the bag. Initially, Ruan Minshi intended to hand it over, but suddenly recalled the maid outfit contained within, prompting him to retract the bag. The butler tilted his head, puzzled. Ruan Minshi hesitated to explain, but found the man's narrowed gaze, his elongated eyes paired with a smile that did not quite reach his lips, somewhat intimidating. "I'll handle my personal items myself," Ruan Minshi decisively opted to clarify. "It is of no concern. Your garments have always been under my careful arrangement." The butler evidently has no intention of letting this matter rest, whether pertaining to intimate or non-intimate affairs. At this moment, it seems that Ruan Minshi has no choice but to comply. Just as he opened his mouth to continue speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by the butler. You two possess your own privacy. My intrusion is unwarranted." The butler's words struck Ruan Minshi as somewhat peculiar, causing him to suspect that the butler was no longer inclined to maintain the pretense of remaining by his side. Regarding this individual, Ruan Minshi had previously inquired of the system whether the butler's presence was genuine or merely an act. The system's response was uncertain. It suggested that the butler might simply find amusement in the situation or be intrigued by something nearby. The system indicated that certain characters within the narrative remained inscrutable even to it, advising Ruan Minshi against opposing this individual for the sake of his own safety. Whenever Ruan Minshi felt the butler's dark, elongated gaze upon him, he was convinced that this man saw right through him. Despite being fully aware of the butler's true identity, the butler chose not to reveal it, preferring instead to don the guise of servant, sometimes deliberately toying with Ruan Minshi's apprehensions about his identity, akin to playing with a pet. Indeed, the deranged male counterpart was quite terrifying. At that moment, a maid passed by, taking out the trash, and upon seeing the two, greeted, "Good morning, young master. You have returned. Mr. Butler has been waiting for you at the door since morning. I was wondering what he was doing standing there for several hours." She continued, "There's also breakfast he prepared for you, but it has gone cold." Ruan Minshi, who had been maintaining an air of elegance and composure, felt as if he had been punctured like a balloon upon hearing this. "What? He waited for several hours?" Ruan Minshi inquired of the system. "Please hold on. Searching." "Yes, he has waited for over 2 hours. To be precise, 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 39 seconds. Upon receiving the system's precise response, Ruan Minshi's voice weakened considerably. "I apologize. I should have mentioned that I wouldn't be returning for breakfast. You need not apologize. I prepared excessively due to the uncertainty of your exact return time. This is my oversight," the butler replied, shaking his head. In a low, coaxing tone, he said, "Next time you go out, will you take me with you? As your butler and bodyguard, it is my duty to remain by your side." "Very well," Ruan Minshi began, but then felt something amiss. No. How did this conversation suddenly veer towards him needing to take the butler along? Hadn't they just been discussing his lack of communication regarding his absence? How did he so readily acquiesce to this man's request? Wasn't he this a tad excessive? To have him accompany him everywhere? Infinite thoughts raced through Ruan Minshi's mind as he stood there, his enchanting eyes momentarily vacant. "Well, it be so." The butler responded with satisfaction at this outcome. Seeing his objective achieved, he refrained from further unnecessary dialogue, simply following Ruan Minshi's side, serving as an umbrella bearer. It was only when Ruan Minshi was seated on the sofa, holding a glass of refreshing sparkling water, that he remained perplexed by the situation. It was the system, well versed in such matters, that first reacted, stating, "Host, he is indeed monitoring you," intentionally inducing feelings of guilt. He then seizes the opportunity to make excessive demands that one is likely to acquiesce to. It is evident that he wishes to linger by your side, seeking more interactions with the protagonist. All of this is, indeed, for the sake of the protagonist. Ruan Minshi suddenly gained clarity. The butler, standing beside him, observed the bright expression on his master's face, pondering what thoughts had crossed his mind. However, once Ruan Minshi settled onto the sofa, he casually placed the bag he was holding onto the coffee table. As the butler stood, he had a clear vantage point to glimpse its contents. The topmost item, a black and white garment, bore a striking resemblance to the hem of a skirt. Is this a dress? How was he unaware of Ruan Minshi's affinity for such attire? Host, the butler is gazing intently at your bag. He seems to be contemplating something. Shall we retrieve the bag to the bedroom for now? Theoretically, the butler's covert observation was rather subtle, yet the system's keen eye detected his discreet actions. I nearly forgot. Ruan Minshi suddenly recalled that the bag contained a rather sensitive item. Maintaining his elegant demeanor, he sipped on some lemon-flavored, sparkling water, then returned to the bedroom with the bag, hanging the maid outfit in the wardrobe. After changing out of Qin Yubai's clothes, considering he had no engagement for the day except for the evening, he donned his newly purchased robe and, in slippers, made his way downstairs with a soft patter. As the heir of the Ruan family, after studying abroad and returning home, he had been entrusted with several family projects. Having been entangled with the protagonist for several days, he now needed to attend to some paperwork. This project served as a test from the Ruan family to evaluate his capability to inherit the family business. If Ruan Minshi could successfully complete it, he would officially attend the upcoming banquet as the eldest son of the Ruan family in a month's time. Although that banquet would ultimately serve as the event for the protagonist's identity revelation, he was aware that he would soon be ousted from the family. Nevertheless, he was determined to complete this project to the best of his ability, at the very least to learn something valuable. Handling it alone was undoubtedly challenging, as prior to his rebirth, he had merely been an insignificant actor with little knowledge of commercial affairs. The system's assistance was indispensable for a smooth progression. The study was already adorned with fruit smoothies, and the documents he needed to address were neatly arranged in order. Ruan Minshi had no confidential business information in hand, and he felt a deep sense of appreciation for the butler's initiative in organizing the documents. The meticulous arrangement was so impressive that one might mistakenly believe him to be a professional butler, and the smoothies were truly considerate. Ruan Minshi remained vigilant about his persona, leisurely savoring the chilled watermelon, internally commending the butler. Chapter 10. The malicious white moonlight in the cliché substitute narrative. It was a grand banquet, illuminated by elaborate crystal chandeliers, where guests exchanged toasts, exuding opulence. Many whispered in corners, stealing glances at the strikingly handsome man with black hair who was undoubtedly the center of attention at the event. His impeccably groomed hair framed his face, and his captivating gray, almond-shaped eyes held a teasing glimmer. The slight curve of his soft lips suggested a gentle demeanor. The man, clad in a meticulously tailored light-colored suit with a perfectly aligned tie, stood confidently at the heart of the banquet, a glass of champagne elegantly held in hand, exuding an air of tranquility. Many individuals have been discreetly searching for his name among the emerging stars in the entertainment industry, yet their efforts have yielded no results regarding his identity. However, the tall man beside him is well known to the crowd. It is none other than Qin Yubai. Standing an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Qin Yubai possesses a model-like visage, yet his commanding presence casts a shadow that accentuates the refined elegance of the man beside him. Qin Yubai is currently introducing various executives to Ruan Minshi, who responds with polite smiles. After making the rounds, Ruan Minshi finally spots the main character in the corner, holding a plate of food. Thank you, Yubai. You go ahead and socialize. I'll just eat something here. Ruan Minshi smiles gently as he picks up a pastry. The protagonist has been quite clingy, leaving him little opportunity to interact with others, let alone provoke the disdain of the supporting characters. Once he finishes greeting everyone and reaches the food area, Ruan Minshi quickly devises an excuse to disentangle himself from the protagonist. All right, sure, you stay here and be safe. I'll come find you later. Qin Yubai is aware of Ruan Minshi's fondness for small cakes, and knowing the banquet will extend late into the night. He allows Ruan Minshi to indulge while merely offering a few words of caution before rejoining the crowd. As soon as he departs, Ruan Minshi sets down his cake and approaches his target. "Hello, I noticed you seem to be watching Yubai earlier. Who are you?" The object of his interest is Zhao Yan, a supporting character harboring a secret admiration for the protagonist. As a young master of the Zhao family, he has encountered Qin Yu by a few times at events and has been captivated by the man's striking features. Zhao Yan's appearances are few and far between, and whenever he does appear, it is either to humiliate the protagonist or to be on the verge of doing so, serving merely as a tool in the narrative. Seeing that someone brought by Qin Yu is engaging him in conversation, Zhao Yan remains wary of Ruan Minshi. "Hello, I'm a classmate of Yubai. Ruan Minshi states plainly. When dealing with individuals like Zhao Yan, the more one conceals, the less credible they appear. It is far better to be forthright. Utilizing his gentle and harmless demeanor, Ruan Minshi easily strikes up a conversation with Zhao Yan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ruan Minshi casually mentions the protagonist in the corner. "Isn't that the student Yubai supports? What's he doing here working?" Zhao Yan widens his eyes in surprise, glancing toward the corner. "Support? Yes, I just returned to the country yesterday and stayed at Yubai's house, where I saw him. It must be tough, working so many jobs," Ruan Minshi remarks in a lowered voice. Zhao Yan, perceptive as he is, connects the dots from Ruan Minshi's words, leading him to speculate about the nature of the support, suspecting it may involve a form of patronage. Moreover, if this individual is indeed being supported, it is unlikely that Qin Yu would be stingy, raising questions as to why he would need to work. If he truly requires money, why would he choose to work at this banquet? Unless he is not satisfied with merely being associated with Qin Yu and seeks to attract others? What a vixen! I can tell just by looking at him that he is not a man of propriety. Angered, Zhao Yan, who has an impulsive nature, grabs a glass of juice and rushes towards Qi Luoyan. At this moment, Qi Luoyan had just handed a glass of wine to the lady before him, maintaining a facade of polite composure. Suddenly, a vibrant orange juice cascaded from above, drenching him entirely. The juice flowed down his flaxen hair, causing several strands to stick together, with droplets splattering across his once pristine face, now sullied. Clad in a white shirt provided by the establishment, the fabric clung to his physique, accentuating his muscular build. As he raised his gaze, a fierce glare transformed into the bewildered eyes of a lost fawn upon spotting Ruan Min behind the man who had so audaciously drenched him. He stood there, somewhat at a loss, embodying a pitiable sight. How could this happen? How could he spill the drink while merely serving? Was it the intention solely to verbally humiliate the protagonist? This was utterly excessive. Ruan Min was startled by Zhao Yan's sudden outburst, nearly leaping from his spot. He hadn't anticipated such thoughtlessness from Zhao Yan. Such actions would inevitably lead to expulsion. Moreover, he had barely spoken a few words. Yet Zhao Yan had completely misinterpreted his intentions, conjuring a multitude of unfounded conclusions. Dear host, this process is essential for the plot, yet the outcome remains uncertain. Seize the opportune moment to win over the protagonist's heart, as only then can you take action. Ruan Min scarcely paid heed to the system's words. He hastened over, draping his suit jacket around the shivering young man. Before he could utter a word, Qin Yu rushed over, anxiously inspecting him from head to toe. Upon confirming his safety, he waved his hand, instructing others to swiftly escort Zhao Yan out. Once he ensured Ruan Min was unharmed, his attention shifted to the true victim of the beverage mishap. Qi Luoyan clutched Ruan Min's jacket, hiding behind him. The garment, slightly oversized, made for a rather comical sight. Yet, at that moment, he bit his lip, eyes reddened, knuckles whitening from clutching the fabric too tightly. Qin Yu, not particularly familiar with Qi Luoyan, found himself at a loss for words and opted to let Ruan Min care for him, leading them both to the lounge on the second floor. The unexpected turn of events surprised him. After all, Qi Luoyan was his cousin, and to witness him being bullied on his own turf was simply unacceptable. It was a blow to his pride. With a stern expression, he reached out to the Zhao family, stepping outside the lounge. Meanwhile, Ruan Min settled onto the soft couch in the lounge, waiting for the protagonist to emerge from shower. Watching the protagonist's partner venting his fury over the phone, Ruan Min couldn't help but reflect on the rapid progress of their relationship, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Dear host, you have accomplished a significant portion of your task. Please continue to exert your efforts. Chapter 11. The malicious white moonlight in the melodramatic substitute novel inside the bathroom. Qi Luoyan discarded his soiled garments and rinsed himself off before swiftly donning fresh attire. His long, slender fingers toweled off his hair with casual ease, leaving the shower running to create the illusion that he was still bathing. Amidst the sound of water, he retrieved his phone, his expression darkening. His eyes, sharp yet not exaggerated, conveyed a sense of intent in every casual movement. He took out his phone and effortlessly identified the individual who had doused him with a drink that evening. After sending the identity details to his subordinates and issuing a few instructions, he switched off his phone. During his conversation with that person, he had noticed how strikingly handsome the man was. How could he possibly overlook him? From the corner, he overheard many probing for information about the man, some even making crude guesses about his identity, their gazes fixated on him like hungry predators. He felt an overwhelming desire to gouge their eyes out. The man had a shifty appearance, shamelessly encroaching upon Ruan Minshi's space. He had long sensed the obvious intentions behind his actions. There had been countless opportunities to evade. Yet he chose not to. If one was to play the victim, they might as well go all out. Observing the man's astonished and guilty expression, he knew he had made the right bet. "Mr. Minshi, thank you for your coat." The young man, having just bathed, spoke in a hoarse voice. He had just finished drying his hair, which now fell softly and smoothly around him, exuding a refreshing aura devoid of any trace of juice. Qi Luoyan's demeanor was gentle. Despite being splashed with a drink, he remained composed, albeit somewhat dazed. Seeing the young man's startled expression, Ruan Minshi reached out and patted his back. "It's all right." His voice was soothing, and his beautiful face radiated warmth. Sir Qi Luoyan instinctively knelt beside him, leaning in and burying his face in Ruan Minshi's embrace, clearly still in shock. "Oh, you poor thing." Ruan Minshi looked at the young man, who was significantly larger than him, with a tender expression, although he had deliberately tried to ignore the protagonist's physique. How could he not notice when a young man was nestled against him? The protagonist's attributes were admirable, yet he was just a tad too tall and robust for Ruan Minshi's liking. He mused silently, comparing their physiques. How infuriating. While it was understandable that the protagonist, as the dominant character, was more muscular, why was the protagonist's physique also so substantial? What on earth were they all consuming to grow so tall and strong? "Host, it seems you are akin to a little kitten cradling a large dog." The omniscient system observed for a moment before commenting. "Who is the little kitten? I possess a normal physique. It is the protagonist who is overly robust." Ruan Minshi bristled. He noticed that this action indeed appeared somewhat peculiar, prompting him to rise and assist Qi Luoyan to his feet. "Sir, why did that person act in such a manner?" Qi Luoyan's eyes were rimmed with red, his blue gaze looking helplessly at Ruan Minshi, his pale face resembling one who had just wept. He embodied the very essence of a fragile flower. "Do not fear. He has already been driven away." Ruan Minshi consoled him, suggesting that perhaps his striking good looks had incited jealousy in the man. He attempted a light-hearted jest to ease the young man's spirits. "Mr. Minshi, you are the most beautiful." The youth replied earnestly, sincerity dripping from his words. "Thank you." Ruan Minshi found him utterly charming. Technically, he was 2 years his junior. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly as he ruffled the young man's hair. "What discernment! My host is, of course, the most beautiful." As the protagonist lavished praise upon his host, the system felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "You are the most beautiful human I have ever encountered," it exclaimed. "Oh, have you met many others?" inquired Ruan Minshi, curious about the system's experiences. "Indeed, though you're my first host, I had the privilege of interning alongside my predecessors prior to my current assignment. I have traversed numerous worlds and studied the data of many remarkable individuals. Thus, I have encountered a plethora of beauties." The system continued, of course. You are the most stunning of all. You have also excelled in your tasks, transitioning from a mere supporting role to a character of significance in just 3 worlds. It is truly a delight to be with you. The system's effusive compliments rendered Ruan Minshi somewhat bashful. The young man, feeling the gentle caress upon his head, felt a warm blush creep from his neck to his cheeks. As he met Ruan Minshi's gaze, his face grew increasingly crimson, and he appeared rather bashful. Is the protagonist expressing something? With such a demeanor, could it be that he is about to confess his feelings to you? The system found itself in a flurry of panic for the first time. Oh no, the host's charm has captivated the protagonist. Although your allure is indeed remarkable, what if the narrative takes an unforeseen turn? I may call you Brother Minshi, may I not? The young man inquired, his face alight with anticipation. The system, momentarily startled, regained its composure. Why must you speak so slowly? You startled me. Just as the system was about to unleash a torrent of data, it exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the young man's words. The emotional turmoil had unexpectedly sharpened its focus, prompting it to analyze the protagonist's intentions. It could be that your gentle demeanor has fostered a sense of dependency in the protagonist, leading him to wish to address you in such a manner. Fear not, dear system. The protagonist's feelings are currently quite stable. The notion of falling in love with me is simply implausible, Ruan Minshi reassured the system with unwavering confidence. He had not given it much thought earlier, firmly believing in the protagonist's affections. And indeed, the protagonist did not engage in any outlandish behavior reminiscent of a White Lotus rival, confessing to ensnare him. Very well. With his agreement, the system emitted a notification indicating the completion of its task. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Task rating, S task reward, 50 points. An extension of life by 6 months in the next world, and 1 additional lottery draw. As this is your first S rating, you are granted an extra guaranteed golden card draw, increasing your total draws by 2. Ruan Minshi had initially intended to disable notifications, but considering the advantage of real-time task progress updates, he chose to keep them active. After patiently comforting the protagonist and ensuring his emotional state had stabilized, night had already fallen. Ruan Minshi parted ways with the protagonist, who had come to trust him completely, politely declining the protagonist's offer to escort him home. He arrived at the designated meeting spot to await the butler's arrival. To maintain discretion and conceal his identity, the location was somewhat secluded. Through the system, he learned that the butler had business matters at the company, and the meeting had likely just concluded, allowing for a convenient pickup. However, it appeared he might have to wait for a while. As Ruan Minshi waited in the dim light, he soon discerned 2 ruffians approaching, whistling as they drew near. Chapter 12. The malicious white moonlight in the cliché substitute narrative. Hey, little beauty, all alone? The 2 ruffians advanced toward Ruan Minshi, their presence reeking of stale alcohol, their words laced with disrespect as they leered at the exquisite beauty illuminated by the lamp. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that one of them was a strikingly handsome man with long lashes and crimson lips. Why are you standing here by yourself? Waiting for someone, perhaps? It seems this person is rather unreliable. Why not join us for some fun? They suggested, pointing towards a nearby hotel. Indeed, with such beauty, he surely doesn't appreciate you. You'd be better off with us. At the very least, we know how to treat you well. Why let you languish here in waiting? The inebriated pair hurled crude remarks, one gesturing toward the dilapidated hotel across the street. Look at your delicate skin. I've never had the pleasure of experiencing someone like you. I wonder how it feels. The other chimed in, staggering toward Ruan Minshi. Warning, host in danger. The host may consume points to exchange for electrical devices to ensure these scoundrels are incapacitated. Ruan Minshi hesitated to use his points unless absolutely necessary. Frowning, he took a step back, sidestepping the ruffian lunging at him. It was apparent that both men were quite intoxicated, their movements unsteady and awkward, though they had not reached a state of complete drunkenness. Ruan Minshi's movements were swift and agile as he evaded them repeatedly. Considering the time, he realized the butler would not arrive for a while, and he needed to stall. Fortunately, the 2 ruffians appeared disoriented, their reactions sluggish. Otherwise, facing 2 adult men, Despite having learned some basic self-defense techniques from dealing with overly enthusiastic fans, he knew that one fist could hardly contend with four hands. Ouch! One ruffian missed his target and fell to the ground, the impact jolting him back to some semblance of clarity. His dark face contorted as he rose and lunged at Ruan Minshi again. How ungrateful! Truly, you're asking for trouble. This time, his movements were less erratic and much quicker, while the other ruffian lingered nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ruan Minshi swiftly tripped the advancing ruffian, sending him crashing to the floor. However, the other ruffian had produced a knife from seemingly nowhere and charged at him. Danger warning! Danger warning! Host, do you wish to activate the electrical shock? Yes. Before Ruan Minshi could finish his command, a gust of wind rushed past him as a powerful hand seized the knife-wielding ruffian's wrist. In a swift motion, an elbow strike to the chin rendered the ruffian incapacitated, his knife clattering to the ground. Almost immediately, the newcomer subdued the other ruffian as well, tossing both of them together and, in a fit of frustration, delivering a couple of hard kicks for good measure. I'm late. Are you all right? The butler, having received Ruan Minshi's message only as the meeting was nearing its conclusion, had rushed over. His concern for Ruan Minshi's safety prompting him to hastily conclude the meeting as the night grew late. If he had been even a moment later, the butler would have felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins had turned to ice, his breath stilled, typically cold and unfeeling. He dared not utter a sound until he beheld the man before him, smiling and standing resolutely in front of him. Only then did he exhale slowly, cradling him tenderly in his embrace. I am relieved to see you unharmed, he said, displaying an unusual degree of familiarity in the presence of Ruan Minshi. Upon closer inspection, one could detect a tremor in his voice. Yet, just as quickly as he had embraced him, they parted. The butler adjusted his spectacles, regaining his composure and reverting to his impeccable facade. It is exceedingly perilous for you to engage with them in such a manner. In situations like this, you ought to negotiate first and acquiesce to their demands. They wish to book a room with me, Ruan Minshi replied, his expression neutral, fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment. The butler, a man of considerable refinement, felt the veins in his neck throb at the mention of the phrase book a room, barely suppressing an expletive as he kicked at the two ruffians sprawled on the ground. You handled it admirably. I shall enhance your self-defense training, he assured. Very well, Ruan Minshi replied wearily, casting a sidelong glance at the two men on the ground. Let Xiao Tang take care of them. Xiao Tang, the family chauffeur, had arrived promptly after the butler had rushed from the car. Formerly Ruan Minshi's bodyguard, he had since stepped back into the role of driver, yet his prowess remained unmatched. Emerging from the vehicle with his striking blue hair, Xiao Tang was no stranger to dramatic situations. The sight of the men lying on the ground elicited little more than indifference from him. Perhaps having stepped back from the spotlight alleviated the need for him to maintain a facade of modesty. As a young man, free from constraints, his long-suppressed youthful exuberance erupted forth, leading him to experiment with vibrant hair colors that he changed every few days. Ruan Minshi had last seen him with red hair just 2 days prior. Today, he was nearly unrecognizable with blue locks. After relaying the situation to Xiao Tang, the jovial expression he had worn vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Are you uninjured? He inquired. I am fine. Your timing was impeccable, Ruan Minshi reassured him, gesturing to indicate his lack of injuries. I will ascertain whether anyone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. As for the disposal of these two miscreants, best not to trouble yourself with it, lest it offend your sensibilities. You have endured enough fatigue from the banquet. You should rest. Xiao Tang opened the car door and replied, of course. Ruan Minshi nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. As the butler and Xiao Tang passed each other, their eyes met, and the butler inclined his head slightly. Once they were in the vehicle and departed, Xiao Tang donned gloves, a smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the chaos on the ground. Well then, let me tidy up the scene. System. What is the background of these two individuals? Ruan Minshi pondered from the confines of the vehicle, reflecting on whether their appearance was merely coincidental. With the banquet 3 days hence still unarranged, It seemed peculiar that he had encountered elements outside the established narrative. They were merely passing by, without any external prompting. There is no cause for concern. According to the original plot, you would have gone directly home, thus avoiding any encounter with them. The arrival of your steward represents a deviation from the original narrative, a variable that is controllable and, theoretically, should not cause significant divergence from the plot. Based on comprehensive statistical data, issues are unlikely to arise. However, in the spirit of caution, the system refrains from making absolute assertions. Ruan Minshi remained silent, leaning against the car window, gazing at his reflection in the transparent glass. Thus, it was his decision that led to this unforeseen outcome. Yet his deviation as a supporting character would not disrupt the main storyline. Had he not acted, nothing would have transpired. It is precisely because of his actions that a corresponding butterfly effect was initiated. It seems he must exercise greater caution in the future. Chapter 13. The malevolent white moonlight in a melodramatic substitute narrative. Yet Ruan Minshi felt a lingering sense of unease. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "System, will there be any other employees from the Quick Travel Bureau in this world aside from myself?" Theoretically, there should not be. Each system oversees its own realm. And once an employee enters a world, no new employees will follow, unless it pertains to special worlds or those requiring substantial content supplementation. However, if there were other Quick Travel Bureau employees in this world, I would detect their presence and inform you accordingly. I have not detected the existence of other Quick Travel Bureau systems within this realm. Although our systems vary in strength, depending on the tasks completed by our hosts, the authority granted within this world remains equal across the board. Only the Supreme Deity possesses higher authority than us, and he has been in slumber. The Supreme Deity? Ruan Minshi sensed he had delved deeper into certain matters, yet wisely refrained from probing the system for specifics regarding the Supreme Deity, choosing instead to continue absorbing the system's explanations. Nevertheless, there are worlds wherein characters are traversers. You may liken worlds with traversers to those narratives akin to rewriting the book. Their systems and their very beings are ultimately regarded as NPCs of this world, for their traversal is merely a facet of this world's plot. Thus, employing literature as an analogy, the world in which I currently reside is the overbearing CEO's substitute. And similarly, there exist worlds such as after traversing the book, I became the adored junior disciple in infinite flow. The bosses all fall for me, indeed. Should the plot feature traversers, you will be informed within the narrative's introduction. The authority we possess within the Quick Travel Bureau is of the utmost rank. There is no need for concern on this matter. Following the banquet, Ruan Minshi enjoyed a tranquil 2 days. He remained at home, free from burdensome thoughts or tasks awaiting his attention. He temporarily set aside any notions of missions and began to savor life. The 2 reward draws obtained from completing tasks were not saved. Upon returning home, he indulged in them. One draw guaranteed a golden reward, resulting in the acquisition of an immunity to all poisons. The other, as anticipated, yielded nothing of value, a mere pair of semi-transparent suspender stockings. He placed the stockings alongside the maid outfit, pondering whether this was a deliberate jest on the system's part. After the system repeatedly assured him that it had no relation to him, he temporarily set aside his doubts and began to learn some basic self-defense techniques from the butler. The butler was an excellent teacher, imparting a wealth of knowledge during each lesson. Given his attire, it was indeed essential to hone such practical skills. Time passed swiftly, and soon the 3rd day arrived. Before the banquet commenced, Ruan Minshi did not anticipate that the protagonist would reach out to him directly. Just after finishing breakfast, he received an anonymous call, which, upon answering, revealed the voice of Chi Luoyan. Minshi Gij, Luoyan? Ruan Minshi was taken aback, as this development had not been part of the expected narrative. "Ah, it seems the call was indeed meant for you. I obtained your phone number from Mr. Yubai. Do you have any plans for this afternoon?" The other party's tone was exuberant, clearly eager to extend an invitation to Ruan Minshi. "No, I have no plans," Ruan Minshi replied. The banquet was set to begin at 8 in the evening, leaving him with no engagements prior. "That's wonderful. Today marks the anniversary celebration of the Academy, and I would like to invite you to witness my piano performance." "Academy anniversary? What is that?" The unfamiliar term momentarily puzzled Ruan Minshi. Greetings, host. The protagonist will shine brilliantly due to an outstanding performance. The protagonist's partner, being a board member, will also attend, and their feelings will deepen during the banquet following the anniversary celebration. You are already aware of the subsequent plot, which is your task. Originally, the protagonist was to invite their partner, who was to decline, leading to feelings of sorrow. However, your previous arrangements have fostered a level of trust, prompting the invitation. Your attendance is entirely optional and will not alter the evening storyline. Reflecting on the image of the protagonist weeping alone in a corner after being rejected, Ruan Minshi felt a pang of compassion and readily accepted the invitation. Meanwhile, at the grand auditorium of a university, a young man held his phone. His light brown hair, slightly curled and meticulously styled. The air conditioning was quite brisk inside the auditorium, and he donned a deep brown suit, with a plaid tie adding a touch of whimsy to his otherwise somber appearance. After putting down his phone and inadvertently revealing a smile, the students nearby, gathered for rehearsal, exchanged whispers. Did our senior just smile? It seems so. He has such a gentle smile. We haven't seen him smile during these rehearsals. I've never seen him smile even during club activities. Is he on the phone with his girlfriend? He must be inviting her to watch the performance. I think so. Perhaps with a boyfriend. Their voices grew increasingly loud, eventually reaching Chi Luoyan, who found himself amused yet exasperated. A boyfriend? That sounds delightful. He chuckled softly as he picked up his sheet music, though his focus lingered elsewhere. He had meticulously arranged everything, and if all went well, his beautiful Minshi Gige would become a canary, a treasure to be admired solely by him. With this thought, the smile on his lips deepened. Achoo! As Ruan Minshi was about to step out, he was suddenly seized by a powerful sneeze. Frowning in confusion, he rubbed his nose. Look, you just sneezed. I believe today is not a favorable day for you to venture outside, remarked the butler who opened the door for him. Pardon? Ruan Minshi turned his head to regard the man, his expression revealing his bewilderment. Was the butler truly superstitious? No, the system pondered. Goodbye. Take care of the house. I'll have you pick me up from university tonight, Ruan Minshi said, giving the butler a pat on the shoulder. Downstairs. Xiaotang had already parked the car at the entrance. Ruan Minshi did not delay further and gracefully descended the stairs. Once again, he had not been taken out. The butler, left alone in the empty house, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, melancholically observing Ruan Minshi's departing silhouette under the sunlight. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up a cloth, and transformed his sorrow into motivation, meticulously beginning to tidy the room. As he cleaned, he naturally found himself in Ruan Minshi's room. While dusting the wardrobe, he suddenly recalled the bag Ruan Minshi had brought back that day. It was evident he cared. Inside were the maid's outfit and stockings lying quietly, incongruous with their surroundings. The man's brow twitched as he stared at them for an extended moment, before awakening from his reverie and silently closing the wardrobe. Chapter 14. The malicious white moonlight in the melodramatic substitute novel. It was cold and dark. Where was I? Ruan Minshi felt himself curled up, bare and seemingly resting on something extraordinarily soft. However, the softness beneath him offered no warmth. He felt only the chill of his body and a yearning to grasp something to cover himself. His body was profoundly fatigued, weighted yet light, leaving him unable to move. Suddenly, he fell into a warm embrace. Driven by the cold, he instinctively sought comfort in that embrace, allowing the person to encircle him. The warmth radiated from the individual, their hand resting momentarily on Ruan Minshi's face before moving deeper, a firm hand gently gliding over his icy skin, leaving behind a comforting heat. Yet, something about the person felt a bit too rigid, pressing uncomfortably against him. So tired, Ruan Minshi found even his thoughts sluggish. He did not dwell on it further, but surrendered himself to the warmth, drifting into a deep slumber. Ruan Minshi desired to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt heavy, nearly impossible to lift. The surrounding darkness enveloped him, and he vaguely heard someone calling out nearby. Who? Master, a familiar voice echoed. It was so loud, he wished for it to cease. His limbs felt detached, and Ruan Minshi attempted to move his fingers, gradually reclaiming control over his body. With a soft groan, he slowly opened his eyes his beautiful gray irises nearly blinded by the excessively bright light. Raising a hand to shield himself from the glare, he gradually adjusted to the illumination and began to survey his surroundings. Host. Upon seeing him awaken, the system was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. What? Host, you have finally awakened. I've been calling you for ages. Your body showed no abnormalities, yet you could not awaken. I thought I would never see you again. Where's this? I had just been in the presence of the protagonist when Ruan Minshi rubbed his head and rose to his feet. Upon surveying his surroundings, he abruptly halted his words. He realized he was adorned in a pristine white nightgown. Barefoot, his right foot was shackled by a cold iron chain, the other end of which was fused with the cage in which he found himself. Indeed, he was confined within a cage, one sufficiently sized to ensnare an adult. The silver cage was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricately carved silver roses that encircled its perimeter. The roses appeared lifelike, their petals curling, exuding beauty yet fragility, while their slender, winding stems formed graceful arcs around the bars of the cage. The bottom of the cage was cushioned with a soft, pale pink velvet blanket, lending a tender touch. It was quite a beautiful piece of art, if only he were not imprisoned within it. The protagonist is utterly despicable, deceitful, and wicked. I was fooled by his innocent facade. This predicament is entirely his doing. What a contemptible schemer. The system fumed at the mere mention of the protagonist. Wait, you mean I'm trapped in this cage because of the protagonist? Ruan Minshi hesitated. He struggled to associate the delicate, seemingly fragile protagonist with his current confinement. Indeed, he is vile. He caused you to faint for an entire day, and now he has brought you to this remote location, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to find you. How could this be? Wasn't the plot progressing smoothly? Surely, the narrative had not yet reached the point where the protagonist despised him. Even if his true nature had been inadvertently revealed, it should not have warranted such animosity. Ruan Minshi was perplexed. No, it's him, his actions toward you. The system stammered, seething with indignation at the thought of the protagonist's deeds. No, it was too sordid to share with the host. What had he done? Ruan Minshi felt no physical indication of anything amiss. If he had been confined and beaten, there would certainly be marks on his body. The system hesitated, finally relenting under Ruan Minshi's relentless inquiries. He bathed you while holding you. Isn't that an infringement? How infuriating! Due to the constraints of the Harmony program, anything below the neck during the bath was obscured, leaving the system with no visibility of events. If changing clothes required a bath, it was indeed necessary. Ruan Minshi analyzed the situation seriously, devoid of any notion of having been taken advantage of. But host, he did take advantage of you, the system insisted. But he is the protagonist, Ruan Minshi countered. It seemed quite reasonable. After all, it was common knowledge that protagonists were not capable of such misconduct. Surely, he must have been coerced by some external threat. Ruan Minshi asserted confidently. After all, during their encounter the previous day, the protagonist had still been that obedient, gentle soul, the pure-hearted university student who would blush at a mere compliment. Perhaps. The system found itself swayed by his argument. Do not merely suggest perhaps, it is absolute. Consider this. The information you provided me was flawless, correct? Then the protagonist must also be without fault. The issue lies with certain antagonists. For instance, there is a butler who wishes to remain anonymous. Ruan Minshi, with a solemn expression, declared. At this moment, the protagonist, who is assuredly without a doubt the main character, reclined on the sofa, grinning as he observed the canary confined within its cage. It would be unwise to harbor no defenses against others. He eagerly anticipated the moment Ruan Minshi would witness the individual responsible for his confinement. Let us rewind to a day prior. Minshi Gidge, I'm here. Upon arriving at the entrance of university, Ruan Minshi had just stepped out of the car when a young man, brimming with joy, called out to him. Due to the university's anniversary celebration, a university renowned for its prestige was bustling with a throng of visitors. The young man, donned in a custom-tailored performance outfit, appeared exceptionally tall and handsome, standing out distinctly amidst the crowd. Ruan Minshi was captivated by his appearance, noting that he looked quite impressive. Thank you, Minshi Gidge. The young man replied with a bashful smile, repeatedly addressing Ruan Minshi with endearment that made his heart soar. While maintaining his public persona, Ruan Minshi engaged in conversation with the youth. As they walked and chatted, their striking looks garnered the attention of passers-by. Among them was Qi Luoyan, a prominent figure at the school, but another was even more handsome than him. Minshi Gij, would you like to go eat after the performance? The cafeteria at school serves delicious food, the young man asked, tugging at Ruan Minshi's clothing with a melodious voice. Sure, Ruan Minshi replied promptly. While conversing with the youth, he had not been looking directly at him, instead admiring the picturesque scenery of a university, thus missing the fleeting glint of malice in the young man's eyes. Chapter 15. The malicious white moonlight in a cliched substitute narrative. It was the early summer season, and due to recent rainfall, the surroundings felt particularly refreshing. As the gentle breeze wafted by, Ruan Minshi gazed at the vibrant campus filled with youthful vitality, and his spirits lifted. Youth indeed has its charm. He had dropped out of high school in his previous world to enter the entertainment industry and had not yet set foot in a university. Initially, he aspired to earn money, yet he found himself merely a minor artist, toiling daily for a meager existence. With scant leisure time that was spent playing video games to unwind, having never had the chance to visit a university. Although he did not express it, Qi Luoyan, through keen observation, noticed a slight uplift at the corner of Ruan Minshi's mouth, perceptively sensing a change in his companion. It seems, Minshi Gij, that you really enjoy this place, Qi Luoyan remarked, smiling as he grasped Ruan Minshi's hand, his tone jubilant. My performance is first. Once I finish, shall we stroll around? Or if you prefer, you can watch the entire show, Minshi Gij. Is it permissible to leave after the performance? Won't there be a final group photo session? Ruan Minshi inquired, as such large events typically concluded with a group performance or a bow. There is, but if we sneak out together, no one will notice a missing person, Qi Luoyan whispered, leaning closer to Ruan Minshi's ear. Then let us sneak out together, Ruan Minshi said, his ears tingling with excitement. He blinked at the young man and whispered softly. He inexplicably exuded an aura that could corrupt even the most virtuous of souls. Despite the absence of onlookers, Ruan Minshi feigned a demeanor of utmost caution. Everything he did was visually pleasing, and even his playful gestures were executed with remarkable grace. How delightful, Brother Minshi, Qi Luoyan remarked, admiring the handsome man before him and nodding in agreement with his words. The performance was set to commence shortly, and Ruan Minshi occupied a front row seat, affording him a clear view of Qi Luoyan's figure. Observing the youth perform at the piano, Ruan Minshi communicated with the system, expressing that the protagonist indeed excelled at everything, juggling numerous responsibilities while maintaining commendable academic performance. As the final notes faded, Qi Luoyan bowed to the audience and departed, only to find Ruan Minshi sitting obediently in a chair backstage. Under the harsh glow of the incandescent lights, the mole at the corner of his eye accentuated his snow-white complexion, rendering him strikingly radiant. Which department are you from, senior? I've never heard of you before. As Qi Luoyan approached, Ruan Minshi was surrounded by a few university students attempting to engage him in conversation. I'm not from this school. I'm here to watch a friend's performance. Ruan Minshi waved at Qi Luoyan, prompting those around him to turn their heads, eager to discern the identity of the beautiful man's companion. They soon beheld the youth who had just completed his piano performance, still clutching his sheet music. Hello, senior. Upon seeing Qi Luoyan, the group ceased their chatter and greeted him promptly. Qi Luoyan responded with a somewhat indifferent nod, but his expression transformed when addressing Ruan Minshi. Brother Minshi, what did you think of my performance? His words left those nearby in utter astonishment. Who is this person? Why does he keep calling him brother? Is this the same taciturn, aloof ice cube we know? It was beautiful, Ruan Minshi replied, beaming as he affectionately patted the youth's head, indulging in an extra stroke for good measure. Ah, your hair is even softer than I imagined. I'm glad you like it. Shall we go for a meal? There's a renowned cafeteria at a university, and the food there is widely acknowledged to be delicious, Qi Luoyan proposed. Sure, let's make our way to the cafeteria. After enjoying the performance, I accompanied him to dine, and we did not engage with anyone else during that time. Ruan Minshi, fatigued from standing, decided to recline on the blanket, contemplating with the system where the issue might lie. Perhaps it was during the meal? The system analyzed. It seems this is the only opportunity. Too bad I cannot retrieve memories from yesterday. Ruan Minshi noticed a silver table within the enclosure, adorned with exquisite fruits and pastries. Feeling a bit hungry, he picked up a pink pastry from the table and began to eat. Host, is it safe to consume this? What if it's been tampered with? Moreover, you are confined. This state seems rather too relaxed. The system, observing Ruan Minshi calmly indulging, expressed its concern. Since the host had been deceived right under his watchful eye, it had grown increasingly vigilant about the surroundings. Relax, I'm the fish on the chopping board, and they are the cleaver. Given my current predicament, the one who imprisoned me can do as they please, if they wish to poison me. There are a myriad of ways to accomplish it. It would be wise to eat a bit more, conserve energy, and seek a way out. Ruan Minshi adjusted to a more comfortable position, feeling the softness of the blanket beneath him, and sighed, wishing for a pillow to enhance his comfort. This place was rather pleasant, albeit the air conditioning was a tad excessive. It was indeed a unique experience. After finishing a dessert, Ruan Minshi still felt unsatisfied, so he picked up another piece. Well, I must admit, as your system, I have been somewhat negligent. Rest assured, I shall strive to protect you, the system declared. Thank you, system. So, I did not complete the banquet task from last night, did I? Ruan Minshi said, lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip. In any case, I will be more cautious, as this is my first formal experience in a world for an extended period. Yes, it is unfortunate, the system lamented before shifting its tone. However, curiously enough, despite the task remaining unfulfilled, the plot progression has significantly increased. The protagonist's identity, which was originally to be revealed much later, will now be disclosed in the coming days. Due to the accelerated plot development, you have received rewards surpassing those of task completion, 200 points, an additional year of life, and a 10-fold draw reward. A full 10 draws. Oh, a 10-fold draw. Ruan Minshi clapped his hands together in a symbolic gesture. Are you not excited? This is indeed a full 10 draws. To be honest, I am more intrigued by the additional year of life, Ruan Minshi replied, reflecting on his luck. The thought of the fashionable trinkets he had drawn previously left him feeling despondent. Now trapped in a cage by an unknown character. Unsure of when he might meet his end, he believed it prudent to earn as many points and years of life as possible before departing this world. Chapter 16. The malicious white moonlight in a cliché substitute story. You speak the truth, the system acknowledged, recalling Ruan Minshi's exceptionally poor luck during the trial draw. It had never encountered a host with such abysmal luck. After satisfying his hunger, Ruan Minshi lay flat on the blanket, shielding his eyes from the overhead light with his arm. The air conditioning was a bit too intense, causing him to shiver slightly. Just as he was about to request some blankets or similar items from the system, he sensed the cold was not as biting anymore. System, it seems I'm being monitored, he remarked, detecting the temperature shift. Ruan Minshi straightened his posture, his tone becoming more serious. What? The system, now restricted by Ruan Minshi's limited range of motion, found many of its functions compromised. Previously, it could not access details unrelated to the main plot. But now the situation was even more dire. Since I awoke, I have felt a chill, yet now it has dissipated. The current temperature is different from when I first woke. Is it possible that someone monitoring me noticed my discomfort and adjusted the temperature? Ruan Minshi asked, sitting upright on the blanket. Considering his character, should he be cursing or brooding now? However, I have not received any alerts regarding a breakdown of your character, which indicates that your actions appear normal to those observing you. The system wiped a bead of cold sweat, recalling Ruan Minshi's recent series of character-defying behaviors. Thus, we can initially eliminate the possibility of the protagonist being the aggressor. The protagonist partner exhibits no unusual behavior, which further diminishes this likelihood. Based on the current deductions, it appears that the only individual capable of surveilling me is the butler, perhaps even resorting to threatening the protagonist partner to achieve his ends. However, it could also be another party, as the clues we have gathered thus far remain woefully insufficient. Ruan Minshi, reassured by the absence of any character collapse, leisurely reclined once more. As long as he remained intact, he thought it best to endure the confinement. Should that individual succumb to temptation and strike at his phone in frustration, he could exchange some points for items from the system. His activities were currently restricted, and tasks were to be set aside, ensuring his safety took precedence. It seems highly probable. Moreover, the person who has you confined has yet to visit you and is instead monitoring the surveillance, indicating that he may be restricted in his movements by someone else. Yet, the reason behind my confinement remains a mystery. If the intent was merely to assault me, why the elaborate cage? Perhaps it stems from a twisted sense of amusement. While one individual and the system analyzed the situation, the butler, the prime suspect, was in a frantic search for Ruan Minshi, who had been missing for an entire day. The butler was the first to recognize this troubling development. Prior to Ruan Minshi's departure, he had discreetly placed a miniature listening device in the young man's pocket. As per routine, upon overhearing a call with that detestable green tea, he sensed impending calamity, especially after Ruan Minshi had left and his right eyelid had begun to twitch incessantly. Ruan Minshi had barely exchanged a few words with the green tea before the listening device abruptly ceased transmission, its location fixated in one place without movement. After a sleepless night, the butler drove to the last known location, where he discovered a trash bin as indicated. Inside lay a thoroughly damaged listening device. A tall man, elegantly dressed, stood amidst four men in dark attire and sunglasses, an intimidating presence surrounding the trash bin at the entrance of a university. TSK. The butler was the first to break the silence. He had not anticipated that Qi Luoyan would dare abduct someone right under his nose. He removed his gloves and discarded them into the trash. Despite his desire to maintain his role as butler, the immediate priority was to locate his beloved young master. Without the master, what purpose did his position serve? Qi Luoyan was no ordinary individual. He was far from the harmless facade he projected. The last time they met, the butler discerned something akin to his own intentions in Qi Luoyan's gaze. With Ruan Minshi in his grasp, there was little cause for concern regarding his safety. However, other matters weighed heavily on the butler's mind. Gritting his teeth, the butler's handsome face was etched with frost. Qi Luoyan was a rival of the same ilk, coveting the same prey. Yet, unlike Qi Luoyan, he would not confine his cherished bird in a cage, for a beautiful bird reveals its most exquisite form only in freedom. Mr. Fu, this is an invitation from the Ruan family. At that moment, a figure clad in black respectfully presented a black and gold envelope. Butler Fu Yinji took the envelope, swiftly reading its contents. Holding the envelope, he scoffed, so they have already gained prior knowledge of the Ruan family. This invitation was to summon him to the banquet announcing the heir of the Ruan family. It arrived neither early nor late, but precisely after Ruan Minshi's disappearance. Was this a provocation or a display of power? Regardless, he was intrigued to witness this unfolding drama. He continued his search for Minshi's whereabouts, instructing, and keep a close watch on Qi Luoyan. The man's expression was stern as he issued commands. Understood. A group of men in black stood in formation, replying in unison. Currently, Qi Luoyan remains at the company with no unusual activity, one subordinate reported. Fu Yinji nodded slightly while still gripping the envelope. Let us depart. Shall we return to the Fu residence? The driver inquired, uncertain. To Minshi's home. Fu Yinji's tone softened at the mention of Minshi. His previously fierce gaze now softened by something tender. At the headquarters of the Ruan group, Qi Luoyan lounged languidly in his chair, observing the man confined within a cage on the surveillance feed. The man in the feed, marked by a beauty spot at the corner of his eye, possessed an exquisite visage. Clad in a short white nightgown that accentuated his porcelain skin, he appeared striking against the backdrop of the delicate silver cage. He sat upright, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought. Calculating the time, Qi Luoyan knew that the dog trailing behind Minshi should have received the invitation by now. Due to this insufferable dog-esque surveillance, he could not return to see his beloved Minshi, lest his whereabouts be revealed. Qi Luoyan bit his lip. The agony of yearning for a delectable feast, yet being unable to partake, was truly disheartening. However, it mattered not. Once the banquet concluded tomorrow, and he assumed complete control over the Ruan family, such concerns would be a thing of the past. Minshi, I hope you do not lose your composure upon seeing me. The thought of Ruan Minshi's astonished expression upon their reunion caused Qi Luyan's pupils to constrict, a low, excited chuckle escaping his throat. A little more waiting was of no consequence. After all, he had already endured 2 long years. Patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. Chapter 17. The malicious white moonlight in the melodramatic substitute story. During discussions with the system, Ruan Minshi had been subtly observing his surroundings. The room was modestly sized and simply arranged. A cage, a bed, a table and chairs, and a bathroom. Its layout bore resemblance to a typical room. Yet one peculiar aspect stood out. It was a completely enclosed space, devoid of windows and only accessible by a distant door. The chain binding his ankle severely limited his movement, rendering the door unreachable. Ruan Minshi dragged the chain to the cage's entrance, gently nudging it open. The cage was unlocked. Wonderful. I need not remain confined any longer. He decisively stepped into the bathroom to splash his face. The chain was not heavy, but as Ruan Minshi attempted to step outside its confines, it left red marks around his ankle. The marks appeared somewhat grotesque against his fair skin, but he merely glanced at them, not overly concerned. In the bathroom devoid of mirrors, every corner of the room was shrouded in multiple layers of protection, evidently to prevent any rash actions from the occupant within. After washing his face, Ruan Minshi indulged in a warm shower, wrapping himself in a towel as he confidently changed his clothes on the bed. The man's skin was smooth and porcelain white, adorned with droplets of water that had yet to dry, his fair complexion resembling that of exquisite jade. Is this appropriate, especially with the surveillance? Although the system rendered everything below the neck as a mosaic, what others could see was certainly not obscured. No matter. My clothes have been changed. And after such a long slumber, everything that needed to be seen had been thoroughly observed. We are all men. It is of no consequence. Ruan Minshi elegantly fastened the last button and picked up a dry towel to pat his damp hair. He held a firm belief in the allure of the protagonist's charm in this world, and upon awakening, he felt only fatigue, devoid of any peculiarities. Confined within this enclosed space, Ruan Minshi had lost all sense of time. After drying his hair, he sat for a moment, feeling somewhat bored yet not sleepy, and inquired of the system, "What time is it?" "It is now evening, dear host," the system replied, munching on sunflower seeds. What are you doing?" Ruan Minshi noticed the sound of cracking seeds and asked. "Watching a drama and snacking," the system responded. "My boredom is palpable, yet your leisure seems vibrant." Ruan Minshi reclined on the bed, the chill of the air against his ankle making him somewhat uneasy. The system, slightly embarrassed, continued, "Oh, by the way, due to the accelerated task progress, the rewards have increased and space permissions have been unlocked. There has been so much happening that I forgot to inform you." Space permissions? Indeed, you can now place acquired items into the space. For instance, the maid outfit you previously obtained can now be stored directly in the space instead of hidden somewhere. Just thinking of that maid outfit leaves Ruan Minshi feeling exasperated. "Can I not take it?" "That is not an option, dear host." The system's voice was gentle, yet its tone was resolute. "Very well." Ruan Minshi shook his head in resignation and shifted on the bed, although it may be somewhat revealing. The material is of exceptional quality, impervious to blades and bullets. The system reassured him after a moment's thought. "Why must a maid outfit be of such fine material?" Ruan Minshi retorted. "Produced by the quick transmigration system, it must be of premium quality." "Host, now that you have space permissions, would you like to take a look?" In reality, you need only close your eyes, and upon reopening them, you can explore. You will not vanish in the real world. With his boredom mounting, Ruan Minshi did not refuse and gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a vast space, a flurry of rapidly moving data standing before him. "System?" Ruan Minshi called out uncertainly. "Hello, host." The data moved even faster, and the system responded with delight. "You may acquire some basic items to adorn this space. As you complete more tasks, the area will expand accordingly. For instance, various gaming consoles and an assortment of snacks are readily available." Oh! Upon hearing this description, Ruan Minshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 5 minutes later, he reclined on a cat paw sofa, sipping a fizzy drink, while engaging in a two-player minigame with the system. Huh, I have played numerous games. So this ordinary one is a piece of cake, boasted the system. Ruan Minshi merely smiled in response. After losing the first round in a mere 10 minutes, the system, feeling somewhat sheepish, remarked, that was certainly due to my inexperience. You played it so many times already. Ruan Minshi continued to smile silently. After suffering 10 consecutive defeats, the system shrank into a corner, sulking. Although it was merely a collection of data, it had transformed from an upright, oval shape to a compact, spherical form in the corner. Not playing anymore? Ruan Minshi inquired, grinning at the system's ball-like figure. Not playing anymore, came the system's muffled voice after a lengthy pause. What a humiliating disgrace. It was utterly mortifying for a system of its stature to be outperformed by a mere human. The system was disheartened. Ruan Minshi's smile widened, and before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped him momentarily before the system urgently transported him out of the space. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in that familiar house, where Qi Luoyin stood before him, poised to wake him. The protagonist? Ruan Minshi's pupils constricted, and his peach blossom eyes widened in surprise at the visitor. The newcomer was clad in formal attire, which he typically would not wear. Leaning down to press against Ruan Minshi from above, his striking deep-sea-like eyes fixed intently upon him. Was he the one responsible for me? The suit accentuated the man's tall stature, and his gaze was profound and steady. Ruan Minshi found himself entirely enveloped by the man's shadow, and as he glanced up into his eyes, he realized for the first time that the protagonist was far from the docile and delicate figure he had imagined. The protagonist was a grown man capable of supporting himself after the loss of his parents. He seemed to have underestimated him significantly. Brother Minshi? The expressionless man suddenly smiled upon noticing Ruan Minshi had awakened, his smile as sweet as during their previous encounters, with bright eyes sparkling beneath his soft eyelashes, as if he had discovered a cherished treasure. It was a beautiful smile. However, feeling the cold iron chain around his ankle sent a shiver down Ruan Minshi's spine. You are awake? The man inquired, his voice gentle to an astonishing degree, whispering in Ruan Minshi's ear like a lover's sweet murmur. Chapter 18. The malicious white moonlight in a cliché substitute novel. I miss you so much. The man smiled as he reached for Ruan Minshi's neck. Although it appeared to be a perfectly ordinary smile, within this context, it felt oddly unsettling due to its excessive normalcy. The individual exhibited no discernible feelings regarding his actions. He merely endeavored to maintain the most perfect smile in the presence of the exquisite person who occupied his heart. Sensing the warm and delicate touch in his hand, he could not resist caressing it gently. Ruan Minshi closed his eyes, deeply contemplating whether the protagonist would choose to strangle him or deliver a swift, merciful blow. It was then that he felt a gentle, almost animalistic nuzzle against his neck, a cautious touch. What is this? Before Ruan Minshi could utter a word, the system was already incensed. Do not presume that just because you're the protagonist, you can lay your hand upon my esteemed host. Though my host indeed possesses a beauty that captivates all, that does not grant you the right to act inappropriately. I told you he had issues. The system indignantly proclaimed. Ruan Minshi, somewhat helpless, smiled to placate the system. After a few soothing words, he opened his eyes only to find himself thrust into an embrace. The man's arms were powerful and constricting. Ruan Minshi could even feel the rapid beat of his heart, as well as the encroaching hands that wandered lower. When those restless hands glided to the soft flesh of his waist, attempting to venture even further, Ruan Minshi could no longer tolerate it. He raised his hand to push the man away, only to find him as immovable as a wall. Perhaps due to his clear display of resistance, Qi Luoyin slowly released him, biting his lip, bowing his head, with eyes glistening on the verge of tears. Ruan Minshi could discern a hint of grievance in his expression. The corners of Ruan Minshi's mouth twitched. He nearly faltered in maintaining his facade in the face of the man's duplicitous behavior. It was quite shocking for Ruan Minshi to realize that everything he had perceived before was merely a self-deception. What a remarkable performance. It would be a shame not to pursue a career in acting. He had initially assumed Qi Luoyin to be a harmless kitten, but discovered instead that he was a cunning wolf cub. What purpose did such acting serve in deceiving a mere antagonist like him? It baffled him. With his meager conditions, what could he possibly desire? His performance and machinations were so seamless that even the system failed to detect them. Indeed, with such cunning, you might as well capture the male lead directly. Then you could gracefully depart and live your own life. How splendid that would be. The protagonist's current behavior is utterly shameless. The system now spoke with a sharp edge, unable to fathom how the world it painstakingly selected had transformed the supposed fool into a scoundrel. It felt as though the mission was doomed, fearing that it might be trapped here for eternity. Ruan Minshi sighed. Although he felt little anger, the role he portrayed was one that demanded indignation. Initially intending to deceive an unsuspecting prey to trample it beneath his feet, he found himself ensnared instead, the hunter now the hunted. If his previous tenderness towards the protagonist had been feigned, then with the protagonist's current overt actions, there was no longer any need for pretense in their sibling-like camaraderie. In this world, he was simply a malevolent supporting character. With a decisive motion, Ruan Minshi concealed his complex emotions and raised his hand. A resounding slap struck the exquisite visage of Qi Luoyan, leaving behind a distinct imprint of fingers. Were you merely pretending all along? He coldly gazed at Qi Luoyan, his eyes devoid of the previous warmth, now brimming with malice. I did not mean to, Qi Luoyan protested while covering his face. I simply adore you too much. Please do not despise me. His final words carried a hint of pleading, and without hesitation, he knelt before Ruan Minshi. At that moment, Ruan Minshi was about to declare, "Forget it. You Bai's beloved is me, and you are merely a worthless substitute." However, upon hearing Qi Luoyan's heartfelt confession and witnessing his graceful kneeling, he found himself momentarily frozen, struck by the absurdity of the situation. What was happening? Was the protagonist so enamored with him that this was the result? Ruan Minshi had assumed that Qi Luoyan, realizing he was merely the protagonist's substitute, would succumb to despair and humiliation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, it appeared that Qi Luoyan was in love with him instead. No, dear protagonist, you have misplaced your affections. This is a case of mistaken identity. Ruan Minshi's thoughts spiraled into a sharp cacophony as the system echoed a similar alarm. Observing Ruan Minshi's silence, Qi Luoyan inched closer, tears streaming down his cheeks. His head bowed, a star palm print marred his fair complexion, and his deep blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking a sense of compassion. Please do not abandon me, Minshi Gij. Qi Luoyan grasped Ruan Minshi's hand, trembling as he leaned his cheek against it. The chilling sensation emanating from his touch prompted Ruan Minshi to glance down at the pitiable protagonist. At that moment, he found himself at a loss. Withdrawing his hand felt impossible, yet ignoring the situation seemed equally untenable. What was this chaos? It was not himself who was imprisoned. It seemed as though he too was being taken advantage of. Why did Qi Luoyan bear such a victimized expression? As if he were a delicate flower forced into love by his own doing? Ruan Minshi fell into silence. According to the original narrative, the protagonist was indeed a delicate flower. But how had this charming being transformed into such a state? Perhaps the tenderness previously shown had caused the affection-starved protagonist to care too deeply, resulting in this predicament. You merely need to be somewhat cruel, revealing your true nature as the malevolent supporting character, and the protagonist will turn away from you, seeking solace in another's embrace. For now, I shall provide you with a temporary script. Please hold on. The system composed itself and spoke. Host, a new task has been assigned. Please review it. The system presented the temporary lines to Ruan Minshi. Resign yourself. There is no way I could ever love you, this repugnant creature. Ruan Minshi glanced at the script, quickly memorizing it, then expressionlessly withdrew his hand, addressing Qi Luoyan with deliberate clarity. You are repulsive. Qi Luoyan's eyes, already glistening with unshed tears, widened in disbelief upon hearing the word repulsive. Minshi Gij thinks I am repulsive? The incredulity in his voice was palpable as he gripped Ruan Minshi's arm with sudden intensity. Ruan Minshi felt the pressure tighten, his complexion paling slightly from the pain. Sensing his discomfort, Qi Luoyin subtly lessened his grip. "It's all right, Brother Minshi. You are so kind. How could you say such things to me? You must be too hungry, yes, far too hungry. I have prepared some delicious treats for you." Qi Luoyin allowed Ruan Minshi to utter some venomous words, forcibly bringing him into the cage. He pointed to the delectable food on the silver dining table and said, "Come, have a bite, Brother Minshi. After all that talking, you must be tired." Without giving him a chance to resist, Qi Luoyin shoved a piece of creamy biscuit into Ruan Minshi's mouth, rendering him only able to emit muffled sounds. From Ruan Minshi's unseen angle, Qi Luoyin's lips curled into a smile as he carefully observed the man in his arms, who struggled slightly, his lips slightly parted and still adorned with remnants of cream. That was close. He nearly lost control of himself. When Ruan Minshi had just scolded him, he almost reacted. What to do? No matter what he did, he was irresistibly charming. Even his anger was strikingly beautiful. He adored Ruan Minshi too much. From the very first glance, he longed to see him with a flushed face, weeping. Ruan Minshi had no desire to eat, yet the exquisite flavor of the food compelled him, and he found himself consuming the fragrant creamy biscuit. Once that piece was down, his previously unperturbed stomach began to grumble. Starving or not, tasks must be accomplished. He endured his hunger and continued to recite the impromptu lines the system had just provided him, infused with emotion. "You bastard! I approached you merely to use you. Were you to imprison me here? Let me out." As he spoke, he struggled in Qi Luoyin's embrace, his foot tethered by a chain, making movement cumbersome. He flailed his arms, perfectly embodying the role of a vicious antagonist. Brother Minshi loves me the most, and I adore you too," Qi Luoyin said in a doting tone, allowing the man in his arms to move freely. He wiped the cream from Ruan Minshi's lips, feeling the fragrant man, who was a size smaller than him, and could not help but lean down to kiss his hair. "I like you so much. Get away. I don't like you. I despise you. Can you please stop pestering me? You truly repulse me, disgusting creature. I am the illustrious young master of the Ruan family. If you have any sense, let me go, you bastard. Leave me alone, you repugnant thing." Ruan Minshi recited his lines with fervor, punctuating them with vigorous gestures. To Qi Luoyin, these actions were utterly harmless. Although they left some scratches on his face and neck, they were marks made by Brother Minshi himself, and he would treasure them dearly. Qi Luoyin touched the scratches on his face, his excitement causing his cheeks to flush. As for the words of disdain and malice, they felt like compliments to him. He smiled warmly, holding the beauty in his arms, and after Ruan Minshi finished speaking, he thoughtfully offered him a glass of water. "Don't tire yourself, Brother Minshi. Here, have a sip." After delivering his lines, Ruan Minshi felt a tinge of fatigue. He half-heartedly accepted the water offered by the man, as he could not see the figure behind him. Thus, he inquired of the system, "How is it? Is the protagonist currently in a state of great anger?" "Well, I believe this approach may not be particularly effective." The system observed Qi Luoyin, who, rather than exhibiting anger, seemed to grow increasingly exhilarated. Ruan Minshi was oblivious to Qi Luoyin's subtle movements, but the system perceived them clearly. It sensed that if the host continued to struggle, the protagonist might very well transition from a passive to an aggressive role, leading to dire consequences for its own host. The system was at a loss whether to provide hints or remain silent. It ultimately sighed without uttering a word. Perhaps you should focus on satisfying your hunger first. I shall further contemplate how to diminish the protagonist's interest in you." Currently, Ruan Minshi could only await the conclusion of his lifespan to escape this world, which was still nearly 2 months away. Before that, he was determined to protect his host's virtue with unwavering resolve. However, the system's determination proved futile, for it had already noted a hard object pressed against Ruan Minshi's back as soon as he began to curse. Why did the protagonist carry a firearm? Furthermore, it was evident that this weapon was considerably larger than the average, evoking a sense of dread. Surely, the protagonist would not shoot him, would he? As cold sweat trickled down his brow, Ruan Minshi continued to hurl insults at the man. To his surprise, he began to discern a pattern. Each time he yelled, "Get lost, you annoying jerk," the gun pressed more firmly against his waist, as if to threaten him. It became clear that any claims of affection were mere deceit. Who would genuinely care for someone while holding them captive and pointing a gun at them. The realization that Qi Luoyin did not, in fact, harbor feelings for him brought a sense of relief to Ruan Minshi. As long as the protagonist held no affection for him, everything would be manageable. The feelings between a protagonist and their counterpart could indeed be cultivated over time. With this thought, Ruan Minshi's demeanor relaxed entirely. Having been hungry, his energy waned, prompting him to surrender to the man's embrace, feigning exhaustion and ceasing his struggles. Witnessing this, Qi Luoyin appeared even more pleased, eagerly initiating a feeding frenzy with the food laid out on the table. While Qi Luoyin delighted in feeding him, Ruan Minshi found joy in the delectable dishes, particularly the rich and luscious chocolate cake. Had it not been for the gun persistently pressed against him, his happiness would have been even greater. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over Ruan Minshi. Something was amiss with the food. He lost consciousness, collapsing in the man's arms. Qi Luoyin gently cradled him, carefully placing him on the bed, and unshackled the iron chain from his ankle. As anticipated, the area was bruised and swollen, a ghastly sight against his pale skin. He retrieved a first aid kit, kneeling beside the bed, meticulously applying ointment to the injury. "Dear Minshi, if only you would be a tad more compliant," he murmured, tending to the wound. Qi Luoyin settled Ruan Minshi comfortably in bed, but his words trailed off, and he silently gazed at him with tender affection. He sat at the edge of the bed, gradually leaning closer to Ruan Minshi. The system observed the man, whose lower body was obscured by an impenetrable mosaic, anxiously pacing back and forth. No, the host's chastity. As the two drew so close that their breaths mingled, Qi Luoyin abruptly halted his advance. Clenching his fists tightly, he rose and hurried to the bathroom, his lower body still concealed by the mosaic. After what seemed an eternity, he emerged from the bathroom, carrying a basin of water, and began to gently cleanse Ruan Minshi's body with a damp cloth. Having finished and changed his clothes, he lingered in the bathroom for an extended period with the discarded garments. Upon exiting the bathroom clad in a fresh robe, he obediently lay beside Ruan Minshi, not succumbing to sleep, but rather stealing glances at the man beside him. He gradually inched closer, extending his hand toward Ruan Minshi. Just when the system thought he could no longer resist, he merely took the other man's hand, resting it against his cheek, and closed his eyes. Soon, rhythmic breathing filled the air, and the man fell into slumber. The system, witnessing his fruitless exertions, found itself speechless. Was the protagonist truly incapable? If he were indeed inept, the persistent and substantial mosaic would hardly suggest any such inadequacy. Conversely, if he were capable, he had squandered countless opportunities to act. Why then be so cautious when the person was already bound? The system mused, deeming him somewhat irrational. Oh well, if he was indeed mentally challenged, so be it. Perhaps it was for the best, reducing the frequency of the host's thoughts of him. Chapter 20. The malicious white moonlight in a cliched substitute novel. While the two had endured a tumultuous night, they had both succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Fu Yanji remained sleepless in his relentless pursuit of Ruan Minshi's whereabouts. In the depths of night, he found himself alone in Ruan Minshi's bedroom. Since losing contact with Ruan Minshi, he had taken to working from this very room. The absence of light, coupled with the overcast sky outside, left no trace of moonlight. The only illumination came from the computer before him. Seated in Ruan Minshi's usual spot, he typed furiously on the keyboard. After compiling the gathered information, Fu Yanji rubbed his temples. Just then his phone rang. He sent off the data before answering the call. "Report, Mr. Fu, our men have lost the trail. Qi Luoyin's whereabouts are currently unknown. I understand. Here is a list of assets under his name that he cannot uncover through conventional means. Search each property according to the information provided. Be sure to only ascertain if there are signs of habitation. Do not raise any alarms." Fu Yanji instructed his subordinates. The depth of concealment was astonishing. He had spent the entire night piecing together Qi Luoyin's assets. He had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless individual, who presented himself as a green tea type while affectionately addressing Ruan Minshi as Brother Minshi, possessed such a complex network of power, nearly rivaling his own. He had underestimated him gravely. It was precisely his complacency that prevented him from thoroughly investigating Qi Luoyan's background. Fu Yanji closed his bloodshot eyes, and when he reopened them, a chilling glint resided within. If such an opponent emerged in the realm of business, Fu Yanji held ample confidence in his ability to methodically dismantle him without haste. However, he abducted Ruan Minshi. Every time Ruan Minshi's affairs came to light, Fu Yanji would become flustered. He closed the document, and upon seeing the computer background, his expression softened. Fu Yanji's desktop featured a smiling Ruan Minshi, waving from the shallow sea, adorned with a semi-transparent swimming ring, his physique elegantly toned. This image was captured from a video, a travel recording of Ruan Minshi, seemingly from last summer when they vacationed on the beach. Ruan Minshi floated in the light blue shallows, waving cheerfully at the camera with a smile upon noticing it. Although it was late at night, and the dim light cast an oddity over a well-dressed man gazing tenderly at the recording. The gentle smile of the man, juxtaposed with the azure sea and rolling waves, felt refreshing. The video was candidly shot by Fu Yanji. Ever since he feigned amnesia to remain by Ruan Minshi's side, he had followed him everywhere, under the guise of protection. Perhaps it was the sight of the ocean that brightened Ruan Minshi's spirits that day. He enthusiastically admired the scenery, incessantly snapping photos, and enjoyed a hearty seafood dinner. Ultimately, he overindulged, leading Fu Yanji to gently massage his stomach for quite some time. Ruan Minshi appeared cool and gentle, yet he maintained a certain emotional distance in social interactions, never revealing his innermost feelings. Fu Yanji patiently pried open a small crevice into Ruan Minshi's heart, glimpsing the tender essence within. After 2 years of careful nurturing, he now feared that the person he cherished might be confined in some underground lair, coerced into caressing other men with those long, delicate hands. Perhaps he should never have adopted the strategy of slowly boiling a frog. He would certainly find him. Fu Yanji shut the laptop. Ruan Minshi awoke from a heated slumber. His sleep was restless. In his dreams, he felt ensnared by an octopus, its many tentacles tightly coiling around him, rendering his limbs immobile. The creature lacked the coldness typical of marine life. Instead, it radiated warmth, suffocating him with its tight embrace, leaving him breathless and clammy. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself cradled in someone's arms, the other person holding him tightly, as if fearing his escape. He struggled to shift, attempting to extricate himself from the embrace. Despite his efforts to minimize movement, Qi Luoyan stirred awake. Upon seeing the person in his arms, he paused momentarily, questioning whether he was dreaming. He murmured softly, glancing again at Ruan Minshi, shaking his head to awaken fully. Then, under Ruan Minshi's vigilant gaze, he broke into a smile. Swiftly, he turned to peck Ruan Minshi on the cheek, exclaiming, "Good morning, Minshi Gij." With a playful slap, Qi Luoyan carried a plate of food to the dining table, his spirits buoyant, smiling since he had awakened. Golden brown croutons drizzled with a sweet and sour concentrated plum sauce, accompanied by a milk pudding generously coated in jam and a cup of fragrant milk tea, present a feast for the senses. Upon awakening, Ruan Minshi discovered that the chain binding his ankle had been unfastened, with bandages wrapped around it, indicating prior care. After delivering a playful slap to Qi Luoyan, the man responded not with anger, but with concern, gently blowing on the hand that had struck him, and led Ruan Minshi out of the cage-like room into the dining area. As he observed discreetly, he realized he had indeed been confined within a villa. The dining area was modest, situated in close proximity to the room where he had been held, making the journey brief. Ruan Minshi had no intention of attempting to escape under Qi Luoyan's watchful gaze. The man's physical prowess far exceeded his own, rendering any escape futile. And provoking him would surely lead to undesirable consequences. Gazing at the spread before him, Ruan Minshi hesitated to partake in a meal. He settled into a chair, still feeling the faint sting from the slap he had just administered. There had been no harsh words exchanged, yet he sensed that his actions had inadvertently awakened some peculiar traits in Qi Luoyan. What other means did he possess to secure his freedom? Fasting? Clearly, such a self-destructive approach was unwise, as he would not perish for failing to complete his task. He needed to devise an alternative escape plan. "Brother Minshi, why aren't you eating?" Qi Luoyan inquired, his eyes fixed on Ruan Minshi, a hint of concern in his voice. Was the food unappealing? It shouldn't be. He recalled how much Ruan Minshi relished these dishes, having even sneaked into the kitchen to learn how to prepare them. If you eat everything obediently, I'll take you for a stroll in the garden. Ruan Minshi's eyes brightened. This could be an opportunity. His reaction did not escape Qi Luoyan's notice. His smile widened as he picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of crouton. Ah, Brother Minshi, please eat, he urged, his throat working as he watched Ruan Minshi's mouth open and close. I'm full, Ruan Minshi declared, placing down his plate, which still held a generous portion of food, with a hint of reluctance. If only he could store the leftovers for later, he mused. Having previously tasted Qi Luoyan's culinary skills at Yu Bai's residence, he now found that the new dishes were just as delectable. The croutons tasted remarkably similar to those from his favorite restaurant abroad, perhaps even more delightful. Truly, as a protagonist, his cooking skills were exceptional, reaching culinary heights. Now, can you take me outside? Ruan Minshi asked, feeling a bit restless as he glanced at Qi Luoyan sitting beside him. Please wait a moment, Brother Minshi. I haven't finished yet, Qi Luoyan replied, visibly pleased to see Ruan Minshi enjoying the meal. He took Ruan Minshi's unfinished plate and, using the spoon Ruan Minshi had just employed, scooped a mouthful of pudding. It's sweet, he remarked, looking at Ruan Minshi. Indeed, Ruan Minshi replied, puzzled as he caught a glimpse of Qi Luoyan, his light-colored eyes filled with confusion. The system observed discreetly, pondering how it seemed that this person was playfully teasing its host. After a period of scrutiny, it discerned that its host was rather obtuse when it came to matters of the heart, often misinterpreting many situations. After breakfast, Qi Luoyan took Ruan Minshi by the hand, leading him to the garden below. Surrounded by layers of bodyguards, Ruan Minshi found the blooming roses less appealing. What's wrong? Does Minshi brother not like it here? Qi Luoyan inquired. I can have them removed. His tone was steady, his expression earnest. Wait, I quite like it. No need to remove anything, Ruan Minshi hastily interjected. The flowers are too beautiful to simply discard. All right then, Minshi brother, I shall heed your wishes. Qi Luoyan leaned against Ruan Minshi, appearing like a delicate bird. However, this bird was far from small. His considerable size resting against the slender Ruan Minshi created an amusing sight. Must you obey my every word? Can't you let me go? Ruan Minshi fell silent, gazing at the bird leaning against him, which blinked its bright eyes innocently in return. The system reminded him that the banquet hosted by Qi Luoyan for the Ruan family was about to commence. Ruan Minshi perceived the system's prompt like celestial music. Inexplicably, he felt a strange pressure whenever he was with Qi Luoyan, as though unseen eyes were fixed upon him, only to vanish upon turning to look. Although it was not a malevolent feeling, it remained unsettling. Ever since the true identity of the person who had confined him was revealed, Ruan Minshi felt increasingly uncomfortable, even as Qi Luoyan maintained their previous rapport. Thus, he silently exhaled when he realized Qi Luoyan was finally leaving. Sure enough, it was not long before a figure in black approached and whispered something to Qi Luoyan. Qi Luoyan nodded, gesturing for the figure to withdraw. He then turned to Ruan Minshi and said, Brother, I must leave for a while. You may explore the house, but do not entertain thoughts of escape. The windows are sealed. I shall bring you a small gift upon my return. Ruan Minshi did not respond, turning his head aside. Qi Luoyan, not expecting an answer, gently touched the tear mole at the corner of the man's eye before departing. Once he had completely left, Ruan Minshi moved toward the garden pavilion he had noticed earlier. The plants in the garden thrived, adorned with vibrant blooms and lush greenery. The pavilion, nestled deep within the garden, was indeed spacious and cool upon entering, a delightful retreat. Ruan Minshi savored the garden's beauty, while discreetly noting that at least 9 bodyguards were attentively monitoring his movements. As he walked, he surmised that there were at least 40 to 50 bodyguards surveilling the villa's perimeter, not to mention the omnipresent surveillance cameras. It was akin to a vast prison. Wow, I have never experienced such a grand spectacle, Ruan Minshi mused, reclining on a chaise in the pavilion, speaking from the heart. In his earlier years as an actor, He was shrouded in obscurity, affiliated with a rather modest company. Whenever he ventured out, he was devoid of even a bodyguard, accompanied only by an assistant. Host, the banquet has commenced. Would you care to observe the live broadcast? So sophisticated, one can even watch a live stream? Indeed, as the content is pertinent to the narrative, I am able to view and relay it to you in real time. No, it's merely a gathering of the affluent, exchanging pleasantries over drinks. It likely holds no significant events. I shall explore the villa instead. Ruan Minshi noted the villa's expansive nature, pondering the potential discovery of valuable items within its confines. Though the likelihood of finding anything was slim, he reasoned that a leisurely stroll could serve as a pleasant diversion. After reclining for a spell, he rose, feigning a casual promenade while meticulously observing the number of bodyguards surrounding the premises before meandering back to the villa. Since his entry, the guards had ceased to follow his movements, suggesting their duties were confined to the exterior. Having wandered the first floor for some time, he found only a grand hall and several vacant guest rooms, nothing more. The second floor bore resemblance to a library, with a grand piano positioned centrally. Thus, the notion of laboring here seemed a ruse. The ostentatious nature of this villa was inconsistent with what one might expect to be casually gifted by the protagonist. It was evident that Qi Luoyin had purchased it himself. Perhaps Qi Luoyin had long been amassing wealth, and acquiring the Ruan family narrative was the fruit of his own diligence. He possessed a considerable depth of cunning. Ruan Minshi began to question the storyline's premise of the protagonist sustaining the lead character. The latter hardly appeared to require such support. Could this be merely a facet of their peculiar dynamic? One eccentric pair they were, he concluded. The melodrama of the narrative was truly absurd. As he deduced, his system chimed in. He soon ascended to the third floor. The layout here was not unfamiliar to Ruan Minshi, having recently dined in the adjacent restaurant. With a lingering aroma of food still permeated the air. Aside from the room where he had been confined, there were 3 additional rooms on this floor. He pushed open the door nearest to the staircase, which yielded easily, shrouded in darkness due to the drawn curtains within. Leaning against the wall, he fumbled to switch on the light, and upon discerning the room's interior, he stood frozen in astonishment. The room was arranged in a tiered fashion, with a massive screen at the bottom, resembling a small cinema. To his astonishment, the walls were plastered with his photographs, densely covering the surface. Images of him at various times, in different locations, and attired in an array of garments. Were these? Chapter 22. The malicious white moonlight in a cliched substitute narrative. Ruan Minshi felt his heart race as he stood motionless, taken aback by the revelation, his mouth slightly agape. Rendered speechless. These are all photographs taken since your arrival in this world. The system quickly analyzed after its initial surprise, scanning the surrounding images. The earliest was captured 2 years ago. This one is from your vacation in W City, and this one in Country C. How is there one of you at home? It appears that the protagonist's character has been flawed for quite some time. It seems imperative to hasten my departure from this place. Ruan Minshi closed his eyes and took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He had initially assumed that Qi Liyin's interest in him was merely a fleeting whim, but it now became evident that it was a well-planned scheme. The multitude of photographs indicated that his every move had been under surveillance. Qi Liyin's influence was formidable, and his network of informants was already extensive both domestically and internationally. He was in a precarious situation. The good news is that it does not pose a risk of physical assault. The bad news, however, could lead to an incapacitating predicament. This was far worse than merely facing a beating. System, please assist in assessing the distribution of bodyguards outside. Perhaps we can identify any vulnerabilities. Received. The system possessed extensive knowledge of plot-related content, with clarity increasing in correlation to its relevance. However, its grasp of other information was limited, only able to catalog elements within Ruan Minshi's immediate vicinity. Having recently surveyed his surroundings, Ruan Minshi had a rough understanding of the number of bodyguards in various positions. Yet, despite his remarkable memory, certain blind spots might escape his notice, so more detailed data should be compiled by the system. As Ruan Minshi descended further, he encountered a cabinet brimming with an array of peculiar items that made his eyelids twitch reinforcing his conviction to leave post-haste. I must flee. The protagonist is utterly deranged. What size is this? Ruan Minshi nearly wished to incinerate all these objects in a fiery blaze. Gazing upon the collection, he was astounded, feeling as if his vision had become sullied. Upon looking back, his expression transitioned from shock to sheer amazement. This design is far too realistic for this place. System, do you believe a normal person could withstand this? Ruan Minshi asked, covering his mouth. I believe it is possible. Do not underestimate the capabilities of humanity. The system hesitated, eyeing the cabinet filled with mosaics with a hint of curiosity. The Ruan family banquet publicly unveiled Qi Luoyan's identity, formally announcing him as the new head of the family. The event had progressed well past its midpoint, and Qi Luoyan held a wine glass, feigning a smile as he observed Fu Yanji approaching. Mr. Fu, greetings, Mr. Fu, good evening. Upon seeing Fu Yanji, those surrounding Qi Luoyan expressed their respect. The man had achieved considerable success at a young age, often maintaining a serious demeanor, and his decisive actions in business made others approach him with caution. After casually acknowledging them with a nod, Fu Yanji did not depart, but instead remained in place, causing many of the attendees around Qi Luoyan to disperse, leaving only Qi Luoyan and Qin Yubai standing nearby. Upon noticing Qin Yubai beside Qi Luoyan, Fu Yanji revealed a hint of amusement and remarked, Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure. I have often heard Minshi speak of you. Oh, surprised by the mention of Ruan Minshi, Qin Yubai wondered how Ruan Minshi could possibly know this formidable figure. He had just been contemplating why this typically reticent man, who seldom attended banquets, was now approaching their vicinity. Initially, I believed I had come to greet the new head of the Ruan family. However, upon arrival, it became apparent that there was no intention to engage in conversation with Qi Luoyan. Instead, he inquired about someone with whom I had no conceivable connection. I had previously met Minshi while abroad. He is exceptionally talented and possesses a gentle, cultured demeanor, which led to our friendship. Seeing the confusion on his face, Fu Yanji offered an explanation. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Although Qin Yubai felt a tinge of uncertainty, he reminded himself that Ruan Minshi was quite charismatic, making it reasonable to know a few friends. Just the other day, he had returned to the country and considered inviting me for a meal. But I overheard him mention that he was heading to a university to meet some friends. Little did I know that after that visit, he would cease all communication. Fu Yanzi remarked. Speaking of which, I messaged Ashur today, but he hasn't. He replied. He used to respond almost immediately. A university? Cousin, aren't you affiliated with a university? I attended their anniversary celebration not long ago and was surprised to see Ashur there. Qin Yubai turned to Qi Luoyan. Qi Luoyan nodded gently, maintaining a warm, albeit feigned, smile. It appears you have not been able to reach him either. Upon hearing this, Fu Yanji's expression flickered slightly, and he chose not to elaborate further, bidding farewell to the two. Standing in place, Qin Yubai watched Fu Yanji's departing silhouette and grew increasingly uneasy. Could something have happened to Ruan Minshi? No news after visiting university? Out of respect for Ruan Minshi's privacy, Qin Yubai had never investigated his personal information, nor had he deployed anyone to keep watch over him. Even during his previous trip abroad, he had refrained from prying into his whereabouts. With growing apprehension, he sent another message to Ruan Minshi. He waited until the banquet concluded, yet the conversation thread remained unread and unanswered. Qin Yubai set down his phone, raised his hand, and quietly instructed his subordinate to investigate the hotel where Ruan Minshi was staying. Host, the data has been organized. There is a bodyguard stationed at regular intervals around the villa, leaving no gaps. The arrangement is quite tight. However, there is one notably peculiar area. Thank you for your hard work. Ruan Minshi reclined on the soft couch, carefully examining the schematic provided by the system. He pointed to the small pond adjacent to the garden. Is it here? Due to the terrain, the personnel in this area are not as densely concentrated as in other locations. Indeed, that is the spot. Furthermore, there is a blind spot near the wall where surveillance cannot capture. Gaining affirmation from the system, Ruan Minshi rose and stowed away the schematic. He resolved to make his escape at once. With Qi Luoyan currently absent, If he did not leave now, when would he? Was he to wait until his return to experiment with the peculiar array of strange devices? The thought of those terrifying implements sent shivers down his spine. He would certainly not entertain the idea of utilizing such tools. Chapter 23. The Malevolent White Moonlight in a Melodramatic Substitute Novel. Mr. Chin, the hotel you wish to investigate has been examined. However, Chin Yubai observed the troubled expression of his subordinate, and his own demeanor gradually grew grave. Speak plainly. Chin Yubai's fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, his previously relaxed posture becoming increasingly tense as he straightened his back. The individual you wish to investigate has never actually stayed at that hotel. Then, based on his movements, we sought to meticulously investigate his precise residence, only to discover that what should have been easily accessible information remained elusive. His dwelling was deliberately concealed by a certain influential force, and the entities capable of rendering our search fruitless were limited. Do we have concrete evidence of which family it is? Chin Yubai inquired. Most likely the Ruan family, came a response. Upon hearing the name Ruan, Chin Yubai abruptly rose to his feet and, after a moment of silence, returned to his seat without uttering another word. He should have anticipated the connection to Ruan Minshi and the Ruan family. In truth, during his acquaintance with Ruan Minshi, numerous discrepancies in his behavior had already emerged. He had been so consumed by his feelings for Ruan Minshi that he had unconsciously overlooked these peculiarities. Ruan Minshi's willingness to conceal his identity in their interactions must have stemmed from his own considerations. Perhaps he found it increasingly difficult to reveal his true self and thus continued along the path of deception. It was possible that he was overly concerned with his own circumstances, compelled to keep his identity hidden. As this realization washed over him, a wave of sweetness surged within Chin Yubai. He should have been more proactive, proposing to him upon his return to the country. However, now, Qi Luoyin had become the head of the Ruan family, and Ruan Minshi was nowhere to be found. Continue the investigation. Additionally, gather information on Qi Luoyin and send it over. Chin Yubai's instincts told him that Ruan Minshi's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to the newly appointed head of the Ruan family. Amidst the lush greenery bathed in sunlight, a figure scurried rapidly through the underbrush. The movements of this unidentified entity were far from graceful, resembling the erratic flailing of limbs newly sprouted. Yet, despite the lack of elegance, there was an unexpected efficiency to the speed of its movement. Upon closer inspection, the figure turned out to be a beautiful young man clad in a nightgown. His striking features, combined with his disheveled hair and the slight abrasions adorning his face, rendered his pitiful appearance somewhat endearing, even transforming his crawling into something less awkward. This fabric is of such poor quality. I should have found a way to change into something else, he mused. This garden is vast. One could easily mistake it for a park. Busy crawling with all fours, Ruan Minshi still managed to engage in conversation with the system. The nightgown he wore had sustained numerous tears from the underbrush, and the areas in contact with the ground were fraying severely. This is a certain brand's silk nightgown, valued at $160,000, the system remarked, observing the garment's rapid descent into tatters. What? How much? 160,000? Ruan Minshi paused, incredulous. This seemingly unremarkable nightgown was worth an exorbitant sum? I would rather be paid 160,000 to stay for a day than run for it. 60,000 would suffice. My savings upon my death barely reached that amount. The inflation on this item was outrageous. It was far less comfortable than the nightgown he had purchased for $39 with free shipping. It is said to be handcrafted, one of a kind globally, adorned with various limited techniques from a prestigious brand. The accumulation of these exclusive features indeed justifies the price. While it may appear ordinary, perhaps this is what humanity refers to as the essence of simplicity. The system calmly articulated a harsh reality, stating that one would eventually be expelled from the Ruan family, leaving with nothing. Alas, the feeling of yearning for what one cannot attain is truly disheartening, sighed Ruan Minshi. As the heir of the Ruan family, he had undertaken several projects over the years, accumulating a substantial savings. Although engaged in conversation, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. After crawling a considerable distance, he gradually rose, bending low to navigate cautiously with the cover of the trees. The personnel here were relatively sparse, yet the bodyguards were in constant motion. He had painstakingly evaded them to reach the thicket. The garden of this villa lacked railings, leading directly into the adjacent forest. Now, he merely needed to traverse the underbrush to reach the woods and escape this place. It seemed he was nearing the exit. Ruan Minshi sensed the underbrush thinning and the towering trees increasing in number. He distinctly felt a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of the woods, a breath of nature itself. Before him loomed the lofty mountains and forests, sights one could never behold within the city. This was indeed a rather secluded area, perhaps on the outskirts. Wait a moment. The system began, but before it could finish, Ruan Minshi emerged gracefully from a thicket. The taste of freedom. He lay on the expansive grass, surrounded by towering trees, their shade enveloping him completely, accompanied by a cool breeze. He jubilantly rolled on the ground, raising his arms in delight. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself face to face with a dapperly dressed man. Ruan Minshi quickly covered his mouth, stifling a scream. Minshi, how could you be so disobedient? The man, observing the disheveled Ruan Minshi, affectionately brushed the leaves from his hair. Look at you, with so many scratches and bruises on your knees. You appear quite a mess. Despite his disheveled state, his gray eyes shone brightly, exuding beauty. The man remained silent, half kneeling as he draped his suit jacket over Ruan Minshi's shoulders, concealing the tattered nightgown beneath. Did you enjoy yourself here? Qi Luoyin asked softly. Now that Minshi is happy, shouldn't you also make me happy? He grasped Ruan Minshi's hand, guiding it toward an unspeakable destination. Minshi, I feel so uncomfortable here. The man whimpered, his eyes glistening with tears. Please help me. As he spoke, he forcibly inserted a pill into Ruan Minshi's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, leaving a slightly bitter taste. What did you make me take? His movements were too swift. By the time Ruan Minshi swatted his hand away, the pill had completely melted away. It's something that can bring us both great joy. Qi Luoyin maintained a harmless smile, speaking softly. Although I hadn't intended to give it to you in this place, I ascend to the scenery, quite lovely. Don't you agree, Minshi? Rest assured, the bodyguards remain at a considerable distance from us. I instructed them to stay put, and any commotion here should escape their notice. However, should your voice rise too high, you may inadvertently draw their attention. Chapter 24. The malevolent white moonlight in the melodramatic stand-in narrative, a faint sense of impending doom welled up within Ruan Minshi. He could almost foresee the torturous fate that awaited him, with a high probability of being forcibly removed from this world in just over a month's time. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. If he could just buy himself some time. Have you been surveilling me for long? Ruan Minshi inquired, taking advantage of his still somewhat lucid state. Indeed, for you're simply too captivating, came the reply. So enchanting was he that Qi Luoyin found himself wholly captivated upon their first encounter. Initially intending to confront a rival for the Ruan family fortune, Qi Luoyin's resolve shifted the moment he laid eyes on him. Qi Luoyin had never truly cared for the Ruan family's wealth. His intent was to seize it and utterly dismantle the Ruan lineage, not for the sake of his parents, but for himself. Since birth, he had seldom seen his parents, who were invariably preoccupied with their own lives, neglecting the existence of their illegitimate son, leaving him to be raised by distant relatives. His life had been fraught with hardship. Devoid of guidance outside the confines of school, survival was his only mandate. His very existence was a blunder in their idyllic world, and whenever they returned, it was solely to vie for the Ruan estate, never sparing a thought for him, the stranger bound by blood. The surname Qi did not rightfully belong to either parent. It was merely a name they had hastily chosen. Consequently, as Qi Luoyin ascended to construct his own business empire during his high school years, his parents remained oblivious to their son's remarkable accomplishments, consumed as they were by each other and the Ruan family's assets. His father's failure in claiming the Ruan estate led to his untimely demise, while his mother, increasingly gaunt from worry, finally remembered her son, the child of her beloved. Qi Luoyin found the situation laughable, yet he dutifully played the role of the son before her. He traveled abroad to meet the prodigious Ruan Minshi, predetermined by the Ruan family as a shining star, a calm, astute, and remarkably handsome young man. The Ruan family had long since fractured into numerous branches, each with varying degrees of influence. Ruan Minshi's faction was powerful, and due to his mother's marriage, his father's line, stripped of support from his former fiancée's kin, stood no chance against them, an endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg. Qi Luoyin desired the Ruan family, and targeting Ruan Minshi abroad presented an opportune moment. However, upon seeing him, Qi Luoyin's intention shifted. The Ruan family would belong to him, and so too would Ruan Minshi by whatever means necessary. Qi Luoyin surveyed the man half kneeling on the ground, nearly spent, yet even in his disheveled state, Ruan Minshi stubbornly lifted his chin in defiance. "How amusing," Qi Luoyin said, tilting his chin with an air of mockery in his gaze. How has the illustrious heir of the Ruan family found himself in such a predicament? Brother Minshi, is this disheveled appearance an attempt to entice me? His gaze was unabashedly direct, fixated on Ruan Minshi. How do you know who I am? Are you from the Ruan family? Which branch do you belong to? Ruan Minshi was taken aback. Although his consciousness was beginning to fade, he quickly deduced that Qi Luoyin must be an heir of some branch of the Ruan family, and he questioned him fiercely. Does it matter which branch I belong to? You only need to know that the entire Ruan family is now mine. Qi Luoyin's smile was unabashed, and you are mine as well. He extended his hand toward Ruan Minshi, who was kneeling on the ground. Congratulations, host, on completing one of the main quests, allowing the protagonist to attain the position of the head of the Ruan family. Quest rating, S. Quest reward, 150 points. An additional year and a month of lifespan in the next world. Acquired S-grade item, lifespan doubling card, to be automatically used in the next world. Finally, some good news. Ruan Minshi, seated on the ground, felt a surge of spirit at the news of his completed task. He struggled to prop himself up with one arm, while using the other to shield himself from Qi Luoyin. System, how much longer until we arrive? Ruan Minshi inquired, gazing at the man drawing ever closer. You need to hold on for one more minute. All right, I understand. Just as Qi Luoyin was about to reach him, a tear slowly escaped from the corner of Ruan Minshi's eye. Noticing the tear, Qi Luoyin's demeanor faltered, revealing visible panic in his expression. Don't cry. He knelt and hurriedly wiped away the tears, then frantically picked up his coat from the ground to drape it over Ruan Minshi. I won't do anything to you. Let's go home, yes, home, shall we? 30 seconds. Ruan Minshi was utterly drained. As he was on the verge of collapsing, Qi Luoyin caught him and held him close. 15 seconds. Ruan Minshi's consciousness was hazy, his tear-streaked face pressed against Qi Luoyin's icy neck, feeling utterly miserable. 8 seconds. Minshi. Qi Luoyin's body stiffened, feeling helpless while holding the struggling figure in his arms. No, I can't do this. The antidote, where is it? 5 seconds. He rose while holding Ruan Minshi, glancing back to seek his subordinates for the antidote, but then realized that Ruan Minshi was only wrapped in his coat. In his frantic state, he lost his instinct, and a punch came from behind, striking his face squarely. On any ordinary day, he would have sensed it. You beast! He dodged the subsequent punches, finally recognizing the assailant, Fu Yanji. More precisely, it was the enraged Fu Yanji. Without time to ponder why he was there, Qi Luoyin shouted, "Wait! If you're gonna hit someone, do it later. Minshi can't take it anymore." Upon hearing this, Fu Yanji retracted his fists, furrowing his brow, and placed his hand on Ruan Minshi's forehead. The man's face was an unhealthy shade of red, mumbling incoherently. Feeling the cool fingers on his forehead, Ruan Minshi grasped them, bringing them to his burning cheeks. Why resort to such despicable means? Fu Yanji did not withdraw his hand, his gaze towards Qi Luoyin filled with increasing disdain. We can no longer debate this matter. He requires treatment. Qi Luoyin did not respond to the obviously evident question. Instead, he tightened his embrace around the person in his arms and spoke. Meanwhile, on the other side, the newly golden-haired Xiao Tang leaned casually against the car, confronting a group of individuals with another assembly. Except for Xiao Tang, both factions were notably tense, as if a mere rustle of the grass could incite a fierce battle. He carelessly twirled the knife in his hand, casting a glance at the leader of the opposing group. Though his demeanor was languid, his body was taut, poised for action. I advise you not to act recklessly. Although I am unaware of your intentions, my instincts are remarkably accurate. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot allow you to pass. After all, the butler has issued a strict decree. Today, even if it costs me my head, I cannot let anyone through. I dare not provoke misfortune. Moreover, your family head holds a significant regard for my young master. Do you think you can remain here without understanding their relationship? Xiao Tang's words caused the opposing leader to waver slightly. Qi Luoyan was indeed quite attentive to that individual and had specifically instructed them to refrain from advancing. However, it was evident that there was more than just the two of them present. He had just observed Fu Yinji rushing forward. The man's demeanor was unsettling. If anything were to happen to the family head, our young master possesses a remarkably good temperament. If our boss intended to harm your family head, he would surely intervene. Besides, do you truly doubt your family head's capabilities, believing he could be overpowered by our boss? The leader was still contemplating, while his bodyguards, incensed by their master's reprimand, contemplated stepping forward but were halted by the leader. In that case, let us wait. The leader was acutely aware of his master's prowess. Their group had been subdued before. Nevertheless, despite this understanding, both sides remained exceedingly vigilant, the air thick with silence as they strained to hear any commotion from behind. After a considerable pause, instead of the anticipated gunfire or sounds of struggle, Fu Yinji burst forth, urgently cradling Ruan Minshi. Upon seeing Ruan Minshi's unusual pallor, Xiao Tang was taken aback. What happened? Ha! Fu Yinji scoffed coldly, with Qi Luoyan following closely behind, his face marked by several bruises, remaining silent. To the hospital, Fu Yinji commanded. Understood, CEO. Xiao Tang replied, opening the car door. Wait, master, are we just going to let them go? The bodyguards exchanged glances, and finally, one bold enough to speak up inquired. Yes. Qi Luoyan turned to watch the car drive away. In his quest to connect with Ruan Minshi, Qi Luoyan had once assumed many disguises abroad. Sometimes they would nearly brush past each other, and other times he would covertly pass goods to him beneath a mask. He was but a passerby, having transiently engaged in Ruan Minshi's life countless times. However, all of it had been a one-sided endeavor. As he meticulously arranged everything, he initially believed that securing Ruan Minshi would be sufficient. Yet, he soon realized he could not bear the sight of his sorrow. Remaining here brought him no joy. Thus, he decided to depart. It mattered not. There was still ample time for him to learn anything. He was but a rabid dog, whose every action could inadvertently harm Ruan Minshi. He adorned himself with the finest dog collar, personally handing it to him. Thus, he decided to wait a moment longer. Qi Luoyan gazed into the mirror, concealing the malice lurking in his depths, and continued to train his expressions and movements. Upon their next encounter, he must present his most favored visage. Chapter 26. The malevolent white moonlight in the melodramatic substitute novel Ruan Minshi fled. After awakening from a prolonged slumber lasting several days and earnestly contemplating the series of events that transpired post-medication, he decided to escape. With Fu Yinji in his home, he could not bear to stay even a single day longer. He also categorically refused to return to Qi Luoyan. Hence, he swiftly made his way to reside with Qin Yubai. As for the rationale behind seeking refuge with Qin Yubai, Ruan Minshi contemplated two factors. Firstly, Qin Yubai was a rational individual who treated him like a cherished white moonlight, ensuring that no absurdities akin to those previously encountered would arise. Furthermore, he could provide protection. What if he randomly chose a hotel and was captured by those two? Secondly, he still wished to make an effort to fulfill his mission. What was the current status of the task? Ruan Minshi inquired during his journey. Host, greetings. In light of the previous erratic behaviors exhibited by the protagonist and the male counterpart, the tasks within this world have been adjusted, with the primary task revised to 2. Primary Task 1. The protagonist must attain the position of head of the Ruan family. Status: completed. Task 2. The protagonist must unveil your true identity. Host task completion rate: 30. Task deadline: 1 month and 23 days. The task deadline signified the remaining lifespan he had in this world. The fact that the tasks could be automatically adjusted astonished Ruan Minshi. Newcomer benefits. The two words left Ruan Minshi, who was already burdened with numerous questions, momentarily speechless. Naturally, this benefit was originally exclusive to the first three worlds. In this world, I applied for a special benefit utilizing the videos of your hard work in completing the tasks and enduring humiliation. The majority of the video content consists of a large mosaic. You need not worry about your reputation. The system added reassuringly. Thank you, amidst my busyness. You are not idle either, Ruan Minshi chuckled dryly. The butler's personal visit to Ruan Minshi was entirely unexpected. That day, while observing the bodyguards, he discovered Little Tang among them. Little Tang brought news of Qi Luoyan's impending inheritance of the Ruan family. Yet he was not affiliated with the Ruan family, but rather an insider. After swiftly determining their escape time, Ruan Minshi returned to the villa, careful not to linger too long lest others notice any anomalies. Initially, he had hoped Little Tang would bring some associates to assist in his departure. He had anticipated that Qi Luoyan might return early, yet he was unprepared for the butler's arrival as well. It seemed Little Tang might have been bribed by the butler long ago, or perhaps was never truly on his side. The subsequent events spiraled entirely beyond Ruan Minshi's control, and he could not fathom why Qi Luoyan had instructed the butler to escort him home after the conclusion of matters. Upon awakening in his room, he was astonished to learn from the system that Fu Yinji had gone grocery shopping. Having already restored his identity, he still contemplated returning to the role of butler. It was utterly bewildering. Coexisting with such a person in the same room is akin to a sheep entering a den of wolves. He cannot remain here. I'm so relieved to see you safe and sound. I was almost terrified, he exclaimed. In response to his praise, the system began to wail. It's all right. Your ability to secure a task adjustment is commendable, he reassured. Upon awakening, his first thought was that his mission in this world was doomed. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find a glimmer of hope. However, why was there a completion rate for Task 2? He had not interacted with the protagonist recently. The completion rate of 30 for Task 2 is due to Qin Yubai noticing your anomalies and currently investigating your identity, the system explained. Upon hearing this, he pondered over the situation. Since Qin Yubai was so proactively investigating, he would ride the wave, as accomplishing the main storyline would allow him to depart from this world sooner. In truth, he had not concealed many of his actions deliberately. Any slight inquiry by the protagonist would reveal numerous inconsistencies. It seemed the protagonist was so ensnared by the plot that he had not considered investigating his own circumstances. The protagonist's obliviousness was likely the reason for the melodrama. Hearing that the protagonist had begun to investigate him filled Ruan Minshi with a sense of solace. The storyline was finally beginning to align, despite the chaotic journey thus far. He resolved to exert himself and expedite the completion of his tasks. Upon reaching the destination, he was greeted by the already waiting Qin Yubai, who wore a quintessentially radiant smile. Ashi, Qin Yubai, despite being filled with questions, concealed them well, gazing at Ruan Minshi like a forlorn puppy. What happened? I couldn't reach you, and I was so worried. Sorry, I'm fine. Just busy these past few days, Ruan Minshi replied, raising his hand to pat his head, only to find him too tall, thus opting to rest his hand on his shoulder instead. I'm glad you're all right. Qin Yubai smiled gently, his warm gaze fixed on the man before him. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, likely due to restless nights, and the marks on his neck were conspicuously glaring. Qin Yubai's smile faltered, and the warmth in his deep brown eyes dissipated. In any case, I need to stay here for a while. I hope it's not too much trouble. Ruan Minshi lifted his head, noticing that Qin Yubai had fallen silent, his brown eyes reflecting Ruan Minshi's figure. What's wrong? Ruan Minshi felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze. He believed there was nothing strange about his appearance. He had meticulously checked for marks before leaving, and having donned a fitted garment, he thought he was safe from scrutiny. It's nothing. I just haven't seen you in a long time and missed you terribly. Sure, I have feelings for you. Let us be together. Qin Yubai cupped his face, his long fingers brushing through his hair, causing an intriguing sensation. Upon hearing those words, Ruan Minshi took a half step back, but quickly steadied himself, remaining still with a look of astonishment. According to the narrative, he indeed harbors feelings for himself. However, the confession arrives rather abruptly. Originally, He ought to be entangled with the protagonist. Yet now, it is he who finds himself in a convoluted situation with the protagonist. Consequently, the storyline is bound to alter. Note, the host may not refuse the collapse of their character persona. A gentle reminder from the system. A moment of silence ensued. Qin Yubai's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his gaze, gently retracting his hand. I understand. All right. Before he could fully withdraw, Ruan Minshi grasped his hand in return. Yubai, I promise you. The man before him, with long eyelashes framing his pale gray eyes, exuded a crystalline clarity, and the words that flowed from his smiling lips were akin to celestial melodies. Qin Yubai suddenly recalled the day he first encountered Ruan Minshi, lying on a hospital bed, expressing his gratitude, to which Ruan merely smiled and assured him it was nothing. Chapter 27. The melodramatic substitute S. Malevolent White Moonlight. On that day, his heart raced just as it did now. Sure. Qin Yubai enveloped him in an embrace, and Ruan Minshi nestled comfortably within his arms, remaining still. We shall marry tomorrow. The declaration startled Ruan Minshi, prompting him to hesitantly respond. Isn't that a bit too soon, Yubai? I would prefer to spend some time together before discussing such matters. His voice dwindled, and his earlobes flushed a visible shade of crimson. I have never been in a relationship. How can we leap directly to marriage? Indeed, I was too abrupt. Let us date first. Qin Yubai's heart blossomed with joy at this, realizing that his beloved, the White Moonlight, had never experienced love before, thus making him the object of his first affection. With his thought, he instinctively tightened his embrace. Oh dear, the protagonist's hold was still as strong as ever, causing Ruan Minshi's face to nearly flush crimson. The mere mention of first love made Ruan Minshi feel a twinge of guilt. Your bedroom is right next to mine. I assure you, I shall not let you suffer any grievances. Qin Yubai sat beside Ruan Minshi, speaking with deep affection. And regarding your ailing family. Ailing family? What? Ruan Minshi pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling the excuse he had spun about working abroad to deceive Qin Yubai. Misinterpreting his silence, Qin Yubai gently patted his back, saying, Is it that? You must have faced considerable challenges abroad. I hesitated to seek you out, fearing it might hinder you. Now that you have returned, I surmise it may be that your heart is at ease. Of course, I did not intend to bring up your sorrowful matters, yet since we are now together, we must bear these burdens collectively. Ruan Minshi found himself unexpectedly comforted by Qin Yubai's silence, marveling at the protagonist's imaginative capacity. A flimsy excuse he concocted had been transformed into a poignant drama. Had this occurred previously, Ruan Minshi would have certainly appreciated such imaginative embellishment, as it salvaged him from potential exposure. However, his current task was to reveal his true identity to the protagonist, to unveil his genuine self, and he could not permit the narrative to continue its fanciful course. No, Yubai, I am not actually affected by that. The truth is, directly revealing one's identity is prohibited, as it would lead to a collapse of character persona. Rest assured, dear system, I have no intention of speaking up myself. It is far more engaging for him to gradually uncover these matters on his own. Ruan Minshi discreetly pinched his thigh, forcing a few tears to escape. I am unworthy of you, truly unworthy. Please, do not say any more, Yubai. As he spoke, Ruan Minshi's voice quivered with emotion, tears cascading from his eyes like pearls from a broken string, soon wetting his cheeks. Qin Yubai gazed at the tearful beauty with profound remorse, tenderly wiping away Ruan Minshi's tears with his fingertips, his voice softening further. All right, I shall not speak of it again. Sure, please do not cry. It pains my heart, seeing Ashur weep so sorrowfully. He could not help but wish to comfort him, even as he found himself wanting to see his beloved in even more pitiable distress. Regardless of his appearance, Ashur was undeniably exquisite. After a lengthy period, Ruan Minshi finally ceased his sobs, lowering his lashes and slowly returning to his room, his eyes still reddened. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yubai's expression gradually hardened behind him. For the time being, Ruan Minshi had settled in with Qin Yubai. It turned out that Qi Luoyin, who had previously resided there, had long since moved out, leaving only the two of them in the mansion. The servants resided in a slightly smaller house next door and rarely appeared in the villa, except for meals and cleaning. Ruan Minshi enjoyed a reasonably pleasant life, waking each day to a delightful breakfast and delectable little cakes in the refrigerator. If one were to overlook the fact that Yu returned home early each day, bustling about with great diligence and remaining closely attached to him, it would indeed be idyllic. Such was the case at this moment. With the Ruan family now under Luoyan's management, Ruan Minshi found himself with little to do and casually selected a film to watch. Halfway through, he felt the sofa sink beside him, followed by Yu drawing near. As expected, he was enveloped in the man's embrace, the latter's chin resting lightly on his shoulder, though the pressure was gentle and cautious. What is the meaning of this? The esteemed president, with a myriad of responsibilities, neglects his work to return home early each day, like a large dog clinging to my side. Ruan Minshi felt somewhat stifled. As adults, he too required personal space. He longed to retreat to his own realm, indulging in games with the system while savoring various snacks. However, due to the man's unwavering presence by his side, he found it impossible to escape to that space. Instead, he maintained his facade, smiling as he watched the film, occasionally indulging in a small cake. Moreover, despite his clingy demeanor, he was unrelenting in his private inquiries into Ruan Minshi's identity. As a result, Ruan Minshi watched in disbelief as his task completion rate surged by 25% within 3 days. With the completion rate rising, his identity was gradually unveiled. Yet their interactions remained unchanged. In fact, Yu frequently held him close. Whenever Ruan Minshi dared to express even a hint of discontent, he was met with the man's innocent expression. Shameless. The system fumed. This world was filled with individuals devoid of shame, each with thicker skins than the last. In the next world, it would surely select a worthy host for itself. The system seethed with irritation. A month has swiftly passed, during which Ruan Minshi experienced no disturbances, much to his surprise at the seamless progression of events. However, the task had stagnated at a mere 67. Yu could surmise that your identity was possibly linked to the Ruan family. He has already uncovered a significant portion of the assets under your name. Yet, your specific identity remains shrouded in secrecy, as the Ruan family has revealed nothing, hence the impasse. Presently, the Ruan family is under the dominion of Luoyan. It seems that my time to intervene has arrived. I shall stoke the flames further to bring this task to a conclusion. It was morning, and Ruan Minshi, adorned with sunglasses, basked in the sunlight by the outdoor pool. Upon receiving a notification from the system, he removed his sunglasses, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight. It was time to complete this mission. The system was equally exhilarated. Chapter 28. The cliché substitute in malicious white moonlight, Ruan Minshi harbored no intention of concealing his identity. He did not even don his sunglasses as he strolled out of the villa area, holding a mobile phone. With the task nearing completion, he felt elated, humming a tune as he scanned for a shared bicycle by the roadside, leisurely cycling towards the city center. The weather was splendid, and so was his mood. The handsome man pedaled swiftly, breaking into song, albeit with a lack of pitch. Although his singing was far from melodious, it unmistakably conveyed his joy. Thanks to Luoyan, the Ruan family had rendered his bank cards entirely unusable. He now possessed no cash, save for a meager balance of 15 yuan in a certain app. Upon reaching his destination, he parked the shared bicycle in the designated area, which automatically locked upon the completion of the order. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and Ruan Minshi squinted as he gazed up at the towering buildings before him. A colossal, rustic character for Ruan was prominently displayed atop one of the structures, as if to ensure that no one could mistake whose territory this was. The Ruan family, with its vast empire, was the owner of this headquarters. When Ruan Minshi first arrived, he was taken aback by this display and subsequently researched the headquarters of other prominent families online. Indeed, they all shared a similar style, with the family name emblazoned in increasingly grandiose letters. Truly, the real business competition began with the size of the characters. It was finally coming to an end. He had assumed there would be a change in personnel, but to his surprise, the familiar security guard at the entrance recognized him and allowed him to pass without hesitation. Ruan Minshi had anticipated a struggle, a series of mockeries, and had even prepared his retorts, as the Ruan family was no longer his own. The family had changed hands, rendering him akin to an ordinary passerby. Yet, perhaps he was not entirely like a mere passerby, although the individuals he encountered inside were indeed different from before. The gazes he received as he walked through were no less intense than when he was still the heir to the Ruan family. Unbeknownst to Ruan Minshi, many of those present were the same ones who had been there that day, their eyes reflecting a profound respect. In the president's office, Qin Yubai sat on the sofa, observing his cousin Qi Luoyin, who maintained a facade of formality while engaging in a tacit negotiation. Qin Yubai initially sought to uncover the identity of Ruan Minshi, reluctant to delve deeper. However, the truth was glaringly evident before him. The Ruan family, Ruan Minshi, those first encounters at the hotel, a property of the Ruan lineage. The wealth he had unearthed regarding Ruan Minshi was substantial. It was absurd to even suggest financial hardship. He could live comfortably without lifting a finger. With such a lavish heritage, why was his true identity still shrouded in mystery? What role did Ruan Minshi play within the Ruan family? Why did he seek out Qi Luoyin immediately upon his return, while Qi, the current head of the family, remained reticent about his whereabouts? Previously, Qi had scarcely acknowledged this cousin, yet suddenly he assumed leadership of the Ruan household. His tactics and cunning were truly unfathomable. It was indeed perilous for someone as innocent as Ashur to encounter him. Moreover, Qi Luoyin made no effort to conceal his animosity towards Qin Yubai. The latter felt utterly perplexed. During his previous stay at home, he had been as invisible as air, yet now he seemed the target of disdain. The Qin and Ruan families operated within different industries, with no apparent competition for interests. How curious indeed. Qi Luoyin was acutely aware that Ruan Minshi was currently within the confines of this man's abode, and he longed to prevent him from exiting, to snatch Ruan Minshi away from his home. Yet, such an action would undoubtedly cause Ruan Minshi great distress. He had already inflicted too much sorrow upon him. Clenching the pen in his hand, his gaze grew darker. In terms of bloodline, he was a distant relative, his lineage diluted. Upon inheriting the Ruan family, Qi discovered that his father's name was conspicuously absent from the family tree. No wonder the Ruan family rejected his father, instead designating the younger Ruan Minshi as the heir. Each time he called Minshi brother, he wished fervently that he were truly Ruan Minshi's sibling. Curiously, his blood relation to this cousin was slightly closer. If Ruan Minshi cherished Qin Yubai, why could he not harbor similar affections? Qi Luoyin recognized his own unreasonable jealousy. Yet the sight of Ruan Minshi irked him more and more. He likened Ruan Minshi to a delectable cake, persistently besieged by foolish flies. No matter where he went, there were bothersome insects that followed him. Abroad, Qi had driven away many unworthy nuisances, but he had never succeeded against Fu Yinji, nearly exposing himself in the process. He should have dealt with him while overseas. Allowing his malicious thoughts to fester, Qi Luoyin became increasingly disengaged from his conversation with Qin Yubai. The latter perceived his negative demeanor, understanding that he would not glean the information he sought. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, an assistant knocked and entered, bowing respectfully while quietly whispering a few words into Qi Luoyin's ear. The voice was too soft for Qin Yubai to catch, but Qi Luoyin immediately stood, his restraint barely masking the flicker of emotion at the corners of his lips. Someone had arrived, and they were of considerable importance to him. Qin Yubai, drawing a simple conclusion, expressed indifference as he rose, saying, "Since my cousin has matters to attend to, we shall converse another time." The reception room of the Ruan Group is situated centrally on the first floor, designed as a semi-open, transparent space, allowing those inside to be clearly observed by passers-by. During working hours, employees traversing the area are greeted by the sight of an exquisite beauty seated within. The monotonous atmosphere of the office is suddenly enlivened by this striking presence, compelling individuals waiting for the elevator to pause momentarily and steal glances at the enchanting figure. "My goodness, what beautiful hands! How stunning!" they murmur. "Is she the new artist the company has signed? Though I have seen many beauties, none have captivated me quite like her." As Qi Luoyin descended the stairs, he immediately spotted Ruan Minshi seated in the reception room. The employees were then treated to a dramatic transformation of their usually stoic president. The previously stern Qi Luoyan, who seemed ready to annihilate anyone in his path, instantly brightened upon seeing the man, a radiant smile illuminating his face as if he were in a dream. "Oh, President, why are you smiling so brightly?" "Minshi, dear brother, what brings you here?" Qi Luoyan exclaimed, rushing over to sit beside the man and naturally wrapping his arm around him in a display of affection. Observing their president's peculiar behavior left the nearby employees in bewilderment, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Had they awakened from slumber? Or had their president taken some sort of medication? "Let me guess why you're here, Minshi. Is it to seek me out and spend time together? Or have you finally decided to leave that man?" Listening to the naive words of the man before him, Ruan Minshi chuckled softly, his originally striking appearance now animated with life. Qi Luoyan's breath quickened. He found himself momentarily entranced. How could someone possess such beauty? "If I don't come to find you, I cannot fulfill my mission," Ruan Minshi replied. He was already aware from the system about the protagonist's presence here. He merely needed to time his entrance perfectly to reveal the truth to the protagonist. "Stop indulging in unrealistic thoughts, Qi Luoyan. I am here to warn you that I intend to marry you and you had better not expose our relationship." The soft words emitted from his lips were laced with a chilling finality, causing Qi Luoyan's heart to plummet. His voice trembled, his eyes gradually reddening. The smile that had once graced his face now vanished, replaced by disbelief. "Minshi, what did you just say?" he stammered. "I said, I intend to marry you Before Ruan Minshi could elaborate, Qi Luoyan grasped his arm, lowering his head. "No, that cannot be." His voice was hoarse, and the hand that clutched Ruan Minshi's arm fell weakly away. "Cannot be? I thought I had made myself abundantly clear." Ruan Minshi noted the target was ensnared. He slightly raised his voice. "You have taken what rightfully belonged to the Ruan family, and now you wish to seize my happiness as well? Take the Ruan family if you desire, but I will be with you As the morning rush hour reached its peak, the elevator finally became available, and after a considerable wait, Qin Yubai entered. Finally free from that place, he made his way towards the lobby, where he spotted Qi Luoyan and Ruan Minshi seated together from a distance, his boyfriend in the company of another man, their demeanors suggestive of intimacy. Qin Yubai's complexion was ashen as he hurried over, just in time to overhear Ruan Minshi's words. "The Ruan family that should rightfully belong to me?" He halted, his figure swaying. "And what of it? Brother Minshi, did you know? That day, I recorded videos even during the days you were absent. Enjoy the sight of us pleading for mercy. Should I send them to your boyfriend for him to see? What is he worth? He remained utterly oblivious while you were confined by me for so long. He cannot protect you at all." Qi Luoyan raised his head, leaning close to the man's ear, articulating each word with a tinge of madness, his expression contorting with fervor. From a distance, Qin Yubai stood as if punctured like a deflated balloon. His rage dissipated entirely, leaving him devoid of the courage to approach any closer. Instead, he stumbled back, turning away. A truth, difficult to comprehend, lay before him, and he lacked the bravery to ponder it further. He had come to understand everything. "Congratulations, host, on completing main task 2. Task rating, A. Task reward. Points increased by 110. Lifespan in the next world extended by 10 months. 10 additional draws granted. Congratulations. You have completed all tasks in this world, and you may choose to log out at any time. It's done." Ruan Minshi's eyes sparkled. Upon speaking, Qi Luoyan realized a slip of the tongue and flusteredly explained, "No, Brother Minshi, that's not it. How could I say such things? I didn't mean it. You've lost your mind. Don't come near me. I never wish to see you again," Ruan Minshi exclaimed, brushing aside his hand. "Do you think I would choose to be with you instead of you Dream on. You disgust me the most." The words rang like thunder. Qi Luoyan knelt on the ground, helplessly watching Ruan Minshi step away from him, each stride echoing the finality of their severed bond. Standing at the entrance of the Ruan group, Ruan Minshi sighed softly, unwilling to revisit painful memories. It was better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. His ties with Qi Luoyan were irrevocably severed. "You performed splendidly. Rest assured, once you leave this world, everything will gradually fall into place. As long as the protagonist remains, the world shall continue to function. The system, having observed the entire performance, nodded in satisfaction. Ruan Minshi had recited the lines flawlessly, infusing them with profound emotion. The task completion was merely a matter of seizing an opportunity, and revealing the truth to Qin Yubai during their conversation allowed him to cut ties with Qi Luoyan, a dual triumph. Then I shall log out now, Ruan Minshi decisively commanded, stepping towards the center of the road, awaiting the moment the light turned red. Young master, a familiar voice called from behind. Ruan Minshi turned to see Fu Yanji, the butler, rushing over with his ties slightly askew, a testament to his haste. Ruan Minshi paused, his thick eyelashes fluttering. He gazed intently at the approaching figure, ultimately halting his steps towards the road upon witnessing the fear in Fu Yanji's eyes. How peculiar that he could exhibit such an expression. I won't leave just yet. I'll wait a while longer, he spoke to the system. He did not specify how long the wait would be, and the system remained discreetly silent. Fu Yanji felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as though he were on the verge of losing the person before him. He held his breath, meticulously examining the features of the individual, striving to etch his visage into his heart. I have a desire for the strawberry cake you make. Ruan Minshi extended his hand towards the butler. Very well, my young master, the butler replied, carefully cradling his hand and bending slightly to place a kiss upon it. You may indulge in as many as you wish, I assure you. Then let it be 23, he declared. The butler was well aware that his young master harbored many secrets, and he had intended to remain by his side, patiently prying open those mysteries. Observing the young master's sudden return to the country and his series of peculiar behaviors, it seemed as though he were on a quest of sorts. It appeared he had uncovered something. He had gathered extensive information about the young master. Yet upon viewing a photograph from 3 years prior, he felt an unsettling dissonance. The face remained unchanged, yet the version from 3 years ago seemed like a soulless shell. He had thought there would be ample time to explore these enigmas, but upon awakening today, the persistent twitching of his eyelids left him with an ominous premonition of impending calamity. Thus, he hurriedly departed, finding the young master standing in the middle of the street, the object of his affections, as if he might vanish at any moment. As he locked eyes with Ruan Minshi, memories from beyond this realm surged forth like a tidal wave. He seemed to have grasped the young master's secret, one that even the young master himself was oblivious to, an unspeakable truth. In the days that followed, the butler remained silently at Ruan Minshi's side. On the 23rd day, he observed from a distance as Ruan Minshi's form gradually became translucent. My dearest, the one and only, the butler knelt upon the ground, gazing reverently at that silhouette. Along with countless versions of myself, I shall follow you indefinitely until the day you return. Upon re-entering the space, Ruan Minshi felt a dull ache in his head. What is happening to me? He inquired of the system. Greetings, host. Upon exiting the novice mode, each time you complete a task and return from the world, the system will diminish your memories and emotions associated with that world. Your headache may be a side effect of this process. Ah, I see. Ruan Minshi recollected the task he had just concluded. The narrative remained vividly intact, with no apparent gaps. You currently have accumulated 770 points, with 20 lottery draws remaining. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Ruan Minshi decisively selected the lottery interface. After 2 sets of 10 draws, a burst of golden light enveloped him. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-grade item, Time Reversal Card 1. Using this item will revert the world S time to 1 day prior. It may be used a total of 2 times. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 Steps to Kill a Person buff. This buff enhances your martial prowess and agility. Special item, Whip 1 level. Effect, half a year of lifespan, pure water, wooden stick, leaves. This time, Ruan Minshi nodded in satisfaction. Feeling fortunate. Let us proceed to the next world. Please hold on loading. Accumulated lifespan in the next world, 3 years. Automatically used item, half a year of lifespan. Automatically used S-grade item. Lifespan doubling card, accumulated lifespan of 25 years. Personal buff in the next world, sensitivity doubled. One kill every 10 steps. Loading next world. Identity. The villainous master of the protagonist. Long out yin. Loading successful. Wishing you a smooth task. Volume 2. The villainous master of Long Out Yin, protagonist, chapter 30. The villainous master of Long Out Yin, on the day the revered Jiuxiao descended to the mortal realm. The heavens illuminated with a sudden brilliance. Surrounding clouds swirled, and a beam of golden light pierced through the misty sky, pointing towards the river and fishing village. Bathed in this golden radiance, a white-haired infant lay amidst a golden lotus, surrounded by the joyous sounds of birds and leaping fish, a scene of auspiciousness. The fishing village, an inconspicuous hamlet in the mortal realm, was unexpectedly graced by such a miraculous event, drawing powerful beings from all directions. To claim the child, these mighty figures gathered and vied for an entire day and night. Ultimately, it was the venerable ancestor of the Shangxiu sect, Lingyun Xinzuan, who descended personally to break the deadlock and took the child as his disciple. Thereafter, he imparted his wisdom with utmost care, and the child's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, displaying extraordinary talent. By the age of 11, he established his foundation. By 14, he formed his golden core. At merely 15 years old, wielding a single sword, he crossed realms and defeated several demon race Yuan Ing venerables in rapid succession. It is said that cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one advances. Who could have anticipated that within less than a year, he would break through to the Yuaning realm, single-handedly safeguarding an entire city at the border? Now, at 19, he has reached the stage of emergence, truly a figure unparalleled throughout history. He is now known as the revered Jiuxiao, a name recognized across the 3 realms. Rumor has it that his temperament is cool and aloof, with hair as silver as frost. Yet, he possesses a heart as compassionate as that of a bodhisattva, wielding his frost-cold sword to eradicate demonic cultivators and save countless souls. As the storyteller concluded, a wooden block was struck, and the surroundings erupted in applause. Excellent. Well told. Melodious, delightful. In an elegant chamber above, a man clad in white with a bamboo hat smiled as he placed a luminous spirit stone on the table. This stone shimmered with vibrant colors, unmistakably of exceptional quality. The man's slender and graceful hands suggested a captivating beauty belonging to its owner. After placing the spirit stone as a reward, a wooden bird fluttered in through the window, landing beside the man. A gentle breeze passed, yet the white veil on his bamboo hat remained perfectly still. Huh? Is that my senior brother's wooden sparrow? The man picked up the bird, which was intricately carved from wood, its eyes adorned with 2 pieces of obsidian, and even the feathers were delicately sculpted, bringing it to life. At its feet was a small messenger tube. The man retrieved a note from within, flicked it with his fingers, and the inscribed, sound-transmitting rune glowed, emitting a deep and resonant voice. Minshi, I suspect you have sneaked out again to hear the storyteller speak of yourself. If Master discovers you have once more slipped away for leisure, he will surely reprimand you. You should hurry back. The man's voice was rich and powerful, infused with an undertone of affection despite the urgency. Master is emerging from seclusion. I must return at once. Ruan Minshi promptly tucked away the note and released Mu Jio, then produced a spatial talisman, vanishing from his seat in the blink of an eye. Ever since the immortal master Lingyun brought him back to the sect 18 years ago, he had been his disciple, diligently studying under his esteemed guidance. His identity was undoubtedly that of a predetermined prodigy. From birth, he possessed a divine constitution, which essentially meant he remained unaffected by external influences, endowed with an innate cultivation advantage. Progressing in his cultivation was akin to traversing 1,000 miles in a single day, as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. However, such a prodigious designation was inherently destined to be overshadowed by the protagonist. The world in which he currently resided was one of cultivation, where he served as the master of the male lead. Being a master is a perilous vocation, and Ruan Minshi, having witnessed the dangers of such a role, was acutely aware of its risks. Nevertheless, the system assured him that the male lead in this world was a straightforward individual, one not entangled in romantic affairs. The protagonist was destined to ascend through challenges, focused solely on the path of righteousness, with love being merely an afterthought in his journey. According to the narrative, by the time the male lead sought him out as a mentor, he would already have several admirers, having lost his innocence long before. However, since Ruan Minshi arrived early, he would only take on the role of master later in the story. As a disciple of Ling Yun and the junior brother to the sect's leader, he enjoyed a carefree existence under the protection of these two formidable figures. Ruan Minshi also had an elder brother who was the foremost alchemist. Thanks to his divine constitution, he consumed various elixirs as if they were mere snacks. As he matured, he traveled extensively with his master and elder brothers, equipped with numerous life-preserving items, vanquishing demons along the way. His accomplishments were abundant, gradually leading to a reputation that spread throughout the realm of cultivation, rendering him an object of envy. Over time, the tales of his exploits became increasingly exaggerated, transforming him into a distant savior figure. Initially, when he first heard these stories, he was filled with goosebumps, finding them uncomfortable. However, as he listened more frequently, he grew fond of the narratives, relishing in the praises sung about him. In this world, to level up, one must confront monsters, which in this context referred to the demonic race. Originally, the demons did not belong to this realm, but hailed from beyond. Due to the scarcity of resources in their homeland, they migrated en masse to this resource-rich area under the leadership of a powerful demon emperor. This region, composed of both human and spiritual realms, saw the demons encroach upon its territory, establishing a third realm known as the demon realm. Although the demon emperor was formidable, the establishment of the demon realm had drained immense energy and was suppressed by the heavenly laws of this region, preventing him from easily exiting the demon realm. The protagonist, Long Outyen, was fated to be the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, a reincarnation of an immortal lord, born with exceptional spiritual roots and innate prowess. However, the burden of his gifts proved perilous. His parents lacked the ability to protect him, leading to the brutal severing of his spiritual roots and the massacre of his entire clan. Despite the loss of his roots, the male lead persevered, eventually finding refuge with a benevolent couple in the human realm. Through a series of fortuitous encounters, he managed to reconstruct his meridians and restore his spiritual roots, rapidly enhancing his cultivation speed. Later, he experienced further fortuity within the secret realm of the spiritual world, earning entrance into the prestigious sect of Shangxiao. Due to his remarkable performance, he was accepted as a disciple by the unparalleled prodigy, Jiu Zun, subsequently embarking on a journey of cultivation, monster slaying, and vengeance. After the male protagonist matured, he achieved countless victories, driving the demonic clan from beyond the realms out of this world, thus crafting a legendary life. As the esteemed Nine Heavens Master, Ruan Minshi initially nurtured the protagonist. However, during a fierce battle with the Demon Emperor, he suffered a crushing defeat and was taken to the Demon Palace, where his cultivation was destroyed. Unable to reconcile the disparity between his former genius and his current state of helplessness, he lost his righteous path, succumbed to darkness, and harbored resentment toward the now formidable protagonist. It is well known that opposing the protagonist leads to a singular fate, death. At a critical juncture in the battle against the demon clan, Ruan Minshi was betrayed by his respected mentor. Instead of meeting his demise, he not only survived, but also managed to break through his limitations. As for the mentor, he met his end beneath the protagonist's blade. Now, with half a year remaining until the protagonist's formal apprenticeship, Ruan Minshi has already exceeded his quota for slaying demons. With little to occupy his time, he spends his days indulging in food and sleep, listening to books. Although cultivators are capable of fasting, he finds it difficult to relinquish his appetite. Seeing that his indulgence did not hinder his training, the celestial master, Ling Yun, permitted him this leisure. Ling Yun maintained strict expectations for his cultivation. Initially confined to the sect for training, Ruan Minshi, unable to withstand the solitude, leveraged his master's leniency to seek a diversion, sneaking down to the mortal realm while Ling Yun was in seclusion. However, when Ruan Minshi hastily returned, he discovered that Ling Yun had already emerged from his retreat. Glimpsing his kneeling senior brother, who was seeking forgiveness, and then the darkened visage of his master, Ruan Minshi, without a moment to remove his hat, promptly fell to his knees. His movement was fluid, revealing a practiced ease. Upon emerging from seclusion, Dantai Bewley found not his beloved disciple, but rather his elder disciple seeking atonement. A single glance was enough for him to surmise that his cherished apprentice had been indulging in mischief and had stealthily descended the mountain. True to his expectations, it was not long before his young disciple rushed in, kneeling without even managing to adjust his attire. Dantai Bewley sighed in resignation, removing Ruan Minshi's hat. His silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, revealing a finely chiseled, pale visage. Compared to the not fully matured appearance he had possessed before his retreat, the youth now bore deep-set features radiating an ethereal grace. Despite his seemingly transcendent appearance, the allure of the mortal realm lingered in his eyes, which sparkled with a restless brilliance beneath long, light-colored lashes. His hurried arrival left a faint flush upon his cheeks, while stray strands of silver hair framed his face, accentuating his alabaster skin. "Oh no, I hope I won't be punished with copywork," Ruan Minshi thought, as he noticed his master silently observing him with those cherry blossom-colored eyes. Fearful, he closed his eyes, his lashes trembling with anxiety. He dreaded the thought of transcribing scriptures, a tedious task involving lengthy and complex ancient characters. Dantai Bewley, having watched Ruan Minshi grow, easily discerned his thoughts. He gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from Ruan Minshi's face and adjusted his collar. "Now that you have reached adulthood after 5 years apart, how is it that you still exhibit such reckless behavior?" Dantai Bewley let out a helpless sigh, yet his tone bore a hint of mirth. "Very well, you have reached adulthood, and I shall impose no further penalties. Rise." Upon hearing this, Ruan Minshi hastily stood up. Before he could utter a word, he noticed his senior brother, the sect leader, stepping protectively behind him. "Master, my junior brother has spent his formative years within the confines of the Shangxiao sect. My fellow disciples and I have been preoccupied with our duties and have neglected him. Those of his age within the sect are all juniors and dare not engage him in conversation. Moreover, you frequently retreat into seclusion, leaving him in solitude, which must surely be quite lonely." The eldest brother, possessing a demeanor of refined elegance, typically maintained a serious visage befitting his role as the sect leader. His meticulous approach to responsibilities earned him the reputation of an exemplary master. Initially, Ruan Minshi felt hesitant to converse with his senior, but he soon discovered the latter's gentle disposition and constant affection, which drew him closer. His words were articulated with reason, consistently shielding Ruan Minshi, who felt profoundly touched. "Senior brother," he said, his eyes shimmering as he gazed at the sect leader, "it is indeed my oversight." Dantai Bewley observed the bright-eyed gaze of his little disciple directed towards his eldest disciple, and an inexplicable unease stirred within him. He was all too familiar with such adoring eyes, as his little disciple had always looked at him in that manner since childhood. Now, however, that same gaze was directed at another. After a mere 5 years in seclusion, how had their bond grown so intimate? Dantai Bewley reined in his thoughts, silently resolving to nurture a deeper connection with his little disciple. "I understand. You may take your leave." Yes, disciple will take his leave. Ruan Minshi watched as his senior brother bowed and departed, leaving him alone with Dantai Bewley. He recalled that he was merely 13 when Dantai Bewley entered seclusion. Having spent all that time by his side, admiring his beauty and kindness, which kindled feelings of affection within him, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength Dantai Bewley possessed, a power so profound that it could reach the very essence of the world's heavenly laws, making even the system wary of appearing before him for fear of being detected. The system had once advised Ruan Minshi to exercise caution in such a world of cultivation. Unlike the ordinary realm, the celestial laws here, while not on par with the system, govern the world. Should one wish to act against them, the system would be compelled to pay a considerable price to forcibly extract him from this place. The protagonist's growth was intricately linked to the heavenly laws, which turned a blind eye to characters that could enhance the narrative and foster the protagonist's development. However, Should anyone seek to usurp the protagonist's fortune or impede their growth, they would no longer be able to remain in this realm. Years of separation had inevitably bred a sense of estrangement, and Ruan Minshi stood awkwardly in place, fidgeting with his fingers. "Would you accompany me down the mountain, master?" Dantai Bewley, still exuding the same warmth, gently ruffled his little disciple's hair. "Let us disguise ourselves and explore the world beyond." Ruan Minshi recalled the man's fervor for cultivation. This time, he seemed even stronger after his seclusion. Spending so much time in seclusion must have brought about some bottlenecks. "How about we descend the mountain and take a stroll? I shall suppress my cultivation level and accompany you on your adventures." Dantai Bewley had initially not intended to venture out for long, but upon gazing at the individual before him, he abruptly changed his mind, as if compelled by some unseen force. "How splendid! A free immortal master accompanying me. What does it mean to have an immortal master? They are the most formidable beings in this realm, capable of overshadowing even the demon's sovereign." Although he had suppressed his cultivation, it was still a matter of will. His safety was now immensely assured, allowing him to stride forth with confidence. "Let me prepare, and we shall set off shortly." Ruan Minshi chuckled heartily, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and a smile that could not be suppressed adorned his lips. Seeing his disciple so elated, Dantai Bewley's eyes brimmed with warmth. Suddenly, he remembered something important and called out to Ruan Minshi, who was preparing to gather his belongings. "The 100 Clans Grand Assembly is approaching, and the leader has yet to be determined. How about we first attend the gathering at the Chilean sect with the disciples, and then embark on a journey afterward?" "Understood. I will gather my things at once," Ruan Minshi replied, hastily making his way to his modest courtyard. The Shangxiao sect was nestled within the mountains, with numerous gates, and he and Dantai Bewley resided atop the same peak. His lodgings were adjacent to Dantai Bewley's. In his youth, they had shared living quarters due to his tender age. As he matured, Dantai Bewley had established a new abode rich in spiritual energy for him to inhabit. However, due to Dantai Bewley's frequent seclusion, he had seldom maintained a residence. Thus the mountain had largely fallen under Ruan Minshi care. As Dantai Bewley watched his young disciple depart, he concealed his smile. This upcoming 100 Clans Grand Assembly promised to be tumultuous. He had originally intended to send his eldest disciple to handle matters, but accompanying his youngest disciple would serve as a valuable experience. Although the younger disciple was somewhat weaker due to his age, with Dantai Bewley's oversight, there would be no significant issues. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the overwhelming aura of the immortal master dissipated entirely, along with the transformation of his attire and appearance. In the blink of an eye, he had morphed into an ordinary nascent soul cultivator appearing in his 20s. With his striking cherry blossom-colored eyes now transformed into mundane black. As Ruan Minshi hurried back, having stowed away his belongings into his storage ring, he beheld a refined gentleman with black hair and eyes, gently fanning himself with a handkerchief. Clad in the azure robes of a Shangxiao sect disciple, he bore a resemblance to Dantai Bewley, yet his demeanor was entirely distinct. Were it not for Ruan Minshi's prior knowledge of Dantai Bewley's intended transformation, he would find it hard to believe this individual was his master. Dantai Bewley's subtle alterations to his brows, eyes, and nose had entirely altered his appearance and aura. Unlike his former, strikingly aggressive visage, this new guise, though handsome, carried a hint of mischief and frivolity. Even the act of fanning himself exuded an air of flirtation, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with the ethereal and dignified Lingyun immortal master. "Master," Ruan Minshi noted with curiosity, observing that the man's apparent age was merely 110 years. He looked upon him with intrigue, only to find Dantai Bewley gently closing his fan. Smiling back at him, "Do not refer to me as master any longer. Simply call me Bewley. I am now an outer elder of the Shangxiao sect, Ruan Bewley." "Understood." Ruan Minshi nodded, realizing that this technique not only altered appearances, but could also change one's apparent age and realm of cultivation. "Master, you must teach me this art. As we embark on our journey, I shall impart my teachings." Dantai Bewley observed her disciple with a curious gaze, akin to an inquisitive white cat. her smile deepening with delight. This time, the Xiaozong sent a total of 35 participants to the 100 sects Grand Assembly, including 30 disciples. The assembly serves as a platform for disciples to spar, with the requirement that participants be under 50 years of age and not exceed the nascent soul stage in cultivation. Aside from the competing cultivators, 5 elders accompany the group. The most powerful among them was the out-of-body stage cultivator, Ruan Minshi, followed closely by the concealed identity of Dantai Bewley, who had attained the peak of the nascent soul realm. The remaining 3 were also at the nascent soul stage, comprising 1 outer sect elder and 2 inner sect elders. The disciples were pleasantly surprised to learn that the esteemed Jiuxiao Zunzhong would be leading their party. Her ethereal presence captivating all who beheld her, making this journey a feast for the eyes. Each disciple was eager to prove their mettle, for it was a rare opportunity to win the favor of Jiuxiao Zunzhong, who had yet to take on a disciple. Without lingering, the group mounted their flying crane and set off for the location of the Qilian sect in Qilian City. In contrast to the Shangxiazong, which was built upon the mountains, the Qilian sect was established by the waters, situated in the heart of the Qilian River, where red lotus flowers bloomed in resplendent glory. When Ruan Minshi and his companions arrived, it was already evening, and the streets were bustling with people returning to the city. A group of young and handsome disciples donned in their sect's blue robes caught the attention of many. Ruan Minshi, however, chose not to wear the sect's attire. Instead, he donned a conical hat and a white robe, standing at the forefront of the procession. The disciples, having spent their days in cultivation within the sect, found the surroundings novel and gathered in small clusters, eagerly exploring the roadside stalls. Qilian City primarily housed cultivators, with many disciples of the Qilian sect trading goods related to cultivation. The stalls offered talismans, spirit herbs, and various spiritual foods and elixirs crafted by alchemists. Observing that they had ample time, Ruan Minshi did not intervene, instead watching them with a sense of contentment. The vitality of youth is truly splendid. Although he too was young, he bore the weight of an idol's reputation, not forgetting the disciples' discussions during their journey. Compliments such as the esteemed one is undeniably aloof and handsome, disciplined and diligent, a paragon for us to emulate, were lavished upon him in succession, leaving him somewhat bashful under the praise. Thus, he refrained from making grand gestures, maintaining his composure throughout the journey, standing tall and enigmatic as he observed them. Dantai Bewley, seeing his demeanor, understood him well. She purchased a box of lotus cakes from a nearby stall and handed it to Ruan Minshi, saying, "Shi Xiao, it is said that the lotus cakes in Qilian City are exquisite. Do give it a try." "Thank you, Master," Ruan Minshi replied, gratefully lifting the white veil, taking a piece of the lotus cake and savoring it with an appreciative smile directed at Dantai Bewley. "Oh, how delightful is my revered master. Here he stands, moving the hearts of those around him, while his disciples, captivated by his radiant smile beneath the white veil, gasped in astonishment. Had I known that purchasing lotus cakes could elicit a smile from the esteemed Nine Heavens Master, I would have gladly spent my fortune on them." "Oh, you," Dantai Bewley teased, lightly tapping Ruan Minshi's shoulder with a fan. Ruan Minshi felt a tinge of embarrassment, but busied himself, utilizing the ample space beneath his wide-brimmed hat to swiftly devour a box of lotus cakes. Just as he contemplated acquiring another box, he suddenly overheard a commotion nearby. "What are you doing? We bought this first. How can you snatch it away?" If I desire it, it is mine to take." 2 disciples of the Shangxiao sect, their expressions filled with indignation, were embroiled in a dispute with a man dressed in red. The man, possessing significantly greater strength, immediately unleashed a lethal attack upon them. Dark flames surged towards the 2, warping the air around them. "Stop!" Amidst the clamor, a voice emerged, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring. Following the voice, an object infused with pure spiritual energy soared through the air, intercepting the deadly strike. Upon landing, it revealed itself to be an unblemished spiritual stone. The red-clad man's expression shifted. As a perfected Yuaning cultivator, he was accustomed to wielding his prowess over disciples. He was astonished that someone could so effortlessly thwart his attack. "Brother, Is there some misunderstanding? The newcomer, cloaked in white and adorned with a hat, had his features obscured by a veil, rendering his visage indistinct. He appeared scarcely 20 years old, and his cultivation level was indiscernible, possibly concealed by some artifact. The man, upon noticing the youth's age, adopted a disdainful demeanor. How formidable could someone under 20 be? He doesn't even wear disciple robes, merely a lowly pawn. He must have employed some spiritual artifact to block my attack. With this thought, the man sneered, revealing his yawning pressure, and declared, "What I desire, I shall take. If you wish to avoid death, be gone." What a fool! Ruan Minshi had never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Did this man not comprehend that he was attempting to rob someone from the Shangxiao sect? How could a mere yawning cultivator be so dim-witted? Stunned by the man's ignorance, he found himself momentarily speechless. Seeing Ruan Minshi's silence, the man assumed he had intimidated him and grew even more arrogant. "If you kneel before me now, I might reluctantly forgive you." Chapter 33. The antagonistic master of the overbearing male protagonist listening to the man's audacious proclamations. Ruan Minshi finally raised his gaze to regard him. "Noisy," he remarked. He lifted his hand, and the very spiritual stone that had initially blocked the man's attack soared into the air. In a fleeting moment, before the man even had a chance to defend himself, that seemingly ordinary stone pierced through his throat, disintegrating him into dust without a trace of blood spilling upon the stone. Silence ensued. No one dared utter a word, even their breath slowed. To obliterate a perfected Yuan Ing cultivator with a single strike, erasing both soul and flesh. What terrifying power this was. To demand respect, yet provoke the heavens. As Ruan Minshi retracted the spiritual stone, he turned to his two disciples and gently inquired, "Are you both unharmed?" "Thank you, junior martial uncle," expressed the slightly taller disciple with heartfelt gratitude. This individual was indeed unreasonable. It was clearly agreed between Qing and me that we would purchase it together. Yet he attempted to snatch it away. When thwarted, he even resorted to deadly measures against us. Such a fate would be too light for him. The disciple beside her stood with hands on hips, wearing a satisfied expression. "Qing." Ruan Minshi noted the name and scrutinized the taller disciple more closely. The girl stood gracefully, her demeanor resolute. Despite her youth, she possessed a beauty that could captivate the world. With her amber eyes, was she not Yuan Qing, one of the male protagonist consorts? She had been taken on as a disciple by his senior brother, making her the younger sister of the male lead. It was indeed a fortunate coincidence that he had saved her. However, had he not intervened, his master brother would have surely come to their aid. "Esteemed one, do exercise caution. This person is the son of an elder from the Chilean sect. He often flaunts his lineage and cultivation level, behaving arrogantly in the outer sect, with many lives under his command. Should you confront him, the elder will undoubtedly seek you out," a nearby stall owner kindly warned. "Thank you, but it is of no concern," Ruan Minshi replied with gratitude, turning to reassure his younger companions. "Do not fear. As long as I am here, I shall protect you both." When has our Xiaozong ever shied away from such matters? It has been said that the demonic clan is brutal, yet here, a cultivator behaves with such disregard for human life, harming his fellow sect members, even more so than the demons themselves. As cultivators, it is our duty to eradicate evil. Today, I act in the name of justice. Whoever dares to oppose me may step forward for a duel. As he spoke the latter words, he unleashed his spiritual power, filling the venue with his resounding voice. From a distance, Dantai Bewley listened to her young disciple's words, a smile gracing her lips as she gracefully accepted 2 boxes of lotus cakes. Perhaps I should purchase a few more for him. This child has always had a fondness for them. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds engulfed the sky, and with a thunderous roar, a menacing middle-aged man descended from the heavens. "Who dares to kill my son?" His furious shout resonated like thunder, revealing him to be a formidable mid-stage, out-of-body realm cultivator. Ruan Minshi looked helplessly at the glowing mark on his palm. Having just eliminated that individual, this imprint now lingered. It seemed that only by eliminating the source could he rid himself of this burden. Truly, This is a male-centric world where conflict is the norm. After dealing with the minor, the major would inevitably follow, and perhaps the major would have an entire family backing him. Upon discovering the spiritual imprint, the newcomer wasted no time, unleashing a colossal glowing palm that descended from the sky towards Ruan Minshi and his companions. A mere child, he discerned Ruan Minshi's youthful appearance and disdainfully remarked, "This strike will surely send you to accompany my son. It would be a favor to you." The tremendous force stirred up dust and smoke. As the haze cleared, the previously level ground had formed a palm-shaped crater, yet it was empty. The assailant was taken aback. He had exerted 90% of his strength, and yet his attack was effortlessly evaded. All the incessant chatter from above was rather annoying. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared behind him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked from the air to the ground by the white-clad man, the speed leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Immediately following was an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that forced him into the ground. His anguished cries silenced as the man in white trampled him like mere mud, leaving no chance for retaliation. The gust of energy that had just surged caused the hat atop Ruan Minshi's head to fall away, revealing his ethereal and strikingly handsome face. Those eyes, gray like exquisite obsidian, belonged to the esteemed Zi Xiao. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. "The fault lies with the father for not educating the son. I see that you are heavily tainted with the stench of blood, surrounded by numerous vengeful spirits. You are but a nest of snakes and rats." Ruan Minshi, too disinterested to summon his life sword, merely raised his hand and severed the intruder's meridians. It was only at this moment that the welcoming party from the Qi Lian sect arrived, belatedly offering apologies and bowing as they ushered the group onto their vessel. The Qi Lian River, upon which the Qi Lian sect relied, was no ordinary waterway. No mortal cultivator could fly above it or tread upon its surface alone, and passage could only be achieved via specially crafted boats. Only those who had attained the realm of celestial cultivation could traverse the river unaided. Noticing Ruan Minshi's gaze fixed upon the water's surface, Dantai Bewley explained, "In this world, cultivators can be classified into two categories, mortal and celestial. Mortal cultivators are divided into 10 ranks, ascending from Qi refinement, foundation establishment, gold core, nascent soul, out-of-body, transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, to tribulation crossing. Success in crossing the tribulation elevates one to celestial cultivation, freeing them from certain constraints. The rarity of celestial cultivators is palpable, as each new celestial being adds pressure to the heavenly Tao, which seeks to maintain control, resulting in an ever-increasing likelihood of failure in later stages, with the risk of reverting to a mere mortal. The difficulty of transcending the tribulation dissuades many, as numerous cultivators prefer to remain within a single stage rather than risk advancement. After all, becoming a cultivator bestows a lifespan that multiplies several-fold with even a slight breakthrough, earning one great respect, who would willingly forsake longevity for the uncertainties of the unknown. However, the demonic realm is exceedingly formidable. Even the once mighty Dantai Bewley cannot contend with the demon emperor at full strength, necessitating the creation of an entity more powerful than Dantai Bewley by the heavenly Tao. Though the demon emperor and most of the demon race are constrained within the demon realm by the pressure of the heavenly Tao, there will inevitably come a day when they emerge en masse. Cultivation relies on innate talent and mindset. According to the narrative, Ruan Minshi could only reach the great ascension stage before being taken away by the demon lord, subjected to the torment of demonic energy daily, causing his Tao heart to waver and shatter repeatedly. Ultimately, his cultivation plummeted, and when he was cast out from the demon realm, he was inferior even to outer disciples. Ruan Minshi, upon reflecting on this plot, began to discern certain truths. He appeared to be the heavenly Tao's chosen blade to vanquish the demon race, lauded by all as a prodigy. Yet in reality, he was merely a facade, an illusion intended to attract the demon race's attention and be dismantled before he could truly grow. The demon race expended considerable effort to have the demon emperor forcibly take him away. allowing for 3 years of peace to provide ample time for the true child of the heavenly Tao, the male protagonist, to develop. When Ruan Minshi's brilliance could no longer overshadow the protagonist, it would coincide with the protagonist's own ascension. Ruan Minshi found this quite amusing. Having once been an actor, he mused that if the world he inhabited were a play he was to perform in, he would be thoroughly satisfied with the character he was about to portray. Chapter 34. The antagonistic master of the proud dragon hero, the esteemed one, has arrived. As dusk descended, after navigating the lake for some time, they finally reached their destination. The guide respectfully bowed to Ruan Minshi, signaling his arrival. Ruan Minshi, accompanied by his disciples, disembarked from the vessel and gazed upward at the celestial palace above. This was his inaugural visit to the Chilean sect, one of the 4 great sects alongside the Shangxiao sect, and he was taken aback by the opulence of its architecture. The entire Chilean sect was adorned in resplendent golden-red hues, and through some arcane method, in addition to the structures nestled within the river, there were numerous edifices floating in mid-air, each one magnificent and dazzling, shimmering under the light. In comparison to the extravagance of the Chilean sect, Ruan Minshi found himself preferring the more understated elegance of his own Shangxiao sect. Its aesthetic was characterized by an ink green palette, occasionally highlighted with gilded edges that accentuated the eaves. The sect was built against the mountains, harmonizing with the surrounding landscape, resembling a traditional ink wash painting. Ruan Minshi noticed that the disciples they encountered along the way kept their heads bowed, avoiding his gaze. Am I truly that intimidating? He pondered, feeling a tinge of frustration. Perhaps it was merely shyness. Dantai Bewley observed how the disciples furtively stole glances at Ruan Minshi, their faces and ears flushed with color. After arranging matters for his disciples, Ruan Minshi retired to his quarters to prepare for rest. Suddenly, a soft, pink, plush entity materialized before him, bouncing with exuberance. The energy acquired from his previous world had granted it the ability to take form. After much deliberation amidst a spectrum of colors, it ultimately settled on the hue Ruan Minshi had suggested. So soft, Ruan Minshi thought as he cradled the floating creature in his arms. Your white hair is quite beautiful. You smell delightful, it chirped, rolling joyfully in his embrace. By the way, the protagonist is also here. What? Ruan Minshi paused, calculating the protagonist's age. He was 19 this year, and the protagonist would soon come of age to apprentice, which in this world occurred at 16. Thus, the protagonist was currently 15. Why was he here? He had yet to take on an apprenticeship. He was still quite young. He was meant to come here for an opportunity, though it will be perilous. Your presence is unexpected. Despite your items, their usage is limited, so please ensure your safety, the small creature advised earnestly. According to the original narrative, it was the sect leader's senior who was intended to arrive here. Ruan Minshi suddenly recalled that his master had mentioned arranging for the sect leader's senior to come. In the original plot, he nearly lost his life, and it was Dantai Bewley who saved him, Ruan Minshi thought, recalling the casual demeanor of Dantai Bewley before his departure. This matter should have been within his control. Yet it seemed unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Could it be related to the demon realm, or even the demon sovereign? Such variables that even Dantai Bewley could not manage could only pertain to the demonic race. Indeed, the small creature nodded. However, you must not disclose this to him in advance. Otherwise, it may affect the protagonist's fortune. Understood. I shall remain silent, Ruan Minshi replied, suddenly recalling his accrued points. System. Over the past several years, I must have completed numerous tasks, haven't I? Have my points all been upgraded? Because Dantai Bewley has always been by my side. I haven't activated the task completion reminder. Yes, host. You currently have a total of 166 points, which you can use to redeem items in the points mall. Ruan Minshi opened the points mall, only to discover that the items were indeed quite expensive. The S-grade items were limited to 1 purchase, and this singular item required a staggering 10,000 points. A-grade items were somewhat more abundant, yet still ranged from 100 to several thousand points. He noticed that the disposable items were cheaper, while those that could be used multiple times were significantly pricier. This one will do. Ruan Minshi had his eye on a damage-reducing item priced at 150 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-grade item, disposable. Characteristic, can withstand one instance of damage. Regardless of the opponent's level, it can block a lethal blow. Even a deity-level opponent S-strike can be countered with this item. This object exudes an air of sophistication. If the Demon Emperor were to change his mind and attempt to kill me, I could delay my demise a little longer. Moreover, as the system previously indicated, the deity appears to be even more formidable than the system itself, making this item invaluable for withstanding the deity's attack. Ruan Minshi was oblivious to the unforeseen events that might unfold during the competition the following day. His thoughts were a chaotic mess, and he found no solace in meditation or sleep. Thus, he decided to rise and take a stroll, using the opportunity to study the architectural structure and formations of the Chilean sect. Perhaps he could glean some insights to bring back to the Shangxiao sect. Upon arriving at his residence, he noted that the spiritual energy in this location was particularly dense, although the formation here did not resemble an ordinary gathering formation. As dusk fell, the corridor was illuminated by bright, everlasting lamps that cast a light akin to daylight. In this world, cultivation emphasizes harmony with the natural seasons. And as the cultivators had already retired for the night, Ruan Minshi encountered very few people along his path. The formation here was intricate, composed of countless smaller formations interlinked to create a larger array. As he traversed the area, Ruan Minshi silently memorized the formations, gradually sketching a rough outline of a grand array in his mind. Upon reaching a turn, he became so engrossed in his observations of the complex formations that he failed to notice his surroundings and unexpectedly collided with his somewhat shorter youth. Having trained his body extensively, Ruan Minshi's physique was robust and had been tempered to the extent that even spiritual tools could not leave a mark upon him. The collision caused the youth to stumble and fall to the ground, while Ruan Minshi remained steady on his feet. The boy, with captivating features and striking golden eyes, appeared exceptionally enchanting. For reasons unknown, he seemed rather diminutive, possibly due to slow growth, looking no older than 12 or 13 years. A red mark blossomed on his delicate, youthful cheeks. "I apologize," Ruan Minshi said sincerely, crouching down to assist the boy. How could he have overlooked this youth? Perhaps it was because he emitted no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, this little one, despite being knocked over, did not cry or complain, displaying an endearing demeanor. A silver-haired man crouched on the ground, his hair shimmering under the everlasting lamp's light, refracting dazzling rays. Dressed in snow-white robes, his eyes, concealed beneath frosty lashes, were unmatched by even the most exquisite gems in the world. A faint smile graced his pale lips, rendering his appearance utterly peerless. Like a celestial being refined from precious jade, Xiejiu sat on the ground, dazed, gazing at the man extending his hand toward him. His heart raced with an unprecedented fervor, almost bursting from his chest. His adoptive mother had told him that his parents chose this name for him to become a uniquely remarkable man in this world. Jiyu, he pondered. How could a mere piece of jade be considered unparalleled? Yet, today he finally grasped what it meant to witness a truly unparalleled jade. Chapter 35. The antagonistic master of the protagonist in no. It's nothing, Xiejiu stammered, his face flushed, hastily waving his hand. Thank you. Goodbye. He hurriedly scurried away, not daring to glance back at the figure before him. Once he was a distance away, he finally lifted his head, his cheeks still aflame. Oh dear, why didn't I steal a few more glances? The bashful youth, who had earlier been too shy to look, now regretted not savoring the sight of that ethereal being. Such a beautiful immortal, who knew from where they had descended into the mortal realm. After this encounter, would he ever have the chance to see them again? He should have looked more closely. That lad, is no ordinary person, not yet 20, and he is already at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. With his aura, it won't be long before he breaks through to the divine transformation stage. Spoke the spirit of an elderly man that had attached itself to the bracelet Xiejiu had inadvertently found. The pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Upon hearing this, Xiejiu began to infer the identity of the person he had just encountered. At such a young age, possessing such strength, coupled with their extraordinary appearance. He had just met the esteemed Venerable Jiuxiao. Truly, the Venerable Jiuxiao was even more gentle and handsome than the rumors suggested. Xie eyes sparkled with delight. You young rascal, what does it matter who the esteemed immortal is? Though indeed formidable, if you're willing to take me as your master, I promise you will surpass the Venerable Jiuxiao within 5 years. The elder declared, I am sincerely grateful for your saving grace, but regarding the matter of apprenticeship, I must respectfully consider it further. Xie replied earnestly, politely declining the elder's offer. I've heard that the Venerable has no disciples. The elder, recalling the young man he had just rejected, grew anxious, puffing out his cheeks. That person truly looked impressive. In my youth, I was not outdone either. This was pure bravado, for the elder's youthful looks could only be considered above average, a far cry from the celestial beauty of the illustrious Ruan Minshi. Thank you, but I do not require it. Xie maintained his polite refusal, though his mind began to wander, imagining what it would be like if his master were the Venerable Jiuxiao. If that doesn't work, I could teach you both. I was formidable in my time, having reached the immortal sovereign level. Do you truly not desire my legacy? The elder insisted. Apologies, Xie absent-mindedly declined again. The elder felt he had already lowered his stance significantly, but Xie seemed impervious to persuasion. He had finally found such a promising talent, who had faced a tragic past, yet retained a righteous worldview and a positive mindset, truly born for the path of cultivation. Previously, they had been getting along quite well, but upon encountering a man, it seemed as though she had been enchanted. Alas, this truly exemplifies the folly of youth. The elder sighed. As Ruan Minshi mimicked a gesture of disbelief, he watched as the young boy dashed away, feeling somewhat helpless. Am I truly that intimidating? I believe my smile to be quite warm. Why does he regard me as though I am a monster? Host, that individual just now is the protagonist. What? Such a small creature, and you declare him the protagonist? If I recall correctly, the protagonist is already 15 years of age. He simply grew at a slower pace during his childhood. In due time, he will transform into a tall and robust young man. After all, how else could he attract a harem? The system responded earnestly. That does make sense. Ruan Minshi nodded in agreement. He found it difficult to envision that adorable little boy growing into a muscular man. The brief incident did not linger in Ruan Minshi's mind for long. He continued to stroll around, mentally cataloging the entire formation. After observing for a considerable time, he could discern no hidden intricacies. It appeared to be merely an ordinary spirit-gathering formation. Indeed, it is a standard formation. You are overthinking it, host. There is nothing amiss with this formation. The system's assurance alleviated Ruan Minshi's concerns, and he wandered around in search of more issues, but ultimately found nothing, returning empty-handed. The residence of Dantai Bewley was quite distant from him, and upon his return, he was surprised to find Dantai Bewley waiting for him at the entrance. The man had likely been standing there for a while. The cool night breeze gently tousled his long hair. Ruan Minshi quickened his pace to join him, opening the door for both of them to enter the house. Master, I apologize for keeping you waiting. What brings you here? I just performed a divination, and the omens were peculiar. I have an unsettling feeling about this journey and fear unforeseen events may arise. Dantai Bewley swiftly established a barrier and retrieved a white jade hairpin, which he carefully inserted into Ruan Minshi's high ponytail. This hairpin contains a formation I have set. Although I have restricted my own cultivation level, my ability to establish formations remains intact. This item can withstand all attacks below the level of an immortal sovereign and can hold off those above for a brief period. While I am more than capable of protecting you alone, should anything happen to me, you must ensure your own safety. Dantai Bewley's expression was grave as he imparted this advice. Yes, master. Dantai Bewley had always treated Ruan Minshi with tenderness, even administering punishment with a smile when he erred. Thus, it was rare for Ruan Minshi to witness Dantai Bewley in such a serious demeanor, although the sect's tenets emphasized the protection of the populace. If one cannot safeguard their own life, how could they hope to protect others? My child, only by preserving your own life can you save more. Dantai Bewley then presented Ruan Minshi with several treasures, distinct from those he had previously given, as these were intended for self-preservation. The disciple understands. Receiving an array of precious items, Ruan Minshi's smile nearly split his face. He restrained his joy as he responded. Once Dantai Bewley had finished his instructions, Ruan Minshi gazed at the man preparing to depart, and for reasons unknown, an impulsive thought struck him. Since the night is late, why not stay here with your disciple? Only after uttering those words did he realize their impropriety. The esteemed immortal sovereign has transcended the shackles of the universe and requires no sleep. Thus, his inquiry is rather superfluous. As Dantai Bewley observed the somewhat bashful Ruan Minshi, a smile graced his lips, and he did not decline the invitation. Very well. The last time we shared a bed, you were but a tiny child so diminutive. Dantai Bewley reclined in his robes, reminiscent of amusing anecdotes, gesturing as he recalled. At that time, you would come to me each day, clutching your pillow. Your senior brothers of the Shangxiao sect all slept alone, and since I had no need for slumber, I would accommodate you in our shared bed, closing my eyes each night to cultivate my spirit. Ruan Minshi, tensed beside Dantai Bewley, obediently listened to his master's reminiscences. It is true that when you first arrived at Shangxiao sect, you were exceedingly young, merely an infant who could not speak. Lacking experience in child-rearing, I found you crying incessantly whenever you were hungry. Eventually, I procured some spirit beast milk for you, and once you were satiated, you would quiet down, your laughter emerging as you grew more obedient. Listening to tales of his own childhood, Ruan Minshi felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had just arrived in this world, with scant memories of his former life, only recalling that he seemed to have traversed realms. Being both small and mute, he was surrounded by a band of rough men unaccustomed to nurturing a child. Dantai Bewley, a being untouched by the mundane, failed even to provide him with sustenance or garments, leaving him no choice but to weep. Fortunately, they later sought guidance from cultivators with children, and Ruan Minshi's circumstances improved, gradually regaining his memories as he grew. Chapter 36. The antagonistic master of the protagonist, Dantai Bewley, had devoted himself to arduous cultivation from a young age, remaining indifferent to the affairs of the sect even after its establishment, often retreating into seclusion. In his earlier days, when he was not as formidable, many sought his counsel. Yet he was undefeated. Those who lost in competition would remain in the sect, becoming elders to manage its affairs. As he grew increasingly powerful, the sect's reputation soared. And after he broke through to become an immortal sovereign, no one dared to challenge him. Instead, seekers of knowledge arrived in droves. As the sect flourished, the responsibilities of the sect leader multiplied. Dantai Bewley, singularly focused on his cultivation, resolved to step back and took on several exceptionally talented and diligent disciples. He raised them with a hands-off approach, emerging from seclusion to provide guidance before retreating once more. His two disciples proved to be quite self-sufficient, and when the eldest reached sufficient strength, he bequeathed the position of sect leader to him. However, Ruan Minshi, with his unique background and tender age, stood out. When he joined Shangxiao sect, his senior brothers were already centuries old, compelling Dantai Bewley to personally nurture him. The remarkable memories forged over the years with Ruan Minshi seemed to outnumber those accumulated over his millennia of cultivation. This was the child he had raised with his own hands. While cultivators are not meant to harbor selfish desires under the dim light, Dantai Bewley gazed at the now slumbering figure beside him, gently reaching out to touch his delicate white lashes. The responsibility to protect the mortal realm is inherently that of cultivators, yet he found it hard to let go. Just moments ago, he had performed a simple calculation regarding the current events and had even used his essence to divine Ruan Minshi's fate. He could not foresee the future of Ruan Minshi. It was not that he was incapable, but rather that it was beyond his reach. 6 years hence, Ruan Minshi would possess nothing. He would encounter 2 great calamities in the next 3 to 5 years, both of which held no remedy. At merely 19, his youth would only blossom further in 5 years, reaching a vibrant 24. Dantai Bewley's eyes, shrouded by the shadows cast by his lashes, obscured his expression. He simply gazed intently at the slumbering man until a silver ribbon of dawn appeared on the horizon, at which point a sigh escaped the room. The sound was so faint that it was unclear whether it was a sigh or merely the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Ruan Minshi awoke in a warm embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself nestled in the arms of his master, his hands wrapped around the sturdy waist of the man. With heightened sensitivity in this world, he felt an overwhelming itch coursing through him upon contact. The mere touch ignited warmth in his skin. Startled, he sprang up, colliding with a wooden beam above, only to tumble to the ground. Sheetsi, why such haste? Dantai Bewley felt the void where Ruan Minshi had been, only to witness him crash to the floor. The fall dispelled his drowsiness, and Ruan Minshi, his face pale, did not even rub his aching head before turning over on the ground to plead for forgiveness. Disciple has offended his master. Please punish me. It is nothing, rise. Dantai Bewley said gently, helping Ruan Minshi to sit up and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Do not act so recklessly in the future. Ruan Minshi, still dazed from a fall, nodded absent-mindedly. Just then, a knock echoed through the air, prompting Dantai Bewley to don a coat and answer the door. Little Shu, are we not ready to depart? The disciple who knocked, however, found the door opened not by Ruan Minshi, but by another elder in charge of the team. The elder appeared disheveled, clearly just awakened. I apologize for interrupting your happiness. The disciple hastily closed the door and fled. Wait, how could one tarnish another's innocence so easily? His voice was not quiet, and Ruan Minshi wished to dig a hole and bury himself at that moment. Was this truly a misunderstanding? Would he be punished? Despair washed over him. Cough. My presence here does indeed lend itself to misinterpretation. In any case, let us tidy ourselves and prepare for departure. Dantai Bewley coughed awkwardly, successfully missing the hint of crimson that colored his cheeks. The 100 Sects Assembly is a contest among disciples from various sects, open only to those of the foundational and golden core stages of appropriate age. This year's assembly will be inaugurated by the Qilian sect, which will unlock a spatial secret realm teeming with low-tier magical beasts. Disciples entering this realm will be ranked based on the number of magical beasts they slay, accumulating points for their efforts. Low-tier magical beasts range from levels 1 to 3, with different points awarded for each, a single point for level 1, and a substantial 100 points for level 3. The realm even houses a few level 4 magical beasts, each granting 1,000 points upon defeat, to prevent unforeseen incidents. The leading elders of each sect can observe the happenings within the realm through spatial projections from outside, like a live broadcast captured by a camera. Ruan Minshi took his seat in the VIP viewing area, feeling a sense of novelty. The Bizone Grand Assembly, held once every decade, had previously excluded him due to his youth, and this time, his exceptional prowess rendered his participation unnecessary. Honored Venerable, a pleasure to meet you. Truly. Seeing you in person surpasses mere hearsay, greeted a red-haired man adorned with golden chains, seated not far from Ruan Minshi. The man, occupying the central position, was undoubtedly Yi Li, the head of the Qilian sect. Hello, Ruan Minshi replied with a polite smile, noticing the man momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Venerable is extraordinarily handsome. I find myself quite entranced by such beauty, Yi Li remarked with a smile. I sincerely apologize for that earlier incident involving the thoughtless collision. I have expelled him from the Qilian sect. No matter, Ruan Minshi waved his hand, his focus now entirely on the spatial secret realm. He spotted the young boy he had seen the previous night, the protagonist Xiejiu. The boy wielded a dagger, swiftly dispatching a group of demonic creatures. Afterward, might I invite you to dine? The cuisine of Qilian City is truly exceptional, Yi Li suggested, leaving Ruan Minshi somewhat perplexed, though the mention of delicious food piqued his interest. He then received a transmission from Dantai Bewley. This individual is indiscriminate in matters of affection, a notorious flirt. Best to be cautious. Ruan Minshi's lips twitched. It appeared Yi Li harbored intentions towards him. I apologize, but I have no plans to stay, he decisively declined, not sparing another glance at the regretful Yi Li, his attention wholly absorbed by the spatial secret realm. Should any unforeseen events arise, they were most likely to occur within that realm. After all, the broadcast was limited. Should high-level demons or other incidents emerge, the disciples inside would be at risk. These young individuals represented the future of their respective sections. Ruan Minshi, along with the surrounding elders, observed the unfolding events within the spatial secret realm. Unbeknownst to all, guards encircled the area to maintain safety, moving in small groups, gradually forming a structured circle. Chapter 37. The antagonistic master of the overbearing male protagonist Xiao Bai. Ruan Minshi softly called for his destined sword. A flash of silver light revealed a sword as white as snow, seemingly covered in frost, responding to his call. This sword was the illustrious Frosty Snow Sword, originally a piece of jade that became a sword spirit after enduring heavenly tribulations. When drawn, it emanated a chilling light, its blade capable of cleaving mountains as though they were mere clay. True to its appearance, the Frosty Snow Sword was proud and aloof, reluctant to choose a cultivator as its master, opting instead to seal itself in an extremely frigid realm. During his youth, Ruan Minshi had ventured to the frigid lands in search of Snow Lotus and had encountered this sword, which, upon his passing, emitted a resonant cry and forcibly bound itself to him. Since then, it insisted on accompanying him wherever he went, refusing to remain in his storage pouch. A renowned sword among the top 10, it was amusing that Ruan Minshi had given it such a casual name, and it seemed delighted by this. Ruan Minshi was puzzled. How could an ordinary mortal, yet to attain celestial cultivation, have caught the eye of such a remarkable sword? Could it be that my personal charm is simply too compelling? Ruan Minshi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This sword is quite the aesthetic, the system replied. Ruan Minshi remarked, if it's about aesthetics, then so be it. Beauty is indeed a facet of personal charm. He felt a sense of joy regarding his beloved sword's affection for himself. Yet the notion of sharing a bed, even while sleeping, seemed excessively fervent. Before he could express his thoughts, Dantai Bewley, upon discovering this, immediately crafted a bracelet, forcibly reducing the frost and snow sword to hang upon it. When needed, Ruan Minshi could restore it to its original size, as he did now. He grasped the cold hilt of the sword, concealing it within the broad sleeves of his garment. This sequence of actions was executed in an instant, unnoticed by those around him except for Dantai Bewley. Ultimately, it was prudent to retain possession of the sword, just in case. His premonition proved accurate. A sudden twist in the surrounding space ensued, and in the blink of an eye, the group was drawn into a spatial secret realm. Upon entering this realm, they were immediately scattered, with Ruan Minshi standing alone on the grass, clutching the frost and snow sword, observing the demonic creatures rushing towards him. Realizing that an anomaly had emerged here, waves upon waves of high-tier demonic entities surged from all directions, and he had lost contact with Dantai Bewley since their arrival. The spatial artifact could not be activated, nor could teleportation talismans be utilized. Normally, disciples entering the secret realm could escape at any moment using teleportation talismans in case of unforeseen events. However, this secret realm had transformed into a cage for the demons to wreak havoc. Host, Dantai Bewley has not been brought here. Only mortal cultivators have entered. He may have been rejected due to his overwhelming strength, and Dantai Bewley cannot forcibly breach this secret realm. If the realm is broken, all within will surely perish. The system conveyed, I will guide you. I hope you can reach the disciples swiftly. This is an urgent task, as a perfected practitioner of the out-of-body stage. Ruan Minshi possessed a plethora of elixirs and treasures for self-preservation. Yet, how could those disciples merely cultivating the foundation establishment endure? Forgive me, but I cannot linger here with you. Ruan Minshi bit into his fingertip, merging his blood into the frost and snow sword. In the blink of an eye, countless swords encircled him, each emanating a piercing sword aura. Break! Under the onslaught of myriad swords, the surrounding demonic creatures fell one after another. The anomalies within the secret realm were first sensed by the disciples trapped inside. Suddenly, a multitude of mid-tier demons appeared, and many disciples were unable to utter cries for help before their throats were torn apart. However, the distress signals went unanswered. The shattered teleportation talismans proved ineffective. Ultimately, Led by the highest-ranking Ruan Minshi and others, they summoned protective artifacts bestowed by their clans to barely stave off the attacks. They gathered the surviving disciples, seeking refuge in the depths of the secret realm, utilizing the complex terrain to evade further danger. Now, the group of survivors sheltered within a cave, their condition varying from merely dusty to grievously injured, with several already bearing broken limbs, being carried here by their fellow disciples. More monks have already met their demise within the bellies of the high-ranking demons, and many have shed silent tears over the loss of their comrades. Ruan Minshi stood by, gazing at the despondent scene before her. Her heart was filled with helplessness. What should she do? Suddenly, she recalled the esteemed Jiao Shao, who had stood protectively in front of her yesterday. Without further hesitation, she rose and declared, "The esteemed ones will surely devise a way to save us. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot endure until they arrive. Let's first account for our numbers and tend to the wounded. Jiao Shao would never abandon us." Indeed, that is Jiao Shao. Her words resonated with the crowd, stirring their spirits. The illustrious Jiao Shao was a paragon of youth and talent, a beacon for many young cultivators. Xie, gripping his dagger, stood apart from the crowd, quietly conversing with an elder. "What is your perspective on the situation?" Xie inquired. Despite his best efforts, many monks had still perished. In the elder's view, even if Jiao Shao were to arrive, it was unlikely he could save everyone present. After all, he had only attained the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, and a 6th-tier demon could easily counter an out-of-body cultivator. The strongest among the high-ranking demons appeared to be at the 8th tier. The spatial secret realm imposed a level restriction, and now that the demons had forcibly elevated the tier of this lower-level realm, even those cultivators below the transformation stage had been ensnared. However, they seemed unaware of how the realm had been sealed. Even an immortal could not unlock it now, and doing so would mean certain death. Were there only a few high-ranking demons, perhaps he could engage in battle. However, with the number exceeding 10, the cultivators drawn into this conflict were far too few, their strength at most at the nascent soul stage, leaving them barely able to protect themselves. One could only wonder what the demons intended to summon by sacrificing the lives of the cultivators within this entire realm. "Do not worry," the elder reassured. "I possess methods to ensure your survival. Having lived many years, I have numerous ways to preserve life, though I can only protect you." Upon hearing the elder's words, Xie pressed his lips together, tightening his grip on the dagger. If saving others meant certain death for himself, he would prefer that Jiao Shao secure his own safety. He had long since entered, and being the favored disciple of that immortal, he must have plenty of life-preserving treasures, right? I sense a potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the south. It must be him. However, it seems he has employed some secret technique, seemingly elevating his realm. The elder paused momentarily before continuing. "Oh, is he approaching this way? He does not appear to be in a state of retreat or seeking to save himself." Yet, there was another piece of unfortunate news. The demons seemed to have already discovered their whereabouts, with dozens of high-ranking demons making their way toward them. Xie's expression shifted. "Everyone, this is dire. The demons have detected our presence and are heading this way," he warned his fellow disciples, who were huddled together. "What? Just a mere child. Do not spread rumors that incite panic," scoffed a nearby cultivator, and rather than feeling alarmed, the crowd erupted into laughter. Xie was acutely aware of his youthful appearance. Despite being subjected to ridicule, he remained unperturbed, calmly observing his critics without uttering a word. "Young man, is what you say truly accurate?" Ruan Minshi, unlike the others, refrained from laughter and instead called out to Xie with a query, while others failed to discern. Ruan Minshi noted that this young lad possessed the strength of the mid-stage golden core. Though still in his youth, he exhibited a composure that belied his years. "Indeed, it is entirely true," Xie replied, having noticed her wearing the garb of a disciple from the Shangxiao sect. Ruan Minshi glanced back at the remaining 25 sect members. Compared to other sects, the Shangxiao disciples had swiftly regrouped after the incident, sustaining relatively light casualties. "Young brother, could you lend your strength to help us form an array? If successful, it could provide us with a moment of protection." She produced a diagram of the array as she inquired. What is this? Xie felt the complexity and profundity of the array. Ah, the Shanxiao sect is quite formidable. If this array is successfully established, it could indeed withstand for a time. Wasn't the revered Jiuxiao also from this sect? It seems much has transpired during my slumber, the elder remarked. This is our Shanxiao sect's life-preserving array, requiring at least 26 individuals to form. It is typically not to be divulged, but given the current predicament, we must strive to endure. Yi Wanqing hesitated, uncertain whether Xie would assist them. She suspected that his serene demeanor concealed a means of self-preservation. Having exhausted the protective talismans bestowed by her family in her earlier rescue efforts, she believed that if they could endure until the arrival of the revered Jiuxiao, a turning point would surely emerge. Very well, I shall assist you. I am but a wandering cultivator, here for personal trials. I have long admired the Shanxiao sect, but missed the recruitment period, leaving me without a means to join. If we can survive this crisis, I hope you might recommend me. Xie words were profoundly moving. The elder, hidden within the bracelet, silently scoffed, thinking to himself that it was evident Xie was enamored with the revered Jiuxiao after meeting him just the night before. Yi Wanqing, unaware of Xie's thoughts, expressed her gratitude with a nod, saying, I sincerely appreciate your assistance, young brother. I will certainly advocate for you to the sect. The demonic forces approached swiftly. Moments later, a thunderous sound echoed as the mountain where they hid was cleaved in two. 12 high-ranking demons gathered, chanting incantations, and a massive array pulsating with dark energy gradually took shape in the air. The sky grew ominous, thick with clouds, casting a shadow over the land. As the array solidified, crimson blood surged from all directions, converging into the formation. Today, filthy cultivators, today, your blood shall herald the arrival of our sovereign. One of the high-ranking demons, capable of divine consciousness and shape-shifting, cackled menacingly. How come they have not perished? Remarked another demon with purple hair, gazing down at the scene. Amidst the rubble of the collapsed mountain, a golden array shimmered, forming a protective barrier that safeguarded the disciples who should have been buried beneath the debris. Fellow disciples, it is time to unite our strengths. Please lend us your aid. A cold voice resonated through the mountains, belonging to a stunningly beautiful woman sitting at the center of the formation. Yi Wanqing absorbed the spiritual energy from the others, reinforcing the array layer by layer. Yet, the resistance of mere ants is truly laughable. The black-haired demon clan gathered a mass of demonic energy and struck downward. The barrier trembled, but did not shatter. Yi Wanqing swallowed the metallic taste of blood at her throat and popped the remaining pills in her mouth. How amusing! The purple-haired demon observed and chuckled. Enough of this play. We must focus on the matter at hand. Upon hearing the words of the red-haired demon, the rest of the demons fell silent. The red-haired demon raised his hand and, with a single blow, shattered the entire barrier. Within the formation, the immense force caused everyone to cough up blood, their internal organs suffering damage. It's over. Yi Wanqing despairingly closed her eyes. Xie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed softly. This is as far as we can go. The gap in our realms is insurmountable. The purple-haired demon grinned at the disheveled group, casting forth a cloud of demonic mist. Within the mist, everything transformed into blood. Cursed be you. A white jade hairpin was thrust into the once-ruined formation, causing it to radiate brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings and blocking the demonic fog. The wind howled as a figure appeared, sword in hand, clad in white. The individual's attire was now stained black with demonic blood, yet their silver hair and eyes shimmered with brilliance. The esteemed Lord of the Nine Heavens. He has indeed arrived, but this confrontation holds no promise of victory. The elder gazed at the figure in the sky, sighing softly. This person bears a resemblance to myself. Xie looked up at the figure, his heart racing uncontrollably. Another fool has come to meet their demise. The purple-haired demon's eyes lit up upon seeing Ruan Minshi. Wait, don't kill him yet. I want him as my pet. I desire his eyes. The black-haired demon scrutinized Ruan Minshi from head to toe, ultimately fixating on his eyes. "Hey, that is not fair. Why are you trying to steal my prize?" The purple-haired demon protested, agitated. "I have claimed him." The three words spoken by the red-haired demon silenced both competing demons. In the demon clan, strength reigns supreme, and the red-haired demon is but a step away from becoming a demon king, making him the strongest among the 12 demon clans. Observing the demons casually discussing their allocations, Ruan Minshi felt utterly speechless. How impolite. Truly, they are the barbaric demons. There is little choice. Among the 12 demon clans, 9 are 6th-tier demons, comparable in strength to those in the out-of-body stage. The three speaking, purple-haired and black-haired, are 7th-tier demons, on par with those in the transformation stage. The red-haired one is the strongest, an 8th-tier demon, equivalent to those in the integration stage. By the way, beyond the 8th tier, demons are no longer categorized by levels. They are referred to as demon kings and demon lords, with demon kings capable of battling against celestial cultivators, while demon lords are slightly weaker than celestial sovereigns. The demon emperor is a singular figure. I shall not elaborate further, as they are a superpower that even the heavenly Tao contends with. At present, you are merely at the out-of-body stage. Naturally, they look down upon you. Thank you for your elucidation, system. With a hint of resignation, Ruan Minshi retrieved the vial of elixirs bestowed upon him by his second elder brother. Without even glancing at the quantity within, he poured the contents directly into his mouth. "You wish for me to do what? I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences." Grasping the frost and snow sword, his spiritual energy surged violently, and a faint celestial aura began to envelop him. What transpired? How could he, merely at the out-of-body stage, suddenly ascend to the celestial transformation stage? No, he was still advancing, reaching the pinnacle of the virtual refinement stage. The violet-haired demon, who had initially observed Ruan Minshi with a mocking demeanor, now stood in astonishment as he witnessed the remarkable increase in his opponent's power, witnessing a direct leap of 2 tiers to the pinnacle of virtual refinement. What was happening? At that moment, the demon contemplated interrupting Ruan Minshi, yet he was no match for him now. Before he could even approach, he was struck down by a single blow, crashing onto the rubble with a gaping wound in his side. What kind of secret technique had this individual employed to achieve such a drastic enhancement? Demons are inherently selfish. Even upon witnessing a comrade grievously injured, they refrained from offering assistance, instead fixating on the overwhelming aura radiating from Ruan Minshi. Not only had he reached the virtual refinement stage, but he also emanated celestial energy. While ascending from the mortal realm to the celestial plane merely requires one to successfully navigate the tribulation period, the variance between success and failure is immense. Throughout history, countless individuals have reached the tribulation stage, yet only a scant few have achieved true transcendence. If one were to argue that each tier ascended during mortal cultivation becomes increasingly arduous, the challenges faced from tribulation to celestial ascension are unparalleled in comparison. Once one becomes immortal, they command the laws of heaven and earth, enjoying an extended lifespan. Historically, only a handful have achieved immortality. Forgive me, but our Xianxiao sect boasts 2 such individuals, my master and my second elder brother. Most immortals are sword cultivators. Attaining immortality through other means is exceedingly difficult. My second elder brother achieved his status as an immortal through his prowess as an alchemist. Ruan Minshi smiled broadly. His second elder brother was the most formidable alchemist in existence. Prior to his departure to subdue the demon clan, he had entrusted Ruan Minshi with a storage ring filled with elixirs, along with a special vial that he was instructed to carry at all times, with stern warnings against consuming it unless faced with a life-threatening crisis. Through the system, Ruan Minshi learned that the vial contained the ascending Qian pill, a celestial-grade elixir capable of rapidly elevating one's cultivation level in a short span. However, for mortals, consuming even a single pill would shorten their lifespan by half and could result in countless side effects. Yet, should one break through to immortality, the adverse effects would vanish entirely. His second elder brother was confident in his little disciple's potential to achieve immortality. Hence, he had provided him with this pill. If this elixir could offer him a glimmer of hope in dire straits, it would undoubtedly lead to profound insights and breakthroughs. Ruan Minshi, already possessing a millennium of lifespan at the out-of-body stage, was destined to leave this world by the age of 25. Thus, the side effects bore no significance for him. Regardless of the elixir you utilize to attain your enhancement, you remain a tier beneath me. I advise you to relinquish your struggle. I have no desire to mar my collection. The crimson-haired demon conjured a demonic sword, refraining from attacking, yet continued to utter further words. In response, Ruan Minshi delivered a decisive strike with his sword. This blow, infused with snow and mist, unleashed a torrent of silver sword energy that swirled with countless frost and snowflakes, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The sword you wield is so crooked that it cannot strike me. He sidestepped the sword-esque glare, admiring the figure of the cultivator before him, yet he remained somewhat undeterred, saying, "You stand no chance of victory, should you surrender. I can assure you safe passage to the demon realm to preserve your life. I truly wish to spare your exquisite form." "Oh, this sword is not meant to cleave you," replied Ruan Minshi, paying no heed to the demon's idle chatter. With a swift motion, he unleashed several waves of sword energy. Though the red-haired demon was formidable, dispatching the other demons behind him was akin to slicing through cabbage. Hearing the anguished cries of his comrades, the red-haired demon did not turn back. "Perfect. I shall use these worthless demons as nourishment to summon our demon emperor." He observed Ruan Minshi's graceful and fluid attacks, finding himself increasingly enamored with this cultivator. As Ruan Minshi gazed up at the ominous magic array overhead, he sensed something was amiss, as if something were about to be summoned. Desiring to avoid entanglement with the red-haired demon, he swiftly darted toward the magic array. With sword raised and then fallen, thousands of swords converged into one, a frost that startled the heavens. Regrettably, despite his relentless assault, the magic array remained intact. "The formation is complete. Cease your futile struggles and submit to me. Together, we shall await the arrival of His Majesty. I shall request a marriage bond from the Emperor, with a splendid bridal procession for you. Is that agreeable?" This demon surprisingly spoke of earthly weddings, chattering on in stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Is this demon's mind unhinged? The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. I never consented to his words. What is he rambling about? Ruan Minshi unleashed his entire arsenal against the magic array, fervently lamenting to the system. Perhaps demons are simply lacking in intellect, having suffered some injury to their minds in this world. The system agreed, perceiving the demon's bizarre behavior. Indeed, it was peculiar, akin to a malady that would leave one drooling even if cured. Ignoring him, Ruan Minshi focused on dismantling the magic array. Without casting a glance at the demon, he concentrated the celestial energy from his medicinal elixirs and hurled it at the array. This time, the demon did not remain passive, employing all his strength to wield his demonic sword and intercept the celestial energy. "Do not provoke my wrath further," he said, somewhat helplessly observing Ruan Minshi. He added two more words, "husband." This he learned from a human storybook he found on the border. Seeing Ruan Minshi's displeased expression, he silently changed his words. "Wife?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for all present to hear. Is this demon truly so shameless? I have never encountered such brazen impudence. How dare he repeatedly insult the esteemed Lord Jiuxiao? Yuan Qing, healing from her injuries, turned pale with fury, struggling to maintain her breath. Others shared her indignation, wishing to slay this insolent demon. "Old master, do you possess a means to directly eliminate this demon?" "I would pay any price," Xie urged. "Ah, it is rare indeed to witness such pure youthful spirit," replied the elder. Suddenly, the heavens shifted, the sky cleaving in twain. A tremendous pressure forced all present to the ground, rendering them unable to even twitch a finger. A man clad in a flowing black robe adorned with shimmering dark patterns gradually emerged from the void. "Left Guardian, it has been several days since we last met. How is it that you have acquired a wife?" At the moment the man appeared, the red-haired demon knelt in mid-air, trembling uncontrollably at the words of the man, too fearful to utter another sound. A profound sense of dread enveloped Ruan Minshi, rendering even the slightest movement an arduous task. It was the body's instinctive warning against those of overwhelming power. Ruan Minshi gathered his spiritual energy to shield his body, biting his lip, and with resolute will, slowly raised his gaze to behold the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was tall and imposing, draped in a black robe, with ebony hair and crimson eyes. His long, dark locks fell loosely around him, framing a visage of unparalleled beauty. Were it not for the aura of malice that surrounded him, he could easily be mistaken for a human cultivator. Yes, his attire was a deep V-neck, quite fitting for a man of his stature. Under the influence of his oppressive aura, Ruan Minshi was compelled to squint, pondering silently. Heavenly path? How can you possess an aura reminiscent of the heavenly path? Ruan Minshi found himself shrouded in formidable pressure, expending every ounce of strength to resist it, rendering him nearly immobile. Reminiscent of the heavenly path? It must pertain to the system. However, as long as the system remains dormant, discovering its existence is impossible. Could it be that you are the fated child of the heavenly path? The Demon Emperor lifted Ruan Minshi's chin, leaving his statement unfinished. Fated child of the heavenly path? While it is true that I am exceptional, that title does not belong to me. I am merely a stepping stone. The true fated child lies below. Ruan Minshi retorted internally, suddenly realizing that the oppressive weight had lessened slightly. Recognizing the opportunity to act, he decisively swatted away the unwelcome hand that lingered on his cheek and drew his sword, aiming it at the Demon Emperor. The gloves worn by the Demon Emperor, though soft, exuded a metallic sheen, chilling to the touch. The sword he raised was effortlessly seized by the Demon Emperor, who pinched the blade between his fingers, rendering Ruan Minshi's thrust ineffective and his attempts to withdraw futile. Rarely does the heavenly path possess such discernment. Your innate talent is indeed remarkable, and your appearance is quite pleasing. However, your attire is a touch too constrictive, the Demon Emperor mused, his crimson gaze sweeping over Ruan Minshi. He grasped Ruan Minshi's collar, his fingers sliding downward. The cold, somewhat coarse gloves grazed Ruan Minshi's soft skin, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Are all demons so obsessed with appearances and so lecherous? Ruan Minshi lamented his plight, feeling utterly helpless against the relentless advances of the Demon Emperor. His bemusement at being mistaken for the fated child of the heavenly path was not unexpected. The fated child serves as the world's core. Should they perish, the very fabric of the world would unravel. This misunderstanding would lead the Demon Emperor to incapacitate his own power rather than take his life. Ruan Minshi's suspicion regarding the Demon Emperor's lewdness was not unfounded. Demons have always acted according to their whims, and lower-tier demons are known solely for their propensity for violence, lacking even a semblance of humanity. The high-ranking demons possess both human forms and consciousness, yet they act solely on instinct, seizing what they desire and retreating to slumber for self-satisfaction. The demon clan engages in their whims without any pretense or sense of shame. The earlier red-haired demon displayed a modicum of politeness, inquiring about Ruan Minshi, albeit with little regard for his response. The Demon Emperor, having indulged with countless beings, upon realizing he could not annihilate himself, began to disrobe. At such an advanced age, he still harbored such enthusiasm. Ruan Minshi could not help but disdain the Demon Emperor. This was a misunderstanding on his part. The Emperor, forcibly opening the demon realm, was suppressed by the heavenly will, spending his days in a deep slumber to recuperate, occasionally sending his avatars to engage with the world and eliminate some cultivators. Ultimately, the Emperor's paramount objective remained to locate the fated child and obliterate him. Over the years, he had been in pursuit, and fortuitously, during this descent, he encountered the child of destiny. The Demon Emperor, fiercely ambitious yet morally upright, had lived for millennia, unencumbered by romantic entanglements. Simply put, he was a career-driven bachelor, untouched by love or lust. Ruan Minshi glared at him, while Di Lin Yuan gazed at the ethereal beauty of the man before him, captivated by his luminous peach blossom eyes and the perfectly placed tear mole at the corner of his eye. Hesitating, he refrained from further intrusion. A lovely gaze indeed. Just what he needed. A small pet to spoil in the Demon Emperor's palace. Withdraw, left guardian. Allow me to indulge with my pet. Di Lin Yuan felt the delicate, lustrous skin he touched and found himself reluctant to part. The left guardian, without raising his head, tearfully shattered the command token, retreating back to the demon realm. How lamentable that the lady he had hardly glimpsed was already beyond his reach. Di Lin Yuan retracted his hand, lightly tapping Ruan Minshi's brow, intending to sever his meridians and render him powerless. Unexpectedly, his dark energy failed to penetrate. Ruan Minshi's brow suddenly radiated a brilliant light, repelling his demonic essence. Di Lin Yuan's expression soured. Upon seeing the light blade, he swiftly retreated. Despite his agility, he was still grazed by the blade, leaving a mark on his palm. The imprint of the Celestial Lord. This avatar of Di Lin Yuan was somewhat weaker than the Celestial Lord, and though he felt no anger at the injury, he was inexplicably irked by the celestial mark on Ruan Minshi. Summoning dark flames, he incinerated the damaged glove to ashes, while the wound on his hand healed at a visible pace. Who had left this mark? He retracted the pressure he exerted on Ruan Minshi, his tone resembling that of a jealous lover questioning the identity of an unfaithful partner. Ruan Minshi, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, found the oppressive aura had dissipated and, with a cut to his palm, raised the frost snow sword to retaliate. The mark of his master had been triggered, and he anticipated the arrival of Dantai Bewley. He was eager to see what prowess this Demon Emperor avatar could still muster. However, at this moment, Di Lin Yuan had no desire to continue battling Ruan Minshi. He wished solely to bring him back to the demon realm. His tone softened considerably. One must be gentler with a cherished pet than with an adversary. He allowed Ruan Minshi to wield his sword against him, effortlessly evading the strikes while casually offering pointers on his swordplay. Emperor Lin Yuan danced around Ruan Minshi, creating a commotion until a cherry blossom-colored sword pierced him through, halting his antics. Master! Ruan Minshi's eyes lit up as he was embraced by the newcomer. The effect of the elixir he had consumed was nearly spent, and with his nerves taut and considerable spiritual energy depleted, he was close to exhaustion. Upon seeing Dantai Bewley's arrival, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief and closed his eyes, collapsing into his arms. Dantai Bewley tightened his embrace around Ruan Minshi, his expression serious as he checked his wrist. Noticing the pulse still beating, he exhaled slowly, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Master? How intriguing. Upon discovering the celestial mark on Ruan Minshi, Emperor Lin Yuan realized he could not take him away, so he decided to play instead. Curious to see who had left their mark on his favored disciple. To his surprise, it was his master. Yet, what kind of master would treat their disciple in such a manner? Intriguing indeed. Next time, I shall not let you escape so easily, child of destiny. As his avatar was pierced and severely injured, his form began to fade, becoming transparent until he vanished completely. With his disappearance, the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated. Chapter 41. The antagonistic master of the overbearing male protagonist. When Ruan Minshi awoke, he could not ascertain how much time had passed. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a familiar place, his chamber in the Shangxiao sect. Junior brother, you have finally awakened. A man with a high ponytail and golden hair, slightly curled, looked at Ruan Minshi with concern. Without hesitation, he pinched Ruan Minshi's porcelain-white face. I instructed you to take a single ascending qi pill in dire circumstances. Yet you consumed an entire bottle. Do you have any idea how worried I was? His phoenix-like eyes, colored in hues of azure, brimmed with affection as he gazed at Ruan Minshi. Not satisfied with just one pinch, he playfully pinched a few more times. The name Shixuigi, derived from a phoenix transformed from a celestial beast, endowed him with unique hair and eye colors. He had come to the Shangxiao sect solely because of the immense parasol tree present there. As a celestial beast, unlike human cultivators who could only possess one spiritual root, he inherently possessed both pure wood and fire roots, making him exceptionally suited to be an alchemist. Brother, it has been so long since we last met. You must have returned to see me, right? Ruan Minshi rose, feeling a slight itch on his previously pinched face. though the gentle pinching had not been painful. Indeed, I came to check on my junior brother, who has slain 19 fiends. You are truly remarkable, having consumed 3 ascending chi pills at once. If you do not achieve immortality within 106 years, you shall face death. Shikswagi twirled the teacup in his hand. 100 years? That should be a trivial matter for me. Ruan Minshi leaned against the table, speaking boastfully. If he could indeed live that long, it should be achievable. You have quite the short memory. Shikswagi tapped his head. You have slept for a full 6 months. 6 months? How could I have slept for so long? Ruan Minshi exclaimed in astonishment. You have not only consumed the ascendant elixir, but also employed forbidden techniques to forcibly wield the frost snow sword. It is indeed remarkable that you have emerged unscathed from such tribulations. I hear it was Master who brought you back. Upon your return, it is true that you have not sustained any external injuries. However, the depletion of your spiritual energy has resulted in significant internal damage, with blocked meridians and severe internal injuries. After Shirshiwegue concluded his remarks, he seized the cup of tea from the table and drained it in one go. He continued, saying that although this may not seem like a grave matter, the path to recovery is fraught with complications. In the initial 2 months, Master diligently focused on unblocking your meridians and replenishing your spiritual energy. The input had to be gradual, allowing only a modest infusion at a time. Upon my return, I commenced daily medicinal baths to restore your constitution. The 2 immortal sovereigns worked tirelessly to mend your health, preventing you from developing any lasting ailments and fortifying your meridians in the process. Now, take a moment to reflect on your own meridians. They must feel considerably purer. When Ruan Minshi attempted to circulate his spiritual energy, he realized there was no sensation of blockage whatsoever, and he had indeed broken through to the transformation realm. Thank you. Second senior brother, he expressed with a chuckle, embracing the man much like he did in his childhood. Under such meticulous care, his cultivation would flourish, turning adversity into fortune. As Shirshiwege departed from the Shangxiao sect, Ruan Minshi observed that the little companion who once chased after him had grown up in the blink of an eye. The younger disciple had matured, bearing a resemblance to the renowned Jiuxiao sovereign, unlike the weeping child he once was. Shirshiwege, having devoted himself to alchemy within the Shangxiao sect, seldom interacted with others, resulting in his acerbic wit. In Ruan Minshi's youth, a few sharp words from him could easily reduce the boy to tears, prompting Dantai Bewley to comfort him repeatedly. Ruan Minshi felt a twinge of embarrassment recalling those moments, as he had no coherent memories at that time, merely the mindset of a child, playful and prone to tears, making him reluctant to dwell on such recollections. Second senior brother, have you found success in suppressing the demon clan? Ruan Minshi decisively chose to shift the topic. Indeed, it has been smooth sailing. The demon clan I have encountered cannot contend with me. However, the demon sovereign has been increasingly dispatching avatars to the mortal realm, and their frequency has surged of late. Previously, such incursions occurred once every few years, but now there have been several within less than a year. The demon sovereign requires a substantial offering of blood from living beings to send these avatars down. Since that day, several incidents have transpired, yet they were thwarted or eradicated. In mentioning the demon sovereign, Ruan Minshi speculated that it was likely due to the sovereign mistakenly believing him to be the child of fortune, aiming to eliminate him in the mortal realm. I have returned to watch over you. Soon I shall set forth once more to guard the borders. It seems there have been unusual movements in the west as well, and Master has already ventured there. The demon sovereign's actions are erratic, and the demon clan may be orchestrating a grand scheme. I fear there may be unforeseen developments. It is the duty of Shirshiwege, as the phoenix of the immortal beasts, to protect the realm of mortals. Take good care of yourself, second senior brother. Ruan Minshi felt a pang of concern, knowing he would soon depart to defend the borders once more. Of course, Shirshiwege replied, handing Ruan Minshi a storage pouch. What is this? Ruan Minshi inquired, sweeping his consciousness over it and discovering it was brimming with items. Elixirs. Take them. I have prepared a few more. Shirshiwege gestured nonchalantly. Ruan Minshi picked up the storage bag and expressed his gratitude succinctly. I have prepared some items for you as well, senior brother. He rummaged through the cabinet and produced a wooden box. Upon opening it, Shikswagi beheld an array of colorful gems, instantly recognizing that they hailed from diverse origins, meticulously preserved and collected with great care. He picked up a deep gray gem, captivated by its allure. Birds are utterly defenseless against such sparkling treasures. I gathered these during my travels, Ruan Minshi remarked, having long awaited the opportunity to present them to Shikswagi upon his return. Shikswagi solemnly accepted the box, assuring, "I shall keep them safe." Seeing his delight, Ruan Minshi smiled gently and inquired, "By the way, isn't it time to recruit disciples for the intersect? When is the competition?" "It seems to have concluded already," Shikswagi replied, his unique status preventing him from taking on apprentices. He had not returned to the Shangxiao sect in a long while and was somewhat uncertain about these matters. "What? It's over." Ruan Minshi's complexion turned ashen, a wave of dread washing over him. Surely, the protagonist had not already taken another as his master? Yes, it has concluded. At that moment, the sect leader entered, delivering the news that struck Ruan Minshi's heart like a hammer, plunging it further into despair. "The junior disciple awakens at just the right time. I was about to discuss the matter of recruiting disciples with you." "With me?" Ruan Minshi, pale-faced, pointed at himself and weakly inquired. "Indeed. Shikswagi mentioned you would awaken in these past few days, so I thought I'd check on you." The sect leader sat beside Ruan Minshi and noticed his pallor. "It appears you still require some rest. However, what I wish to convey is that the disciple who emerged victorious in this year's competition refuses to take any master but you. By the way, that child seems to have a connection with you. On that day, you single-handedly protected the disciples within the spatial secret realm, and he was one of them." Upon hearing this, Ruan Minshi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "What's his name?" he inquired eagerly. "Xiejiu." "Excellent." Ruan Minshi sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. "The protagonist certainly possesses discernment. You must go meet him at once." Xiejiu had been at Shangxiao sect for half a year. After the emergence of the Demon Emperor, he had lacked even the strength to stand. Pressing his palms into the ground until they bled, realizing for the first time how powerless he was, unable to accomplish anything. The chasm between them felt insurmountable. He was filled with resentment. If only he had been born a little earlier, might he not be lying on the ground in humiliation at this moment, but rather standing alongside him? What if? Countless scenarios flooded his mind, yet he understood that such musings were futile. He must seize the present and strive for strength. In the days that followed, with the introduction of Yuan Xing, he successfully entered Shangxiao sect, commencing his studies in the outer sect. In just 6 short months, he devoted himself to cultivation, dedicating himself to practice aside from essential coursework and tasks. Witnessing his dejected demeanor, the elder, despite Xian not formally becoming his apprentice, sighed and imparted the techniques to him in full. Xiejiu exhibited remarkable aptitude, swiftly mastering the techniques imparted by the elder. The Upper Skies sect, renowned as the foremost sect, allowed disciples to earn points by completing assigned tasks, which could then be exchanged for essential elixirs and cultivation manuals. During this period, he honed his skills through various tasks while utilizing his points to acquire necessary medicinal herbs for his practice. As he matured, the young man shed his youthful roundness, transforming into a tall and handsome youth. Over the course of 6 months, he had heard countless anecdotes regarding the legendary figure, Ruan Minshi, within the sect, where all held this youthful sage in high esteem, frequently mentioning him in conversation. Through their myriad whispers, he pieced together a portrait of a spirited young prodigy, quite unlike the aloof sage portrayed in rumors. He was neither distant nor cold. Rather, he was affable, treating both inner and outer disciples with equal kindness, occasionally offering guidance to those struggling at a bottleneck before departing with nonchalance. He did not practice abstinence from food, delighting in various pastries, particularly those of a sweet nature, and would sometimes trade exquisite treasures for a mere ordinary cake. Should one encounter difficulties, a small piece of cake could easily bribe him into assistance, if one could find him. That is, for he was often embroiled in battles against the demon clan. It seemed he was invincible, returning each time with yet more tales of his exploits. In truth, he frequently bore injuries, needing to rest for long periods upon his return, recuperating until he could once again roam the sect as if nothing had happened. This time, however, he had summoned a renowned medicine saint from 1,000 miles away, and the usually smiling sect leader wore a grave expression. Half a year had passed, and Siejiu found himself uncontrollably thinking of him, wondering if he was well and whether he had suffered any serious injuries. The silence spoke volumes. Perhaps no news was good news. How could such a brilliant individual exist in the world? Siejiu pondered. In the intersect disciple competition, Siejiu easily triumphed. When asked which sage he wished to apprentice under, he unhesitatingly declared his desire to study under sage Jiuxiao. Mixed with hope was a tinge of fear. What if something had indeed befallen Ruan Minshi? Fortunately, the sect leader indicated that Ruan Minshi would awaken soon, at which point he would inquire about his wishes. The thought of him being well was a relief. For the first time in half a year, Siejiu felt a sense of relaxation and joy. In any case, he had entered the inner sect and officially become an inner disciple. Would he still remember me? Siejiu spent a sleepless night replaying their initial encounter when he accidentally bumped into that person, who had apologized and helped him up. As dawn broke, he finally drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he beheld that person, partially bare, bathing. The silhouette behind the veil was ethereal, the sound of water cascading. And under the moonlight, he turned, clad only in a thin silk garment. Upon seeing Siejiu, he smiled gently and called out his name. Siejiu, breaking from his usual early rising, slept until the sun was high in the sky. Upon waking, he gazed at his untidy bed, his face flushed. After sitting in a daze for a moment, he suddenly came to his senses and performed a cleansing spell over the bed. Now 16, he was no longer ignorant of many things. Jiu, the sect leader calls for you. Siejiu sought employment at the scripture pavilion, where he could earn spiritual stones while immersing himself in the vast collection of texts. He hurried to the pavilion and, shortly after his arrival, was summoned to meet the sect leader, following his senior brother. He did not ascend to the mountaintop where the leader resided, but instead proceeded to the hall of the revered Jiuxiao. His palms were damp with anxiety, and indeed, within the hall, he beheld the Jiuxiao seated beside the sect leader. The venerable figure bore an uncanny resemblance to his dream, with bright, radiant eyes and an aura of vitality, showing no signs of past injuries. Disciple Siejiu pays respects to the sect leader and to Jiuxiao. Ruan Minshi, in a rare visit to the hall of the revered, observed Siejiu's bow and did not remain seated. He descended to meet him. I hear you wish to take me as your master? Ruan Minshi regarded Siejiu with satisfaction, noticing his evident growth in strength and maturity since their last encounter. Yes, the disciple admires the venerable one and hopes to be accepted as your apprentice. Siejiu bowed deeply, his head lowered in utmost respect. He felt the presence of the revered figure close to him, catching a faint scent of herbal fragrance, a new aroma that had not been there before. Indeed, young man, you possess great spirit. Ruan Minshi could not hide his approval. With a wave of his hand, a cup of tea materialized before him and Siejiu. Look up. His voice was gentle, and upon raising his gaze, Siejiu found himself staring at the jade cup filled with fragrant tea. In disbelief, he glanced at Ruan Minshi, and with a nod of encouragement, he grasped the cup. By taking this cup of tea, you become my disciple, Ruan Minshi said with a light chuckle. Master, please enjoy the tea. Siejiu steadied his hands, presenting the cup to Ruan Minshi. The master accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp. Although the initiation ceremony may seem somewhat simplistic, you must cherish this rite of apprenticeship. I shall announce to the entire sect that you are now my disciple. Ruan Minshi produced a lustrous jade pendant and handed it to Siejiu. Grasping the pendant, Siejiu trembled and felt somewhat overwhelmed. Is this how I have successfully become your disciple? Ruan Minshi found his reaction endearing and affectionately ruffled the hair of his newly accepted disciple. Fear not, my dear pupil. Now that I have taken you under my wing, I shall dedicate myself to your education. As Siejiu felt the gentle caress of the revered hand upon his head, his eyes glistened with emotion. Yes, master. Chapter 43. The antagonistic mentor of the overpowered protagonist. With the initiation complete, Ruan Minshi instructed Siejiu to gather his belongings before moving over. He could not help but chuckle as he watched his nervous disciple awkwardly make his way out. It appeared that the young master was quite pleased with his new student. The sect leader, observing Ruan Minshi's radiant smile, approached him. After receiving an urgent message, Shishue swiftly departed from Shangxiao sect. Had he not left, he would surely have stayed to witness this significant event of his junior brother taking on an apprentice. Moving forward with a disciple by his side, one must avoid the impulsiveness of the past. Very well, elder brother. In due time, we can venture down the mountain together with the disciple to listen to lectures. I am well aware of the finest pastries available below the mountain, and for the protagonist destined to one day take my life. I sincerely hope he will grant me a swift demise in light of our master-disciple bond. By the way, senior brother, what exactly transpired at the Red Lotus sect? Why were we ensnared within the spatial secret realm? An elder from the Red Lotus sect conspired with the demon clan, utilizing the demons stationed outside and within to assist in summoning the demon lord, sacrificing the lives of all cultivators within the entire spatial secret realm. Fortunately, you managed to intervene in time, and both the elder and the guards were utterly annihilated, providing a semblance of closure for the departed disciples. Speaking of this matter, the sect master also bears a heavy heart. The losses are grievous, all young lives snuffed out too soon. Ruan Minshi grasped the frost snow sword pendant, falling into a contemplative silence. Xiejiu's belongings were minimal. He hastily organized them and stowed them away in his storage ring, striding towards the mountain peak where Ruan Minshi awaited. The barriers encountered along the way posed no hindrance. Xiejiu had just arrived with his senior brother on a crane, and now, traveling alone afforded him the opportunity to appreciate the mountainous scenery. The landscape was lush and vibrant, imbued with rich spiritual energy, and the harmonious chorus of birds filled the air. Halfway through his journey, he paused, spotting Ruan Minshi waiting for him not far off. The man, clad in white, appeared strikingly clear under the light. "My dear disciple," Ruan Minshi exclaimed upon seeing Xiejiu, "your residence is not yet completed, so you shall stay with me for the time being. This mountain peak is where I reside alongside your master's ancestor, though he is seldom present. Thus I manage the place. Allow me to escort you to my abode." "Very well." Xiejiu eagerly accepted. As they walked, he stole glances at Ruan Minshi's profile, which was even more enchanting up close. His long eyelashes, prominent nose, and perfectly shaped lips of a delicate pink hue. His master truly seemed to transcend the mundane realm. "Esteemed elder, how is my master's health?" he inquired, captivated by Ruan Minshi's countenance, unable to discern any internal injuries. Thus, he discreetly posed the question to the elder. "In my humble opinion, the elixir he consumed last time seems to have affected his lifespan. He was destined for a millennium. Yet now only a little over a century remains," the elder observed while stroking his beard within the confines of his bracelet space. "What?" Xiejiu maintained a composed exterior, though his heart was alarmed. However, there is no need for excessive worry. He currently has no internal injuries and is being well cared for. Given his level of cultivation, achieving immortality within a century is not outside the realm of possibility. Once he ascends, he will no longer be affected by this," the elder added reassuringly. "That is a relief," Xiejiu sighed, feeling a weight lift from his heart. While Xiejiu consulted the elder, Ruan Minshi was inquiring of the system. "System, did the protagonist happen to find the beast bone that day?" A rare beast bone was the protagonist's fortuitous encounter that would prove invaluable in the future. Ruan Minshi was uncertain if he had inadvertently interfered with the protagonist's fate and thus sought clarification from the system. "Rest assured, host, he has indeed found it," the system replied, sipping on its delightful beverage within the confines of the space. "Excellent, excellent. But I notice the protagonist is still present. Is he still single?" "The narrative does not seem to suggest that." "Well, your dashing actions that day profoundly moved the protagonist. After that day concluded, he promptly arrived at the Xianxiao sect, much earlier than anticipated. However, fret not. As long as you accompany him in completing the task, you can help him seize this opportunity. For this celestial fire will only recognize him as its master. The system efficiently assigned the task. The task has been delivered. Please take a look. When the moment is right, you may take him out of the sect. Fearing the discovery of the task interface, Ruan Minshi usually keeps the tasks hidden, only occasionally glancing at them when Dan Tai Bu Li is absent. Now that Dan Tai Bu Li is not within the sect, Ruan Minshi can finally relax and review the task. Latest task: accompany the male protagonist to the Golden Mountain and assist him in acquiring the celestial fire. Host task completion: 0. Task deadline: 2 years. The deadline for this task is indeed generous. Ruan Minshi has never encountered such an extensive time frame. Notarus. Primarily, he cannot utilize it just yet. Teach him some techniques first, allowing him to reach the nascent soul stage, and it will be timely to collect him later. After all, a higher cultivation level will make him easier to collect, and you will also become stronger, which is the prudent approach. The incident that day startled the system. With the demon sovereign present, albeit merely a split form, the demon sovereign is remarkably perceptive, and it cannot reveal itself. Thus, after careful consideration, it decided to proceed gradually. Nothing is more important than the host's safety. Upon arrival, Ruan Minshi pushed open the courtyard door, inviting Xie inside. He resided in a modest courtyard, simply and cleanly arranged, primarily because he was too lazy to maintain it and felt uncomfortable summoning disciples. That is my room. He gestured towards the central chamber. This one is yours. Have a look and see if you need anything added. He and Xie approached the room adjacent to his own. He had never used this room, as it had been hastily prepared. It contained only a bed, a cabinet, and a table, lacking even a chair, rendering it rather bare. Ahem, here are some spirit stones. Take them for your use. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he produced a large bag of top-quality spirit stones for Xie. And these elixirs. He retrieved another large bag filled with elixirs. Expensive items were piled onto the table, as if he were wholesale trading them. Upon closer inspection, the bag was woven from rare spirit silkworm fibers, adorned with shimmering patterns. While he might lack other possessions, he certainly had an abundance of elixirs and spirit stones. Wow, your master is quite wealthy, the elder exclaimed, eyes wide. The material of this bag was extraordinary, impervious to blades, and made for storing items. These elixirs, the bone-washing pill, the Yuan recovery pill, the tranquil heart pill, the spirit restoration pill, all top tier. Each of these elixirs, if taken out individually, was worth millions of spirit stones. Wait, there are even celestial-grade elixirs. Master, these are far too precious. Xie had only managed to accumulate a few top-quality spirit stones over the past 6 months, let alone these elixirs, some of which he had never even seen before. Do not worry, I have plenty more. Just take these for now, my dear. Although Xie was growing quickly, he still stood half a head shorter than Ruan Minshi, who ruffled his hair and said, Good. Thank you, master. Xie happily nodded, his eyes sparkling with joy. Chapter 44. The overpowered male protagonist's antagonistic master having settled his young disciple, Ruan Minshi returned to his own room, sitting cross-legged on a soft mat. Since awakening, he had been preoccupied and had little time to adjust his body. Now, at last, he found himself with some leisure. Ruan Minshi sensed that his spiritual energy was indeed much more abundant than before, and his 5 senses had been enhanced. After breaking through to the initial stage of the transformation god realm, the experience of wielding spiritual power felt entirely different. The world of cultivation was truly fascinating. It was a pity that he had no opportunity to ascend to immortality, and he could only wonder what insights might come with reaching such a realm. After a brief period of adjustment, Ruan Minshi rose to his feet, intending to check on how Xie was progressing. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the door next door was ajar. Peering inside, he found that the space was already neatly organized, and by the window, there was even a complete spiritual stove. Master, Xie, holding several ingredients, placed them on the ground upon seeing Ruan Minshi standing at the door. What is this? Ruan Minshi inquired, observing a large bag of vegetables and fruits. I heard you have not undergone fasting, so I thought to prepare 3 meals a day for you. Thus I want to buy some ingredients, Xie explained. You need not worry about it hindering my cultivation. Using the spiritual stove to prepare food can enhance my control over spiritual energy. Ruan Minshi nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the thoughtfulness. After a moment's reflection, he took out a ring and handed it to Xie. This ring contains a small space where you can store the ingredients you purchased. Ordinary vegetables can remain fresh for a week inside. You can also plant some precious spiritual herbs within. Thank you, Master. Xie accepted the ring and stored the ingredients within. As the day was drawing to a close, Ruan Minshi playfully raised a finger and winked at Xie, donning a conical hat with a veil. Come, Master will take you down the mountain for some delicious food. He took Xie's hand. But, Master, the sect has rules. Disciples are not allowed to descend the mountain freely unless they have completed a task. Despite saying this, Xie tightened his grip on Ruan Minshi's hand. Perhaps due to his ice-type spiritual root, Ruan Minshi's body temperature was slightly lower, making his hand feel cool, akin to holding a piece of jade. Then let us go secretly, Ruan Minshi suggested, summoning the frost snow sword and leading Xie to stand upon it. The sword emitted a displeased sound at the presence of someone other than its master standing on it. Be obedient. This is my newly accepted disciple. Ruan Minshi reassured the frost snow sword after seeing Xie's anxious expression. Are you afraid? Do you want to hold on to Master? Seeing Xie standing close, trembling slightly from nervousness, Ruan Minshi pulled him into an embrace. For some reason, he always felt that the protagonist was still a child. Perhaps it was because he had seemed so small at their first meeting. Although Xie had grown considerably taller now, Ruan Minshi still regarded him as someone needing care. Though his hands were icy, his embrace felt warm. Nestled in the man's arms, Xie held tightly to his waist, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. I like it. I really like it. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Ruan Minshi led Xie to a place where he often read books. To his surprise, the location was bustling with people, a stark contrast to its usual quiet. After much effort, they finally found an available seat, and Ruan Minshi inquired with those around them, discovering that today's discussion was about the highly popular Jiu Zun and his master's writings. What? Me and my master? Ruan Minshi was convinced he had misheard and inquired once more. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he was left in a stupor. What tale was about to unfold? It would commence shortly, and one need only listen to grasp its essence, a story most poignant. Alas, the trials faced by the two protagonists over the years had indeed been arduous. Those around were dabbing at their tears, already choked with emotion. What? Is it recounting the hardships of my master and me as we battled the demonic clan? Ruan Minshi felt a sense of unease. Before he could ponder further, the storyteller struck the wooden block and commenced the narration. Previously, it was recounted that the revered master engaged in fierce combat with the demon clan, ultimately finding himself overwhelmed and on the brink of collapse. Just as time seemed to stretch, the celestial master arrived in the nick of time, dispatching the demon and cradling the revered one in his arms. With great care, the celestial master brought his beloved disciple back to the sect, ensuring his well-being and preventing any lasting harm. Upon awakening, the revered one, upon seeing the celestial master at his bedside, immediately threw himself into his embrace, clutching at his garments. After experiencing such life-and-death encounters, they both understood that their feelings could no longer remain hidden. Otherwise, they would risk missing the opportunity for a lifetime. Thus, they began to pour out their hearts to one another. Once their sentiments were shared and their hearts laid bare, they no longer concealed their thoughts. Their fingers entwined. The revered one nestled in the celestial master's embrace, and together they reminisced about their past. Initially, Ruan Minshi found the narrative to be quite ordinary, but suddenly the tone shifted dramatically, transforming into a tale of a romantic relationship between master and disciple. He tightened his grip on his clothing, desperately wishing to escape. Yet the audience was utterly enraptured by the touching love story, enveloped in silence. To leave would surely create a commotion. Thus, he cast a silencing charm upon Xie, cautioning him that the content was unsuitable for younger audiences. The narrative was indeed well-crafted, and had the protagonist not been himself and his master, he would have eagerly listened to it 100 times over. What was being recounted? Why was his master preventing him from hearing it? With his hearing sealed, Xie inquired of the elder. Their communication remained unaffected, as it was conducted through mental transmission. It appears to be a script concerning your master and your ancestral master. Some forbidden romance between master and disciple. My master and... How absurd! Siejiu had never encountered such tales within the sect. It was a gross distortion of his master's image. In truth, the writing was quite commendable, and this venue, filled to capacity, was evidently popular. How could this be? Siejiu was unaware of the audience's fascination with the script, where tales of revered masters abounded, all immensely well received. Most were cleverly veiled with homophones or euphemisms, yet it was readily apparent who they referred to as transcendental beings in the realm of cultivation. How could they concern themselves with such trivialities? Importantly, the tales did not name names, and their widespread circulation made tracing their origins impossible. Some even sought out the author to compose their own love stories involving their esteemed masters, requesting the storyteller to share them. The establishment Ruan Minshi frequented had previously remained lukewarm due to its focus on serious dramas, but upon shifting to these scripts, it became an overwhelming success, attracting even many disciples of the Shanxiao sect, who would sneak away to listen. You, who were fond of your master, could also arrange for someone to narrate your own tale. The old man overheard a conversation about the tales related to the esteemed Jiuxiao, which have become exceedingly popular. He remarked that this indeed resembles a forbidden romance between master and disciple. His words struck a chord in Siejiu's heart, causing his previously simmering anger to dissipate, leaving his cheeks flushed as he sat motionless on the bench, lost in thought. In chapter 45, as the enchanting love story unfolded, Ruan Minshi found himself restless in his chair, hardly touching the tea and pastries laid before him. After the tale concluded, he seized the opportunity to lead Siejiu away. This time, he took Siejiu to a small stall, moving with practiced ease to order a box of osmanthus pastries and 2 bowls of osmanthus glutinous rice balls. Certainly. Please wait a moment, the vendor replied. After placing his order, Ruan Minshi settled down, and Siejiu obediently took a seat beside him, refraining from inquiring about the earlier conversation. Ah, the pastries from this shop are delightful. I trust you have no dietary restrictions? We can enjoy these first, and later there will be even more delectable treats at the market, Ruan Minshi suggested, his awkwardness apparent as he busied himself with various distractions, adjusting his conical hat. He anticipated that his intention to regale his disciple with tales of his past glory would backfire so dramatically. Next time, he vowed to scout the area before bringing Siejiu out, especially after his prolonged slumber of 6 months, which had rendered even the most familiar places unrecognizable. I have no restrictions. I can only assume that what master enjoys must be exquisite, Siejiu replied, his gaze warm as he looked at his master. Ruan Minshi's hat was adorned with a sheer veil, obscuring his visage from others, while he could see the surroundings with clarity. His attire, though somewhat conspicuous, blended well with the vibrant area where many donned eccentric outfits. Yi Wanqing, holding 2 tokens, felt quite troubled upon entering and immediately spotted the white-clad man with the conical hat. At that moment, Ruan Minshi was savoring the osmanthus glutinous rice balls, lifting a bowl filled with them to his veiled face and indulging heartily. The osmanthus was sweet yet not cloying, and the rice balls were incredibly tender, each spoonful a delight. Delicious, I assenti it. After several bites, he remembered his young disciple beside him. Seeing Siejiu nod in agreement, he joyously took another large mouthful. The veil of his hat offered the advantage of anonymity, allowing him to relish his meal without attracting scrutiny, while both master and disciple indulged in culinary delights. Their thoughts diverged. Siejiu, after sampling the dish, pondered meticulously how the osmanthus glutinous rice balls were crafted to elicit such praise from his master. The osmanthus sugar must have been fine, likely sourced from the central regions. Upon returning, he resolved to study the recipe diligently, aspiring to win his master's favor through his culinary skills. In that moment, Yi Wanqing couldn't help but think of the resemblance to the esteemed Jiuxiao as she noticed the young man seated beside him. Young brother? She inquired uncertainly. Ruan Minshi and Siejiu both turned their gazes toward the entrance. Ah, is that not the young lady Yi Wanqing with her high ponytail? Ruan Minshi had heard from the system that it was she who, with remarkable composure, employed a formation to buy some time, ultimately enabling him to rescue them. Subsequently, she successfully entered the inner sect and became a disciple of the sect leader, a girl of formidable resilience and prowess. Although she and Xie do not share a close bond, it is indeed a fine arrangement. Her choice to follow her own path is commendable. I have heard that you have become a disciple of the Nine Heavens Elder. My heartfelt congratulations to you. I'm also grateful to Senior Sister for recommending me, allowing me to join the Shanxiao sect. In response to her well wishes, Xie reciprocated courteously. And who might this be? Yi Wanqing inquired, casting a glance at Ruan Minshi, her heart subtly yearning for his reply. Before Xie could formulate an answer, Ruan Minshi, removing his hat, interjected, "Greetings, a pleasure to meet you. I am but a humble worker from Kawushan, acquainted with senior brother Xie." Beneath the hat lay an entirely unremarkable face. Yi Wanqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet her refined upbringing compelled her to respond politely, "Greetings, a pleasure to meet you." Although she could not discern his abilities, the fact that he was associated with Xie and could remain at Kawushan in a menial capacity suggested he possessed some merit. "Since we have crossed paths, why not take a seat, junior sister?" Ruan Minshi observed the lack of available space nearby. "Thank you kindly." Yi Wanqing, being quite generous, did not hesitate to sit down. Earlier, she had noticed that junior sister appeared somewhat troubled. She wondered what was amiss. Ruan Minshi focused on the token in her hand, asking, "Is that not a token issued by the sect for task assignments? With this token, one can enter and exit the mountain freely and record task completions." Sighing, she replied, "In truth, I had planned to undertake a task together with two fellow disciples, but they were injured due to a failed alchemy attempt just before departure. Thus, I ventured out alone to see if I could find anyone." Lowering her voice, she continued, "You must be aware that leaving the mountain requires reporting, yet daily quotas are limited, leading some disciples to sneak out. I've heard that those who do not report their departures will be recorded upon re-entry and subsequently face public reprimand. I hope to encounter fellow disciples who might have slipped away to undertake the task. It is not overly difficult, and we could return together to the sect." Ruan Minshi and Xie exchanged glances, a dumpling lodged in Ruan Minshi's throat. Sneaking out, was that not precisely what they had done? He was unaware that strict measures were being enforced against disciples who ventured out without permission, and his information had arrived too late. If Xie were to be reprimanded, it would surely reflect poorly on him as well. What sort of master encourages his disciples to sneak out for amusement? Sensing the unusual tension between the two, Yi Wanqing expressed her astonishment. "Could it be that you two have sneaked out?" Ruan Minshi lowered his gaze, coughing awkwardly. It seemed he was failing in his role as a mentor. He had boasted without merit and was now about to cause his disciple public embarrassment. Chapter 46. The antagonistic master of the overpowered protagonist. It was I who, upon hearing my master speak of the delightful entertainments awaiting us below the mountain, encouraged him to sneak out. Xie remarked, observing his seemingly quiet and obedient demeanor. One could not help but find his words somewhat dubious, for he spoke with a calm and collected air. Yi Wanqing, however, remained oblivious to such nuances. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "Might the two of you consider joining this task? It is of intermediate level, and the requirements are quite straightforward. Merely to investigate a location and record the findings with a recording stone." The task did not appear overly challenging. I had undertaken numerous intermediate tasks, all of which were achievable by those in the Golden Course stage. In response to Yi Wanqing's invitation, Xie acknowledged her suggestion but refrained from immediate agreement, instead turning to the disguised Ruan Min, awaiting his decision. "Could you present the specific details of the task to me?" Ruan Min was notably cautious. His hesitance stemmed not from a refusal, but from the system's issuance of a task at that moment, compelling him to acquiesce to Yi Wanqing's request. If this were merely a simple task, there would be no need for the system to formally designate it as such. Yi Wanqing handed Ruan Min the paper detailing the mission. In the southeastern direction of Zhuke Prefecture, a small village had reported the discovery of a corpse belonging to an intermediate-level demon. There were suspicions of other malevolent creatures lurking nearby. The villagers claimed that no one had gone missing and that there were no other signs of demonic presence. The disciples were merely required to investigate for any anomalies and document their findings. After reading the paper, Ruan Min returned it to Yi Wanqing, his expression grave. What is peculiar about this task? Yi Wanqing noticed his distress and was taken aback. How could this task be rated merely as intermediate? It should be elevated to at least high-level status. Look, only a single intermediate demon corpse has been found. This is exceedingly strange, especially considering that the villagers assert no one has disappeared nor have any other demons appeared. It is well known that, aside from high-level demons, lower and intermediate-level creatures typically appear in swarms, devoid of human emotion, driven solely by the instinct to kill. To have a solitary intermediate demon perish quietly suggests two possibilities. Either it was hunted by a cultivator who would have disposed of the body, or, if a cultivator had indeed forgotten, there would likely remain a cluster of demon corpses, as they are prone to congregate. Thus, the most probable conclusion is that there exists a high-level demon orchestrating the activities of these lower-tier creatures. Their failure to harm the villagers may indicate a larger scheme at play, with the corpses of lower demons serving as a ruse. Given that these missions are shared across various sects, they are likely to attract many intermediate cultivators, rendering the task perilous. Upon hearing Ruan Min's analysis, Yi Wanqing turned pale. Heavens, how fortunate we did not proceed. I must inform the sect leader of this matter immediately. Given the imminent danger of the situation, Ruan Min contemplated joining Xie on a quest for further investigation, for he was the son of destiny, and it was time for him to undergo trials, perhaps yielding unforeseen rewards. The urgency of the matter was apparent, yet it was merely my interpretation. The absence of widespread demonic activity suggested there were only one or two high-level demons involved, a situation I still felt capable of managing. Their plan would undoubtedly require time, and I wondered if you could grant the two of us the tokens, allowing us to investigate further. Ruan Minshi unveiled his prowess in the transformation realm and added, "Let us accept this task for now. It will also help prevent other cultivators from encountering danger." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance," Yi Wanqing replied without hesitation, directly handing him the token. "You must be an elder from Kawushan," she inquired, her tone laced with certainty. It seemed extravagant for a mere servant to possess such power. Kawushan was the abode of the esteemed Phoenix Body Immortal, who, having long guarded the borders, had kept Kawushan closed to outsiders, rendering it the most enigmatic of the Xian sect's gates. Ruan Minshi smiled faintly, feigning an air of mystery, and chose not to respond. "Certainly not. How could that be?" he mused, knowing full well he was merely fabricating tales. He had no knowledge of who resided within Kawushan, from his recollection of a visit long ago. It seemed there wasn't even a servant present, as a second senior brother preferred solitude, residing alone upon the vast peak. After bidding farewell to Yi Wanqing, Ruan Minshi finished the remaining tangyuan in one bite, requested several boxes to take away, and swiftly procured an assortment of food, stowing it all within his spatial ring. Xie continued to observe Ruan Minshi's actions with a compliant demeanor, while the elder regarded him with intrigue. "Let's eat these on the way," Ruan Minshi declared, clapping his hands in satisfaction. With their swift sword flight, the two arrived in Zhuke Prefecture before the day had waned. As twilight descended, Ruan Minshi dismounted from the frost snow sword, and he and Xie walked into a small village. They did not alter their appearances, but instead disguised themselves in dark clothing to conceal their cultivation, intending to pose as ordinary cultivators investigating the area. Not sensing any oddity, Ruan Minshi observed the flourishing vegetables at the village entrance, glistening under the golden sunset, a scene of abundant vitality. In the distance, the sounds of chickens clucking and dogs barking could be heard. Ruan Minshi noticed a small boy catching butterflies at the village entrance, and he approached, bending down to offer the child a piece of confectionery. The boy gazed at the delicious treat, yet did not accept it. "Why won't you eat it? It's quite delectable," Ruan Minshi coaxed. The boy, blushing at the sight of Ruan Minshi's handsome face, hesitated momentarily before resolutely shouting, "My sister said that strangers who offer snacks are bad people. Furthermore, the prettier they are, the more deceitful they can be. Village chief, uncles and aunts, help, help, there's a bad man." The boy ran away, genuinely alerting a throng of villagers armed with brooms and mops. Honestly, what a delicious morsel. If you want to eat it, I shall, Ruan Minshi muttered, just shoving the treat into his mouth when he looked up to find a large group of villagers wielding various tools, their expressions decidedly hostile. He could faintly hear someone remarking within the crowd, "How can someone so attractive engage in such petty thievery?" Ruan Minshi, with crumbs of the pastry on his hands, paused, suddenly finding the soft delicacy in his mouth devoid of sweetness. The repute of the illustrious Jiao Shaozun, renowned across the three realms, found itself tarnished for the first time by the words of a small boy. Chapter 47. The antagonistic master of the protagonist as nightfall enveloped the village. The lively chorus of cicadas filled the air, illuminating the homes one by one with their warm lights. I sincerely apologize, esteemed immortal master. The child was unaware and inadvertently offended you. A woman with braided hair expressed her regret while pouring freshly brewed tea into a porcelain cup. Her skin was a healthy shade of light brown, adorned with a sprinkle of freckles, and her features were well-defined, with bright, expressive eyes. Not at all. It is merely a misunderstanding that has been resolved, Ruan Minshi replied, taking the cup and waving his hand dismissively. In the urgency of the moment, had he not summoned the frost and snow sword to clarify his intentions, he might have been mistaken for a nefarious character attempting to abduct children, subjected to a beating and imprisonment by the villagers. Typically, we do not entertain guests here, hence the oversight in accommodating the immortal master, the woman continued, pouring another cup of tea for Xiejiu, who nodded in gratitude. No need for concern. We are truly grateful for your hospitality in providing shelter for my disciple and me, Ruan Minshi expressed, finishing his tea with a sense of appreciation. It is wonderful to assist you. I owe you my thanks for your kindness in allowing us to stay. Please feel free to inquire about anything you wish. The woman, slightly anxious, clutched the teapot tightly, hesitating to meet the gaze of the strikingly handsome immortal before her, a sight she had never encountered before. Thank you. May I inquire where the corpse of the demonic creature was discovered? Without hesitation, Ruan Minshi posed the question, keen to identify the objective of their visit. It was found in the desolate mountains behind the village. To be frank, our village has always had a small population, but we are fortunate to possess fertile land that yields bountiful crops, and the mountains are rich with rare herbs to collect and sell. However, since the discovery of the demonic corpse, no one dares to venture there anymore, the woman revealed. Have there been any unusual occurrences of late? Ruan Minshi observed the tightly shut windows, inquiring further. Well, I am unsure if it qualifies as unusual, but it seems I have not seen anyone from a neighboring village for quite some time. Our village is adjacent to a barren mountain, and they reside on the other side. We seldom interact, as their village is encircled by mountains, limiting their communication with the outside world. However, they would occasionally come to the mountains to gather items, and I would see them then. But since the discovery of the demonic corpse, I have not laid eyes on them, she continued. My parents passed away early, and after the man left, he never returned. I took in a younger brother, and I have no choice but to gather resources from the mountains to support our household. Now that this incident has occurred, we can no longer venture into the mountains, and every home is securely locked by nightfall. Ruan Minshi took note of the worn furnishings in the home, with patched tablecloths and the woman's calloused hands, a testament to years of labor. The absence of the neighboring villagers hinted at something amiss. Furthermore, the village's isolation, surrounded by mountains, piqued his curiosity. He chose not to voice his suspicions to the woman, fearing it might burden her further. What do you mean by taking in a younger brother? Ruan Minshi pondered for a moment before deciding to shift the conversation to a lighter topic. The child you just saw is my younger brother, whom I found 2 years ago at the foot of the Bear Mountain. When I first encountered him, he was dirted and disheveled, and I carried him home in my backpack. Inquired by the village doctor, it was stated that the child had reached the age of 4. However, his emaciated frame bore little resemblance to that age. He struggled to articulate even a single sentence. Having imparted my knowledge to him, I found him to be a remarkably quick learner, now indistinguishable from his peers. This child possesses a keen intellect that endears him to all. The mere mention of the young boy brought smiles to the women's faces, who chattered animatedly about him. For a moment, Ruan Minshi mistakenly thought the boy was her son, realizing that the elder sister he referred to was this very woman. Ruan Minshi maintained a warm smile as she attentively listened to the woman until she finished speaking. "Thank you for sharing this with me. The night is growing late. You should return home and rest," she said kindly. Once the woman departed, Ruan Minshi turned to the previously silent Siejiu. "My dear disciple, what are your thoughts?" she inquired. "The desolate mountains harbor mysteries. The neighboring village may well be plagued with misfortune. Having lived in isolation for generations, they may possess peculiar customs. In any case, if this village were to vanish quietly, no one would notice." His response echoed Ruan Minshi's own suspicions. "Indeed, you speak wisely. After we rest here tonight, we shall set forth at dawn," she affirmed. From her spatial ring, Ruan Minshi retrieved a delectable chicken dish wrapped in lotus leaves and a large box of flaky pastries. The chicken was drizzled with tantalizing sauce, exuding exquisite flavor, and the pastries were delightfully crisp, easily devoured without crumbling. "Let us eat," she suggested, feeling too shy to trouble others for dinner earlier, yet fortunate to have prepared an abundance of food. This was Siejiu's first experience witnessing his master eat. Previously, she had cloaked herself in a wide-brimmed hat and white gauze. Now, mindful of Siejiu's presence, Ruan Minshi moderated her appetite. Although Siejiu had long since transcended the need for sustenance, he found joy in Ruan Minshi's concern for his well-being. He had no desire for food, whatever pleased her. He too delighted in. "Do take care of yourself, master," he expressed, cherishing the attention she bestowed upon him. After their meal, Ruan Minshi left a few silver coins and some health-enhancing elixirs on the table. Considering the young boy, she also set aside 2 boxes of sweets. The room contained only a single bed. Ruan Minshi shed her outer garments, donning her inner robe as she reclined, leaving space for Siejiu. He, in turn, sat cross-legged on a chair to meditate. Time slipped away swiftly in his practice, and when he opened his eyes after a deep breath, he was surprised to find that it was already late at night. He had not anticipated that Ruan Minshi remained awake, reclining against the headboard, her white hair cascading over her shoulders, chin resting on her delicate arm, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing intently at him. "Master," Siejiu stammered, his cheeks aflame, as he nervously approached the bed, standing frozen in place. "I apologize," Ruan Minshi replied, noticing his hesitation. Slowly lifting her head, she arched a brow, her dark silver eyes penetrating yet serene, locking onto Siejiu's form, a single strand of silver hair falling gracefully to her collarbone, glimmering in the light. Truly, his master was a vision of beauty. "Do not stand there foolishly. Come closer," she beckoned. With stiff movements, Siejiu removed his outer layer and lay down beside Ruan Minshi, still clothed. "Sleep now, for tomorrow we must rise early." Ruan Minshi raised his hand to extinguish the candle, and in the darkness he heard the faint rustling of fabric, which quickly faded away. His disciple, though not particularly young, still felt shy about sleeping alongside an elder. Perhaps it would be better to sleep apart next time. Yet, every time he shared a bed with his master, it brought him immense joy, and he had thought that Siejiu would feel the same. As Ruan Minshi pondered this, he gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Chapter 48. The overbearing hero's villainous master Siejiu was not asleep. He lay wide awake, attuned to the rhythmic breathing of the person beside him, exhilarated to the point of insomnia. As he reclined on the bed, he could hear the rapid beating of his own heart, a sound so distinct in the stillness of the night that he feared it might disturb his companion. Although the candlelight had been snuffed out, the moonlight poured in through the window, and he turned on his side, slowing his breath as he gazed dreamily at the man beside him. Their first encounter had also occurred at night, beneath the moon's glow, where he had initially believed he had stumbled upon an otherworldly being. Previously, Siejiu had devoted himself to cultivation, never considering anything beyond that. Even upon discovering his lineage, he thought only of growing stronger to vanquish those who had wronged him. Feeling no hatred, he sought vengeance for his entire clan, yet refused to be shackled by hatred for a lifetime. His singular ambition had always been to cultivate and emerge as the strongest. However, after meeting him, He realized that the desire to be the strongest paled in comparison to the yearning to share a lifetime with him. Before encountering Ruan Minshi, he had felt an emptiness within, as if something essential was missing. He had initially attributed this void to his heritage, but even after learning the truth of his lineage, he still felt unfulfilled. Yet upon seeing the man before him, through their reunion and shared moments, his once empty heart gradually began to fill. Noticing the elegant hand resting on the man's abdomen, he cautiously took hold of the hand nearest to him. He slowly moved it to his chest, curling up and gently brushing his lips against it in an almost reverent manner. Such a lovesick fool, the elder within the bracelet sighed, casting a silent severance from the external perception of the bracelet. Xiaojiu pressed his cheek against the warmth of the man's palm, inhaling the faint scent of medicinal herbs as he closed his eyes and drifted into a serene slumber. In the pitch blackness beyond the door, a small boy stood there, eating his hand, his eyes a strange crimson, glowing in the darkness. He stared blankly at the room, shielded by a fabric barrier, catching a whiff of an enticing aroma that made his mouth water uncontrollably. So fragrant, how I desired to taste it. In the desolate mountains, the night wind howled fiercely. Within these forsaken heights, something unknown had hollowed out the interior, rendering it chillingly desolate, filled with gnarled roots of trees intertwined in chaotic disarray, where a multitude of mid-tier demonic creatures congregated in the crevices. They lay with their eyes tightly shut, limbs curled up, motionless, resembling cocoons suspended high above. A grotesque mass of beings. Beneath them, a morbid carpet of skeletal remains concealed a faintly discernible formation on the ground. Among the bones, 3 high-tier demons gathered, reciting incantations. With each utterance, the formation beneath the bones flickered to life. However, once they cease their incantations, the magical array will dim. Enveloped within this array lies an oddly peculiar, enormous egg. Its surface is shrouded in black mist, obscuring its true hue, and a small crack has formed atop, allowing the dark vapors to seep inward as the chants continue. What a bunch of useless fools! One of the demons finally erupted in frustration, hurling insults at the other two, who was neglecting their duty. The other 2 demons, equally formidable, were incensed by his outburst. One of them halted their chanting and retorted, "Whose mess do you expect us to clean up?" The second demon echoed the sentiment. "You have the audacity to speak, when it was your oversight that led to this." "True, I may have been remiss, but when the protector arrives, do you think you can escape unscathed? When blame is laid, we shall all meet our doom. If you do not exert yourselves, we shall all be reduced to dust when the protector arrives." The first demon warned ominously, "You had best refrain from muddling through this. Give your utmost effort. Otherwise, we will find ourselves no different from the withered bones strewn about." After hurling their accusations, the 3 demons resumed their incantations. This time, the power of their spells was significantly amplified, causing the array to visibly brighten, and the egg, ensnared by the black mist, began to crack audibly, developing faint fissures. Chapter 49. The overbearing hero's malevolent master. As dawn broke, Ruan Minshi and Xiaojiu had already risen, quietly tidying up their abode before proceeding towards the desolate mountain behind the village. Ruan Minshi was taken aback to encounter the little boy from the previous day before they had even left the village. The boy was crouched on the ground, now clad in a different outfit, scribbling on the earth with a stone. "Why are you up so early?" Ruan Minshi inquired, crouching beside the boy. "I woke up bored, so I got up to play," the boy replied, his dark eyes wide. "I'm sorry about yesterday, Grandpa." "Grandpa?" Ruan Minshi pointed to himself, incredulous. "Am I really such an old man at only 20? At this age, one is still considered youthful. How had he suddenly been aged so drastically?" "My sister says you are immortal masters, and immortals live a long time. So you must be an old grandpa?" The boy explained. "Well, that's fine. Yesterday's incident is of no consequence," Ruan Minshi replied, choosing not to hold a grudge against the child. He produced a box of pastries and offered it to the boy, saying, "Your sister isn't up yet. And you haven't at breakfast, have you? Don't wander out alone so early. It's dangerous, and your sister will worry about you." "Thank you, Grandpa." The boy accepted the pastries and produced a piece of transparent stone, polished by time. My sister said I shouldn't take things for free. Since you've given me food, I'll give you this. All right, I'll accept your gift, but you should hurry home, Ruan Minshi said, observing that the stone was likely just an ordinary rock, not a precious gem. He took the stone, feigning ignorance to the boy's address, and watched as the child returned home before continuing onward with Xie. Master is very gentle with children, Xie remarked. No, not just with children. He seems to treat everyone with such kindness. He had watched the entire exchange, feeling somewhat unsettled, although aware of my master's gentle demeanor towards others. Witnessing it firsthand evokes an entirely different sensation. Despite being referred to as the Desolate Mountains, this particular peak is adorned with dense foliage and abundant vegetation. The mountain is vast, and upon stepping onto its terrain, one can immediately feel the refreshing mountain breeze. Master, there is something peculiar about this place. As Xie accompanied Ruan Minshi, he sensed an unusual stillness enveloping them. Standing there, the only sounds discernible were the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. Indeed, during this season, the absence of cicadas and birdsong was striking. While in the village, such sounds were a constant companion. They vanished the moment they ascended the mountain. Ruan Minshi, already wielding the frost snow sword, positioned Xie behind him and extended his consciousness. In an instant, everything around him appeared to unfold at an astonishingly slow pace, allowing him to perceive the mountain's surface in its entirety within a mere breath. There were no animals present. Ruan Minshi conveyed his observations to Xie, noting that animals possess an acute sense of danger. Clearly, something lurked here, instilling fear and driving them away. Perhaps there existed a concealed formation nearby that eluded my awareness. You lack a sword. Take this one. Ruan Minshi tossed a dark iron sword to Xie, who focused intently on the circulating air around them. As Xie grasped the dark iron sword, its obsidian surface shimmered with an otherworldly glow, indicating its exceptional quality. The sword felt extraordinarily heavy, even for someone at the peak of the Golden Core stage. This is the sword I used before acquiring the Frost Snow Sword. It is named Little Black, forged from dark iron tempered by heavenly lightning. While it may not boast a name on the sword rankings, it is far from ordinary. Wilda for now, a sword once used by my master. Thank you, master, Xie exclaimed joyfully, growing increasingly fond of the weapon. Little Black? I must say, this sword holds its own against the top 10 renowned swords. Why such a name? The elder remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What a lovely name. Little Black perfectly captures the sword's hue. It rolls off the tongue and is refreshingly unique, Xie praised. The elder fell silent. Ruan Minshi sensed an unusual current in the air and, holding Xie close, leapt a few paces to arrive before a large rock. It seems I've found it. It must be within here. Ruan Minshi crouched before the stone, noticing fresh soil still lingering on the grass. System, please investigate the situation inside. A highly concealed barrier was in place, which Ruan Minshi only perceived upon nearing it. Should he attempt to forcefully breach it, the inhabitants of the demonic realm would be alerted. All right, dear host, leave it to me. System scanning in progress. Report host, there are 32 mid-tier demonic entities inside, and inexplicably, they all appear to be in slumber. Additionally, 3 high-tier demons are gathered, reciting something, and there are numerous bones scattered on the ground. Beneath the bones lies a formation. Although its purpose is unclear, I sense it must not be allowed to complete. The system relayed its findings to Ruan Minshi. Upon receiving this information, he hesitated, gripping the sword tightly. Could this formation be a summoning array for the Demon Lord? However, he could not guarantee that he could eliminate 3 high-ranking demons without alerting the mid-tier demonic creatures. Should any of those mid-tier beings take advantage of the chaos and escape, it would spell disaster for the nearby innocent villagers. Task difficulty detected as excessively high. Thus, 2 items are granted to the host. Mimicry pills. This item can simulate the aura of demons, aiding the user in passing through barriers undetected. Even in close proximity to high-ranking demons, they will remain concealed. Engaging in combat with high-ranking demons will not provoke mid-tier creatures. Duration, half a day. What? They're offering items for free now? How unexpectedly generous. Hearing the system's notification, Ruan Minshi expressed his astonishment. Ahem, actually, it is a gift from the heavenly law of this world. The system's voice grew notably weaker, tinged with a hint of guilt. It seemed rather stingy, having never provided the host with any items before. Perhaps the heavenly law was simply idly observing, as if it were watching a live broadcast. Would even want to witness something as mundane as bathing or sleeping. Why not simply eradicate the demon stronghold in that time? Ruan Minshi quipped. Because it cannot directly interfere. Its restrictions are quite numerous. Just as our system can only accomplish tasks through beings like you to gain energy, it can only occasionally observe the chosen one of fate, offering them some advantageous tools, while certainly not prying into private matters. The system elaborated. Very well. Ruan Minshi merely jested. He consumed a mimicry pill and handed the remaining one to Xiaojiu. After ingesting this, stay close to me and be mindful of your breathing. Utmost caution is required. Inside are 3 high-ranking demons and dozens of mid-tier creatures, with the former engaged in setting up the formation. Our immediate objective is to dismantle it. The situation is urgent. There is no time to seek external assistance. My plan is to restrain those 3 high-ranking demons, and if I can execute a successful surprise attack, that would be ideal. Your task is to remain hidden, and once you receive my signal, utilize the small black device to disrupt the formation. After consuming this, you will not disturb the mid-tier creatures. Your sole duty is to destroy the formation without concern for my safety, as I possess means to protect myself. Sensing Xiaojiu's lingering apprehension, even after he swallowed the mimicry pill, Ruan Minshi handed him a teleportation talisman. Should my surprise attack fail, once the formation is compromised, tear this up and return to the sect for assistance. I have ample magical treasures to sustain me for some time. Understood, Master. Xiaojiu nodded, recognizing that his current strength was insufficient to offer any substantial aid. Completing the task assigned by Ruan Minshi was the most beneficial action he could undertake at present. Chapter 50. The overbearing male leads villainous mentor only upon truly stepping into the cave and delving deeper did Ruan Minshi grasp the terrifying nature of the demonic creatures the system had spoken of. The mid-tier demons appeared grotesque, their forms hanging densely in the dim light of the cave, resembling a swarm of colossal bats. As Ruan Minshi traversed the path, he encountered no fewer than 10 of them. The cave's entrance was uneven, with certain sections exceedingly narrow. Just as he passed through a constricted area, he lifted his gaze only to come face to face with a mid-tier demon, its eyes shut tight. The high-ranking demons bore a striking resemblance to humans, although a touch more deranged. They still placed great importance on their appearance and cleanliness. The low-tier and mid-tier monsters are merely savage beasts with grotesque visages, perpetually driven by an insatiable hunger, manipulated solely by the higher-order demon kin. The cave is suffused with an overwhelming stench of blood, mingled with dust and the rancid odor of decaying flesh wafts close by, causing Ruan Minshi to feel that with another breath he might succumb to nausea. At this moment, the benefits of his cultivation manifest, enabling him to hold his breath for an extended period without the fear of asphyxiation. Venturing deeper, the space opens up considerably. Ruan Minshi halts, gazing down into a deep pit. The pit is as large as a basketball court, approximately 2 meters below the surface he stands upon. Within the pit, apart from 3 demon kin reciting incantations at the center, the rest are mere skeletal remains, gnawed to the bone, unmistakably human from their shapes. Xiaojiu, trailing behind Ruan Minshi, faintly hears the recitation of spells and deduces they must be nearing the center. Observing Ruan Minshi's abrupt stop and the tremor that courses through his body, he carefully approaches the empty space beside him. Upon witnessing the deep pit, his pupils constrict, and he clutches the hem of his garment tightly, suppressing any sound. Some bones bear marks of gnawing, devoid of any demonic energy, indicating that these individuals were gruesomely devoured while fully conscious. Ruan Minshi, momentarily lost in thought, leans against his frost snow sword, barely sustaining his own weight. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, his gaze is devoid of emotion. He must remain composed. The three demon kin are gathered around a slightly cracked egg, and it is evident they have constructed a formation for its sake. Now he must locate the formation's core, compelling Siejiu to dismantle it. Seeing Ruan Minsh's unsteady stance, Siejiu watches him with concern, but upon seeing him regain his composure, he feels relief and readies his Xian iron sword, awaiting Ruan Minsh's command. This formation is indeed peculiar. The elder, witnessing it for the first time, scrutinizes it closely. Can you discern any clues? Master should be seeking a way to break the formation, Siejiu inquires. I cannot. While I'm knowledgeable about formations, I'm not adept at deciphering them. However, regarding that egg, the elder begins, it is no ordinary egg. It is likely a celestial beast's egg, with a celestial creature yet to hatch. I do not recognize this formation, but I dare to speculate. Observe how the demonic energy is being drawn into the egg. They likely intend to infuse it with demonic energy before the celestial beast fully forms, corrupting it into a demon. What? Celestial beasts are exceedingly rare, born from the essence of myriad beings. Except for the phoenix, which undergoes a cycle of rebirth, new celestial beasts only emerge when their predecessors perish. This egg should be that of a Qilin. If their scheme succeeds, the world will be rid of Qilin, Siejiu's face pales, and it will give rise to a nefarious demon beast, the elder adds ominously. Siejiu gazes at the egg shrouded in black mist, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. At that moment, he feels a grip on his hand. Initially flustered, he steadies himself upon seeing the man before him. It is Ruan Minshi, who inscribes 3 characters in his palm. He indicates a location, suggesting the formation's core lies there. Siejiu nodded, signaling his understanding. Ruan Minshi brandished the frost snow sword, swiftly darting towards the high-ranking demon clan member who was reciting a spell, moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and struck at the trio with a single stroke. The sword approached silently, and the high-ranking demon, oblivious to its presence, was decapitated in an instant, reduced to mere ashes. What? Who? The remaining 2 demons, stricken with terror, simultaneously summoned their innate magical artifacts. I shall sever your lives. Seizing the opportunity of his surprise attack, Ruan Minshi decisively tossed out a spatial artifact, conjuring a spatial barrier that entrapped himself and the 2 demons together. The demons, in unison, unleashed their magical energies upon the barrier, only to be met with the shock of their attacks failing to inflict any damage. Do not struggle any further. This is a celestial level barrier, and with your strength, it is impossible for you to breach it. Come forth and meet your demise willingly. Ruan Minshi's tone was icy as he continued his assault. I had thought you were a celestial cultivator, but it seems you are merely at the initial stage of the transformation god realm. The 2 high-ranking demons, now in frenzy, began to mock him upon discerning his true strength. You are not even worthy. Upon seeing me, a mere initial stage transformation god, you wish to flee. I believe I just dispatched one of your comrades. Floating in the air, Ruan Minshi moved with an unpredictable grace, evading the attacks of the 2 high-ranking demons. Merely trivial techniques, one the demon scoffed. Observing Ruan Minshi's continuous evasions, the high-ranking demon struck downwards, unleashing a torrent of demonic mist from all directions towards him, rendering him unable to escape. Let's see how you evade this. Siejiu gripped the Xiantai sword and struck with all his might at the formation's core. The core remained unscathed, and Siejiu was hurled backward, crashing against the earthen wall, the sword slipping from his grasp as he was engulfed in dust, a mouthful of blood escaping from his lips. Struggling to rise, Siejiu staggered towards the fallen Xiantai sword. He realized he was still far too weak. Gulping down the recovery elixir Ruan Minshi had provided, mingled with his own blood, he raised the Xiantai sword once more to strike at the formation's core. This time, a surge of formidable power flowed from his left hand, spreading throughout his body. Young one, allow this old man to lend you a hand. With the overwhelming force of the formation and the Xiantai sword, combined with the elder's strength, a tremendous clash resonated, warping the surrounding space. Caught in the middle, Siejiu felt blood trickling from the corners of his eyes and mouth, his hands, grasping the sword, soaked in crimson. His blood splattered onto the egg enveloped in demonic energy. Gritting his teeth, he summoned spiritual energy from his nearly ruptured meridians and infused it into the sword. Following a deafening explosion, all mid-tier demonic creatures surrounding them were reduced to fragments, scattering in all directions. As the debris settled, the formation on the ground dimmed and ultimately vanished. Bathed in blood, Siejiu was encircled by a protective aura, shielding him from the explosion. Once the explosion subsided, the aura dissipated. He collapsed to the ground, slowly opening his eyes to gaze upon the barrier above. Master, he thought, devoid of the strength to shatter the teleportation talisman. Even the slightest breath tasted of iron rust. Not far away, an egg enveloped in debris was already covered with cracks, sensing the blood above it. It quivered and emitted a faint glow. Chapter 51. The male protagonist's villainous master. Ruan Minshi was besieged by demonic mist, ensconced in a shroud of dark vapor. And as the fog dissipated, his garments were tattered. Ruan Minshi's complexion was ashen, his form unsteady. He propped himself up with the frost snow sword, wiping away the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. His blood-stained lips resembled a layer of rouge, bestowing upon him an added allure. Despite the encroachment of the demonic mist, he had enveloped himself in spiritual energy for protection, yet he could not entirely evade the assault, sustaining some injuries. The high-ranking demon let out a sinister cackle, its arm transforming into sharp claws, dark and scaly, lunging directly at Ruan Minshi. At that moment, its companion circled around to Ruan Minshi's rear, launching several daggers, laced with the demon's potent venom, toward him. In an instant, Ruan Minshi found himself besieged from both sides. However, he exhibited no sign of panic, instinctively positioning the frost snow sword before his chest. In that fleeting moment, an aura of chilling cold enveloped him, as frosty snow coalesced into two luminescent white cranes, calling out as they twirled around him. One crane met the demon's claws, while the other deflected the daggers, sending them ricocheting back. With a harmonious union, the crane that had blocked the daggers merged with the other, spreading its wings with great fervor, emitting a dazzling silver radiance, accompanied by the bone-chilling frost and snow as they charged toward the demon's claws. With the crane's assault, the temperature within the barrier plummeted, a thin layer of frost forming upon it. The demon's claws were ensnared in ice, the frost spreading relentlessly, freezing half of its body. The high-ranking demon's expression shifted, realizing its bones felt as though they were encased in ice. Frost snow exploded. With a resounding detonation, half of the demon's body disintegrated into countless shards, crashing against the barrier, while the other half suffered grievous injuries, black liquid spewing forth, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. This spell was executed by freezing the demon's body and then shattering the ice that had infiltrated its very marrow, wielding immense power and inflicting excruciating pain upon the afflicted. This technique was rather ruthless. Ruan Minshi, adhering to a principle of killing without cruelty, seldom resorted to it. Yet, contemplating the countless bones littered in the pit, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they radiated with unwavering resolve. Now it's your turn. Amidst the swirling frost and snow, Ruan Minshi turned to face the other high-ranking demon, who had been attempting to ambush him since earlier. The demon, witnessing the demise of its companion, recognized its own lack of prospects and decisively produced a long-preserved teleportation artifact, shattering it in a bid to escape. Do you think you can come and go as you please? In the instant the demon shattered the artifact, Ruan Minshi thrust the frost snow sword into its shoulder, freezing part of its body in an instant. The next moment, the high-ranking demon had fled 1,000 miles away. Gazing at the frost upon its shoulder, it cursed. That damned cultivator. Before the words could fully escape its lips, the frost spread across its entire being, and it had no time to utter a cry before it was obliterated into a pile of debris. Humph. Ruan Minshi picked up the frost snow sword, elegantly performing a flourish before sheathing it. However, after displaying such flair, he began to cough up blood. The recent strike had nearly depleted his entire reservoir of spiritual energy. Although he swiftly covered his mouth, blood still seeped from his pale fingertips, dripping onto the ground. As Ruan Minshi dispelled the barrier, he staggered to regain his footing, momentarily stunned by the debris surrounding him. After surveying the area, his gaze fell upon Xie, who lay nearby, battered and covered in dust, and he surmised the situation. Ruan Minshi first placed a pristine, ethereal elixir into Xie's mouth, followed by hastily consuming a vial of another remedy for himself. Neglecting to tend to his own internal injuries as he supported Xie to assess his condition. Xie had sustained grave injuries. His meridians were nearly severed. Half of his ribs were broken, and numerous fractures adorned his body, leaving him with but a single breath lingering. Ruan Minshi, utilizing the last remnants of his spiritual energy, dissolved the elixir in Xie's mouth, witnessing a soft glow emanating from him as his external wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, easing his worries. Fortunately, he had refined 5 of the 9 transformation revitalization pills, and though he had given 3 to his senior brother, he had refrained from using any for himself until now. This miraculous pill could revive one as long as they had a single breath left, and it seemed that Xie was in just that predicament. With no spiritual energy remaining, Ruan Minshi felt his internal injuries gradually mend under the influence of the elixir, but restoring his spiritual energy would likely take some time. He gazed upon Xie with a gentle expression. "Well done, my disciple." Given that recovery would take a considerable duration and with a severely wounded companion by his side, he did not rush to leave. After placing the Xian iron sword beside Xie, he turned his attention to the peculiar egg not far away. What was this object? Why had those 2 demons infused it with demonic energy? Was it a vessel, living or dead? It bore numerous cracks, and a segment was missing. Devoid of spiritual energy, he could not investigate the egg's condition, so he attempted to lift it. However, the egg not only appeared massive but was also exceedingly heavy. With his internal injuries weighing him down, he exerted himself and immediately coughed out a significant amount of blood, splattering it across the egg. "Host, Father, I implore you live. Dear Father, please do not torment yourself further. You survived the battle. Do not perish while holding an egg. If you seek suffering, there will be plenty later. For now, can you please focus on healing your body?" The system emitted a piercing alarm at the sight of Ruan Minshi's bloodshed. If it possessed a heart, it surely would have stopped beating. "My apologies," Ruan Minshi said sheepishly, releasing his grip. He had not anticipated the egg's weight. He had assumed it would be light. He wiped the blood from his face and the egg with his sleeve, scratching his head in search of something to occupy himself with. Observing the ground obscured by debris, he silently approached, carrying the sword. As he walked away, the egg gradually absorbed the blood that remained upon it, beginning to emit a faint luminescence. Chapter 52. The villainous master of the overpowered male protagonist. Fortunately, he remained unscathed. Ruan Minshi knelt upon the shards, using the hilt of his sword to dig, and upon uncovering a segment of white bone, he sighed in relief. These bones could not be left in such a place. Ruan Minshi excavated for a while, carefully stacking the unearthed bones together. The frost snow sword, which he cherished for its cleanliness, was now covered in dirt, remaining motionless for Ruan Minshi's use. When his master, Xie, awoke, he felt his limbs were weak and lacking strength, a warm current coursing through his veins, mending his injuries. He struggled to prop himself up, anxiously glancing around. Upon seeing Ruan Minshi digging through the debris beside him, he felt a wave of relief and slowly lay back down. Wait, what was his master doing? Xie propped himself up again, noticing the heap of white bones nearby. Be cautious. Do not exert yourself too much. Your body is yet to fully recover. Ruan Minshi, carrying a freshly unearthed bone, placed on the pile and stumbled, falling to the ground and coughing up blood. Master, are you all right? Xie, witnessing this, could no longer concern himself with anything else. He pushed himself up to sit. Seeing this, Ruan Minshi wiped the blood from his face, set the frost snow sword aside, and sat beside Xie, allowing him to lean against him. I am fine. I just cannot use my spiritual power for the moment. The blood is merely a result of my internal injuries not yet healing, but it will soon be all right. It is nothing serious. If you continue to move around recklessly, you may find yourself in trouble. He brushed off the dirt he had just collected from the fall. Siege, unconvinced by his reassurances, nestled his head against Ruan Minshi's shoulder, his voice choked with emotion. It's all right, it's all right. Ruan Minshi felt a moment of panic. He was accustomed to being comforted himself and had little experience in offering comfort to others. He stiffly reached out to gently pat Siegeyu's head, soothing him with tender words. Siegeyu held onto the man tightly, only releasing his grip once his emotions had settled somewhat. His face was smeared with dirt, giving him a disheveled appearance akin to that of a puppy. In contrast, Ruan Minshi, though also tousled, possessed a face as beautiful as a blooming flower, and despite being covered in dust, he appeared almost ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended to save the world, with the blood on his face glimmering. How do you feel after this experience? The path of cultivation is one that requires facing life and death to gain insight and achieve breakthroughs. It is akin to rowing upstream. Without challenges, one cannot grow. Ruan Minshi wiped the dust from his face. However, upon hearing Ruan Minshi's words, Siegeyu felt disheartened. This battle had indeed brought him numerous gains. Yet since their first meeting, Ruan Minshi had always stood in front of him, constantly sustaining injuries. He asked, "Is this how Master has traversed this journey?" He had long been prepared to face life and death, yet he could not accept Ruan Minshi enduring such hardships. How many life and death experiences lay behind the young prodigy who achieved fame at a young age? Siegeyu wished to shield Ruan Minshi from any harm, but he felt powerless, only able to watch from a distance as Ruan Minshi pressed forward, stumbling along the path he had walked. Indeed, Ruan Minshi nodded. He still wore dark clothing for concealment, but his hair had returned to its silver hue, albeit now stained with dust from the inability to wield spells temporarily. As for his jade-like visage, it was marred with patches of crimson and alabaster, the remnants of a few drops of sanguine fluid lingering upon his lips. Despite this disheveled appearance in Siegeyu's eyes, he remained strikingly handsome. Little junior brother, it was utterly inconceivable for him to be present here. Upon entering, Shiksuegi caught sight of the disheveled Ruan Minshi seated on the ground, and his heart skipped a beat as he swiftly approached. Second senior brother, what are you doing here?" Ruan Minshi exclaimed, taken aback. "It is I who should inquire how you have found yourself in such a state. After all your efforts to restore your health, how have you ended up like this?" Shiksuegi clenched his teeth, feeling a mix of anger and concern. Though his heart surged with frustration, he placed a hand on Ruan Minshi's back, gently channeling his celestial energy into his meridians. Cough! Ruan Minshi expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood, gradually regaining his vitality, his limbs rejuvenated. After casting several cleansing spells, Shiksuegi finally turned his gaze towards Siegeyu. "Is this your newly accepted disciple?" he inquired casually, glancing over. "Indeed, he possesses commendable aptitude," Ruan Minshi replied proudly. "Acceptable," Shiksuegi responded offhandedly, then shifted his focus to the egg beside them. A Qilin, he enveloped the egg in his celestial energy, expelling the lingering demonic aura within. "Second senior brother, do you recognize this egg?" Ruan Minshi inquired, propping up his chin. "Yes, but first, you must tell me what transpired here that has left you in such disarray," Shiksuegi said, pinching Ruan Minshi's cheek. Concealing the heavenly path, Ruan Minshi recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing his tale, Shiksuegi felt a pang of compassion and enveloped Ruan Minshi in an embrace. "You truly are incorrigible. Had the ambush not succeeded, I would have arrived only to collect your remains," Shiksuegi exclaimed, vigorously rubbing his face. Observing the interaction between his two seniors, Siegeyu felt a twinge of envy. How he wished to hold his master in such a manner. "Spare me some dignity. My disciple is still present," Ruan Minshi protested, his face still being rubbed, struggling to articulate his words as he emerged from Shiksuegi's embrace, hands on his hips in righteous indignation. "I too am a master now. Please refrain from such antics. Now, do enlighten me about what exactly transpired and the nature of this egg." Shiksuegi regarded Ruan Minshi with affectionate eyes, ceasing his playful torment. "I had received word that the demon clan was planning to target the Qilin. I never anticipated that they would dare to infiltrate the sacred land to steal a Qilin egg, intending to infuse it with demonic energy for its corruption. This child was meant to be a newly born Qilin, yet now it is devoid of its soul. The demon clan stole its soul years ago, and for reasons unknown, it has remained lost, leaving only its body and fragmented spirit behind. It is precisely for this reason they could not immediately corrupt it, allowing you the chance to rescue it. The sacred land? Where might that be? Ruan Minshi inquired. The sacred land is. Shikswagi paused, gazing at the distant pile of bones. This lineage has guarded the Qilin for generations, and in return, the Qilin has blessed them. Regrettably, the information was erroneous. I fell for a smokescreen and ventured elsewhere, only realizing the miscalculation too late. If only I had arrived a bit sooner. Shikswagi's hand rested upon the egg, which was marred with cracks. It now lacks its primary soul and cannot break free from its shell. Forcing it to emerge would lead to certain death. Yet if this continues, it may suffocate within. Therefore, we must first locate its soul. Indeed, this fragment that has fled may already be tainted by demonic energy, and I worry that it may lead to unfortunate consequences. For now, I shall seal the egg and stow it away. Shikswagi produced a golden lotus flower that floated gracefully in the air, unfurling slowly, enveloping the Qilin egg within its petals. In any case, let us first return these individuals to their homes. Ruan Minshi gazed at the pile of bones. Very well. Shikswagi retracted the lotus and nodded. Chapter 53. The villainous master of the overpowered male lead. It was midday, the sun shining at its zenith, dazzling and radiant. On the bustling streets, Ruan Minshi extended his hand to shield himself from the sun, walking at a leisurely pace. His master, Xiejiu, naturally noticed his despondent mood and, taking a few steps forward, walked alongside Ruan Minshi. Ruan Minshi had dyed his hair and eyes a mundane black, nodding absently in response. Shikswagi had already bid them farewell, embarking on a quest to seek the remnants of the Qilin's soul. Observing Ruan Minshi's continued melancholy since burying the bones, Xiejiu decided to take him for a stroll. Upon returning to the spirit realm, instead of heading directly back to the sect, they randomly chose a town to explore. He purchased an umbrella from a nearby stall and held it over Ruan Minshi's head, shielding him from the sweltering sun. Strange. I wonder why there are so many people here at this hour? Xiejiu remarked. Perhaps there is an event? Ruan Minshi perked up, scanning the surroundings. He noticed that the crowd was moving towards a specific direction and called out to a young gentleman. Excuse me, good sir, where is everyone hurrying off to? Is there an event? The young gentleman, who bore an appealing countenance and was dressed in finery indicative of a noble lineage, initially turned with irritation at being interrupted. However, upon observing Ruan Minshi's appearance, his ire dissipated, and he responded patiently. Are you unaware? Today is the martial arts competition for marriage proposals, hosted by the esteemed Hua Pavilion. The head of Hua Pavilion, Ruan Minshi recalled, the illustrious Murong Lanji, known for her striking beauty, ruthlessness, and mastery of disguise. More importantly, she was one of the male lead's romantic interests. The Hua Pavilion was immensely wealthy, managing numerous inns, and was revered for its philanthropy, while secretly controlling the black market at the juncture of the three realms. A half-human, half-demon hybrid, her every action was driven by self-interest, and she engaged in transactions with anyone, even the demon clan. Her formidable means and power rendered her immeasurably affluent. Although certain plot points had shifted, others remained on course. The protagonist would ultimately win the martial arts competition, garnering the favor of the beauty, who would later develop genuine feelings and stand against the demon clan for him. In summary, host, you must escort the male lead there, and whether a spark of romance ignites between them will depend on their sentiments. The system has come to terms with the male protagonist's romantic entanglements in this world. The male lead is exceedingly innocent. Not only has he never shared a bed with anyone, but he has yet to even make the acquaintance of a close confidant. When Ruan Minshi received his mission, he turned to Xiejiu and asked, "Shall we go enjoy the festivities?" "Absolutely." Xiejiu eagerly nodded, clearly excited by Ruan Minshi's renewed vigor. As they approached the scene, the air was filled with fluttering petals. After some effort, they squeezed into the crowd, and inexplicably, Ruan Minshi found himself at the forefront. Oh, it seems this handsome cultivator wishes to take the stage. A flamboyantly dressed man proclaimed in a resounding voice from the center. Ruan Minshi, still processing the situation, was unexpectedly pulled onto the stage. Wait, Before he could finish, a burly man opposite him unleashed a powerful punch imbued with spiritual energy. Not wishing to reveal his true abilities, Ruan Minshi rolled to the side, narrowly evading the man's attack in a rather undignified manner. Haha, this one looks decent, but as would seem lacking. The crowd jeered, and Ruan Minshi, undeterred, brushed off the dust and declared, "I concede." At his words, an eerie silence enveloped the surrounding spectators. What's going on? Ruan Minshi noted the peculiar reaction from the crowd. The flamboyant man beside him fumed. Concede? Do you think this place is a mere playground? You can't just waltz in and out at your whim. The pavilion master is observing. If you leave this arena now, it would be a disgrace to our 100 Flowers Pavilion. You shall not escape alive. Indeed, take this. The burly man lunged at Ruan Minshi. The mention of the pavilion master struck a chord. Ruan Minshi recalled the formidable strength of the 100 Flowers Pavilion's leader. No wonder the crowd had fallen silent. They had come for amusement, only to find a fool seeking his own demise. Then I shan't concede. Ruan Minshi stood firm, ready to receive the man's blow, sending the burly figure crashing to the ground with a single strike. The crowd erupted in cheers at this display of prowess. Excellent. Now, he merely needed to wait for someone to challenge him and feign defeat. Ruan Minshi, with a confident grin amidst the applause, stood on the stage. Yet after a prolonged wait, no one approached. His smile faltered, and with a hint of frustration, he called out, "Is there no one?" He exchanged a glance with Xie, his eyes practically pleading, yet his disciple merely gazed back at him with an expression of grievance, not budging an inch. Hadn't this child just been eager to participate? All right then, congratulations to this cultivator, who shall spend the night with the pavilion master. Wait, no. Ruan Minshi attempted to salvage the situation, but the flamboyant man paid him no heed, immediately grasping his wrist and leading him toward the inner chambers. Despite his efforts to break free with spiritual energy, he found it futile. This man's strength surpassed his own. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Ruan Minshi frowned, ceasing his struggle and merely feigning resistance as he was dragged into a private room. This attire is utterly hideous. It must be changed, and remove any disguises. Under his command, a group of beautiful women approached to change Ruan Minshi's attire. A sheer red garment was draped upon him, complemented by a silver body chain. The man's silver hair was elegantly secured with a magnificent hairpin, and his face, devoid of any makeup, was already strikingly beautiful. Ruan Minshi, like a puppet, was fussed over for quite some time. Gazing at the flimsy fabric that offered little coverage, he languidly slumped onto the vermilion coral couch, devoid of any desire to move. At some unknown point, the crowd dispersed, and another man entered with a smile. Let me see what kind of exquisite beauty has captured his thoughts so fervently that he even had a portrait hung in the palace. As he stepped inside, a silver longsword was poised threateningly against his throat, its sharp blade reflecting a silvery light. I advise you not to make any sudden movements if you wish to keep your life. Ruan Minshi stood on tiptoe behind the man, his eyes devoid of any fatigue. Since his inexplicable ascent to the stage and the peculiar duel that followed, he was determined to discover the ulterior motives of those who had brought him here. "What is your name?" Ruan Minshi inquired, noticing that the man appeared relatively compliant and had not moved further. "Ruan Minshi," the man replied after a brief pause. "Ruan Minshi?" Ruan Minshi observed the two figures before him, pondering how they seemed far from feminine. The voice certainly did not suggest it either. Moreover, Ruan Minshi was known for her cunning. This individual seemed far too obedient. "He is indeed a man." Ruan Minshi brandished the sword, dismissing the trivial details. "Take me outside." He pressed the sword closer to the man's neck, warning that any slight movement could result in injury. The man chuckled lightly, shifting just enough to receive a shallow cut, blood seeping from the wound. "I refuse." Ruan Minshi was taken aback by the man's resolute refusal, momentarily stunned, noticing the absence of tension or fear in the man's demeanor. He found the situation somewhat tedious and lowered the sword. He had no inclination towards senseless violence, and he knew that outside the door, formidable guardians awaited, making escape impossible. Ruan Minshi's mouth turned down slightly as he settled onto a chair, casually grabbing a pastry from the table to nibble on. While munching, he cast a casual glance at the newcomer. The man's features were androgynous, adorned with red eyeshadow, yet his attire was quite modest. At that moment, he was smiling while using a piece of white cloth to staunch the blood from his wound. Amidst the faint metallic scent of blood, Ruan Minshi detected a hint of floral fragrance, one that had not been present moments before. What is the purpose of bringing me here? Do you know who I am? Take me to your leader. Ruan Minshi cleared the plate of pastries in one sweep. Of course we know. What could the esteemed Nine Heavens master want? The man casually tossed aside the bloodied cloth and approached Ruan Minshi, caressing his face. Naturally, it is to ensure you have a delightful exchange with the leader. Ruan Minshi shivered at the unexpected sensation, and with a swift motion, he grasped the man's face, his index finger brushing against the red eyeshadow at the corner of his eye. Are you enjoying yourself, leader? The man felt the soft, delicate fingers gliding along the corner of his eye, and upon hearing the words that followed, he was momentarily taken aback. How do you know? He questioned. Though the answer was obvious, whenever he arrived, others would depart. Faced with such composure, he should have been able to discern the man's formidable strength, compounded by the floral scent wafting through his veins. Although he was unsure why he had transformed into a man, it was clear that this individual was none other than the esteemed leader of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. What trickery are you attempting to play on me? Ruan Minshi demanded, his tone laced with suspicion. Ruan Minshi swallowed hard, his expression remaining unchanged, yet the tips of his ears flushed crimson. In stark contrast to Ruan's bashfulness, Ruan Minshi's mood soured, having been forced into an unwanted series of moves. He extended his hand, wishing to create distance between them. Yet Ruan Minshi not only remained unyielding, but drew closer instead. He clutched his swollen face, fixing an intense gaze upon Ruan Minshi, his eyes brimming with fervor. The mere sight of him left Ruan Minshi feeling a wave of revulsion. Since entering this realm, the system had been eerily silent, failing to react despite the significant disturbances in the plot. This could only imply one thing. His strength was now on par with celestial cultivators, prompting the system to refrain from manifesting. Ruan Minshi intended to probe the situation further, yet the man's bizarre behavior thwarted his attempts. Not only did he glean nothing, but he also found himself on the receiving end of a beating, which seemed to delight Ruan Minshi. Stop behaving like a ruffled cat, Lord Jiu Shao. I merely wish to engage in a pleasant conversation with you. Why do you not trust me? Ruan Minshi snapped his fingers, and the bruises on his body vanished without a trace. The surrounding scenery morphed, transporting them into a vast sea of blossoms. Ruan Minshi, observing the profusion of delicate star-like flowers, instinctively stepped back from Ruan Minshi. It was an illusion. Ruan Minshi paid no heed to Ruan Minshi's subtle movements, seizing his hand and leaning in closer, emboldened by his own strength. This persistent demeanor reminded Ruan Minshi of a certain demon he had encountered previously, perhaps named Left Guardian. Although their impressions were vastly different, he sensed a peculiar similarity in certain aspects, particularly regarding their attitudes towards themselves. Are you the demon race? He inquired. Indeed, I am the right guardian of the demon race, Ruan Minshi replied without hesitation, revealing his identity with no intention of concealment. Ruan Minshi had merely posed the question out of curiosity, never anticipating an affirmative response. Ruan Minshi had no need to hide. With his unpredictable movements and formidable prowess, he could hardly be considered a conventional demon, rendering him unafraid of any repercussions from revealing his identity. However, do not misconstrue my position. I merely serve the demon emperor, and I am not to be conflated with that repugnant crowd of demons, Ruan Minshi asserted, extending his hand once more. Ruan Minshi swatted it away, his expression devoid of enthusiasm. He had discerned both good news and bad news. The good news was that this individual harbored no intentions of harming him, ensuring his survival. The bad news was that he seemed to have caught the man's attention for reasons unknown. "Have we met before?" Ruan Minshi asked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. If he had indeed encountered such a striking figure, it should have left a lasting impression. Alas, how could the esteemed Master Jiuxiao, a person of such stature, remember someone as insignificant as me? Ruan Minshi feigned wiping away tears. As Ruan Minshi opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt something amiss in his body, and darkness clouded his vision. "What did you administer to me?" "The pastries appeared harmless," he began, but before he could finish, he collapsed weakly into Ruan Minshi's embrace. "Ah, so was concealed within the petals," Ruan Minshi remarked, cradling the light-as-a-feather figure and placing a cluster of luminescent blue flowers by his ear. "So beautiful," he mused, gazing dreamily at Ruan Minshi's delicate, long eyelashes before leaning down. "So soft, just as I imagined. 11 years, my little immortal," he continued. "I have finally seen you again. To be precise, it had been 101 years. Throughout that century, he had tread upon the bones of demons, battling relentlessly in the abyss of darkness, nurturing the hope of reunion, and ultimately becoming the most formidable poison master, clawing his way out of the inferno. Within the ranks of high-level demons, there existed numerous races, and the one to which Ruan Minshi belonged was rooted in venom. This clan was particularly unique. They would hold contests, driving the defeated kin into a toxic, shadowy realm, compelling them to devour one another. With each batch of demons perishing, new ones would emerge, akin to breeding venomous creatures, and the last surviving demon would slay the clan leader to ascend as the new chief. A decade within equated to a year outside. The nutrients he initially received from those consumed, as well as the demons subsequently cast into the fray, became his sustenance. Even other members of his clan contributed to his nourishment. To cultivate poison is to invite retribution. Chapter 55. The antagonistic master of the overpowered male lead. When Ruan Minshi encountered Ruan Minshi, the latter was but a delicate little cherub. The cherub was soft and plump, with long eyelashes and sparkling eyes, exuding an endearing charm. At that time, Ruan Minshi was only 9 years old, brought down the mountain by Dantai Bewley for training. But fate intervened, leading them into chaos. As celestial cultivators ought not to meddle too deeply in mortal affairs, Dantai Bewley chose to leave him in a village. Ruan Minshi had lost his mother at the tender age of 6. During her lifetime, as outsiders, they often faced the scorn of villagers, especially with his mother heavily pregnant and without a male protector. Whispers of gossip reached the ears of other children, who were often brutally candid in their malice. Ruan Minshi was branded a little beggar, subjected to stone throwing and even physical assaults by his peers. In just 2 years, the money left by his mother was stolen, and their home was ransacked. The clothes he wore, washed repeatedly, had become mere rags. He was frail and diminutive, despite his ability to recognize some characters. No one would hire him for work. On fortunate occasions, he would scavenge leftover meals, but more often, he resorted to foraging for wild fruits in the wilderness. When Ruan Minshi arrived in the village, hand in hand with Dantai Bewley, he curiously observed his surroundings. While the villagers lavished praise upon the sudden appearance of the celestial master, Ruan Minshi clutched the wild fruits he had gathered, swallowing them whole. His deep violet eyes coldly observing the villagers who typically despised him, now fervently welcoming the 2 newly arrived immortals. He locked eyes with the younger immortal, uncertain if the child could truly see him from such a distance, perhaps a mere illusion. The young immortal was strikingly beautiful, adored among the village children, who surrounded him like stars worshipping the moon. Ruan Minshi deemed those children utterly unattractive, hardly worthy to be compared to the young immortal, who seemed to radiate kindness with his gentle smiles towards everyone. However, misfortune befell Ruan Minshi as the children caught him, cornering him with an onslaught of stones, which hurt just as much as it had on countless occasions before. On that particularly splendid day, the sun shone warmly, and the innocent laughter of the children echoed as they threw stones. Ruan Minshi curled up, shielding his head. "Stop!" he cried. Yet, amidst this familiar torment, an unexpected shift occurred. The young immortal approached against the light, brushing the dust off Muronlanji, taking his hand and leading him step by step out of that constricted alleyway. From that moment on, Muronlanji never witnessed the young immortal smile at those children again. "Can you speak?" asked Ruan Minshi, who had brought a basin of water and began to tear away the rags from Muronlanji's frail body, revealing the bruises that marred his skeletal frame. "Yes, I can," Muronlanji replied, feeling a deep sense of shame, his gaze lowered, unable to meet the young immortal's eyes. The young immortal not only possessed striking beauty, but also a melodious voice. Muronlanji was acutely aware of his own unappealing and filthy appearance, fearing he had sullied the young immortal's hand when they had held hands. Ruan Minshi, unaware of his thoughts, merely perceived him as a timid child who had been bullied by others. He poured a potion into the water and urged Muronlanji to enter. Muronlanji lay in the warm water, which soon began to soothe his wounds, gradually purging impurities from his body. As the water darkened, he lowered his head even further, acknowledging his own dirtiness. The gentle water cascaded through his hair, and Muronlanji dared not move, allowing Ruan Minshi to wash his hair. The soft fingers gliding through his hair made him so anxious that he nearly held his breath, almost succumbing to suffocation in the basin. Ruan Minshi, startled by his sudden stillness, assumed that he disliked water and, seeing that the washing was nearly complete, drained the basin and took out a cloth to dry him off. After cleansing his body, he dressed Muronlanji in a fresh outfit, albeit one that was slightly too large for him. Ruan Minshi tightened it a bit, and once the clothes were on, Muronlanji stared blankly at him, not even blinking. "Have I perhaps found a little simpleton?" Ruan Minshi mused, poking Muronlanji's cheek, only to feel bone beneath his fingers. Fearing abandonment, Muronlanji clung to Ruan Minshi's waist and tentatively called out, "Why, young immortal? I am Ruan Minshi, not a young immortal. Come, let me take you to have some delicious food," Ruan Minshi replied, patting his back. Muronlanji devoured his meal with great enthusiasm. Ruan Minshi subtly inquired about the child's background, and with his keen intellect, he quickly deduced the general circumstances. In the evening, while Ruan Minshi was combing Muronlanji's hair, he suggested, "Don't leave, sleep beside me." That night, Muronlanji lay next to Ruan Minshi, obediently flat on his back, occasionally stealing glances at him. He believed his movements were discreet, yet Ruan Minshi, having begun to channel his energy and embark on the path of cultivation, sensed every slight motion with clarity. Was it fear? Ruan Minshi turned towards him, embraced him gently, and began to pat his back soothingly. "Do not fear. I am not a bad person. Let me share a secret. I have quietly dealt with those evildoers." The embrace of the young immortal felt warm. Suddenly, Muronlanji recalled his mother, whom he had little memory of, and it seemed she too would hold him like this during her lifetime. However, she never spoke to him or patted his back. Yet, the young immortal, despite his small stature, offered a softness that was even more comforting. Muronlanji closed his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming steady. Seeing him fall into a deep slumber, Ruan Minshi dressed quietly and stepped outside. He set up a barrier and dealt with the misbehaving children still lost in their dreams. His hands ached from the exertion, but he was satisfied as he prepared to return to rest. At the door, he encountered Dantai Bewley. "Master," the child had been playful, and Dantai Bewley had not been lenient with his punishments, causing Ruan Minshi to feel apprehensive. 20 lashes. Dantai Bewley's expression remained impassive, his voice cold and sharp. "Yes." Ruan Minshi dared not protest and accepted his punishment obediently. The next day, Muronlanji's eyes welled with tears as he noticed the redness and swelling on the young immortal's hands. "It's nothing. I just stumbled and hurt my hand." Ruan Minshi struggled to hold his chopstick steady. The pain was searing, yet he had no choice but to use them. Seeing the small child he had just rescued on the verge of tears, he hurriedly offered gentle reassurances, momentarily disregarding his own pain. Forcing himself to grip the chopsticks firmly and consume several mouthfuls of food. By the end of the meal, his once delicate hands had swollen to resemble dumplings, bright red and tender. Though the punishment was self-imposed, he still felt a pang of sorrow. Dantai Bewley, with hands clasped behind his back and an inscrutable expression, left a bottle of anti-swelling medicine on the table before departing. Chapter 56. The antagonistic master of the overpowered male protagonist. The time spent with the young immortal was the happiest period of Ruan Minshi's life. Whenever Ruan Minshi encountered other children, he would maintain a serious demeanor, causing the village children to shy away from approaching him. Instead, watching from afar as he held the hand of the little beggar, sharing treats and taking him on adventures. Although Ruan Minshi repeatedly emphasized that they could call him by his name, he remained the young immortal. And how could they address him so casually? Ruan Minshi, observing the child's reluctance to call him, did not press him further. They lingered there for just over half a month, and before departing, Ruan Minshi asked, "Would you like to come with me, little Lanji?" That day was particularly sunny. However, Ruan Minshi had not been punished for a long time. His health had improved significantly, and he had even gained some weight. Ruan Minshi, still possessing a hint of baby fat, stood beneath the sun, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, radiating an almost ethereal glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Minshi acquiesced and followed him. As they journeyed, Ruan reflected on the remarkable existence of the young immortal. If only he could remain by Ruan Minshi's side, willing to do anything for him. Over the course of the following month, he accompanied the young immortal, marveling at the beauty of diverse landscapes and the richness of human experiences, genuinely realizing the vastness of the world beyond. In the evening, he and Ruan Minshi stood side by side, watching the fireworks. The brilliant explosions illuminated the night sky in a dazzling array of colors. Ruan Minshi, captivated by the spectacle, remarked on the beauty of the fireworks. Ruan Minshi gazed at him, the flickering lights casting intermittent shadows upon his face, at times obscured by darkness, yet revealing his striking features in other moments. Though still young, it was evident that he would grow into an exceptionally handsome individual. Yes, truly breathtaking. Ruan Minshi studied his profile, feeling an inexplicable distance between them despite their close proximity. He had witnessed Ruan Minshi's celestial abilities, yet remained ignorant of the nature of cultivation. Often sitting by as he read while Ruan practiced, he was indeed a young immortal, while he himself was merely immortal. The divide between the celestial and the earthly was clear. Immortals descended to traverse the mortal realm, and there would inevitably come a day of parting. Although Ruan had understood this truth from early on, the day of separation still proved unbearable. Ruan Minshi, his lips trembling, beseeched Dantai Bewley. "Is it not possible for me to bring him to the upper realm? It cannot be done. He possesses no aptitude for cultivation. Taking him to the upper realm would only bring him harm." After Dantai Bewley's refusal, he observed an expression of sorrow on his young disciple's face that was far too mature for his age. "Say your goodbyes properly," Dantai Bewley advised, closing his eyes and silently shutting the door, granting the two children a moment of solitude. Ruan Minshi understood that the upper realm was filled with cultivators. If he were to bring Ruan Minshi, a mere mortal, to witness the disparity between himself and those around him, how would he cope? "It's all right, young immortal." Ruan Minshi perceived his distress. Though his own heart ached, he made a solemn vow. "I swear, when I, too, can cultivate, I will seek you out, all right?" This was a promise that was, in essence, unattainable. Ruan Minshi, eyes glistening with unshed tears, remained silent. Ruan Minshi, unable to bear the sight of the young immortal's sorrow, thought to himself that he should always wear a smile. In the end, he found a kind family nearby and entrusted Ruan Minshi to them. The couple, genuine and good-hearted, treated him well. The city was adorned with tiny star flowers, and before departing, Ruan Minshi received a large bouquet from Ruan Minshi, who had nothing else to give. In his moments of solitude, Ruan Minshi would often gaze at the sky. This parting was but a prelude to a long separation. Nevertheless, it was the young immortal's expectation of him, and living a life in such a manner was not without merit. Yet, fate had other plans. Not long after, the demon clan descended, laying waste to the entire city. Ruan Minshi still recalls the couple who, before departing, expressed their intent to bring back some toys. Tragically, they never returned. He, too, was destined to meet the same grim fate as the other inhabitants of the city. Yet moments before his demise, The awakening of his demonic lineage altered his fate. He was seized by the demons and taken back to the demon realm, unceremoniously cast into the secret realm for nurturing goo. As he lay there, his body feebly consumed by goo worms, a fleeting thought of his little immortal master crossed his mind. How delightful it was to realize he was not an ordinary mortal. Did this not suggest that they would meet again? He yearned to survive, to see him once more. Upon learning of the massacre in the city, Ruan Minshi was engulfed in a haze, suffering from a persistent fever that clouded his mind, and upon awakening, the horrific events had slipped from his memory. Just a young child, Dantai Bewley could not bear to let him suffer further and refrained from mentioning the incident again. Subsequently, Ruan Minshi wielded the frost and snow sword to slay demons, becoming renowned across the three realms. Meanwhile, Ruan Minshi engaged in endless battles within the secret realm, devouring his foes. But why? Why was he the child of fortune? Ruan Minshi should have understood this, as his little immortal master was undeniably exceptional. The demon sovereign sought to strip him of his cultivation. Yet how could such a proud individual accept such a fate upon awakening? Ruan Minshi painstakingly procured the elixir of intoxication and dreams. If only Ruan Minshi would consume it, all past grievances would dissolve into a mirage, encompassing memories and cultivation. Ruan Minshi would still possess a long life. They could live as an ordinary couple, exploring the world together. Holding the elixir, Ruan Minshi let his hand fall, hesitating to administer it to Ruan Minshi. Observing his closed eyes stirred deep internal conflict within him. Little immortal master, what do you wish to achieve in the future? Ruan Minshi had once asked Ruan Minshi this question. Me? As the unparalleled genius I am, I shall drive away the demon sovereign and restore peace to both realms. Ruan Minshi's response contained many words that Ruan Minshi did not yet comprehend. He simply gazed at the spirited young immortal, silently committing his words to memory. Despite his resolution, how is this different from the demon sovereign's intent to strip him of his cultivation? On what grounds did he presume to make decisions for him? Ruan Minshi's expression darkened, ultimately choosing to shatter the elixir of intoxication and dreams. With the elixir destroyed, Ruan Minshi suddenly relinquished his strength, bending down to embrace Ruan Minshi tightly. After years apart, the once delicate young immortal had blossomed into a figure of striking beauty, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Release my junior disciple. A colossal golden phoenix descended, shattering the illusion with a single claw, surrounded by swirling, auspicious clouds, dazzling in its splendor. With just one flap of its wings, a powerful gust swept through, devastating the fragile flowers and sending them tumbling. How bothersome are you celestial cultivators? Ruan Minshi, still cradling Ruan Minshi, looked up to confront the unwelcome intruder. Chapter 57. The overbearing male protagonist's villainous master. The phoenix, indifferent to his complaints, flapped its wings, directly shattering the already precarious illusion. As the fragments of the illusion scattered around them, Ruan Minshi spun with Ruan Minshi in his arms, using a fan to shield them from the debris. With a sigh, Ruan Minshi closed his eyes and gently released Ruan Minshi. Shikswagi, transformed into human form, promptly embraced his junior brother, observing the expanse of bare skin revealed on Ruan Minshi. He shed his outer garment and wrapped it around him. As cultivators who have comprehended the heavenly path, you must be aware of the child of destiny, Ruan Minshi inquired, prompting Shikswagi, who had drawn his sword, to sheath it once more. From the heavens, thunder rumbled ominously nearby, as if warning Ruan Minshi to refrain from broaching this matter. Demon Clan, what schemes do you harbor? Shikswagi regarded Ruan Minshi with caution. Do not conflate me with those filthy beings. Upon mentioning the Demon Clan, Ruan Minshi's expression mirrored his revulsion. He disregarded the heavenly admonition and stated, the child of destiny is a being born to counter the demon sovereign. Any prodigy born over the past century could potentially be the child of destiny. The three realms are well aware that, at present, only one individual can bear this title. His gaze shifted to Ruan Minshi's gentle visage. Shikswagi understood the implication and chose silence. The heavenly path believed it had concealed its secrets well. But how could the demon's sovereign remain oblivious? His frequent descents to the mortal realm were in pursuit of this entity. While it is possible that it may not be him, the demon's sovereign has already laid eyes upon him and would rather err in execution than allow him to escape. You must protect him well, Ruan Minshi urged. We will ensure his safety, Shikswagi retorted, but what ulterior motives does an outsider like you have in making such statements? Regarding the stranger who had abducted Ruan Minshi and was now uttering nonsensical words, Shikswagi displayed little patience. Ensure his safety? After having taken him away for so long. If I had truly wished to harm him, would he still be so unharmed? Ruan Minshi closed his fan and questioned. Then why did you take him away? What is your true intention? Shikswagi, aware of his misstep, recognized the strangeness of this individual. He appeared both human and demonic, yet neither fully embodied either. The bloodshed he carried, however, was undeniable. He bore the weight of countless corpses. He has shown me kindness, and I merely wish to see him. If you wish for him to survive, it is best that he never leaves the Shanxiao realm. On his behalf, I offer one final piece of advice. Do not seek the remnants of the Qilin. You will never find it. Instead, contemplate how to ensure this fragment of life endures. As Ruan Minshi's words faded, he cast one last lingering glance at Ruan Minshi before transforming into a flurry of petals, scattering with the wind. Upon witnessing his departure, Shikswagi collected his thoughts and turned to Ruan Minshi, administering a pill to him. Brother? After a restful slumber, Ruan Minshi slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing the figure before him, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. Little brother, Shikswagi mumbled into his neck, while Ruan Minshi, still befuddled, reciprocated the hug, gently patting his elder brother's back. In the village where Ruan Minshi had previously stayed, a woman entered the room, observing the neatly arranged bedding and the silver, medicinal pills, and pastries left on the table. She sat down, picking up a piece of pastry. Is it sweet? A young boy entered, biting his finger as he inquired. It must be that foolish monk who gave you this, but may I indulge in a taste? He then asked about the monk's current condition. The woman smiled lightly, slowly transforming into a stunning figure with fair brown skin and flowing gray hair, her eyes morphing into peculiar vertical slits. He is fine. My true form is now safe, and I can sense that my essence has absorbed the blood of the child of fortune. Indeed, the blood of the fortunate is truly enigmatic. Gradually, crimson scales adorned the boy's face, and a pair of antlers sprouted from his forehead as he cradled 2 boxes of pastries on the table, declaring, "These are gifts from my brother. I shall savor them slowly." The woman, twirling a finger through her hair, began to gather her elixirs and silver coins. You are no longer young yourself. Why pretend to be so naive? The boy retrieved a pastry, stuffing it into his mouth. The woman, having secured her elixirs, raised her silver coins to strike him. Just as it seemed they were on the verge of conflict, a voice intervened. Enough. You have seen each other. It is time to depart, as lingering here is unsafe. The voice belonged to the recently reappeared Ruan Minshi. Why do you carry my brother's scent? Where have you been? The boy immediately sensed something amiss. Oh, did you just meet the child of fortune? The woman raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he even embraced me and called me his beloved partner. Ruan Minshi smiled with a hint of mockery. You jest. The boy glared at him, while the woman rolled her eyes. If I tell you, you wouldn't believe me, so what can I do? Ruan Minshi shrugged. Fortunately, my true form has been saved. Your subordinates are truly foolish. By the way, you wouldn't mind if they perished, would you? If it weren't for my inability to appear, I would have dealt with them myself. The boy, leisurely enjoying his pastries, replied, They are a bunch of useless fools. Their demise suits me just fine. In any case, remember our deal. I am awaiting your scales to enhance my cultivation. The woman gazed at the scales on the boy's face, eager for action. Ruan Minshi paid no heed to their banter, drawing a line in the air, which suddenly opened a spatial rift. Ladies and gentlemen, please, he added. So your brother is the child of fortune. Does that mean? The boy's tone revealed some doubt. I will protect his life at all costs. Ruan Minshi stated seriously, his smile replaced with earnestness. Chapter 58, The Dragon's Pride, the Antagonist Master. Ruan Min had returned to the Shanxiao sect for some time. During this period, he sensed that some of his senior brothers, and even his recently returned master, were acting rather strangely. Firstly, after every lesson with Xie, whenever he wished to venture down the mountain for a bit of leisure, his elder brother or master would randomly appear. Sometimes even the second elder brother, who was rarely present at the sect, insisting on accompanying him everywhere, as if they were his shadows. The three of them seemed to refresh like NPCs. Each time he stepped outside, one would randomly appear, and each day they were different. Listening to storytelling is truly an experience best enjoyed in the company of a companion or a younger generation. However, with two senior brothers present, it was hardly feasible, and having his revered master accompany him rendered the enjoyment of the tales impossible. Thus, there was no choice but to abandon the idea of listening to such narratives altogether. Accompanied by the esteemed figure, he could only take a brief stroll before returning to the abode of the heavens. This continued for 6 months until Ruan Minshi could no longer contain himself. He seized a moonless night, intent on sneaking out. Yet halfway down the mountain, he was greeted by the beaming smile of Shi, who inquired about his late-night escapade. "Where are you heading at this hour? May I accompany you?" With a heart heavy and resigned, Ruan Minshi abandoned his struggle. "Just taking a leisurely stroll after a long rest, and you, second senior brother, are still awake, I see." In a swift motion, he retreated to his chamber, not even changing his clothes, and lay peacefully on his bed. "It seems they have mistaken you for the child of destiny. Fearing that the demon lord may trouble you, the increasingly fluffy little system chimed in, nestled in Ruan Minshi's embrace, nuzzling against his chin with its soft fur. "Me? The child of destiny?" Ruan Minshi poked at the fluffy entity, expressing his bewilderment. If descending the mountain was not an option, he might as well find enjoyment in mentoring his little disciple, honing his skills. His master was perpetually by his side, diligently instructing him in various techniques and engaging in sparring matches every few days. This brought immense joy to Xie, who, eager to impress Ruan Minshi, practiced fervently, making rapid advancements in his cultivation. The speed of his progress left the elder astounded. Is this the power of love? Over the course of several months, Xie grew taller and more robust, surpassing Ruan Minshi by half a head. Observing the difference in their heights, Ruan Minshi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Why is this happening? Even as an adult, one can still grow taller. Although Xie spent every day with him and could generally gauge his emotions, he could not discern the reason behind his master's slight discontent. After some contemplation, he had a sudden insight. Kneeling slightly, he rested his head on Ruan Minshi's hand and said, "Master, no matter how tall I grow, you will always be able to pat my head." Xie's heartfelt declaration elicited unrestrained laughter from the system. Ruan Minshi resolved to enter the system's realm later for a sparring match, one of the gaming variety, to render it speechless. He tousled Xie's hair and subsequently engaged in a more intense sparring session. Afterward, with a bruised face, Xie soaked in a medicinal bath prepared by Ruan Minshi, wincing from the pain, yet feeling elated inside. While bathing, he took out a small notebook to pen down his thoughts. "Today, Master was particularly fierce with me, yet he seemed shy. He cares for me," the elder observed. Aside from cultivating and preparing meals for Ruan Minshi, Xie indulges in various unrealistic fantasies. "Today, Master glanced at me a little longer. I'm so happy. Today, during our spar, he held back a bit to prevent me from getting hurt. I'm so happy. Today, he served me vegetables 3 times. I'm so happy." Such entries filled his notebook, countless in number. Those embroiled in their own situations may be blind to the truth, while those observing from the sidelines see clearly. The elderly man's demeanor appeared to suggest that Ruan Minshi was solely devoted to the earnest instruction of his disciples. However, how could it be that in Xie's narrative, he seemed to harbor deeper sentiments? Who, in truth, is excessively enamored? Had he possessed but a fraction of Xie's capacity for overanalysis in his earlier years, he would have had no difficulty in finding a companion on his path. A year has swiftly elapsed, and the deadline for the task has arrived. The system, with a grand gesture, has simply postponed the assignment. The heavenly Tao is quite pleased with the protagonist's cultivation speed and hopes for its continuation. Undoubtedly, one must consider who is imparting the teachings. Ruan Minshi spoke with confidence, yet he himself was uncertain as to why Xie was so diligent. He attributed this diligence to his own exemplary role. With such a formidable and exceptional master, how could Long Outyin remain complacent? He was bound to strive to catch up. As autumn waned and winter approached, a blanket of pristine snow enveloped the Shangxiao sect. The wind whispered softly, and delicate snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, settling upon the swords. "Master, please bestow your guidance." A young man with raven hair wielded a dark iron sword, his golden eyes shimmering like cold stars. As he launched an attack towards the man opposite him, the silver-haired man, clad in light winter garb, had lashes so thick it was difficult to discern whether they were dusted with snow or silver. With each breath, they quivered like a dancing butterfly. A fluffy cloak draped over his slender form, adding an element of charm. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he raised his smooth, radiant fingers to gather the light. Drifting snowflakes. The sharp blade cleaved the snowflakes in two, and as the sword energy approached with blinding speed, the man's figure appeared ghostly, evading the onslaught with a series of agile steps, leaving no trace upon the snow beneath him. "Master, your prowess has grown even more formidable. Let me attempt this technique." Undeterred by the thwarted attack, the youth's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unleashed his newly learned move. The sword energy transformed into ethereal shadows, converging from all directions to ensnare the silver-haired man. With a subtle shift in his footing, the man stepped upon the shadows and leapt gracefully, effortlessly evading the strike. "Ha!" Xie beamed foolishly at Ruan Minshi, who returned the smile with warmth. "I caught it," Xie exclaimed, opening his palm to reveal the white jade from Ruan Minshi's waist, which he had cleverly seized while stepping upon the shadows. "Well done." Ruan Minshi had deliberately left an opening, and he felt joy at his disciple's success. "This shall be your reward. Cherish it." Ruan Minshi chuckled, nodding at the white jade without reclaiming it. "Thank you, master. I shall treasure it." Xie carefully placed the white jade alongside the green jade Ruan Minshi had gifted him upon their initial meeting, stringing them together to keep close to his heart. Ruan Minshi gently adjusted his plush cloak. "You have now reached a bottleneck. Come, master shall take you on a journey to hone your skills." Xie had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, making this the ideal moment to absorb the celestial fire. Chapter 59. The antagonistic master of the protagonist. Long Outyin. Ruan Minshi, filled with enthusiasm, set off with his young disciple. This journey had been meticulously planned, as the master was absent from the sect. The second senior brother was occupied with exorcising demons, and the first senior brother was too busy within the sect to venture out. With a smile, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the Shangxiao sect. "Master brother." Ruan Minshi gazed at his senior brother, the sect leader, who had just been preoccupied, his smile fading. "Greetings, sect leader," he said, as Xie hurriedly raised his hand in salutation. "The weather today is quite splendid, isn't it?" Ruan Minshi remarked, staring at the overcast sky, his words lacking sincerity. No sooner had he spoken than a biting cold wind tousled his high ponytail, and delicate snowflakes began to descend from the heavens. "Junior brother, where are you headed in such weather?" Sect leader Zianking inquired with a cheerful smile. Ruan Minshi, initially intending to make small talk about the weather, found himself at a loss for words under the dreary circumstances. Lowering his head, he confessed, "I intend to take Jiyu out for some practice. He has reached a bottleneck." The bottleneck was inconsequential. The primary goal was for him to acquire the celestial fire. "Master is calling for me." "For me." "Master is summoning Jiyu." Xie exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a broad smile gracing his lips. "I see. Then let us proceed," Zianking responded. "Are we truly going?" Ruan Minshi was taken aback by the ease with which he was permitted to leave, the anticipated difficulty failing to materialize. He asked, somewhat dazed, "Really?" "Yes, let's go," Zianking affirmed with a nod. After departing from the Shangxiao sect and walking for a while, Ruan Minshi began to sense something amiss. He glanced at the man walking beside him and exclaimed, "Wait, senior brother? What are you doing here? Is something the matter?" Ziyanking replied with a slight smile. "What about your sect affairs? Aren't you the leader, burdened with countless responsibilities? How can you be here with us?" Ruan Minshi questioned in rapid succession, scratching his head in confusion. "Weren't we meant to go out for practice? It is of no concern. A competent sect leader ensures that the sect remains as steadfast as ever, even in his absence," Ziyanking said soothingly. With Ziyanking's impeccable responses, Ruan Minshi found himself with little to retort, ultimately choosing silence. It matters not. He is yet to achieve celestial cultivation, so this expedition should not significantly affect him. The system consoled him. The fact that senior brother was able to assume the position of the Shangxiao sect's leader indicated his exceptional qualities. Although he had not broken through in cultivation, he was by no means inferior to celestial cultivators. Ruan Minshi spoke earnestly. Despite Ziyanking always appearing exceedingly gentle in front of him, he was serious when managing sect affairs and interacting with other sects, commanding respect without needing to be wrathful. Before becoming the leader, he was already a formidable sword cultivator, his sharpness never waning, instead seamlessly integrated into daily interactions. In the realm of cultivation, the sect leader was always held in high esteem. Yet, in Ruan Minshi's presence, he seemed to reveal his gentler side. He had never expressed anger towards Ruan Minshi. At most, he would feign annoyance, only to relent and indulge him with a bit of pampering. Particularly in recent years, with Dantai Bewley in seclusion and Shishue returning to the borders, their time together had grown and their bond had deepened. Ruan Minshi's closeness to Ziyanking brought immense joy to the latter. After all, this was the little junior brother he had watched grow up. Although no longer a child, in Ziyanking's eyes, his little junior brother remained endearingly adorable in all his endeavors, whether smiling or not. For instance, due to the scarcity of available rooms, some patrons, filled with reluctance, inquired once more about the innkeeper's appearance. After reaching adulthood, Ruan Minshi had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Yet Ziyanqing could still discern the subtle expressions of his junior disciple, revealing his current state of mind. Regrettably, there are indeed only 2 rooms left, and I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. It is widely known that the Golden Mountain holds treasures of great worth, yet such opportunities are rare. Despite the low probability of encountering them, the influx of cultivators eager to test their luck is overwhelming, leading to a natural scarcity of accommodations. This is the final inn in the vicinity. At this late hour, the first floor of the inn is devoid of other guests aside from the innkeeper. Ruan Minshi had already inquired at 5 establishments, all fully booked. Very well, 2 rooms it shall be. He caught a glimpse of 2 individuals entering from the doorway and decided to remain here. Should these 2 rooms also be unavailable, they would truly have no choice but to camp outdoors. "Wait, who dares to contend with my young master for a room?" Hearing the sharp voice behind him, Ruan Minshi's hand, having just completed the payment, had yet to retract. He found such occurrences vexatious, particularly since male-focused novels often feature such thoughtless and reckless cannon fodder. This is the realm of cultivation. Even an elderly passerby could potentially be an exceptionally powerful immortal. Everyone knows not to provoke strangers, for one never knows if they might be a formidable figure. Yet these cannon fodder seem oblivious, always seeking trouble with the strong. It is often said that one picks on the weak, so why do these cannon fodder insist on challenging those who appear formidable? Ruan Minshi pondered, as he had not intentionally dressed in a disheveled manner. His golden silk attire was undoubtedly luxurious. Not to mention, Ziyanqing's outfit was even more splendid, adorned with intricate high-level patterns that exuded an impressive aura. Perhaps this is the very reason why they are mere cannon fodder, lacking discernment yet eager to seize what belongs to others. Ruan Minshi turned around, questioning, "Does this young master not understand the concept of first come, first served?" The servant, poised to unleash a tirade, faltered upon seeing Ruan Minshi's countenance. The young master, displaying evident impatience, pushed aside the suddenly mute servant, and upon catching sight of Ruan Minshi, his eyes brightened. "It's you." This was indeed the young master whom Ruan Minshi had inquired about during the martial arts competition. "You, who are you?" Ruan Minshi racked his brain. unable to recall when he had last encountered this individual. The young master's expression dimmed momentarily before he declared, "You're the one who asked about the martial arts competition last time." "Ah, it's you. Thank you for that." Ruan Minshi vaguely remembered casually questioning a passerby and politely expressed his gratitude. "I sincerely apologize. My servant was thoughtless and has caused you inconvenience." Upon realizing that Ruan Minshi remembered him, the young master brightened, offering a sincere apology. No matter. With the apology rendered, Ruan Minshi chose not to pursue the matter further. The resolution came swifter than he had anticipated. "Innkeeper, may I receive the keys to the rooms?" he inquired of the stunned innkeeper. "Oh yes, of course. Here are your keys." The innkeeper promptly presented 2 iron keys, indicating that the rooms were located on the left side of the 3rd floor, specifically the first 2. The 3 individuals with the keys ascended the stairs, and at the rear, Zi Yanqing suddenly felt a stirring, half of his face shrouded in darkness. His deep purple eyes subtly glancing downward. Below, the young master twisted the neck of a servant, effortlessly reducing him to ashes, before receiving a key from the trembling hands of the innkeeper. The servant had no chance to plead for his life, vanishing without a sound. In Chapter 60, the formidable male protagonist's villainous master, there were 3 individuals sharing 2 rooms. Regarding the allocation of the rooms, Ruan Minshi contemplated that it was indeed appropriate for the sect leader, his senior brother, to have one room while he and his disciple shared another. Thus, they would occupy one room, allowing the younger generation to each have their own. Before he could voice this, Zi Yanqing decisively established the room arrangements. "Very well. Let us adhere to the senior brother's plan." Ruan Minshi did not dwell on it. Since his brother had made arrangements, he would comply. He readily agreed and handed the key to Xie. "Master, Xie hesitated, wishing to decline sharing a room with Ruan Minshi, but he could not find a reason to justify sleeping alongside his master. "Let's proceed." Zi Yanqing guided Ruan Minshi, who was waiting for his disciple to finish speaking. Noticing Xie's indecision, Ruan Minshi reassured him, "I'm just next door. Feel free to seek me out if anything arises." "Understood, master." Xie assented, tightening his grip on the key at Ruan Minshi's waist. After they entered their room, the young master calmly made his way to the adjacent chamber. "Remove your clothing," Zi Yanqing commanded, his hands resting flat as he sat in a chair, calmly observing Ruan Minshi devouring pastries. Each word he spoke carried weight. Ruan Minshi's pupils flickered as he dropped half of the pastry onto the table. Disrobe. Confronted with the imperious tone of his sect leader, Ruan Minshi lowered his gaze, allowing his garments to slide off. His pristine skin was adorned with a large floral tattoo, a crimson blossom blooming from his abdomen, dominating much of his body, with the outer petals extending even to his neck. It was strikingly vivid. Zi Yanqing furrowed his brow, his fingers resting upon the center of the floral tattoo on Ruan Minshi's lower abdomen, causing Ruan Minshi to shiver at the coarse sensation. "I was pondering why you, who despises high-collar garments, have been wearing them of late." Zi Yanqing traced the unusual tattoo inch by inch, and Ruan Minshi, already heightened in sensitivity, found the soft fabric intolerable against such rough fingertips. "It is the mark of the demon emperor. It must have existed since the last time I encountered him." With a wave of his hand, Zi Yanqing ensured Ruan Minshi was fully clothed again. "Had I not sensed something amiss, how much longer would you have concealed this?" Zi Yanqing inquired. "The mark of the demon emperor is inescapable. Its bearer can be sensed by the demon emperor from any distance." Acknowledging this would only incur additional worry, Ruan Minshi chose to keep the matter to himself. He leaned in, wrapping his arms around Zi Yanqing's neck. "I am sorry, senior brother. I was wrong." It was best to admit fault for the time being. He understood that this approach would resonate with his senior brother. Indeed, Zi Yanqing merely sighed softly and patted his back. "At this advanced stage of life, how is it that you remain unchanged from your childhood? The elder brother does not intend to reproach you." Rather, Zi Yanqing's voice grew increasingly gentle. "While I cannot entirely eliminate this, I can certainly suppress the growth of the patterns." Ruan Minshi was aware that soon he would be taken to the demon realm, perhaps in a few days, or even sooner. Unable to sleep with his eyes wide open, He engaged in conversation with the system. He inquired, "System, the demon emperor has been attempting to send avatars into the two realms. Do you think it is possible that he has successfully dispatched an avatar to our world?" "It is possible," the system replied. "Oh, then what has he been doing all this time?" "He had gone through great lengths to arrive in this world, perhaps because he could no longer remain in his original realm. Yet, his actions here seem rather peculiar. He should be able to employ more radical methods to achieve his aims, given his immense strength. There is no need for him to merely seek ways to descend into this world and incapacitate the fated child. He might just be bored, treating all of this as a source of amusement. For someone who has lived so long and possesses such power, oh no, a demon, everything else must seem insignificant. Like ants struggling in their death throes, perhaps he finds it entertaining." The system, sensing Ruan Minshi's anxiety, engaged in idle chatter, aiming to ease his troubled mind. How delightfully wicked, indeed. However, he truly lacks any sense of good or evil. The demon clan is governed by the strong. I suspect he pays little attention to those lesser demons. Ruan Minshi, staring at the patterns above him, suddenly thought of the ordinary people who had been displaced or even lost their lives due to the upheaval caused by the demons. "Shire," Zi Yanqing spoke suddenly beside him, startling Ruan Minshi, who had not realized that he was still awake. "It is late. You should sleep." Zi Yanqing's voice was soft. Ruan Minshi slowly closed his eyes. Noticing his breathing had steadied, Zi Yanqing quietly rose, set up a barrier, and discreetly left the room, kicking open the door to the adjacent chamber. The room was empty. The window was ajar, allowing the wind to flutter the pages of the books on the desk. A faint trace of demonic energy lingered in the air. Beneath his violet gaze, the demonic aura was unmistakable. Through the residual traces, Zi Yanqing could discern the trajectory of the demon's movements. Upon their meeting, Zi Yanqing had sensed that the young noble was not quite right. Indeed, he was a demon of considerable strength. It seemed that tonight, this demon had set a trap for him. If he were to pursue this demon, he would have to abandon Ruan Minshi. But the demon's erratic behavior left him uncertain of its intentions, whether it was aiming to commit some heinous act. Therefore, to ignore it was simply not an option. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance in the barrier. Turning, he saw Ruan Minshi standing at the door, draped in a cloak. "Junior disciple, you should not, brother, go after him. I know you have been protecting me during this time, but if faced with the choice of saving one life or the lives of thousands, I would choose the latter. I believe you would too. Moreover, you know the path I have chosen. Go pursue him. If you do not, it would only confuse my resolve. If I truly am who you think I am, then this moment presents itself as an opportunity for me. A true child of destiny, when faced with calamities that could drown him, only emerges anew, stronger than before. However, Ruan Minshi is not a child of destiny. He is merely a facade. I apologize, senior brother, but this is my task." Watching Zi Yanqing's departing figure, Ruan Minshi returned to his chamber alone. Tomorrow, he must assist Xie in obtaining the immortal flame before the demon emperor's arrival. It was the system that roused him moments ago, informing him that the demon emperor would come to take him away on the morrow. Chapter 61. The antagonistic master of the overpowered male protagonist deep within the gilded mountain. Two men cautiously traversed the winding cave, the terrain within being intricate and fraught with perilous traps. Along the way, Ruan Minshi truly witnessed what it meant to possess the halo of a protagonist. Every few steps unveiled a secret treasure, and every few more revealed a mythical beast. Having inadvertently fallen into a trap, he effortlessly dispatched the obstructing spirit beasts, discovering a trove of treasures within. In short, the journey proved remarkably fortuitous, yielding an abundance of treasures beyond belief. The two soon reached the very heart of the Gilded Mountain. "This space feels unusual. Be vigilant, my disciple," Ruan Minshi advised, glancing at Xie behind him. "Understood, master." Xie smiled and suddenly lunged forward, embracing Ruan Minshi. What is the matter?" Ruan Minshi gently ruffled his hair, inquiring softly. "It's nothing." Startled by the head pat, Xie retracted his hand, reluctantly extricating himself from Ruan Minshi's embrace. "Well, if you're fine, I have matters to attend to." When will my disciple emerge? Ruan Minshi maintained his smile, his tone tender. Master, what are you saying? I don't quite understand, Xie replied, pursing his lips and gazing up at Ruan Minshi. Literally, you have been here alone for quite some time. Why not reveal your true self? Ruan Minshi casually seated himself upon a smooth stone nearby, his light lashes fluttering as his gray eyes fixed upon Xie. Under the gaze of such clear eyes, Xie's expression gradually dimmed, transforming into a specter with much of his form eroded into pitted remnants. I will spare you if you do not harm me. The lingering soul had countless spirits under its command, all of whom bore the stains of murder. Ruan Minshi recognized this with a single glance. Confronted by the once fearsome visage of the remnant soul, he maintained a calm and gentle expression. Reaching into his storage bag, Ruan Minshi withdrew the last remnants of a pastry and inquired, "Would you like a taste? It's quite delectable. Though I am unsure if you still possess the sense of taste. Even chewing something delightful can bring joy." Hesitantly, the remnant soul grasped the entire pastry. "Wait, hold on. Leave me a bit." Upon hearing Ruan Minshi's words, the remnant soul vacantly opened its palm. Ruan Minshi took the pastry, dividing it in two, and offered half to the remnant soul. It's incredibly soft, with a texture as exquisite as your own spirit. The remnant soul stuffed the pastry into its mouth, only to find that tears had already adorned half of its remaining face. Having no memories, the remnant soul had been trapped in this confined existence since the dawn of its consciousness. The lingering soul encountered an individual unlike any other for the first time. This soul possessed the ability to glimpse fragments of the memories of those who ventured here, transforming into the likeness of the figures within those memories. Those individuals could either be deceived, consumed, or see through his facade, leading to a confrontation. One side of his body had been melted away by a secret technique of a cultivator during a past encounter. Weeping was futile. What remained was not for sharing. This was all he could consume for now, and when he would next partake of sustenance remained uncertain. Ruan Minshi sat nearby, slowly savoring a soft pastry, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. He was undergoing trials, the path of the lingering soul. Yes, I understand, Ruan Minshi nodded. The lingering soul fell silent, gazing vacantly at him. Do you wish to leave this place? Ruan Minshi inquired after finishing his pastry. Leave? Me? The lingering soul pondered for a moment, pointing to itself. I am crippled. I cannot depart. I can help you escape, Ruan Minshi offered, gesturing to himself and then upwards. He was on the verge of losing all his cultivation. He might as well perform one final act of kindness. Before departing, the lingering soul cast a glance at Ruan Minshi, and a point of light flew into Ruan Minshi's being. Thank you. Farewell. This will be of use to you. Farewell, and do not take lives recklessly. After bidding the lingering soul farewell, Ruan Minshi calculated the time. It was almost upon him. In the next moment, a bloodied figure plummeted from the sky, surrounded by faint orange flames, clearly enduring immense agony. The fire was tainted, tinged with purple. Is this impurity? Ruan Minshi decisively pressed his hand against Xie's back, channeling his frost to draw the impurities from the flames into himself. A cough erupted from his lips, black blood spilling forth as some of the uncontrollable flames leapt onto him. Ruan Minshi forcibly absorbed the impurities, sealing away some of the flames that Xie had released to allow him to regain control. However, he suffered backlash, the impurities inflicting harm upon him, dark blood continuously seeping from his mouth. The pain compelled Ruan Minshi to remain composed as he plunged into a nearby cold pond, 3 feet deep, cradling Xie. When he emerged, Xie's wounds had begun to heal, though his complexion grew increasingly flushed. Oh no, this is a side effect of absorbing immortal flames. The flames are entwined about him. He needs assistance. The system's voice dwindled. Who, besides Ruan Minshi, could help Xie suppress the flames within him? Utilizing the cold pond to expel the impurities, Ruan Minshi neglected to tend to his own wounds, continuing to aid Xie. Too hot. Ruan Minshi exclaimed as he attempted to touch the flames, recoiling from the burn. Gritting his teeth, he activated his cultivation technique. ultimately managing to expel the excess flames from Siejiu. Ruan Minshi swiftly absorbed the essence within the cold pond, crystallizing it to neutralize the incessant flames within him. With Ruan Minshi's aid, Siejiu gradually subdued the flames, regaining a modicum of awareness. "Master," Siejiu murmured, "I am here. Jiu, do not be afraid." Upon hearing the assurances from Ruan Minshi, Siejiu felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, allowing him to gently close his eyes. Chapter 62. The overbearing male protagonist's villainous master. As Ruan Minshi emerged from the golden-hued mountain after changing his attire, he was met with a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. The skies darkened ominously, the winds howled, and thunder rumbled through the vast expanse of black clouds. A figure descended gracefully through the air, effortlessly using a single finger to stave off the thunderclaps. The cacophony of sound persisted for an extended duration, with lightning illuminating the heavens, as if reluctant to fade away. The demon emperor hovered in the air, unwavering in the face of the relentless bolts of celestial fury. Even when the thunder subsided, he maintained an air of composure, while the dark clouds surrounding him thickened ominously. Were it not for Ruan Minshi's keen eyesight, the man concealed within the shadows would have remained invisible. This flamboyant entrance of the demon emperor was undeniably impressive, yet the oppressive darkness of the clouds left much to be desired. Ruan Minshi mused silently. Before stepping out, the system had already informed him that Dantai Bewley was being restrained by the demon emperor's avatar, and it was certain that this visit would lead to his capture and demise. The demon emperor, having forcefully entered the spiritual realm, had suffered significant depletion of his power, taking a full 2 years to recuperate. This presented the perfect opportunity for Siejiu to grow. Upon exiting the secret realm, he would break through to the celestial tier, becoming a figure of envy and admiration. As for Ruan Minshi, he had already become a mere shadow of his former self. After ensuring Siejiu's safety, Ruan Minshi quickly changed into a simpler outfit and, having regained his composure, stepped outside. The performance had commenced, and the lead actor could not be kept waiting for long. With his eyes closed, he opened them anew, now infused with righteous indignation. "Demon Emperor, what is your incessant descent to the mortal realm for? I shall never allow you to escape," Ruan Minshi declared passionately, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. "Oh, you are here? How fortuitous! I need not search any further." The avatar of the Emperor Lin Yuan possessed half the strength of his true self, eliminating the worry of being slain by a single strike as he had been previously. His descent was initially intended for the purpose of seeking Ruan Minshi, and now that the latter had presented himself, the search was rendered unnecessary. The power of this avatar paralleled that of the highest echelons of celestial cultivators. With a mere wave of his hand, he swiftly immobilized Ruan Minshi. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor Lin Yuan appeared before Ruan Minshi, effortlessly pulling him into an embrace. Rendered motionless, Ruan Minshi gritted his teeth, his luminous eyes fixed defiantly upon the Emperor. Intrigued by the intensity of the gaze, the Emperor pinched Ruan Minshi's cheek and smiled slightly. "If you were to submit to me and willingly become a cherished pet, I could guarantee your safety. Otherwise, your delicate form would be utterly devoured in the demon realm, without even requiring my intervention. The demon kin know no shame." "Begone," Ruan Minshi retorted, refusing to even meet his gaze. He bit down on the Emperor's hand, leaving behind a bruise of deep purple. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he could inflict no real harm. Unperturbed by the bite, the Emperor chuckled softly, tearing open a rift in the void and hoisting Ruan Minshi over his shoulder as he ventured into the demon realm. This marked Ruan Minshi's inaugural visit to this enigmatic place. Though he had long heard tales of this place, he was still taken aback by the pervasive darkness and the absence of luminous objects in the sky. The air here was devoid of spiritual energy, not a hint of green to be seen, only dark magical flora emitting a peculiar sheen. The sky was overcast, casting an oppressive gloom over the walls of the city below. The only source of light came from peculiar orbs embedded in the walls, which shone with a brightness akin to daylight. Legend spoke of this realm as a domain of darkness, where malevolent creatures thrived on malice and desire. engaging in mutual slaughter and consumption. It was not until the birth of the demon emperor that the walls began to rise. This was the territory of high-ranking demons, where lower-tier creatures were kept in captivity, devoid of consciousness, existing solely as instruments of power. Before Ruan Minshi could fully observe his surroundings, he was seized by the demon emperor and thrust into the royal palace, unceremoniously tossed onto a grand bed. Wait, this scenario seems rather incongruous. Am I not holding a script from the overbearing demon lord's nightly affection? Ruan Minshi found himself pinned to the soft bed by Di Lingyuan, whose crimson gaze made him inexplicably uneasy. Where is your purity? Di Lingyuan inquired, his brow furrowing. It was clear that Ruan Minshi had no intention of responding to such an inquiry, opting instead for silence. His reticence evidently provoked the man, eliciting a cold laugh laced with ire from Di Lingyuan. He grasped Ruan Minshi's wrist and led him to a nearby terrace. Below, a throng of demons gathered, their eyes ablaze with fervor upon seeing a young and handsome cultivator nestled in the arms of their emperor. Tell me, Di Lingyuan whispered in Ruan Minshi's ear, if I were to cast you down from here, what do you suppose these demons would do to you? His tone dripped with mockery. How could you possibly fail to protect yourself? Surely you're not occupied with your master night and day. His voice grew more venomous as he continued, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he assessed Ruan Minshi's reaction. Di Lingyuan intended merely to intimidate. He had no genuine desire to let him fall. Ruan Minshi realized that the demon emperor had no intention of stripping him of his powers, yet he felt compelled to relinquish them. He paid little heed to the incessant taunts of the emperor, biding his time for an opportunity, one that would prompt him to destroy his own abilities out of shame and fury. Now was that moment. Internally, Ruan Minshi ignited his dantian. Di Lingyuan observed as the human cultivator's expression morphed into one of despair, his eyes hollowing out, and suddenly, a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. The crimson liquid splattered against his pristine collar, reminiscent of glaringly vivid plum blossoms. Di Lingyuan's smile faltered as he hastily sealed Ruan Minshi's vital meridians. However, the damage had already been done. Despite his efforts to save him, the blood continued to flow uncontrollably, and even if he were to survive, he would merely be a shell of his former self. When Ruan Minshi was summoned into the demon emperor's palace, the sight that greeted him was that of a silver-haired man lying motionless on the bed, his face as pale as a sheet. Ruan Minshi's pupils constricted as he gazed at the ashen figure, nearly losing his footing. Hurry, save him, the emperor commanded with an unanticipated anxiety etched upon his face. In Chapter 63, the villainous master of the dragon Outyin male protagonist had established a secluded courtyard within the demon emperor's palace at some unknown time. This place was unique, fortified with numerous protective barriers and meticulously adorned with flora from the spirit realm. Except for the demon emperor and his right guardian, no other demons were permitted to approach. Initially, the plants within would wither rapidly, but eventually, a massive spirit stone was discovered, whose abundant, pure spiritual energy breathed life into this garden, transforming it into a verdant paradise. As Ruan Minshi entered with a bowl of medicine, he was momentarily entranced by the surroundings, almost believing he had stepped into the spirit realm. He plucked several vibrant blossoms and lifted the jade curtain to enter the chamber. The room was extravagantly decorated, with furniture crafted from exquisite golden silkwood and a bed hewn entirely from spirit jade, radiating warmth, ideal for nurturing the body. Upon the bed sat a pallid young man, his once lustrous silver hair now nearly lifeless and disheveled, his form gaunt to the point of resembling a mere shadow of humanity. A simple cough seemed to threaten his very existence, as he pressed a hand to his chest, struggling for breath. Ruan Minshi hurried over, placing the flowers on the table. He held the medicine bowl, carefully scooping the concoction with a spoon to feed Ruan Minshi. Ruan Minshi turned his head, refusing to drink, and nearly knocked the bowl over with a dismissive gesture. Ruan Minshi sighed, setting the medicine aside, and took up a comb to groom his hair. In that moment, Ruan Minshi appeared devoid of spirit, staring vacantly as Ruan Minshi attended to him. Since his dantian had exploded and he was miraculously saved, He had been trapped in this erratic emotional state. Once a paragon of excellence, he now resembled a mere shell of his former self, with only a few years of life remaining. Such a stark decline was unbearable for anyone to accept. If he cooperated and focused on his recovery, he might have a few more years. Yet, should he continue in this manner, his time could dwindle to less than a year. After gathering his hair into a neat ponytail, Ruan Minshi returned with the medicine. This time, Ruan Minshi remained quiet, his gaze lowered as he obediently consumed the entire potion. Once the medicine was administered, Ruan Minshi turned to place the freshly picked flowers into a vase. Ruan Minshi, frail and emaciated, grasped the soft silk quilt, curling into a tight ball, hugging his knees as his shoulders trembled, tears cascading uncontrollably and dampening the fabric. Ruan Minshi pretended not to notice his tears, setting a box of freshly made pastries on the table. Having experimented with the recipe numerous times, the pastries were now crafted with gentle ingredients and could be deemed delightful. After Ruan Minshi departed, Ruan Minshi ceased his weeping and peeked around the room. His eyes were still red-rimmed, appearing utterly pitiable. Alas, this medicine is truly unbearable, he lamented, his delicate features contorting into a myriad of expressions. Ruan Minshi stuck out his tongue and called upon the system. System. I wish to exchange for a box of pastries and a drink. Certainly, host, I'm on my way. The little dumpling appeared with a soft thud, accompanied by a box of pastries and a bottle of soda. Ruan Minshi eagerly stuffed pastries into his mouth, alternating bites with sips of the soda, and only reluctantly seized his indulgence after consuming half the box. Thank you, system. Please take them away. I fear that indulging too much might expose my condition. Understood. The little dumpling raised a hand resembling a slender line, and the remaining pastries, along with their box, vanished into thin air. Each passing day proved to be a challenge. Ruan Minshi felt exhausted, as if even breathing had become a laborious task, with subtle aches pervading his body. Previously, his cultivation had brought him a sense of ease. But now, stripped of spiritual power, every part of him felt uncomfortable. He resembled a shattered mirror, awkwardly glued back together, yet marred by cracks. You have sustained such severe injuries. It is hardly surprising that you are struggling, the little dumpling remarked, nuzzling Ruan Minshi's face with a hint of concern. I had no choice at that moment. The Demon Emperor did not seem intent on incapacitating me, so I had to act. Ultimately, while the tactic was perilous, it proved effective. Although he couldn't comprehend why he was being treated to delicacies rather than discarded like refuse, he was grateful to be alive and relatively well. Yet, the delicious pastries remained beyond his reach. Ruan Minshi gazed longingly at the sweet treats on the table, tears welling in his eyes. Life had become exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, he found himself excessively drowsy, needing to rest after mere exchanges of words, and even taking a few steps felt as though he might faint. I never imagined I would one day become a frail beauty, Ruan Minshi mused, embracing the soft, warm dumpling. Feeling weary, he decided to lie back and take a brief nap. In the main hall of the Demon Emperor's palace, Di Lin Yuan sat upon a dark golden throne adorned with jewels. Propping his head on his hand, his expression obscured. How is he faring? Di Lin Yuan inquired of Ruan Minshi. Not well. This place is truly unsuitable for his recovery. However, should we attempt to transport him to the spirit realm, in his current condition, he might not even withstand the spatial rifts between the demon realm and the spirit realm. Ruan Minshi replied, bowing respectfully. I understand. Di Lin Yuan gestured dismissively and descended from his throne. Since awakening, Ruan Minshi had shown an aversion to seeing him, and previous attempts to draw near had met with fierce resistance, culminating in Ruan Minshi spitting blood and fainting. Ruan Minshi concluded that the distress had overwhelmed him and advised Di Lin Yuan to refrain from appearing before Ruan Minshi, as it would not only hinder his recovery, but also exacerbate his condition. As the most formidable healer available in the demon realm, Ruan Minshi possessed some skills. He had been hastily summoned to ensure Ruan Minshi's survival. However, his expertise lay primarily in poison crafting, while Ruan Minshi's second senior brother, the Phoenix, excelled in healing. Di Linyuan also harbored the intention to send Ruan Minshi back to the spirit realm for recuperation. Yet the latter's current physical state was far too precarious. Ruan Minshi was unable to return to the spirit realm, and remaining in the demon realm without cooperating in his treatment only led to further deterioration of his health. Di Linyuan could only observe him from afar, watching as Ruan Minshi grew increasingly haggard. Previously, he could still move about, but now he remained confined to his room for days on end. Although the esteemed Jiu Xiao was in a dire state, his temperament remained unchanged. He might throw a medicine bowl at my head, yet he would apologize once he regained some composure. This brought to mind a potential solution, as suggested by Ruan Minshi. Oh, Di Linyuan turned slightly, attentively listening to his proposal. It seemed feasible, and coincidentally, he was nearing that pivotal moment himself. After a brief pause, Di Linyuan nodded. The following day, a black-haired young attendant appeared beside Ruan Minshi. Initially, Ruan Minshi suspected that the young attendant had been assigned to keep an eye on him. However, after observing him for several days, he discovered that the attendant was rather clumsy, struggling even with basic communication. Rather than monitoring him, the attendant seemed to be wholly absorbed in his tasks. Why does this attendant remind me of the demon sovereign? Ruan Minshi pondered as he caught a glimpse of the young man's profile while he swept the floor. He inquired of the system. Isn't it typical for demons to resemble that? Huh? Most demons do indeed look like that. This young attendant shows no peculiarities. He appears to be an ordinary demon. Though he possesses a considerable amount of demonic energy within him, he qualifies as a relatively strong demon. Yet, the strength of a demon is ultimately determined by the number of their own kind they consume. The more they devour, the stronger they become. After scanning, the system found no anomalies. Thus, Ruan Minshi chose to disregard the young attendant, opting not to make his life difficult. He was merely a pitiful little demon assigned to serve him, irrelevant to his mission, and there was no need to trouble him. After completing his weekly examination, Ruan Minshi informed Ruan Minshi that he could return to the spiritual realm, assuring him he would find a way to discreetly facilitate his departure. But he must first restore his health. Why should I trust your words? Despite his ailing body, Ruan Minshi's mind remained sharp. He understood that nothing comes without a price. Delighted by Ruan Minshi's willingness to converse, Ruan Minshi revealed a premeditated excuse. I initially stayed by the demon sovereign's side solely to strike a deal. Now, I wish to make a bargain with you. I require your second brother's soul-reviving elixir to save someone dear to me. In exchange, I can aid you in returning to the spiritual realm, but you must promise to deliver the elixir to me upon your return to the Xianxiao sect. At the mention of his second brother, Ruan Minshi's eyes sparkled with hope. His second brother was renowned for his medical prowess. Perhaps he truly held the key to his salvation. Yet, he lamented, in my current state, even if I were to venture into the spiritual realm, what could be done? No matter how skilled my brother is, how could he restore me? I am but a mere husk. Ruan Minshi bent over, his expression heavy with despair. Nevertheless, he consented to the proposed exchange. After that day, he began to diligently consume his meals and medications, his spirits lifting somewhat, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within him. The young attendant initially served Ruan Minshi by bringing him medicine and assisting with his personal care, undertaking various menial tasks. However, after he nearly spilled medicine on Ruan Minshi due to his unsteady hands, he was relegated to simpler duties such as sweeping and tidying the room. After several weeks, Ruan Minshi was able to walk again. The demon emperor had not confined him, and many areas of the palace were accessible to him, allowing him to stroll about. However, the potent demonic energy beyond the barriers was detrimental to his health, so he only took brief walks before returning. One day, clutching a warm stove, he passed by a long corridor and noticed a group of demons surrounding something, mercilessly kicking and punching it. Ruan Minshi, having regained much of his strength, though devoid of spiritual power, still retained some prowess from his years of martial training. He treaded lightly, taking advantage of the pillars for concealment as he approached. Upon closer inspection, he realized that what they were tormenting was none other than his young attendant. "What are you doing?" Ruan Minshi admonished them directly. The demons quickly dispersed upon seeing him, leaving the young attendant behind, who sat there dazed and battered. Sighing, Ruan Minshi brushed the dust off the attendant and helped him up. Though he belonged to the demon race, he was merely a child. The juvenile stage of demons is prolonged, and they grow slowly, but this one is over 100 years old, making him older than you, the system whispered. Isn't he still a child? What does he know? He can hardly speak. Ruan Minshi took the young attendant's hand and led him back. Throughout the journey, the attendant fixated on their clasped hands, lost in thought. Why didn't you fight back when they hit you? Ruan Minshi inquired. Fight back? The young attendant looked bewildered, confusion swirling in his crimson eyes. Do you have a name? Ruan Minshi continued. A name? The attendant remained perplexed. Where were you born? What do you usually eat? Ruan Minshi gestured and asked. The young attendant's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he understood. Dark. Eat the same kind of things. Disgusting. You. Fragrant cannot eat. Ruan Minshi pondered over the attendant's response. He was born in a dark place, consuming his own kind, longing to eat but unable to consume himself. The prohibition against eating himself must have been instilled in him before his arrival. As for the refusal to retaliate, it likely stemmed from similar instructions, aimed at preventing him from fighting back against others. Yet there seemed to be a misunderstanding in interpretation. Ruan Minshi had previously instructed the system to investigate the young attendant's body. The concentration of demonic energy within him was formidable, indicating he was no weakling. He might be a weapon cultivated by demons, yet his immature mind makes him easier to control, which is why he was assigned to care for you. Such demons likely wouldn't provoke your aversion, the system speculated. Shall I teach you to read? Other demons wouldn't bother with such things. Just follow me to learn. Ruan Minshi bent down and said, looking at the young attendant. The attendant was still somewhat bewildered, but found this person before him remarkably handsome. Even more so when he smiled. He suddenly hugged Ruan Minshi's waist. Ah, little ancestor. Be gentle. My body can hardly endure such affection now. Ruan Minshi grimaced, meeting the bewildered gaze of the young attendant, and instead ruffled his hair, refraining from uttering any harsh words. Thus, Ruan Minshi found himself with a little companion by his side. Chapter 65. The villainous master of the overpowered male protagonist 36. The young attendant, G, exhibited remarkable aptitude for learning, which greatly pleased Ruan Minshi. He affectionately named the young attendant G, calling him Aji. After receiving this name, Aji repeated it numerous times, savoring its sound. Yi, Aji. Ruan Minshi chuckled as he gently ruffled the boy's hair. I like G, he said as Aji nestled against him, affectionately bumping his small head against Ruan Minshi's knee. Previously, Aji had been unaware of his own strength, resulting in Ruan Minshi sustaining severe injuries that required weeks of recovery. Now, however, Aji had learned to moderate his touch, only lightly grazing Ruan Minshi. I like Aji too, so obedient and adorable. Since he began teaching the boy, Ruan Minshi had taken to enlightening him about letters and morals during the day, while regaling him with bedtime stories at night. Aji listened with a mix of comprehension and confusion, yet he was delighted simply to be in Ruan Minshi's presence. Warm and comforting, Aji felt like a small furnace, providing solace to Ruan Minshi, whose body was severely depleted and sensitive to the cold, allowing him to find some measure of rest on the frigid nights of the demon realm. When Ruan Minshi arrived for his routine inspection, he fortuitously encountered Ruan Minshi teaching Aji how to write. He was already aware of the events that had transpired during this time, as he had overseen the affairs of the palace in the absence of the demon emperor. Silently observing for a while, he watched Ruan Minshi's focused demeanor, choosing not to interrupt. Once the lesson had progressed sufficiently, he parted the curtain and entered. Your pulse is steady, yet your body is frail, weakened, and sensitive to the cold. You require nourishment, Ruan Minshi remarked, resting his finger on Ruan Minshi's wrist. What must be supplemented? Is there a remedy? Ruan Minshi inquired, his urgency palpable. There are methods, Ruan Minshi replied, casting a glance at Aji, who was perched on Ruan Minshi's knee. Understanding, Ruan Minshi realized that Aji must not overhear. Aji, why don't you go play by yourself for a while? I will find you shortly, Ruan Minshi suggested, gently ruffling the boy's hair. All right, Aji replied reluctantly, casting one last, lingering glance at him before departing swiftly. What is the remedy? Ruan Minshi grasped Ruan Minji's hand, desperation etched on his face. The method is not widely accepted by orthodox practitioners, Ruan Minshi began. Do not call me master any longer. I am but a useless being, regardless of its nature. I will resort to any means necessary. Ruan Minshi had contemplated his situation in this world. After losing his spiritual power, he found it more difficult to remain unperturbed than he had anticipated. Although he made an effort to maintain an appearance of cultured grace, having lost his moral compass, he would seize upon even the slightest glimmer of hope, no matter the cost, as he did now. There exists a secret technique of the Ruan sect, which can temporarily restore one's cultivation. However, once you begin practicing it, there is no turning back. Ruan Minshi produced a tome of cultivation methods. This was the only means he had discovered during this time that could grant Ruan Minshi a measure of power. Without cultivation, Ruan Minshi's frail body could only endure for a year at most. Yet, if he could utilize this technique, his lifespan could be extended by at least a decade. Ruan Minshi had merely been pretending, never expecting that a viable solution truly existed. Once a distinguished disciple of the Xian Sword sect, he now found himself resorting to such unconventional practices. The methods of the Ruan sect, often scorned by other sects, nonetheless emphasize mutual consent and benefit, which complicates their classification as mere heresy. He had previously encountered the Ruan sect. Though not particularly formidable, its disciples were strikingly beautiful. The sect leader had even attempted to lure Ruan Minshi away, only to be coldly rebuffed by Dantai Bewley. Ruan Minshi had entertained the notion of joining, albeit briefly, but never anticipated that he would inadvertently engage in similar practices. The technique, seemingly dubious, was accessible even to those who had lost their spiritual energy. Given the peculiar circumstances, I can assist you in your cultivation. With such a bold proclamation, Ruan Minshi felt compelled to acquiesce, despite his initial reluctance. Very well, I shall cultivate. He grasped the thick tome of techniques, its weight substantial in his hands. A cursory glance revealed a need to cleanse his eyes, aside from the initial incantations and principles. The remaining content was rather diverse and elaborate. Closing the book, he surmised that his face must now mirror the vividness of the text. Upon exiting, Aji concealed his smile. He harbored an aversion towards the man who had just laid a hand on Ruan Minshi, his very presence eliciting a desire for violence. Yet, Ruan Minshi had taught him not to indulge in such impulses. He preferred obedient children. Should his affection be reciprocated, he would strive to embody the ideal of a well-behaved child. After a casual circuit, Aji returned to find the room enveloped in a barrier. He waited patiently until the barrier dissipated, forgoing a glance at the departing man as he lunged towards Ruan Minshi. Aji, allow me to absorb this first. The secret technique proved remarkably effective. Ruan Minshi felt the flow of spiritual energy within him even before fully absorbing it. Since Ruan Minshi was present, the system could not manifest, but it seized the opportunity to inquire about the recent events. Upon hearing the explanation, it vowed never to ask again. Chapter 66. The Villainous Master of the Overpowered Protagonist System. Do you think my cultivation of this technique will influence the narrative? Ruan Minshi inquired, seated upon a stone chair, holding a petal that he animated with a touch of spiritual energy, making it dance in his grasp. He glanced at Aji, who was diligently practicing calligraphy at the stone table. Aji's writing was precise and rapid, occasionally stealing glances at Ruan Minshi. After practicing this secret method, the spiritual energy within him had multiplied exponentially. The efficacy of this technique seemed to grow stronger in conjunction with the practitioner's inherent power. Rest assured, I believe there will be no repercussions. After all, as a villain, what harm could come from this? You are surpassing expectations in fulfilling your villainous role. The system exuded confidence in its host. I have a question. Will the heavenly Tao be aware of our conversation? It will not. This is a confidentiality mechanism established by the Supreme Deity. The system proudly responded. As Ruan Minshi observed, every time the system mentioned the Supreme Deity, it exuded an air of immense pride. Is the Supreme Deity truly that powerful? He inquired tentatively. Indeed, the supreme deity is the mightiest of all. He exists above these realms. Our system was created by the supreme deity, although he's been in slumber for quite some time. The last time he awakened was ages ago. The system, completely oblivious to Ruan Minshi's intent, unwittingly divulged this information. How remarkable, he mused. There was an oddity about this world. Where did the demon race originate, and why were they drawn to this particular region? If even the heavenly Tao could not contend with the demon sovereign, could it not be construed that the demon sovereign holds a status akin to that of the heavenly Tao within the demon realm? After absorbing this information, Ruan Minshi decided to shift the topic. He intended to gradually extract more details about the supreme deity. The records contain none of this. They merely stipulate that you may act outside the narrative when necessary, with slaying the demon sovereign as your foremost priority, the system informed him. Moreover, the demon race resembled an uncivilized spirit race. Much like Aji, they had not received any guidance, possessing only a potent demonic aura, maturing into monstrosities under a misguided worldview. Yet, they were not unintelligent. Aji could now converse and write coherently, mastering his cravings for flesh and blood, and began to share meals with Ruan Minshi. Minshi, Aji, having filled an entire wall with writing, presented it to Ruan Minshi. Excellent, Ruan Minshi praised, affectionately ruffling his hair as he offered him a piece of candy. Aji was not particularly fond of such overly sweet and sticky treats, yet he cherished them dearly because they were given by Ruan Minshi. Minshi, the book says that what you do for me is called teaching, akin to a master instructing a disciple. Aji, having safely tucked away the candy, gazed at Ruan Minshi with wide eyes. Ah, this little demon even seeks to define his own identity, the system remarked in astonishment. Would you like to be my disciple? I am not formidable at present. Upon returning to the spirit realm, I may be pursued by all. If you choose to follow me as my disciple, you too may face the same fate. Ruan Minshi jested, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He had often heard the system mention Xiejiu. Xiejiu had wandered into a secret realm, where 10 years passed within while only a year elapsed outside. He endured numerous trials there for a full decade, and, now, in his teenage years, was on the verge of entering the path of immortality, his pace of cultivation astonishingly swift. Ruan Minshi pondered that Xiejiu no longer required his mentorship. Why not take on another disciple? Whoever dares to challenge my master, I shall confront, Aji declared, even invoking the title of master, eliciting a smile from Ruan Minshi, who did not refute him. Ruan Minshi was acutely aware that Aji belonged to the demon race. Should he return to the Shangxiao sect, he would be besieged in the spirit realm. However, should his own cultivation methods be revealed, it seemed he too would attract hostility. Very well, let us dispense with any formalities, my little disciple. I shall teach you well. In 2 days, they would return to the spirit realm. Indeed, Ruan Minshi spoke softly. Ruan Minshi no longer bore the elevated, aloof demeanor of the esteemed Nine Heavens Elder. His enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy, a rosy hue gracing his pale visage, as vibrant as blooming peach and plum blossoms, resembling a beguiling specter clad in the skin of humanity. This technique, imperceptible to the ordinary, would likely be discerned at a glance by your master, the old man from the east. Ruan Minshi gently caressed Ruan Min's face, his fingertip resting on the mole at the corner of his eye. Fear not. Having resolved to return to the spirit realm, I have made my preparations. Ruan Min replied lazily, raising an eyebrow. He playfully urged Ruan Minshi, who wished to linger a while longer, to depart. Cease your antics and be swift. Aji is coming to submit his assignments. When I return to the Shangxiao sect, I shall require your watchful eye over him. Ruan Min swatted away his hand, exerting little force. Very well, you hasten me away post-cultivation, truly heartless. Ruan Minshi feigned grievance, embracing him, only to receive a gentle slap in return. How painful! He lamented dramatically, clutching his face, which bore no trace of the strike. I uttered not a word. You presumed yourself to be so, Ruan Min retorted, left speechless, resolutely ushering him out. Upon exiting the barrier, Ruan Minshi shielded his face, stifling a laugh as he lightly bounded from the palace. How delightful! The demon emperor is but a child now, and here there are none of those spirit realm cultivators. The young celestial was extraordinarily beautiful, just as he had long envisioned. Chapter 67. The antagonistic master of the overbearing male protagonist Ruan Min departed the spirit realm during the winter months, and after 2 years in the demon realm, he returned to find the spirit realm basking in the warmth of spring. The sun shone gently, and the spring breeze was not frigid. Yet he opted for thick winter garb. He had grown sensitive to the cold. Even with cultivation, his constitution remained frilier than that of ordinary folk. Not to mention the journey to the Shangxiao sect. Nestled in the mountains, the sect was subject to a chilling climate. A small black snake coiled affectionately around his wrist, playfully flicking its tongue at his fingertips. "Hush, be good." Ruan Min soothed the little serpent, tapping its tiny head with his index finger. The snake, delighted, twirled around his finger, nuzzling against the pad that had just touched its head. Ruan Min had not intended to bring Ji along. However, he was surprised to discover that Ji could transform into a small snake and had stealthily followed him out. In its serpentine form, Ji exuded no trace of demonic energy, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary snake. Ruan Min could not return him now and had no choice but to allow him to accompany him as a commonplace serpent. The pressing dilemma now was how to reach the Shangxiao sect, for he was entirely unfamiliar with his surroundings. Ruan Min surveyed the alien landscape and quietly donned a mask. It was evident he was in a desolate wilderness, devoid of even the sound of barking dogs. The trees flourished abundantly, wild grass reaching his waist, and there was not a path in sight. Wait, this fluctuation feels as though I am ensnared within an illusion. Ruan Min squinted and stepped closer, discerning a grave amid the wild grass in the distance. Where have I been brought? Why am I trapped in such a perilous illusion? Couldn't they have transported me directly to the Shangxiao sect? I am merely a delicate and pitiable soul. It feels somewhat akin to being within a dungeon, as if monsters might suddenly emerge at any moment. Ruan Minshi parted the underbrush, grumbling to himself. Beep, beep, beep. Host, detecting the protagonist nearby, engaged in a task. Perhaps we can accompany him back to the Shangxiao sect. Not far away, a group of young individuals clad in the attire of the Shangxiao sect had gathered. The foremost youth was tall and striking, with arched brows and bright eyes, his golden orbs sparkling with intensity. He wore a high ponytail and wielded an exceptionally dark sword, exuding an air of remarkable composure. Senior brother, the 2 waves of monsters we encountered were quite peculiar. It seems this location is not documented as part of our task. We must have inadvertently wandered into an illusion. One of the youths behind him exclaimed. What should we do? This place is terrifying. Another man lamented, his face ashen. Junior brother, do not panic. There will always be a solution, reassured a tall woman beside him, also brandishing a sword, her gaze alert to the surrounding foliage. Sister Wanqing. The man's eyes glistened with tears as he sniffled. Oh dear, how old are you? Must you still cry like this? Is there no sense of shame? Chided a girl with twin ponytails, patting his shoulder with a hint of disdain. Their group, led by Xie Zhiyu and Yi Wanqing, had ventured out for training, only to find themselves ensnared in an illusion. Prior to this, they had already faced 2 waves of monsters. Thanks to Xie Zhiyu's protection, they had emerged unscathed. Yet the experience had been sufficiently perilous. Xie Zhiyu had been aware of their predicament from the outset, deliberately choosing to keep silent as a means of fostering resilience among his junior disciples. However, as they ventured deeper, the monsters they encountered grew increasingly formidable, rendering this place unsuitable for prolonged stay. Frowning, Xie Zhiyu surveyed the surroundings, contemplating a way to unravel the illusion. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the underbrush. The group fell silent, holding their breath, only to behold a man in red emerging from the foliage. The man was slender, with alabaster skin and white hair, clad in heavy garments incongruous with the season. He wore a mask that obscured much of his face, revealing only his vividly red lips, which bore a hint of a smile. Xie Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the man's white hair, but quickly regained his composure. It was impossible. The lusterless tresses resembled those of an elderly man whose oil lamp had run dry. Besides, he never donned overly flamboyant attire. Upon his emergence, Ruan Minshi immediately spotted the grown-up Xie, feeling a sense of relief. Initially intending to reveal himself, the sight of the wary disciples caused him to slowly close his mouth again. Being in an illusion and dressed so peculiarly rendered him suspicious. Moreover, his current appearance had changed significantly from before. He could not guarantee that Xie would recognize him now. With this thought, he stifled his smile and, in a deliberately enigmatic tone, inquired, Are you disciples of the Shanxiao sect? Hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances, and it was Xie who stepped forward to bow, asking, Greetings, Senior. We have inadvertently entered an illusion and did not mean to intrude. He could not discern the cultivation level of Ruan Minshi. Observing his calm demeanor, he mistakenly believed him to be the master of this illusion. I am no senior, merely a wandering cultivator, having inadvertently stumbled into this illusion like yourselves. However, I do possess knowledge of how to unravel this illusion, Ruan Minshi replied. Then I humbly request you to share the method, esteemed senior. If you do not mind, we can lend you a helping hand, he said. Upon hearing this, Xie speculated that he might be unable to break the illusion by his own strength, hence seeking their assistance. Perhaps he had followed them all along, yet he had not sensed even a trace of his presence. This individual was quite peculiar, warranting caution. Xie gripped his black iron sword, intently watching Ruan Minshi's movements to prevent any unforeseen developments. In doing so, he missed the somewhat agitated, low humming of the sword. Nevertheless, Ruan Minshi maintained an air of reticence, nodding with indifference while secretly inquiring of the system for the means to break the illusion. To navigate this illusion, proceed to the left until you reach a city within, where the essence of the illusion resides, and a solution may be found. The system was quite obliging, providing him with pertinent information. After a moment of silence, Ruan Minshi reiterated the system's words verbatim. Then, esteemed senior, shall you join us? Yuan Qing asked, somewhat uncertain. Very well, Ruan Minshi replied enigmatically, sweeping his sleeve as he gracefully approached. However, he soon stumbled over a branch and fell to the ground with a thud. Ye van mink, gospit inadar. Are you all right, esteemed senior? I am fine, Ruan Minshi replied, awkwardly using all fours to rise. He touched his mask, now cracked, and before he could catch his breath, it split in two and fell from his face. Xie observed him, feeling inexplicably intrigued. Upon seeing the face revealed beneath the mask, his brows furrowed. It was an unremarkable visage, yet his current state indicated he had employed a disguise. Ruan Minshi was well aware that Xie had discerned his ruse. He smiled shyly. I apologize for concealing my appearance. I bear many scars on my face and did not wish to frighten you, hence the use of disguise. Not at all. Who among us is without their secrets? Ye van mink lafit heartidi. Thus, Ruan Minshi successfully integrated himself among them. After a while, Ruan Minshi began to feel breathless, realizing he could no longer keep pace with the youthful group. Throughout the journey, he felt Xie's intense gaze upon him, as if his back were about to be pierced by it. While it was prudent to maintain vigilance towards others, being so scrutinized was indeed excessive. Feeling the weight of Xie's stare, Ruan Minshi grew increasingly anxious, convinced that not revealing his true identity was the right choice. Presently, he hardly resembled a righteous cultivator. Revealing himself to Xie might jeopardize his dignity. The esteemed nine heavens venerable reduced to such a state, especially after nearly falling. When a chi suddenly transformed from a small snake in a human form to steady him, nearly caused Ruan Minshi to have a heart-stopping moment. Fortunately, a chi bore no trace of demonic energy and appeared no different from an ordinary person. In response to this sudden upheaval, Xie swiftly brandished his black iron sword towards Aji. With a mere step forward, the sword could pierce Aji's throat. Aji's expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the sharp blade at his neck, as his somewhat diminutive form steadied Ruan Minshi. I apologize, this is my disciple. He is transformed from a serpent, possessing a fundamentally gentle nature, and I hope he has not frightened you. Once Ruan Minshi regained his balance, he grasped Aji, shielding him protectively. Although it is rare for spirit beasts to take human form, as long as they do not indiscriminately slay the innocent, it is indeed a recognized path of cultivation. Xiaoyu observed as Ruan Minshi sheltered Aji, their gazes locking momentarily, causing Xiaoyu's pupils to constrict slightly. He slowly sheathed his sword and coldly remarked, "I apologize for the offense." He then turned and quietly retreated to the back of the group. Ruan Minshi watched his departing figure with a silent sigh. Alas, how had his once affectionate and gentle disciple morphed into such an icy individual in just 2 short years? Upon drawing nearer, he noticed the calluses and numerous scars that adorned Xiaoyu's hands. A flicker of guilt passed through his eyes, which Aji, observing closely, caught in his own gaze. Who is this man, and why does my master harbor such distinct emotions toward him? Aji cast an annoyed glance at Xiaoyu. My apologies, senior, but Xie Xiang has always been this way. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Yi Wanning stepped in to ease the tension. It's perfectly fine. Being cautious is a commendable trait. Supported by Aji, Ruan Minshi found walking considerably easier. They efficiently dealt with a wave of monsters encountered along the way and soon arrived at the city gate. We arrived. Let's hasten inside. The younger disciples in the group appeared eager, and just as one was about to push open the gate, a voice called out from behind. Wait, something feels amiss inside. Xiaoyu halted him and turned to Ruan Minshi. I would appreciate it if this esteemed elder could accompany me for a reconnaissance. There is no need to trouble my master. I can accompany you, Aji interjected, pouting slightly. No, Aji, be good. You stay here and wait for your master to return. Ruan Minshi gently ruffled his hair, his tone soothing. All right, master, please take care. Aji nestled against his waist, seeking comfort. Xiaoyu stood aside, sword in hand, watching the affectionate interaction between the master and disciple with a cold gaze. An elderly figure, now corporeal, observed the unfolding events from within a bracelet, sighing repeatedly. Ever since his master vanished, most likely abducted to the demon realm, he had changed. He sealed away all his thoughts, consumed only by the fervor of relentless cultivation. 10 years in the secret realm, enduring various hardships. Alas, it was truly a pity that his young master had ventured into the demon realm, facing life-threatening peril. The elder could only express his regret. However, Xiaoyu remained unconvinced that his master had perished. After emerging from the secret realm, he had embarked on a quest to discover a route to the demon realm. This expedition was motivated by rumors of spatial rifts in the vicinity. Not only he, but several others from the Shangxiao sect had never ceased their search for Ruan Minshi. Even the typically gentle sect leader contemplated employing forbidden techniques to forcibly open a passage between the 2 realms, an act that could potentially result in catastrophic consequences for all living beings. On that day, 2 formidable figures within the sect clashed fiercely, causing the heavens to change color. Yet ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. It was Dan Tai Bu Li who intervened, confining both combatants. Following this incident, Dan Tai Bu Li departed from the Shangxiao sect, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Even celestial cultivators were unable to locate him. So how could Xiaoyu, a mere half-step celestial cultivator, hope to succeed? He was acutely aware of this reality, yet he was unwilling to surrender. Chapter 69. The villainous master of the protagonist inside the city. The atmosphere was entirely different from that outside its gates. As Ruan Minshi pushed open the city gate, he felt as though he had stepped deeper into a realm of illusion. Outside was desolate, yet within the city thrived an extraordinary prosperity. Countless lanterns illuminated the pitch-black night sky, and every household was aglow, resembling broad daylight. The air was filled with the vibrant sounds of a bustling gathering. Ruan Minshi was swept along by the throngs of people, and it was only when he found a slightly less crowded area that he realized he had lost track of Xiaoyu. Oh, young master, why had you sneaked out during such a grand event? Ruan Minshi felt a firm grip on his wrist and turned to see a stranger, a young servant grinning brightly. The servant's persistent smile bore an odd quality, with a cool grip and surprising strength. Ruan Minshi soon realized his attempts to break free were futile, and he discreetly followed the servant into an opulently decorated residence. The abode was adorned with festivity, dominated by the color red. Red lanterns, crimson fabrics, and even the passers-by were clad in red attire, their faces reflecting the same peculiar smiles as the servant. Amidst the sounds of firecrackers and drums, Ruan Minshi was led into a chamber. Two maids seized his arms, guiding him to stand in front of a mirror. Gazing into the bronze mirror, Ruan Minshi noticed that his disguise had nearly vanished. Trembling, he refrained from resisting as the maids began to adorn him, combing his hair, defining his brows, and tinting his lips. As a phoenix crown was placed upon his head, Ruan Minshi realized with dismay that he was being prepared for marriage. This was unmistakably a bridal dressing ritual. The illusion was indeed curious. The sound of bronze objects clashing echoed, and a fragrant incense was ignited in a hollow ornament in the corner of the room, the aroma thickening around him. Ruan Minshi felt his eyelids growing heavy. When he next lifted his gaze, a red satin veil had been draped over his head, obstructing his view, leaving him only to see his hands resting on his lap. Adorned in a red bridal gown, he sensed a distinct lack of balance, swaying unsteadily in the constricted space, and could hear the sound of hooves nearby. Was he in a bridal sedan? He lifted a corner of the veil, peering through the curtain to glimpse the outside world. His suspicions were confirmed. "Senior." A voice suddenly emerged beside him, startling Ruan Minshi and causing him to hastily cover his face with the veil once more. He had been completely unaware of another's presence. Indeed, Xiejiyu's strength had grown significantly. Listening to his tone, it seems he has not recognized his senior. This must be the consciousness of the master of the illusion. Perhaps by following the arrangement, a way to break the spell can be discovered. At this moment, Xiejiyu is also dressed in red, calmly analyzing the situation. However, his expression and tone are starkly different, his face displaying a blend of laughter and tears, with a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. He trembles as he raises his hand, only to slowly retract his fingers just before reaching the cover. Pulling his hand back. That makes sense. Let's proceed this way for now and see where they lead us, he concluded. Ruan Minshi found his reasoning sound and agreed. Outside, the drums and gongs resounded, yet the two within the palanquin remained in silence. Xiejiyu broke the quiet first. "Senior, why do you have white hair?" Well, it is because of my advanced age. Although I have employed secret arts to transform my body into that of a youth, my hair remains unchanged. It does not matter much to me, for my time is limited." Ruan Minshi was puzzled as to why he showed interest in his hair, choosing instead to speak aimlessly. In truth, it was not entirely baseless. His words were a mix of truth and falsehood, and he did not lie about having little time left. Suddenly, the palanquin jolted, and as soon as Ruan Minshi finished speaking, it swayed violently. He lost his balance and fell directly onto Xiejiyu. Apologies. I'll get up now," Ruan Minshi said, flustered as he propped himself up. Unable to see his surroundings, his left foot tangled with his right, causing him to topple backward, nearly striking his head. Xiejiyu caught his wrist, pulling him to his side. "Thank you." As one ages, one's limbs become cumbersome. Ruan Minshi chuckled, once steady. He awkwardly expressed his gratitude while gripping the soft couch tightly. "It's nothing," Xiejiyu replied after a moment of silence, his voice hoarse. He had just examined Ruan Minshi's condition. His pulse was disordered and weak, resembling that of a terminally ill elder. One bow to heaven and earth. Two bows to the ancestors. A husband and wife bow to each other, entering the bridal chamber. After 3 bows, they were led into a chamber by a young attendant. However, the attendant did not leave immediately. Instead, he raised 2 cups of wine, gesturing for them to take hold. Xiejiyu lifted the cups and downed the spirit in one gulp. The attendant, his eyes rolling, collected the empty cups and, satisfied, opened the door to depart. Before leaving, he kindly locked the door behind him. Ruan Minshi sat on the bed, listening to the system's urgent voice. It's over. Host, I've recalled that this illusion is actually a wish of a solitary immortal, hoping to witness lovers unite. In short, this illusion requires the complete ceremonial process. And the next day, a superb spiritual artifact will be bestowed. The wine is merely for merriment, but 1 sip each is sufficient. Why did you drink 2 cups? What? No, this is absurd, Ruan Minshi exclaimed, astonished. He fell silent, and before he could utter another word, he was suddenly knocked down by the blushing Xie. The red silk atop his head fell, due to the excessive motion. Is he now conscious? With his arms pinned down, Ruan Minshi felt utterly powerless, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Indeed, the system responded affirmatively. Thank you, Jiyu, for seeing clearly. I am your master. Ruan Minshi face turned crimson, a few physiological tears escaping the corners of his eyes. Upon witnessing his distress, Xie eased his grip. Finally seizing a moment to breathe, Ruan Minshi, blushing, exclaimed. Xie stood frozen, and Ruan Minshi thought he had finally grasped the situation, only to be met with a more ferocious bite. Chapter 70. The antagonistic master of the overpowered male protagonist. On that fateful day, when he tamed the celestial fire and faced death, he believed he was dreaming upon seeing the one he longed for before him. Otherwise, how could the person he yearned for day and night appear right in front of him? After awakening alone, Xie soon realized that it was not a dream at all. However, when he sought his junior master, there was no trace of him. Initially, Xie thought he had offended him, causing him to avoid their meeting. But an elder informed him that his master had actively assisted him in expelling excess flames, saving his life. Later, he discovered that his junior had been captured by the demon realm. He devoted himself to cultivation, hoping to rescue him one day. Thus, he entered the secret realm to train. To leave the secret realm, he had to undergo 3 trials. The first to forge his body, the second to test his cultivation, and the third to challenge his mind. He passed the first 2 trials with ease, but in the final trial, he witnessed his master shielding him, only to be pierced through the heart by the demon emperor. He failed the test, trapped in an illusion by his inner demons, ultimately tearing himself free through sheer will. Consequently, he was delayed in breaking through to celestial cultivation. He dared not contemplate what might happen if his master faced misfortune. Over the years, he had climbed higher, driven solely by thoughts of Ruan Minshi. A practitioner should not harbor greed, yet unknowingly, his cultivation had entirely become for his junior master. Among the myriad paths of destiny, he could not accept a world devoid of his master. He visited the places where Ruan Minshi might appear, only to return empty-handed each time. Xie even encountered someone who bore a striking resemblance to him. But upon arrival, he realized it was a mere facade, prompting him to take that person's life himself. What audacity to impersonate the illustrious master of the 9 heavens. At first, he did not connect this suddenly appearing, suspicious figure with his own charming and refined master. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself continually drawn to this individual. It was not merely the oddity of their sudden appearance, but the mannerisms that mirrored his own, especially when comforting his disciple by patting his head. It was not until Xie beheld the half-lifted veil of the sedan that he found it difficult to discern the emotions swirling within him. He suddenly recalled when they first met. He could barely stand upright. His junior master had lost so much weight. What torment had he endured in these 2 years? The light makeup on his face could hardly conceal his pallor. Xie's awareness remained sharp as he gazed at Ruan Minshi slender neck. Pausing in his actions, the sound of heartbeats resonated between the two, as Ruan Minshi could distinctly feel the rhythm of the person beside him. A cold droplet fell upon his collarbone. One drop, then another. It was tears. Ruan Minshi was taken aback. Xie propped himself up, cautiously burying his head in Ruan Minshi's embrace. Master, he mentioned nonchalantly, pondering the agony endured when he spoke of his limited time. Was he still too fragile, incapable of taking action? Over the years, he finally comprehended that all he desired was to remain by this person's side, with no other aspirations. Ruan Minshi felt the dampness of tears on his neck, lowering his gaze in silence. Dear host, since you have already exposed your identity, according to the narrative, you must play your character. Your objective this time is to become the despised, evil cultivator. System, what about the male lead's golden finger? No worries, prioritize your character. Understood. Ruan Minshi sat up, coldly pushing Xie away. You have mistaken your target. Xie looked at him in disbelief. Look closely, this righteous cultivator. I practice dark arts, not what your master does. Ruan Minshi's eyes transformed into a peculiar shade of pink as he playfully lifted Siejiyu's chin. Master, is this the reason you can survive in the demon realm? Siejiyu gazed at him with a complex expression, his heart aching without a hint of resistance. Why was he not resisting? His stillness left Ruan Minshi feeling anxious. It's fine. As an evil cultivator, if you treat him this way, he will surely be furious and resist fiercely, ultimately rejecting you. The system suggested. Very well. Ruan Minshi found the system's reasoning sound and acted accordingly. Yet, Siejiyu still tenderly embraced him, ensuring he wouldn't get hurt. Later that night, Ruan Minshi lay in bed, wide awake and puzzled. Siejiyu finally sensed that his beloved master had returned, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, feeling content. This was simply wonderful. As for everything else, he had certainly noticed that Ruan Minshi's cultivation method was rather bizarre, but whatever path his master chose, he would diligently care for his health. As long as it meant keeping him alive, he would do anything. To hell with righteousness and wickedness. Master is safe here. We can deal with breaking through the illusion tomorrow. Good night, Siejiyu said softly. Oh, Ruan Minshi felt a bit weary. He had absorbed quite a bit during this cultivation session, commonly referred to as being overstuffed. He sensed he had forgotten something, yet couldn't recall what it was at that moment. Thus, well-fed and satisfied, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Ruan Minshi suddenly woke with a start. Wait, what happened to the resistance? Good morning, Master, Siejiyu said, holding him close. Good morning? What do you mean? The forces of righteousness and evil cannot coexist. I am an evil cultivator. Ruan Minshi sat up abruptly, glaring at him. I am not your master, and you righteous cultivators are truly insufferable. Very well, master. Good morning. Siejiyu quickly knelt beside him, replying softly, his eyes filled with suppressed madness. Chapter 71. The villainous master of the overpowered male protagonist. As Ruan Minshi contemplated further words, Siejiyu's expression suddenly hardened. He draped a blanket over Ruan Minshi, shielding him protectively. Siejiyu swiftly donned the scattered garments around them, grasping a mysterious iron sword as he gazed into the air. In that instant, the space before them rippled, and a lingering spirit materialized from thin air. This spirit was a man adorned with heavy makeup. While such ostentation would be jarring on another's visage, it merely served to enhance his allure. The man's eyes glistened with tears, and perhaps due to his spectral state, he wept uncontrollably, his makeup seemingly fixed in place, untouched by his sorrow. He produced a delicate handkerchief from an unknown source, dabbing at his tears. And with a quivering pinky, he choked out, "You two are simply perfect for one another. So touching. Allow me to present you with a few gifts," Ruan Minshi observed. Though he anticipated an arrival, he had not envisioned it would be such a peculiar individual. The spirit hovered in the air, theatrically wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. With a flourish of his sleeve, he conjured a necklace radiating with vibrant colors and a stream of energy that appeared before them. Regardless of rank, this necklace, when worn, could elevate one's realm, albeit for a fleeting moment of 3/4 of an hour. As for the stream of energy, it surged towards Ruan Minshi, merging with his being. To think there exists a fated individual to inherit my legacy. I see that your inner cultivation is somewhat incomplete. Allow me to assist you in perfecting it, he remarked with a coy smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Ruan Minshi. He then turned to Siejiyu, saying, "My good sir, do not regard me with the eyes of an adversary. My intentions are to truly aid this lovely young man." Siejiyu cast a wary glance at the inexplicably appearing figure before redirecting his attention to Ruan Minshi's condition. "Thank you, esteemed senior." As the energy flowed into him, Ruan Minshi felt a lightness envelop his body, as though his meridians had been restored to some extent, and his cultivation techniques had become more refined. An unexpected boon indeed. While he deemed the enhancement seemingly trivial, as the previous technique allowed for the absorption of a single individual's yang energy, the perfected method enabled him to concurrently absorb from multiple sources. Additionally, it augmented the capacity to nourish his body beyond mere absorption of yang energy. Moreover, where he once could refine and temporarily harness cultivation from absorbed yang energy. He now found he could also wield a fraction of the spiritual roots and techniques of those from whom he absorbed energy. Though this power was transient, it was undeniably more beneficial than before. Oh, don't mention it. Even in life, though I gathered countless beauties, I have yet to encounter someone as exquisite as you. The enchanting man with fox-like eyes smiled, his gaze narrowing in delight. If I were still alive, I would surely devise ways to be by your side every day. He leaned closer to Ruan Minshi, scrutinizing him with rapt attention, though I yearned to linger a while longer. The gaze of the young gentleman seemed to suggest a desire to devour me whole. Thus, it is time for parting. I shall escort you beyond the realm of illusion. The man sighed, and with a graceful sweep of his sleeve, the two figures gradually faded from the ethereal landscape. Xiaoyu vanished first, and, just as Ruan Minshi was about to depart, the man spoke earnestly, inquiring, "Might I know your name?" "I am Ruan Minshi," he replied, and, with those words, he completely vanished. The man gazed at the spot where he had disappeared, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He had never encountered a soul as radiant, infinitely more beautiful than any he had previously known, soft and warm. "Take the necklace. It serves no purpose for me," Ruan Minshi offered, extending the necklace to Xiaoyu. Upon exiting the illusion, he discovered that the tattered garments from his wedding day had miraculously restored themselves, and the mask still adorned his face. "Master, will you return to the Shangxiao sect?" Xiaoyu asked, clutching the necklace, his tone brimming with anticipation. "Perhaps, though I cannot say for certain. Of course I must return, for I still have an unfinished task." In response to Xiaoyu, Ruan Minshi remained noncommittal, offering a vague reply. "Oh," Xiaoyu murmured, disappointment evident in his voice. "Senior brother." In the distance, disciples of the Shangxiao sect spotted Xiaoyu and Ruan Minshi, calling out and waving as they approached. "Master." Aji joyfully scampered over, transforming into a small serpent that coiled around Ruan Minshi's wrist. "What has happened to him?" Ruan Minshi silently questioned the system. "He is likely fatigued and in need of rest. Maintaining a form free of demonic energy has become quite burdensome for him," the system replied. "I am relieved to hear that." Ruan Minshi gently stroked the small black serpent, exhaling in relief. Xiaoyu's gaze fixed upon the little black serpent, his expression inscrutable. "How is it that my master has taken on yet another disciple, and a creature at that? By what right does it coil around my master's wrist? Why does my master show such concern for it? He has only ever treated me this way." Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, internally imagining the serpent's demise. Yet he maintained a facade of composure. The only elder privy to his thoughts sat in silence, sipping tea. He knew nothing, having initially believed, like Ruan Minshi, that Xiaoyu was a kind-hearted child. It soon became evident that he had been entirely mistaken. All of it had been a facade. Since his power had grown, he no longer needed to feign innocence before the elder, revealing his true nature, merely a glutinous dumpling filled with sesame paste. The elder found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days when Xiaoyu would still put on a semblance of pretense. "Senior brother, I knew you would lead us out. You are too formidable. I could never have accomplished this alone. We owe a great deal to our esteemed elder." In response to the praises from his junior disciples, Xiaoyu glanced at Ruan Minshi and remarked, No need for that. These are all external trappings. Now that we have emerged, let us bid farewell." Ruan Minshi had yet to devise a plan for his return, contemplating his next steps. Naturally, the best course of action was to flee. In the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option. However, before he could successfully escape, a figure descended from the heavens and seized his wrist. It was the revered Lingyun. The disciples of the Shangxiao sect gazed at the newcomer with wide eyes, exclaiming in astonishment. As Ruan Minshi slowly turned around, he was met with the sight of those familiar cherry blossom-colored eyes. "Come home with me," he heard the person say in the same gentle tone as before. Dantai Bewley instantly discerned the grave injuries to his beloved disciple's dantian, the arcane methods he had practiced, and the marks upon his body. Yet at that moment, all he wished was to take him back to the Shangxiao sect. Chapter 72. The The arrogant hero's rival master, all right. Ruan Minshi stood still, intertwining his fingers with the man's and nodding with a smile. The beautiful scene of their reunion, if not for the multitude of onlookers, would have been profoundly touching. Wow! One disciple could not help but exclaim, quickly covering his mouth, but the other spectators cast reproachful glances at him. Dantai Bewley paused, realizing that this was hardly an appropriate setting for reminiscing. He took Ruan Minshi's hand and led him away from the crowd of Shangxiao disciples to a secluded spot. He slowly removed his mask, gazing tenderly at his smiling disciple. Though he had lost considerable weight, the way he smiled, with the corners of his lips turned upwards, was still enchanting, perhaps accentuated by the red robes he wore. "Red suits you well," Dantai Bewley remarked, tucking a strand of hair behind Ruan Minshi's ear, his fingers pausing at the sight of the grayish-white locks. Ruan Minshi tilted his head, resting his cheek against Dantai Bewley's hand. "It's so cold," he said, the chill emanating from him unlike the icy aura he possessed due to his ice spirit root, now a sign of physical frailty. "Master, I have practiced dark arts. Can I still return to Shangxiao? Will you not eliminate me on the spot?" Although Ruan Minshi wore a smile, there was little mirth in his words. Dantai Bewley gently cradled his head, pulling him into an embrace. He felt alarmingly light, almost ethereal, as if he weighed nothing at all. "I am sorry. It is I who failed to protect you. Come back with me, and let us not speak of this again." 2 years prior, the revered Jiao Shao had been attacked by the demon lord, valiantly resisting until his cultivation was exhausted, ultimately enduring countless tribulations to return to Shangxiao. In a single light-hearted remark, everyone knew that the selfless immortal had molded his cherished disciple into an image of integrity and sacrifice. Such words were steeped in self-interest. Nonsense. Tears welled in Ruan Minshi's eyes as he turned away. "So what?" Dantai Bewley wiped the tears from his face, smiling gently. Not far away, Xie observed the deeply affectionate exchange between the two, his fingers digging into his flesh until blood oozed between his fingers, dripping to the ground. He appeared oblivious, fixated solely on them. Upon their return to Shangxiao, Ruan Minshi surveyed the familiar surroundings, reflecting that they remained unchanged from his memories. If he were to note any difference, it would perhaps be that the grass had grown even more lush. He followed Dantai Bewley to a place enveloped in warm mist, where a hot spring awaited. Surrounding the spring were flowering trees, their delicate pink blossoms fluttering in the breeze, cascading onto the water's surface, creating ripples. "This spring was discovered by me a year ago. It is beneficial for nurturing the body. You may soak here for a few hours," Dantai Bewley remarked. "All right, master," Ruan Minshi replied obediently, shedding his garments before stepping into the warm waters in Dantai Bewley's presence. The spring's water was truly remarkable, as he felt a gentle warmth spreading through his limbs upon entry. Once he submerged most of his body, an enveloping warmth enveloped him, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. "When your second senior brother returns, let him examine your condition," Dantai Bewley suggested. He was not proficient in medicine for a proper diagnosis. It was best to await the return of Shi Shui. MHM, Ruan Minshi splashed water playfully, droplets dancing above him. A gentle breeze stirred the flowering trees, causing countless soft petals to drift down, while the sound of the spring echoed melodically. Dantai Bewley glanced at the clothes piled on the shore and suddenly recalled the earlier scene, his face flushing with warmth as he hastily sought an excuse to depart. Once at a distance, he began to recite a calming incantation. What was happening to him? Why did he feel his heart race and his cheeks flush in the presence of his young disciple? Dantai Budifuruit Hisbro Perpliet. Ruan Minshi, immersed in the hot spring, felt a tickling sensation as a chi playfully wound from his wrist to his waist. "A chi, stop it," he chided, grasping the dark figure. But a chi began to slide down his fingers. "If you continue to be mischievous, I will withhold your treats," Ruan Minshi declared with feigned severity. Though the words held no weight for a chi, he chose to avoid provoking his companion and transformed into human form, obediently floating beside him. Ruan Minshi chuckled upon noticing a chi's feet, which barely grazed the bottom of the spring. A chi pretended to sulk, swimming away with an exaggerated flair. His hair, damp and tousled, prompted Ruan Minshi to retrieve a wooden comb and approach him. Good boy, good boy. Our Chi is still young. When he grows up, he will surely be tall. Ruan Minshi cooed as he combed Achi's hair. Petals drifted around them like a dream. Achi seemed to sense something, casting a glance at a nearby flowering tree, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Not far away, a shadowy figure lurked behind the tree, rough fingertips tightly gripping the trunk, leaving deep impressions. His expression was fierce, jealousy etched across his countenance. Should I turn him into snake jerky or brew him into soup? Master loves soup the most. Yu gritted his teeth, resentment evident as he fixated on the tender interaction between the two in the hot spring. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, hesitant to speak. Chapter 73. The antagonistic master of the overpowered male leads Yu lingered in the shadows for quite some time before ultimately walking away alone. The old man, surprised, found Yu's actions intriguing, having anticipated a confrontation. It's lunchtime. I must prepare a meal for Master, Yu stated. Fight? I would never resort to such actions. In response to the elder's inquiry, Yu scoffed dismissively. At noon, as he wielded his knife, the sound of it striking the cutting board resonated sharply. As he continued to slice, the memory of the earlier scene seemed to fuel his fervor, and he sliced faster and faster, ultimately cleaving the supposedly indestructible Polonia wood board in two. The board lay split, and Yu, still clutching the gleaming knife, droplets of water glistening upon its blade, had his long black hair slightly disheveled, cascading down to obscure one of his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the knife towards the doorway. Did you think this was merely a kitchen? I had no idea it was your abode, senior brother. A figure deftly caught the knife between two fingers, transforming it into mere dust in an instant, their tone dripping with mockery. It was Aji. With a smile, Aji remarked, Master is already retired for the night. Please be quieter so as not to disturb him. Master? You, a demon clan member, dare to utter such a title? Yu retorted, gripping his mysterious iron sword as he faced Aji. The master is well aware, Aji replied nonchalantly. During my days in the demon realm, I was always by his side. Where were you? This statement struck a nerve with Yu, prompting him to sheath his sword and deliver a solid punch to Aji. Taken aback, Aji, unprepared for an assault devoid of spiritual energy, was momentarily caught off guard, his body swaying from the impact. Expressionless, he spat out a mouthful of blood and retaliated with a fist aimed at Yu. The two were evenly matched, despite Aji's smaller stature. His demon physiology compensated for this disparity. They engaged in a brawl, devoid of any spiritual or demonic energy, their fists connecting with flesh in a raw exchange. Meanwhile, Ruan Minshi, who had just dozed off for a brief respite, groggily opened his eyes to the system's piercing alarm. Oh no, host, your two disciples are fighting. Very well, Ruan Minshi mumbled, snuggling deeper into the warmth of his bed, intending to return to slumber. He closed his eyes, half awake, and reflected on the system's words. What? Who is fighting whom? Startled, he bolted upright and hurriedly made his way to the courtyard. Upon his arrival, Yu had already sensed his approach and, opting to withdraw his strength, absorbed Aji's punch. With a perfectly executed arc, he was sent sprawling to the ground at Ruan Minshi's feet, cradling his face and half-kneeling. Ruan Minshi, Aji, Master, I apologize. My junior brother inexplicably went berserk, and I had no choice but to resort to this extreme measure. Truly sorry for disturbing your rest. Yu coughed up blood, his eyes reddened. How astute. The elder had previously criticized Yu for his disdain towards fighting, only to discover that was the very objective. Is that so, Aji? Ruan Minshi inquired, sensing something amiss. Aji, at a loss for words, knew that he had indeed provoked the situation, and it was true that he had sent Yu flying in Ruan Minshi's presence. No wonder this individual, during their scuffles, specifically targeted the body rather than the face, employing techniques designed to cause internal injury. Initially, he believed he had mastered everything, yet it has become evident that he still has much to learn. Tears streamed down his face as he looked at Ruan Min with a sense of grievance. Master, I don't know what's wrong with me, he said, seeing this person lurking around you. I thought he meant to harm you. He even struck me, and I was so frightened. He clung to Ruan Min's waist, sobbing. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing numerous bruises from his hasty attempts to remedy the situation. The old man was astounded. The two certainly knew how to put on a show. I apologize for not introducing him properly. This is your senior brother. Not a villain, Ruan Min reassured, gently patting Aji's head while helping Xie to his feet. You two must get along well and refrain from fighting. Yes, master. Xie replied, standing with Ruan Min's assistance, lowering his hands to reveal a face marred by injury. Let me bandage that for you. Ruan Min's heart skipped a beat. What if the protagonist's face were disfigured? Would fate pursue him for it? Primarily, he lacked elixirs and spiritual energy, so he could only search his room for any remedies to salvage Xie appearance. Ruan Min was aware of Aji's unique constitution, making it inconvenient to use medicines from the spirit realm for his treatment. Noticing Ruan Min's gaze, Aji quickly reassured, I am fine, master. Please tend to my senior brother first. Seeing his little disciple so obedient filled Ruan Min with warmth, and his eyes softened with affection. This gave sent alarm bells ringing in Xie mind. Once Ruan Min applied the medicine, he bandaged Xie face, wrapping it in layers of gauze, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth visible, creating a rather peculiar appearance. It might not be very aesthetic, Ruan Min murmured. Not just unappealing. What have you done? It looks utterly ridiculous. The system chuckled. No worries, master. Your bandaging is the most beautiful. Xie turned to the copper mirror, staring at his bandaged reflection in astonishment. I quite like it, he said earnestly as he shifted his gaze away. As long as you like it, Ruan Min replied, pleased. The system ceased its laughter. After attending to Xie's wounds, Ruan Min exhaled, pondering whether fate would cause him any trouble. He was uncertain, but quickly dismissed the thought, as he still needed to arrange accommodation for Aji. Upon explaining this, Aji expressed, due to his unique identity, he preferred to transform into a small black snake at night and remain by Ruan Min's side, as residing alone might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, concealing his demonic energy consumed considerable stamina, and becoming a small black snake would minimize this expenditure. This reasoning was sound. Thus, Ruan Min agreed. Then you shall stay with me. Aji, having been brought back from the demon realm, was a small attendant, an existence beyond the narrative, so it was prudent for him to stay close. Aji transformed into a small black snake, happily coiling around his designated spot. In truth, he could easily conceal his demonic energy. He simply wished to spend more time with his little master. The frost snow sword, originally residing on the bracelet, was thoroughly displeased by the behavior of the little black snake. It was indeed a designated space solely for the sword. How could an uninvited guest intrude? Previously, in the demon realm, when Ruan Minshi lacked spiritual energy, the frost snow sword was suppressed and unable to manifest. Now, having returned to the spirit realm, Ruan Minshi had absorbed sufficient yang energy, which naturally allowed the frost snow sword to take shape once more. It released a wave of cold air towards the little black snake in dissatisfaction, catching it off guard and leaving its body frozen in shock. Ruan Minshi, still possessing some cultivation, was naturally aware of the frost snow sword's actions. He lifted the little black snake into his palm to warm it. Since Xie was a fire spirit root, Ruan Minshi had absorbed some of his yang energy through his techniques, thus gaining part of his cultivation. He regulated the warmth in his hand, and the little black snake swiftly recovered from its frozen state. I apologize, little white, for not considering your feelings, he said, placing the little black snake on his other wrist to apologize to the frost snow sword. However, I am now but a mere shell of my former self, devoid of an ice spirit root, and cannot wield you at all times. If I do not absorb yang energy, you shall remain in slumber upon my wrist. Perhaps it would be best to sever our contract and seek a master more suited to you. He had previously overlooked this matter in his state of injury. It felt inappropriate for a magnificent celestial artifact to be wielded by someone so diminished. Furthermore, upon completing his mission, he would be departing from this world. It was impossible to take the frost snow sword with him. The sword possessed consciousness within this realm, but in another, it might merely be an inanimate object. He retrieved the frost snow sword from the bracelet and inquired. The sword floated in the air, its blade suddenly becoming still. Soon after, it emitted a mournful cry. Drawing closer to Ruan Minshi, nudging his hand with its hilt, while the snowy tassel on the sword swayed with its movements. This tassel had been crafted by Ruan Minshi himself, selected with care after their bond was formed, taking over a month to create. Sharing a deep connection with the sword, Ruan Minshi could discern its reluctance to sever their bond. Very well, let us leave it as such for now. He sheathed the frost snow sword, intending to deliberate further at a later time. As he stepped outside, he discovered a visitor in the courtyard. Junior brother, a man, stood quietly, his complexion somewhat haggard. Yet what drew attention was the dark, scaly markings that adorned half of his face. These glossy black scales seemed to have sprouted from his very skin. Elder brother, Ruan Minshi exclaimed, hastening to his side. What has happened? How could your face? I'm sorry. Have I frightened you? Ziyuan gasped, quickly covering the scaly half of his face. He had rushed over upon receiving the news, momentarily forgetting his alarming appearance. Not at all. I was merely worried about you. How did you come to be like this? Ruan Minshi queried. Ziyuan exuded a powerful yet chaotic aura, which he could not yet comprehend. He was still unable to control his newfound abilities. A voice echoed from above as a figure descended from the sky, golden hair shimmering in the light. Regret filled his heart for not returning in time that day. The weight of such emotions had begun to hint at a loss of control over his surroundings after accumulating for some time. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently shattered the seal upon himself. Seal? Ruan Minshi inquired, following his lead. Indeed, a seal. He is a descendant of the celestial beast, the black dragon, and a human, though he possesses a human form. He harbors the power of the black dragon. The might of the celestial beast is exceedingly overwhelming. Thus, a seal was established upon him for his safety, confining the dragon's power and allowing him to live as a human. Shikswagi recounted the tale. Theoretically, this seal would gradually unbind as his strength increased, culminating in his acceptance of all his legacies. However, when the seal was unexpectedly broken, he could not withstand the immense power, transforming into the black dragon and wreaking havoc around him. Ultimately, it drew the intervention of his master. Although he survived, he still could not fully control himself. Ruan Minshi listened with a mix of confusion and understanding, nodding as he remarked, "So, my senior brother is unharmed and can now transform into a dragon?" "Not at the moment. I cannot control myself once I assume dragon form," Ziyang replied, somewhat abashed. He, too, was unaware of his true identity. Since the dawn of his memories, he had been cultivating in the Shangxiao sect. For him, the Shangxiao sect was home. His distress stemmed more from his previous failure to return in time, allowing Ruan Minshi to be taken by the Demon Emperor. This event had long been a thorn in his heart, destabilizing his mind and nearly leading to grave errors during his cultivation. He could no longer wield his sword with the same unwavering focus as before. After being interrupted while invoking forbidden techniques, he isolated his spiritual energy and spent much time alone in the dark confinement chamber. Yet his mind was consumed with the vision of his junior disciple speaking to him in the wind that fateful night. Junior disciple has suffered, Ziyang thought, his heart heavy with guilt as he observed Ruan Minshi, who had lost considerable weight. Had he arrived in time, he would have risked everything to protect his junior disciple. Upon concluding his account of Ziyang, Shikswagi hastily grasped Ruan Minshi's hand, examining his condition. After the examination, his complexion turned pale, as though in disbelief, and he meticulously checked once more. Ruan Minshi, noting his ashen visage, asked, "Senior brother, how much longer can I live?" "What nonsense! Junior disciple can certainly live to a ripe old age." Shikswagi abruptly realized his own lack of composure and retracted his hand. That shouldn't be. If he were indeed the child of fate, how could his body appear in such a state, as if the oil lamp has burned out? Surviving against all odds was the hallmark of the child of fate. Shikswagi, being exceptionally astute, soon formed a conjecture in his mind. Could it be that the child of fate was someone else? This thought froze his blood, followed by a slow, rising anger. Chapter 75. the proud dragon hero's antagonistic master. If another were the child of fate, what then of the countless injuries endured by his junior disciple? Was his junior disciple merely a pawn in the grand design of the heavens? Enraged, Shikswagi took a deep breath and offered Ruan Minshi a smile. Do not worry. Your senior brother has a way. Yet what method did he possess? Merely to prolong life as best as he could. Even with that cultivation technique, this body had become beyond remedy, devoid of any potential for further cultivation. Upon entering the realm of celestial cultivation, practitioners develop a vague perception of the heavenly path, and the existence of the child of fortune remains an unspoken secret within this circle. 22 years ago, the birth of Ruan Minshi was heralded by all the powerful beings as the arrival of that fated individual, especially as he ascended rapidly in his cultivation. Further affirming this belief, after being captured by the demon emperor, Ruan Minshi's life lamp did not extinguish, and it was thought that he could undergo a rebirth. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Despite her anger, Shikswagi could not reveal her displeasure in front of Ruan Minshi. Suppressing her indignation, she continued, "This technique is indeed effective. You should practice it to nurture your body, while your senior brother will find a solution for the rest." Nurture my body? A technique? Xianqing expressed his confusion. Ruan Minshi then explained the method, omitting certain unspeakable details. Xianqing was taken aback. Ruan Minshi had prepared himself for criticism, yet, contrary to his expectations, he did not encounter the anticipated disdain. Instead, Xianqing, with a heart full of concern, gently patted his head and embraced him. "If practicing this technique can indeed nurture your body, I am willing to assist you, junior brother, provided you do not mind." After a prolonged embrace, Xianqing released him, his words sincere. "How can that be permissible? That would be treating my senior brother as a vessel." Previously, his encounter with Xie had been purely accidental. He had never intended to absorb Xie's yang energy, let alone that of his own senior brother. "I have no partner in this world. If there is one person I cherish most, it is you, dear junior brother. My prior inability to arrive in time was my fault. Now that I can assist you, how could I stand idly by?" Xianqing asserted, "I share your sentiments. The nurturing of your body is of utmost importance. Furthermore, this technique does not adversely affect the recipient. Rather, it can enhance them, so you need not feel any psychological burden," Shikswagi remarked to Ruan Minshi. "Moreover, I can modify certain postures to facilitate better absorption of yang energy, making it less exhausting. As I must return shortly, it is better to act promptly. Shall we explore this now?" Having heard all this, Ruan Minshi found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. He felt an inexplicable weariness, perhaps due to the frailty of his current condition. In a moment of distraction, he missed the opportune time to counter and was led by the man into a room. Meanwhile, the small black serpent on his wrist was cast aside, and the frost snow sword was rendered undetectable. The little black serpent hung dejectedly on a nearby tree, unable to contend with Shikswagi. Soon, intermittent sounds emanated from within. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, Xianqing stood guard at the door, eavesdropping. It was not until the sky darkened that Shikswagi finally emerged. He cast a glance at Xianqing, who stood at the door, and silently walked past. "Wait, Xianqing," his expression tinged with irritation, questioned, "Why did you use hypnosis on the junior brother to compel him to agree with you?" Although he could not yet wield the power of the black dragon, being a celestial beast himself, he sensed that Shikswagi had employed the power of the phoenix. "I merely spoke the truth, but considering the junior brother's disposition, he might not have acquiesced, so I resorted to a minor ploy. However, for the younger disciple in his current state, this truly is the most prudent choice. He who is so averse to pain would wince in discomfort each time I tended to his wounds after vanquishing demons. Now his physical constitution is even more fragile than that of an ordinary person. Without the infusion of yang energy, he would be tormented day and night by his imperfect body, a plight far too agonizing for him to endure. What say you, elder brother? Do you truly believe I have erred? From what position do you question me, devoid of any selfish motives in your words?" The 2 years during which Ruan Min departed have been ample time for myriad events to unfold and for one to come to grips with their own sentiments. Xianqing has lived in a state of regret. Has he not, too? Unable to refute, Zi Yanqing recognized that his own words were tinged with self-interest. It would be best for him to absorb yang energy every other day, nurturing his body first. In 2 weeks, I shall return with medicine. The snow returned to the air, restoring its phoenix form, and took flight towards the south. Zi Yanqing placed his hand before the door, hesitating, yet he refrained from pushing it open. How fares Assur? It was Dantai Bewley, holding a finely woven golden silkworm garment, who approached and quietly inquired of Zi Yanqing. Master. Zi Yanqing bowed respectfully, revealing that the younger disciple's condition was even graver than anticipated. He recounted all that had transpired. No further explanation was needed. Dantai Bewley immediately discerned the crux of the issue. The child of destiny was not his Assur. He should not have to endure this. He could have retained his previously spirited demeanor. As one ascends in cultivation, the connection to the heavenly Tao becomes increasingly palpable. Dantai Bewley sensed that his bond with the Tao was closer than that of other cultivators. Whether this was due to his formidable strength or some other reason remained uncertain. Chapter 76. The Antagonistic Master of the Protagonist. In a moment of myriad thoughts, Dantai Bewley withdrew his mind and said, "You should rest. I will keep watch over Assur." Very well. Dantai Bewley observed the retreating figure of Zi Yanqing, furrowing his brow. He had certainly sensed the two disciples' feelings for the younger one. Initially, he had been oblivious until the elder disciple, typically composed, nearly lost his sanity upon the younger disciple's abduction. The second disciple had also become restless, showing signs of demonic tendencies despite being a celestial beast. Although he concealed it well, he could not escape his own scrutiny. Dantai Bewley had always devoted himself to cultivation, untouched by worldly affairs. The world knows Lingyun Xianzuan as cold and ruthless, decisive and resolute, a natural prodigy of cultivation. Aside from a younger disciple, he had taken a hands-off approach with his other disciples, only offering guidance upon emerging from seclusion. Though they bore the title of master and disciple, their rapport was possibly even closer than that with the elders who taught the inner disciples. This was primarily because these two disciples were already exceptional upon entering, and now they had become pillars of strength. Yet the younger disciple seemed to be the source of all tribulations. He was at a loss as to how to nurture a young one, instead of retreating into seclusion. This cultivation fanatic had stumbled through the challenges of raising the young disciple. So small, so innocent upon entering the world, prone to tears and clinginess. Calling him master every day. How could he bear to entrust him to another's care? Until he grew up and was capable of standing on his own, Dantai Bewley could finally rest assured and retreat into seclusion. Dantai Bewley quietly pushed the door open and approached the bedside. The moon was exceptionally bright that night, casting its luminous glow through the open window and illuminating the room with remarkable clarity. Ruan Minshi had already succumbed to slumber, yet his rest was far from tranquil. A pallor adorned his face, marred by a hint of distress, as his delicate eyelashes fluttered and a solitary tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Despite the evident suffering, he appeared strikingly beautiful in the moonlight. Dantai Bewley gazed upon him, and an inexplicable, dark sense of sadistic pleasure stirred within his heart. His hand slowly rested upon the soft curve of Ruan Minshi's neck, feeling the faint pulse beneath his fingertips, only to be startled and hastily withdraw his hand. What was happening? Earlier that day, he had felt his cheeks flush and his heart race at the sight of his young disciple's form. Dantai Bewley's expression momentarily blanked, bewildered as he glanced at his own hand, then turned to observe Ruan Minshi once more. In a daze, Ruan Minshi shifted slightly, causing the covers to slip away, revealing an ambiguous mark upon his collarbone. Stung as if by a deep crimson hue, Dantai Bewley's gaze became fixed, his demeanor lost in a fog of confusion. Jealousy. He felt it coursing through him with a fervent intensity. Why was he jealous? This was a sentiment entirely foreign to him. It was as though he had suddenly awakened from a dream, coming to a profound realization of his true feelings. All of this, was it merely love? When had it begun? He could not say. He could glimpse the secrets of the heavens, yet could not divine his own destiny. Outside the window, a small black serpent coiled upon a nearby tree, maintaining an extremely low profile unnoticed even by Dantai Bewley within the room. Its upright pupils fixated on the unfolding events inside, revealing itself to be Aji, the one previously cast aside. For reasons unknown, he harbored an intense dislike for the man sharing a space with Ruan Minshi. Although he had felt no particular fondness for others he had encountered, this individual stirred an exceptional aversion. Within the Xianxiao sect, where spiritual energy flourished abundantly, Aji was unlike other demons. He could absorb both demonic and spiritual energies. Having previously resided in the demon realm, where he had been devoid of spiritual energy, his arrival in this rich environment led him to uncontrollably absorb an overwhelming amount of it. As the energy filled his being, a faint glow emanated from him, concealed beneath the moonlight. His form visibly expanded at a remarkable pace, and after some time, Aji slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs laced with a hint of murderous intent. His memories had returned. He was no mere servant. He was the sovereign of the demon realm, the demon emperor Lin Yuan. The forceful opening of the interrealm passage had subjected him to the onslaught of numerous heavenly bolts, and he had not been as unscathed as he appeared. Particularly, the exertion of forcibly opening the passage had drained nearly all of his strength, and each time he overexerted himself, he would lose his memories and revert to a youthful form. By chance, he had stumbled into the spirit realm alongside Ruan Minshi, and upon absorbing spiritual energy, he had astonishingly regained his memories, all without detection by the heavenly forces. No wonder he harbors such disdain for Dantai Bewley. This individual had recently severed his own clone with a single stroke. Ling Yuan reflected on his past childish actions, falling into a contemplative silence as he glanced at his own form coiled upon the tree and then at the two individuals within the room. The formidable demon emperor had nearly devolved into a sycophant, forced to perch in a tree. Such a tale, if circulated, would be met with disbelief. Ling Yuan scorned his former self. Strangely compelled, he chose not to depart, but continued to observe quietly from the branch, intent on discerning what had so thoroughly captivated his younger self. There had to be some deception. His demeanor was undoubtedly a facade. Moreover, he was uncertain whether leaving Ruan Minshi would draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. At present, his power was but a fraction of what it once was. Thus caution was prudent. Additionally, the abundant spiritual energy in the Xianxiao sect would facilitate his recovery. Venturing out would only complicate matters further. Indeed, the more he pondered, the more he affirmed that remaining here was the wisest decision. Chapter 77. The antagonistic master of the overbearing male protagonist, Ruan Minshi, enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber. Dreaming of indulging in the world's finest delicacies, crispy almond pastries, rich peach blossom wine, and succulent chicken wrapped in glossy lotus leaves. He feasted voraciously, savoring each morsel, convinced that no dream could surpass this bliss. Upon awakening, he still lingered in the reverie of his dream, smacking his lips in delight. As he shifted contentedly, he caught sight of Dantai Bewley seated beside him. "Master," he murmured, their eyes locking in mutual gaze. For some inexplicable reason, meeting the man's pale eyes stirred a sense of unease within him. Rising, his loosely fastened robe fell open, revealing his pale skin adorned with scattered bruises. Dantai Bewley's gaze slowly descended from Ruan Minshi's face, abruptly pausing upon the sight of certain injuries. Following his line of sight, Ruan Minshi discovered the conspicuous marks against his alabaster skin. His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly adjusted his garments, the atmosphere growing palpably awkward. With his head bowed, Ruan Minshi's delicate lashes fluttered, and having just awakened from a prolonged bout of cultivation, his lips appeared more vibrant, albeit slightly chapped, while a faint blush graced his cheeks, lending him an unexpectedly alluring charm. Clutching the fabric of his robe tightly, his heart raced. Dantai Bewley felt a dryness in his throat, shadows flickering in his eyes. "I am aware of everything. You have suffered, sure." It was Dantai Bewley who shattered the tension, gently grasping Ruan Minshi's hand and speaking softly. Ruan Minshi nodded in response. "Do not overthink. With Master by your side, you shall be safe." Dantai Bewley ruffled his hair, But as he withdrew his hand, a hint of unarticulated hesitation lingered. Confronted with his own feelings, navigating his relationship with his young disciple had become a perplexing dilemma, rife with dark and unspoken thoughts. It is indeed inappropriate. Yet Dante Bewley finds himself unable to suppress his thoughts. Observing the unwavering trust in his young disciple's eyes, he feels an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Believing he is unworthy of being a master, Ruan Minshi rises and picks up the red hairband from the table. He bites one end of the band, gathers his hair with one hand, and deftly wraps it with the band, securing it with a charming knot. Dante Bewley watches this action, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Master?" Ruan Minshi queries, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he notices Dante Bewley's smile. Indeed, this is the golden silk cicada attire. Once donned, it shields the wearer from environmental influences, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, while also nurturing the body. Unlike the mortals, Ruan Minshi's physique is quite ordinary. Residing in the lofty Shaoshan sect, the chill is far more pronounced than in other locales. While this does not affect cultivators significantly, Ruan Minshi finds himself unable to endure it, feeling his hands and feet turn icy despite his thick clothing. Dante Bewley presents the golden silk cicada attire, and in an instant, Ruan Minshi has donned the garment. The moment the fabric touches his skin, warmth envelopes him, and it feels weightless, akin to soaking in a hot spring, immensely comfortable. "Thank you, Master," Ruan Minshi expresses joyfully. Replies Dante Bewley, his smile becoming more pronounced upon witnessing Ruan Minshi's happiness. As they step outside together, Ruan Minshi gazes around, a hint of confusion in his demeanor. "What is it?" Dante Bewley inquires. "Previously, I accepted a little disciple, a demon cultivator who accompanied me to Shaoshan. You should be nearby," Ruan Minshi explains. Just then, Aji, the little black snake, reluctantly emerges from the nearby bushes. He had initially intended to remain hidden within the Shaoshan sect, absorbing spiritual energy for a while longer. His emergence was not driven by Ruan Minshi's mention of his body, but rather a fear that his sudden disappearance might raise Dante Bewley's suspicions. "Yes, indeed, he thinks. Aji, this is my master. He is quite formidable," Ruan Minshi declares, oblivious to Aji's inner turmoil, lifting the little black snake into his hands and introducing him to Dante Bewley. "Oh, is that so?" Aji responds, feeling a wave of unease wash over him as he notices the sparkle in Ruan Minshi's eyes. "Wait, does this mean I'm expected to address this person as Grandmaster?" Aji's eyes widen in disbelief. "Ruan Minshi," he prompts. "Aji, pay your respects to Grandmaster," he instructs. Aji transforms into human form and bows deeply to Dante Bewley. Dante Bewley frowns, sensing something amiss in Ruan Minshi's demeanor. He stands tensely by. Oh no, he forgot about Aji's identity. Surely, he hasn't been recognized? Dante Bewley's expression returns to neutrality. He nods, no longer regarding Aji. Ruan Minshi breathes a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seems he has not been discovered. Dante Bewley, of course, remains oblivious. He paused only because he did not anticipate his young disciple suddenly acquiring another disciple, especially since the previous one had a tendency to cling to him incessantly. He disapproves of the overly indulgent, hand-holding teaching method exemplified by Ruan Minshi, believing that it is sufficient to guide a disciple when necessary, without the need for excessive intimacy. In this line of thought, he seems to have completely forgotten how he once nurtured Ruan Minshi with such meticulous care. Chapter 78, The Antagonistic Master of the Overpowered Male Protagonist. Dante Bewley's perspective goes unnoticed by Ruan Minshi, who has always regarded Dante Bewley with utmost respect as a mentor, never contemplating any other interpretation. He takes the hand of Di Lin Yuan and says to Dante Bewley, "Master, I shall take him to cultivate now." As Di Lin Yuan feels Ruan Minshi's grip, he pauses momentarily and instinctively tightens his grasp. The sensation is delightful, albeit somewhat slight. "Very well," Dante Bewley replies with a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Ruan Minshi leads Di Lin Yuan to the mountain summit, where the landscape is still enveloped in a wintry embrace. with pristine snow covering every surface. Although sunlight bathes the area, it does little to alleviate the biting cold, and words spoken in this frigid air manifest as visible breath. The golden silk cicada robe that Ruan Minshi wears not only shields him from the cold, but also envelopes him in a transparent barrier, effectively keeping the icy air at bay. Di Linyuan is somewhat acquainted with this item. Despite the treasures present in his palace, he possesses only a small fragment of such a garment, which he acquired by chance. Lacking interest in such artifacts, he had casually gifted it to his left guardian, who incessantly clamors for a wife. The golden silk cicada robe is crafted solely from the silk of the rare golden silkworm, a process that is exceedingly intricate and requires immense spiritual energy and precise control. Even a slight misstep could lead to failure. Its value lies in its versatility, as it can be utilized by cultivators, ordinary folk, and even demonic beings without causing any harm to their bodies. Yet, who among those with such formidable spiritual power would invest the effort to create such a troublesome defensive artifact? In ancient times, powerful beings might have crafted golden silk cicada robes to delight their partners, but nowadays, few would undertake such labor. Previously, he had observed a subtle dynamic between the two and assumed they shared a romantic connection, but now it seems there might be unreciprocated feelings at play. Ruan Minshi had brought Di Linyuan here primarily to avoid prying eyes. Upon arrival, he surveyed the surroundings and realized that it might not be the most conducive environment for cultivation. However, could he possibly tell his young disciple that this place was unsuitable for training and then suggest they descend together? Certainly not, as that would be quite embarrassing. While he could excuse his eldest disciple from such concerns, he wished to maintain a grand image in front of the younger one. Thus, he feigned an air of profound wisdom and proclaimed, "Today, I have brought you here to test your will. Do not rely on demonic energy. Let me see to what extent you have refined your physique." The more he spoke, the more he believed in the validity of his own words, and by the end, he nodded in satisfaction, convinced that bringing his disciple here was indeed a wise decision. Di Linyuan was genuinely unaware of the state of his physical cultivation, as his strength had only partially returned. Aside from his ability to conceal his presence, he was uncertain about anything else. He removed his outer garment and sat down, revealing a slender frame marred by a gruesome scar that encircled his body from collarbone to abdomen. Aside from a scar on his body, there were numerous areas where the skin had thickened after healing from wounds. His left arm was somewhat paler than the rest of his skin, as if it had been violently torn off and had grown back anew. Ruan Minshi paused for a moment, but upon noticing that he had closed his eyes, he settled onto the stone bench beside him. The severity of the wound was striking. The demonic race possessed an exceptional self-healing ability. They were born from the void, emerging into a dark realm where they clawed at one another for survival. Only by devouring the strong among their kind could they gather enough strength to escape the void and endure. After a prolonged silence, the system finally found its voice. This path was not of their choosing, but rather a fate thrust upon them from the moment of their birth. Emotions churned within Ruan Minshi's eyes as he let out a soft sigh. Such is the law of the jungle. This is the principle that governs this world. How could many practitioners of the cultivation realm avoid the blood of their own kind on their hands? They are not dissimilar to the demons. The system lamented. Indeed, Ruan Minshi was not fond of this reality. It was the immutable law of the world, one he felt powerless to alter. By the way, regarding your unfortunate reputation among the masses, I have prepared some suggestions based on my observations of various tasks. You may wish to consider them. Selfish, irritable, duplicitous, and utterly impatient, greedy and opportunistic, you would undoubtedly seize treasures, but when in peril, you would flee at once. Well said. Ruan Minshi applauded this assessment. Thank you. Thank you very much. The system felt somewhat bashful from the praise. Now, let us analyze which points are feasible without appearing too abrupt. Ruan Minshi began, firstly regarding greed. I do have a fondness for wealth. However, as a disciple of the Lingyun Immortal, I have been surrounded by treasures, and elixirs have been as common as candy. Of course, as an ordinary person now, I cannot indulge in such celestial materials. Fleeing in times of danger suits me well. but I doubt I will find myself in perilous situations anytime soon. I seldom engage deeply with others, making duplicity quite challenging. It appears that my irritable temperament and lack of patience are the most fitting traits for now. That makes sense. You must now portray a once privileged individual who has fallen into the mire, disdainful of heretical practices, yet compelled to study them, unable to accept the changes within. You become sensitive and volatile, with moods that shift unpredictably, the system suggested. Quite right, Ruan Minshi smiled gently. Then let us gradually manifest these changes. After his smile faded, an unexpected chill enveloped him, causing him to sneeze. This sensation was not directed at him. It seemed to emanate from his young disciple nearby. That shouldn't be the case. Given that he now possessed the golden silkworm cloak, how could he possibly feel cold? Ruan Minshi felt a twinge of confusion, but dismissed it, continuing to observe his young disciple. What is Master smiling about? If Master wishes to see, I can demonstrate my body refinement techniques as well. I too bear many scars. Yu, not far from the giant rock, gripped the cliff face tightly, veins protruding on his hands as he watched the two. Just a foot away lay the precipice. A moment's carelessness could lead to a shattering fall. He remained utterly still, seemingly indifferent to his perilous surroundings, allowing the wind and snow to howl mercilessly around him. He was filled with grievances, casting a look of indignation at Ruan Min while occasionally glancing with contempt at the boy on the ground. The elder mused, "Why does this scene feel so familiar? It seems I've encountered something similar not long ago." He rubbed his forehead. Ever since Yu began his days by either cultivating or secretly observing Ruan Min from a distance, he had significantly honed his concealment techniques, especially with the presence of powerful beings around Ruan Min. Although his behavior resembled that of someone possessed, since Ruan Min's return, his heart of Tao had remained steadfast, and even his stagnant cultivation showed signs of subtle movement. The elder, witnessing this, decided to turn a blind eye, but to his surprise, the situation escalated. Initially, he had been half-heartedly attentive, but now he resolved to completely close his eyes to it. As Chapter 79 unfolds, after Emperor Lingyuan completed his body refinement, Ruan Min offered a few remarks and affectionately ruffled his hair. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in silence, with only the sound of the wind swirling around them. "Aren't you coming up?" Ruan Min gestured to his wrist, having been waiting for Emperor Lingyuan to transform into a small black snake and crawl up. Startled, Emperor Lingyuan remembered everything from before and certainly knew what he had done. Competing for attention with a sword seemed utterly absurd. He had no intention of doing so, and thus shook his head decisively. "Very well. The child has grown up, no longer clinging to his master." Ruan Min sighed, his expression tinged with disappointment. "Master, I can practice body refinement here. I hope to continue my training in this place," Emperor Lingyuan replied, having grown accustomed to addressing Ruan Min as master. "It is far too cold here. You should return. I can manage on my own," he added upon noticing Ruan Min's less than cheerful demeanor. Seeing the complex emotions in his young disciple's eyes, Ruan Min conceded, "Those who come to this peak should know I have taken on a new apprentice. You may wander as you please. There are many pastries in the room to the left. Feel free to eat if you are hungry, or come find me." "Understood, master." Emperor Lingyuan nodded. He refrained from mentioning his ability to absorb spiritual energy, seizing this opportunity for fruitful cultivation. Thus, Ruan Min, feeling somewhat melancholic, slowly descended the mountain, his mind elsewhere. Unintentionally, he stumbled over a stone, nearly falling to the ground. Just before making contact with the earth, he reflected on how his agility had diminished to such an extent. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged recovery. He had once been acutely aware of every movement within 100 steps, yet now he was clumsy enough to trip while walking. However, he did not fall. Instead, he landed in a familiar embrace. Yu, having observed Ruan Min's imminent tumble from afar, rushed forward to steady him, waiting like a wagging dog for his master's praise. To his surprise, he was met with Ruan Min's impassive dismissal. "I do not require your assistance. Step aside. I can walk on my own." Yu was momentarily bewildered, but upon seeing the coldness in Ruan Min's eyes, he quickly withdrew his hand and knelt on the ground. "It was my offense against master. Please punish me. Ruan Minshi let out a light snort, not sparing him a glance, and turned to leave. Host, you have performed exceptionally well. The protagonist must now harbor resentment towards you. Your previous coercion has surely left an unpleasant mark in his heart. His facade of obedience is merely a reflection of your mentor-disciple bond. He must despise you deeply now. As Ruan Minshi turned away, the system activated its enthusiastic praise mode. Once his figure completely vanished, Xiejiu remained kneeling on the ground. The icy snow beneath him chilled his clothing up to his knees. Xiejiu knelt motionless, his head bowed, his expression obscured by shadows, while the elder grew somewhat anxious within the bracelet. What has happened? Why is he suddenly kneeling? Should I not advise him? Master, Xiejiu lifted his head, his eyes gleaming brightly. The master did not express anger towards others, only towards me. The pat on my back did not hurt at all. This is not anger, but a reward. I hold a place in his heart. He rose, brushing the snow off his knees, utterly delighted. The elder was perplexed. He had never experienced love. Was this how it felt? Although the elder was not well read, he sensed something amiss with this reasoning. Ruan Minshi strolled back into the courtyard, suddenly struck by a thought. System, do I also require what master requires? That should not be necessary. In truth, others do not have any specific KPIs either. Although according to the original plot, you should be universally disliked, this task has not been assigned to you. As per the storyline, your antagonism towards the protagonist suffices. Others will also come to dislike you. Ultimately, it is enough for the protagonist to harbor disdain for you, as he is destined to be the strongest. Upon recalling those men, the system found the situation troublesome. Each time they appeared, it could not intervene, making things challenging for the host. Moreover, the protagonist certainly dislikes you now, so there's no need to worry on that front. At this rate, when the protagonist engages in battle with the Demon Emperor, he will only have reached the immortal stage. How can he possibly confront the Demon Emperor? I do not possess specific details. We shall see how things are arranged on the day of the great battle. Indeed, this was not a concern that fell within Ruan Minshi's purview. Once he relaxed, he decisively engaged with the system in a game, and after finishing, he went to bed early. Chapter 80. The antagonistic master of the overpowered male protagonist upon awakening. Ruan Minshi had breakfast and spent nearly the entire day engrossed in gaming until Ziyuan came to seek him out, prompting his emergence from the virtual realm. Senior brother. What is it? He inquired. Little junior brother, your second senior brother, must have mentioned that it is best to cultivate every other day to nurture your body. I have come to protect you and assist in your cultivation. Ziyuan spoke softly, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. What? Every other day? Ruan Minshi was taken aback. When did Shishue Gue ever mention this? He was completely unaware. Observing the blank expression on Ruan Minshi's face, Ziyuan realized he had not been informed. He gently brushed his fingers against Ruan Minshi's silver hair on his forehead, reassuring him, "It is all right. Now you know." Wait. He caught a glimpse of Ziyuan inching closer and raised his hand to stop him, exclaiming, "No, that's not permissible. This is entirely wrong. Our lineage's inheritance is on the verge of collapse. Why is it not permissible? It is merely cultivation." Ziyang observed the evident resistance etched upon his face. A fleeting shadow of gray flickered in his eyes. Yet, he maintained a gentle smile, patiently inquiring, "This seems inappropriate, master." "I feel I do not require cultivation at this moment," replied Ruan Minshi. "Inappropriate?" Ziyang articulated each word deliberately, and upon finishing, he chuckled softly, speaking in a hushed tone. "What is inappropriate about it? If the second senior brother can guard you, why can't I? Am I not also your senior brother? Little junior brother, do you harbor disdain for me, wishing to deny me the opportunity to protect you? No, it's not that, senior brother. I do not dislike you. I simply believe that cultivation is unnecessary at this time," Ruan Minshi explained, at a loss for words. Ziyang, albeit with good intentions, was met with Ruan Minshi's firm refusal to engage in cultivation. After all, he was capable of moving about freely, rendering any further training seemingly redundant. "What, little junior brother? This truly saddens me," Ziyang remarked, fixing his gaze upon him, a pout forming on his lips. Ruan Minshi felt a void in his mind, his mouth opening slightly before he slowly shut it again. What more could he say? He seemed devoid of any further retorts. Ultimately, he knew he had to express his stance clearly. How could you lie, little junior brother? Was it truly only once? Zianking leaned closer, whispering with a smile. Ruan Minshi felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could articulate further, Zianking's violet eyes began to glimmer subtly. Locking eyes with him, Ruan Minshi was suddenly struck by a heaviness in his eyelids, as if sleep were beckoning him. Do you wish to cultivate now? A familiar voice inquired, wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. Ruan Minshi recognized the voice of someone he knew well and trusted deeply. Yes, he nodded instinctively, not pausing to ponder, convinced it would not lead him astray. Good, Zianking replied with a cheerful nod, though the mirth in his smile did not reach his eyes. You are quite disobedient. A bit of punishment is in order. The following day, Ruan Minshi stood in the courtyard, utterly perplexed. What had transpired the previous day that led him to agree so inexplicably? His recollection of yesterday was hazy. He vaguely remembered consenting to cultivate alongside his senior brother. During their cultivation session, Zianking had been unlike his usual self. Typically, he would acquiesce to whatever Ruan Minshi suggested. Yet yesterday, they cultivated until the early hours before he was granted permission to rest. After much contemplation, he could not recall any events preceding his rest. Ruan Minshi raked his fingers through his hair with a sigh. Never mind. If I can't recall, there's no point in dwelling on it. My senior brother wouldn't lead me astray. I should rather contemplate what to eat later. Chapter 81. The antagonistic master of the overpowered protagonist. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Ruan Minshi decided to explore the surroundings. Having cultivated the previous night, he felt invigorated and with a swift motion. He found himself in another part of the sect. Here stood. Ruan Minshi lifted his gaze to the grand hall before him. It appeared to be a reception area. He casually cast a glance, then turned to explore elsewhere. Where is this esteemed figure headed? Might you take me, your humble guest, along to see the sights? A familiar voice resonated from behind. Startled, Ruan Minshi turned around. The person behind him, elegantly attired with a smile gracing his lips, was none other than Ruan Minshi. What brings you here? Ruan Minshi asked, eyeing Ruan Minshi warily, fingers gripping the frost snow sword pendant. Please, do not regard me with such suspicion. After all, we have been married. Ruan Minshi feigned a heart-wrenching gesture, clutching his chest. Unmoved by his theatrics, Ruan Minshi swiftly lunged with his sword. Ruan Minshi sidestepped the attack. Adopting a serious tone, actually, I was invited by your esteemed sect for a transaction. My apologies. It seems I misjudged the situation. Ruan Minshi sheathed his sword, internally marveling at Ruan Minshi's impressive agility. He now possessed half the strength of his elder brother. Yet Ruan Minshi had evaded his strike effortlessly. It appears you are quite comfortable here, Ruan Minshi remarked, noticing the evident improvement in his adversary's cultivation, particularly the technique reminiscent of the Xianxiao sect's leader. The realities of their past encounters were glaringly apparent. The Xianxiao sect members, who outwardly exuded righteousness, were merely a facade. As a gesture of goodwill, shall we explore together? Ruan Minshi suggested, masking the shadow in his gaze. Very well, Ruan Minshi nodded. The two then wandered through the vicinity, visiting various sites. This is where ceremonies are held. This area is often used for competitions and occasionally for events. Here is where disciples practice, and this is the scripture repository. After completing the tour, Ruan Minshi smiled at the two disciples who had greeted him. The esteemed one noticed me. The esteemed one smiled at me. You must be mistaken. It was clearly directed at me. Once they believed they had distanced themselves sufficiently, the two excitedly began to bicker, their rough voices contrasting humorously with their words. Ruan Minshi and Ruan Minshi heard every word. It seems you hold considerable esteem within the sect, Ruan Minshi remarked with a smile. Thank you, Ruan Minshi returned the smile. Having completed the tour, Ruan Minshi halted and turned to Ruan Minshi, implying that their encounter was nearing its end. Where do you reside? We haven't finished exploring yet. Ruan Minshi countered, clearly unwilling to conclude their meeting. Very well, what else is there to do? Ruan Minshi conceded, and thus they proceeded toward the peak where Ruan Minshi resided. The scenery is quite lovely, Ruan Minshi commented upon reaching the mountain's edge. Indeed, thank you. Ruan Minshi replied with a smile. The beings here seem to take a liking to you. Ruan Minshi continued as they ascended further. Thank you. Ruan Minshi maintained his smile. In response to Ruan Minshi's overt insincerity, he fell silent for a moment, before a smile returned to his face. You two are quite beautiful. Everything around here is splendidly lovely. He gazed at Ruan Minshi with a pointed look. Ruan Minshi felt a chill run down his spine, aware that he could not match this person's strength. Thus he refrained from exerting himself. He lifted his eyelids and blinked, remarking, "Is that so? Your protective skills are the worst I have ever encountered." Ruan Minshi appeared as if struck by lightning, genuinely shaken by these words, his form wavering slightly. Grasping Ruan Minshi's wrist, he leaned closer and inquired, "Is it truly that poor? Thief, why are you clutching my master?" Ruan Minshi pulled Ruan Minshi into his embrace, effortlessly seizing the approaching Xiantai sword and casually tossing it back. "Thief, you ought to address me as Master Ancestor, you know?" Ruan Minshi unabashedly tightened his hold on Ruan Minshi. Ruan Minshi preferred silence. After all, Ruan Minshi was someone who had saved his life, despite Ruan Minshi's patience. He often found himself at a loss for words regarding the latter's childish antics. However, this demeanor, perceived through Xie Zhiyu's eyes, signified acquiescence. Trembling, he dropped the Xiantai sword with a clang. "Just call me Master Ancestor, young one. Since you're Minshi's disciple and have come this far, I might as well offer some guidance. Your resilience is commendable, yet your strength still falls short. Remain composed in crises. Your previous strike had numerous openings." With beauty in his arms, Ruan Minshi cheerfully commented. Had he known the true nature of their relationship, he would not have been so self-satisfied. Yet, oblivious to this fact, he continued to impart his wisdom to Xie Zhiyu. Xie Zhiyu was completely unreceptive to the advice before him, gritting his teeth, his grip on the Xiantai sword tightening, his eyes gleaming, and his aura seemingly intensified. As he charged once more, Ruan Minshi adjusted his expression, swiftly shielding Ruan Minshi behind him while summoning his sword to counter this attack. The clash of weapons resonated with a forceful clang. Xie Zhiyu, still lacking in strength compared to the celestial level, was sent flying aside by Ruan Minshi. Power of the laws? Ruan Minshi's brow furrowed as he examined the sword in his hand, its surface visibly decayed. Zhiyu. Upon witnessing Xie Zhiyu being flung away, Ruan Minshi broke free from Ruan Minshi's grasp and hurried over. Xie Zhiyu lay on the ground, eyes closed, seemingly dazed. Yet, he was enveloped in a faint golden glow. As Ruan Minshi reached out to touch him, Ruan Minshi sternly interjected, "Do not touch that. It may harm your body." Huh? Ruan Minshi had already traversed through the shimmering golden light, making contact with Xie Zhiyu's face. However, he remained unharmed. Confused, he glanced at Ruan Minshi before helping Xie Zhiyu up and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Master, my revered teacher," Xie Zhiyu murmured after a brief spell of unconsciousness, nestling his head against Ruan Minshi's chest. "Disciple momentarily lost control in anger and nearly harmed my master. Please punish me." He knelt gracefully on the ground, his moist eyes gazing up at Ruan Minshi, filled with unshed tears. "You go kneel over there. I shall come to punish you later." Ruan Minshi pointed towards a corner of the courtyard, adding a stern glare for emphasis. As he had just jogged in, a faint flush of exertion adorned his face, and his speech was slightly breathless. "Very well, master." Xie Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he obediently rose and moved towards the corner. The master had cast a flirtatious glance his way. How delightful! In his eyes, Ruan Minshi was not glaring at him, but rather playfully scolding him, her cheeks flushed, truly vibrant and lovely. The master even considered his feelings, refraining from chastising him in front of others. "He must care for me deeply," Xie Zhiyu mused joyfully. Once Xie Zhiyu had distanced himself, Ruan Minshi turned to Ruan Minshi and inquired, "What was that power of the law you mentioned? Is it the golden mist surrounding Zhiyu? Why must it not be touched?" "Ah, did I say something just now?" Ruan Minshi stroked his chin, feigning surprise as if he were completely unaware. How come the disciple addresses you so intimately? I have yet to be called Lanji, he continued, wearing a look of mock grievance that appeared rather comical on his face. Don't change the subject. Ruan Minshi poked him. Ah, please don't poke me like that. Ruan Lanji jumped up suddenly at the touch. Ruan Minshi responded with a questioning gaze. I do prefer not to embarrass myself here. If we must poke, let us do so in the privacy of our chamber. You may poke wherever you wish. Ruan Lanji chuckled suggestively, his tone growing more ambiguous. Ruan Minshi was left speechless. He lifted his foot to kick him. The moment his foot made contact, Ruan Lanji's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. He emitted a muffled sound, as if striving to endure something. Is that even possible? Ruan Minshi stared at him in astonishment, at a loss for words. My apologies, Ruan Lanji replied with a shy smile. I pride myself on my patience. But your allure is simply overwhelming. Ruan Minshi swiftly delivered a palm strike to a certain acupoint on the man, infused with spiritual energy, yielding remarkable results. Ruan Lanji's lower abdomen became notably flat. Ruan Lanji's expression changed dramatically. Be cautious. This area bears the weight of your lifelong affairs. His apparent jest was ignored by Ruan Minshi, who feigned ignorance. However, it was overheard by Dan Tai Bu Li, who approached with flowing hair and inquired, "Oh, what lifelong affairs?" Just joking. Master, what brings you here? Ruan Minshi replied, directing his gaze towards the approaching Dan Tai Bu Li. I was seeking the head of the Baiwa Pavilion for a discussion, and I had no idea you were acquainted with them, Dan Tai Bu Li remarked with mild surprise. Of course, we share a certain camaraderie. Ruan Lanji began, but Ruan Minshi quickly covered his mouth, interjecting, we happen to know each other. Master, if you have business, do attend to it. With a mix of helplessness and affection, Ruan Lanji gazed at Ruan Minshi, choosing not to say more. Dan Tai Bu Li furrowed his brow, sensing the subtle atmosphere between the two. Very well. Having his own secrets, he decided against further inquiry and agreed, departing with Ruan Lanji. Once the two had left, Ruan Minshi took a moment to collect himself. How infuriating! He managed to evade the topic. He asked the system, do you know what the power of the law is? As a result, he did not receive a response from the system. He called out for the system several more times, yet silence persisted. What could be amiss with the system? Typically so prompt and responsive, it had suddenly vanished. Standing in place, Ruan Minshi was besieged by an avalanche of conjectures, feeling a chill enveloping his limbs. Fortunately, the familiar voice that soon broke the silence allowed him to relax. Ah, my sincerest apologies, dear host. I was just undergoing an upgrade. I couldn't emerge sooner as you were persistently entangled with that individual, so I took the liberty of upgrading myself. I am truly sorry for any anxiety this may have caused. The cold, electronic tone of the system conveyed an abundance of regret due to its animated demeanor. It's quite all right, it's quite all right. What enhancements have you made? Ruan Minshi, relieved by the system's well-being, found himself intrigued by its upgrades. My spatial capacity has significantly expanded. I can now cultivate plants within. Moreover, I need not fear celestial interference while conversing with you. Ha ha ha. For the main deity has awakened and upgraded all of our systems. This upgrade is exhilarating. The system chuckled with exuberance. Ha ha, splendid. By the way, system, do you know what the power of the laws entails? Ruan Minshi proceeded to inquire about the question he had previously posed. I am unaware, the system replied, its voice deflating like a puncture balloon. Ooh, my upgrade is still of no use. I cannot even resolve this query for you. As it spoke, it began to sob uncontrollably. Ruan Minshi spent a considerable amount of time soothing it. Never mind. He resolved to inquire about it later with Ruan Lanji. He refused to believe that he would always remain silent. With determination, Ruan Minshi approached Xie, who was kneeling in the corner. Why hasn't he the master arrived yet? Could it be that man has been persistently pestering him? Xie knelt upright, facing the weeds in the corner, harboring bitter thoughts. Upon hearing footsteps, his expression instantly shifted from one of melancholy to eager anticipation. Chapter 83. The antagonistic master of the overbearing male protagonist in the reception hall of the Upper Sky sect. Dan Tai Bu Li and Ruan Lanji entered, one after the other. The sect leader, Yin Qing, sat upright and composed, nodding as they entered. Before him lay the previously sealed Qilin egg, which maintained its fractured state, emanating a faint glow beside the young boy. Seated next to Yin Qing was a smiling young boy. Had Ruan Minshi been present, he would have recognized this child as the one he encountered in Zhuke Prefecture. The boy was, in fact, the lingering soul that had escaped from the damaged Qilin egg, and his current body belonged to an infant who had tragically passed away prematurely, yet had inexplicably survived. The egg contained his true form, but due to the corruption of demonic energy, his soul occasionally exhibited uncontrollable phenomena, making it unsuitable for him to return to his original body. Thus, he had to temporarily reside in the Upper Sky sect. The transaction with the sect entailed that he required their treasures to nourish his soul. In return, he would reveal to them the identity of the true child of destiny. Certainly, to prevent the Shangxiao sect from directly imprisoning his soul, Ruan Minshi was invited as a witness to the transaction. Among the three realms, he is recognized as the best witness for any dealings. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and the young boy, Qilin, cautiously stowed away the treasure he had received. He solemnly declared, "I swear by the soul of Qilin that the identity of the child of destiny is no mere fabrication. Henceforth, all that I utter shall be the truth. The child of destiny is, in fact, the esteemed disciple of the Shangxiao sect's revered elder, Xie." What? Zhuangqing's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed his palm on the table. Disbelief etched across his face. In contrast to his outburst, Dantai Bewley maintained a semblance of composure, gripping the corners of his robe and closing his eyes. Could it truly be so? On the day of Ruan Minshi's descent, everyone assumed he was the child of destiny. Yet observing the current reaction of the Shangxiao sect, it was evident that Ruan Minshi was merely a bait cast by the heavenly Tao to allure the demon sovereign. He was a decoy, while the true child of destiny was likely the one overshadowed by his brilliance, an emerging talent concealed in his shadow. It was unexpected that it would be Xie, who idolized his master to a somewhat obsessive degree, a fact widely acknowledged. Nevertheless, the one who tied the bell must untie it. The issue concerning Xie still required Ruan Minshi's intervention. Moreover, Dantai Bewley had no desire to involve himself with someone excessively pampered by his own disciple. Should he discover that Ruan Minshi had become what he was due to his influence, this matter must remain confidential, particularly from Xie. Dantai Bewley's thoughts raced, and he quickly made a decision. Zhuangqing nodded. On that day, in the town of Zhuke, I sensed the blood of the child of destiny due to my connection with my true form, with my elder brother, the revered elder of the nine heavens present. It was only natural for me to believe he was indeed the child of destiny. However, upon further contemplation, I recalled that he was accompanied by a follower, Xie. Thus, it appears their blood was mingled, leading to my misunderstanding. The young boy meticulously analyzed the situation. Upon concluding his analysis, Ruan Minshi suddenly interjected, "By the way, please deliver this to Ashur. Since you're all his masters and senior brothers, you are also my masters and senior brothers." With a smile, Ruan Minshi produced a ring and placed it upon the table. Faced with the men's unfriendly gazes, he feigned surprise. "Oh dear, did he not mention it? During the 2 years in the demon realm, I was the one who took care of him. We have shared everything that ought to be shared. I merely wish to bring up." He was abruptly cut off, as Dantai Bewley's sword had already been unsheathed, driving deeply into the wall perilously close to his ear. The terrifying aura emanating from Dantai Bewley was overwhelming, leaving Ruan Minshi slightly at a loss. "Oh dear, truly, the two leaders of the Shangxiao sect are rather petty," he remarked, squatting beneath a tree while holding the ring. He gazed at the Shangxiao sect's gates in the distance, sighing, "This protective array is not easily breached. Why did you provoke them? I hadn't even had a chance to glimpse my brother before being expelled alongside you," the young boy exclaimed, exasperation evident in his voice. He initially intended to visit Ruan Minshi under the pretense of a transaction, but alas, with Ruan Minshi being expelled, he too was ushered out, rendering his plans utterly futile. He stomped his foot in frustration, casting an angry glare at Ruan Minshi before storming off. Ruan Minshi stood rooted to the spot, clutching the ring tightly. His gaze still fixed on the protective mountain formation, his demeanor noticeably more serious. Chapter 84. The antagonistic master, the overpowered male protagonist, master, Sieju knelt on the ground, joyfully looking up at Ruan Minshi as he approached. Ruan Minshi, upon seeing his exuberant demeanor, felt a headache coming on. He realized that whether he scolded or struck Sieju, it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Not only did it fail to impact him, but he appeared to revel in it. System, with him acting like this, it seems he does not harbor a deep-seated hatred for me at all. Ruan Minshi pinched the bridge of his nose. The system was equally at a loss, having never encountered a scenario where a protagonist of such caliber behaved in this manner. Who among the powerful would smile contentedly after being struck or scolded? How did he happen upon such a peculiar situation? Perhaps we should proceed this way? Alas! If all else fails, let us ensure he emerges victorious in the final battle. The system, feeling helpless, racked its brain for any possible solutions. The ground is cold. You may rise. From the system's repeatedly lowered standards, Ruan Minshi discerned that the process of his task was insignificant compared to its conclusion. Very well. He assisted Sieju to his feet, instructing him to reflect on his actions for a week and to accept his punishment independently. As he spoke, his lips parted slightly, revealing a pair of luscious, vibrant lips, the sheen of which hinted at the softness hidden beneath. Sieju was entranced, fully aware of the sweetness and softness that lay there, imagining his master's face flushed like jade, tears glistening in his eyes. As Ruan Minshi concluded his words, he noted Sieju's aura surging dramatically, fiery energy erupting from within him, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Ruan Minshi lifted his foot, swiftly harnessing the refined energy within him to grasp Sieju's collar and transport him to the mountain's rear, a place designated for transcending tribulations. Golden layers of clouds had already begun to gather in the sky, and amid the flashes of lightning and thunder, several bolts of heavenly lightning converged, piercing the air with blinding white light, cleaving the very fabric of space. The subsequent roar was deafening. Having thrown Sieju into the fray, Ruan Minshi retreated to a safe distance. In this frail body of his, even a mere trickle of lightning could be catastrophic. Theoretically, there should be no issues. Yet to avoid unforeseen circumstances, he did not stray too far, instead taking refuge behind a nearby rock. This tribulation consisted of a total of 81 strikes, and upon its completion, one could ascend to immortality. Among them, the first 9 strikes were the most formidable, and cultivators typically employed rare treasures to mitigate their intensity, often seeking the protection of powerful guardians. However, given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for such considerations. Before advancing, Ruan Minshi scattered all his treasures beside Sieju, leaving only the frost snow sword and the stone gifted by the little boy, hoping those artifacts might provide some measure of protection. In the distance, thunder rumbled ominously as Ruan Minshi's heart raced with trepidation. He retrieved the sunglasses he had recently purchased from the system, channeling spiritual energy into his eyes, allowing him to finally discern the sight of Sieju, whose skin was torn and battered beneath the heavenly lightning. This tribulation could be described as a process of destruction followed by rebirth. After enduring 9 bolts of heavenly thunder, the mortal form would be annihilated, paving the way for the reconstruction of the celestial body, utilizing the subsequent bolts to temper the physique and refine the soul. Ruan Minshi adjusted his sunglasses and gazed upward at the thunderbolts. Among them, one appeared distinctly different, emanating an eerie aura, as if it contained something within. Without hesitation, Ruan Minshi concentrated all the spiritual energy he had refined into his hand and propelled it towards that peculiar bolt. He had mastered the technique with remarkable precision, allowing the energy to collide deftly with the thunder, a manifestation of celestial cultivation that, when gathered, was indeed extraordinary, shattering the bolt. Impressive, Ruan Minshi declared, retracting his sunglasses into his spatial realm and striking a dashing pose, inquiring of the system. Remarkable, the system responded, giving a thumbs up. However, Before he could bask in his own triumph, his legs suddenly buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a fit of painful coughs as crimson blood gushed forth from his lips. This assault had drained all the yang energy he had painstakingly refined through his methods, and, in forcing the use of spiritual power, had inadvertently aggravated his shattered dantian. Oh no, this blood seems relentless, Ruan Minshi thought, the metallic taste filling his mouth as his vision blurred. The thunderous sounds ringing in his ears felt distant and surreal, as if echoing from afar. Am I going to die? His unfocused eyes stared blankly at the glaring red in his hands. So much blood. Before losing consciousness, he mused, how does it seem like someone is calling my name? Just then, a transparent stone materialized in mid-air, illuminated by the distant lightning, refracting a spectrum of colors that appeared both beautiful and resplendent. The stone seemed to possess a certain sentience, and as it floated into the air, it gradually began to merge with Ruan Minshi's body. Upon its integration, his complexion visibly transformed, becoming more vibrant. Is this the Kirin's life pearl? Dantai Bewley mused as he examined Ruan Minshi's condition, noting that his pulse had stabilized and even improved compared to when he had first returned. To acquire such an object was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The Kirin's life pearl possesses the ability to nurture the soul and reshape the body. It is a treasure of the Kirin, likely held by the soul that had previously visited the Shangxiao sect. To think it would be bestowed upon Ruan Minshi was beyond expectation. Clearly, the experiences Ruan Minshi had encountered over the years surpassed even Dantai Bewley's calculations. With a sense of relief, Dantai Bewley embraced Ruan Minshi, casting a casual glance at Xiejiu, who was enduring his tribulation. Xiejiu had already surpassed the most arduous of the 8 thunder tribulations, his body charred and in the process of reconstruction. Perhaps I should never have allowed you to accept him, Dantai Bewley thought, his expression devoid of emotion as he drew his beloved disciple closer, carrying him back to his chamber. There, he would unblock the obstructed meridians within Ruan Minshi, gradually utilizing spiritual energy to mend his body. Master? After a while, Ruan Minshi groggily opened his eyes and called out to him. Dantai Bewley paused momentarily, but before he could say anything, Ruan Minshi peacefully closed his eyes again. Sleep well, my disciple. I am here, Dantai Bewley softly reassured. 3 days later, Ruan Minshi, holding his head, awoke in a daze. What happened? Where am I? He observed what appeared to be his master's room. As his memories gradually returned, he covered his face and buried himself beneath the covers. You have exhausted your spiritual energy, leading to excessive fatigue. That is why he assisted you in your cultivation, the system explained while offering comfort. In fact, his guidance in your cultivation is quite suitable. After all, he is one of the most formidable beings in celestial cultivation. Just look at you now. Do you not find that your head no longer aches and your back no longer feels sore? What should I do? I never intended to cultivate alongside my master. Ruan Minshi lamented, his hands pressed together in prayer at his chest. He rolled over in the soft blankets, preparing to rise and find something to wear. Just then, the door swung open, and Dantai Bewley entered, holding a bowl of rice porridge. Dressed simply, with his inky long hair casually tied up and secured with a silver ribbon. A few strands fell loose as he moved, but he seemed unconcerned. Noticing that Ruan Minshi had awakened, Dantai Bewley approached and placed the bowl at the edge of the bed. Why are you up, my disciple? I thought you would sleep a bit longer. He scooped a spoonful of porridge and blew on it to cool it down. Ruan Minshi glanced at his master, who patiently cooled the porridge instead of simply lowering the bowl, and he felt puzzled by his actions. After hearing Dantai Bewley's inquiry, he replied, I'm fine now. By the way, is Ji all right? Seeing him awaken and immediately inquire about someone else, Dantai Bewley paused, then gently brought the spoonful of porridge to Ruan Minshi's lips. Ruan Minshi's question went unanswered as he was filled with porridge, and he could only finish what was in his mouth first. It's delicious, savoring the delightful food. He smiled brightly. Your disciple is fine. Since it tastes good, you should eat more, Dantai Bewley encouraged, continuing to feed him. But this time Ruan Minshi leaned forward and swallowed a mouthful of porridge on his own. Dantai Bewley couldn't help but chuckle. Slow down. All of this is for you. he said gently, a smile gracing his features. After finishing the entire bowl of porridge, Ruan Minshi nodded in satisfaction, licking the remnants from the corners of his mouth and stretching his arms. However, he suddenly felt a chill. It turned out that his movements had caused the blanket to slip off. Remembering that Dantai Bewley was right beside him, he quickly grabbed the blanket to wrap himself up again. Dantai Bewley placed the bowl aside, the white jade bowl clattering against the mahogany table with a crisp sound. From beneath the covers emerged a tousled head, and Ruan Minshi's bright, peach blossom-like eyes gazed at the man, unaware of his own allure. Ruan Minshi's slightly upturned gaze captivated Dantai Bewley entirely. "Could you please help me fetch some clothes?" Ruan Minshi asked softly. "What?" Dantai Bewley replied. "Ashi, speak up." Dantai Bewley feigned ignorance, a smile dancing on his lips, though his expression bore a hint of confusion. "I must trouble you, master, to fetch my garments." Ruan Minshi's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson as he exclaimed. Realizing his voice had been rather loud, he quietly buried himself back under the covers. As he heard footsteps approaching, he believed Dantai Bewley had brought him his clothes and extended a delicate hand to receive them. "Now that you are unharmed, let us discuss why you chose to shield that apprentice from the thunder tribulation," Dantai Bewley remarked. Ruan Minshi was taken aback, hastily retreating to the corner with his blanket. Was he to be held accountable after the fact? Dantai Bewley chuckled softly. "So fearful? Yet yesterday, when you defended that young disciple from the thunder tribulation, where was your fear?" His tone shifted abruptly to seriousness. "There was something amiss with that thunder tribulation," Ruan Minshi murmured, instinctively curling inward. "No, I have already stated that in any event, your own safety must come first." Dantai Bewley's voice deepened. "You must be acutely aware of how fragile your current state is. Why must you persist in risking yourself for others?" "But he is my disciple," Ruan Minshi replied softly. "If you cannot even safeguard your own life, how can you concern yourself with others? You are capable of overcoming the thunder tribulation yourself. Even if it poses a threat to your foundation, you could recuperate afterward." He emanated a terrifying aura, rendering Ruan Minshi immobile beneath its weight, his eyelashes fluttering as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks in fear. "Do not cry." Dantai Bewley gazed at the sobbing Ruan Minshi, exhaling a sigh. "I am merely overly concerned. I truly fear that you may encounter unforeseen dangers. That Xiejiu is your disciple, but, my dear, you are also my disciple." Though he spoke thus, a dark thought began to take root in his mind as he observed the endearing Ruan Minshi. Could it be that his little apprentice survived in the demon palace solely due to that pitiable visage? Had he not already fallen into the clutches of the demon emperor? Dantai Bewley shook his head, banishing such thoughts. No, after all he had endured, how could he think so of him? But the jealousy lingered. "Let me handle it. It is futile." A cold voice echoed in Dantai Bewley's mind. Though it bore his own timbre, it was as if it had emerged from the depths of an icy abyss, chilling him to the bone. Dantai Bewley's head throbbed intensely, his expression twisting momentarily. Once he regained his composure, despite refraining from using any force, he radiated a formidable aura. "Why must you be so disobedient, my dear?" Dantai Bewley's gaze hardened, his expression devoid of warmth as he fixed his eyes upon Ruan Minshi. The master appeared so unfamiliar. Despite their proximity, Ruan Minshi felt as though he were in the presence of an entirely different person, one far more powerful and unattainable. How could this be? Surely, he was merely overthinking it. The system had provided no hints. Perhaps it was simply a result of his master's immense anger. Ruan Minshi's fingertips turned pale as he trembled, slowly closing his eyes. "Yes, I am sorry, master." Upon witnessing this, Dantai Bewley's pupils constricted, and a manic smile, akin to that of a hunter who has spotted his most coveted prey, spread across his lips. How exquisite! It seemed he understood why the person before him captivated him so profoundly. Ruan Minshi closed his eyes, bracing himself for what he presumed would be a punishment, yet to his surprise, none came. Therefore, he withdrew his hand and cautiously opened his eyes to steal a glance at Dantai Bewley. To his dismay, he found Dantai Bewley clutching his face in apparent anguish. biting his lip so fiercely that crimson droplets began to seep from the flesh. Master, Ruan Minshi lunged forward, seizing Dantai Bewley's hand to halt his self-destructive behavior. Master, what are you doing? Upon hearing his cry, Dantai Bewley froze, his expression gradually regaining clarity. It's nothing, Shire. Do not worry. He wiped the blood from his forehead and continued. I merely encountered a minor obstruction in my cultivation. He was uncertain about the sensation he had just experienced, as if he had been possessed, yet he could not detect any foreign spirit. In any case, the situation was peculiar, but he could not allow his disciple to fret. Observing Ruan Minshi's worried countenance softened Dantai Bewley's heart. He longed to remain by his young disciple's side, but he was unsure if he might again experience that prior incident. For the sake of Ruan Minshi's safety, he needed to comprehend the situation first. With a sigh, Dantai Bewley departed hastily. System, what just transpired with Master? Ruan Minshi sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, admiring the simplicity of the room's decor. The interior was minimally arranged, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, perfectly aligning with Dantai Bewley's aesthetic. The only vibrant hue in the room emanated from a multicolored plush tablecloth, which Ruan Minshi had purchased from a foreign merchant during his travels. The tablecloth was immaculate and well-preserved. Oh, are you done? That was quick. The system, currently slacking off, struggled to swallow a biscuit, diverting its gaze from the television, which was playing a humorous segment, to respond. What do you mean quick? Nothing happened at all. Ruan Minshi felt a twinge of exasperation, realizing from the system's reply that it was oblivious to the recent events. I was merely providing you with some private space. The system, somewhat guilty for its laziness, manifested as a pink puffball in Ruan Minshi's embrace, nuzzling against him. Did something unexpected occur? It inquired. No. But did you sense anything unusual just now? Ruan Minshi squeezed the fluffy creature and asked. Not all. By the way, dear esteemed host, this biscuit is absolutely delightful. The system's little form trembled as it raised a piece of biscuit toward Ruan Minshi's mouth. Is that true? Don't think you can bribe me with just a biscuit. Let me taste. Ruan Minshi took the biscuit with his mouth and exclaimed, Indeed, it is delicious. Hee hee. Regarding my absence from work, the system's little sprite rubbed its hands together and swiftly climbed up, eagerly beginning to massage his shoulders. Let us just forget about it. Seeing this, Ruan Minshi found it somewhat amusing. Hooray! The system cheered. I have delightful news. Due to accumulating enough points, I can soon transform into human form. When necessary, I can even protect you. Our employee uniform is incredibly stylish. Excellent, excellent. I look forward to it, Ruan Minshi praised, clapping his hands in encouragement. The sprite chuckled. But before it could finish, Ruan Minshi felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder. It had vanished in an instant. Master, are you there? Just then, a knock resonated at the door, belonging to Xie. Come in, he replied affirmatively. With his head lowered, Xie entered. Ruan Minshi could not gauge his strength, but observing his brisk steps and steadier demeanor, it was evident that he had successfully passed his tribulation. Master, I have ascended to the realm of immortals. Xie knelt partially on the ground, gazing up at his beautiful young master. He had returned to his previous white attire, which appeared slightly oversized compared to before. Yet his elegance remained undiminished. Well done, continue to strive forward. You are the hope of the cultivation realm. Ruan Minshi maintained a benevolent smile, casually patting his head. However, Xie, realizing the gesture, grasped his hand and licked his wrist. A shiver ran down Ruan Minshi's spine, prompting him to retract his earlier commendation of steadiness. It seemed the cultivation world was on the brink of disaster. In the realm above the 9 heavens, it is said to be the dwelling place of celestial beings. However, historically, no immortal has ever set foot here. As for gods, they have never appeared in this world. Under the heavenly laws, no one can attain divinity. The area was shrouded in mist, surrounded by palatial structures of jade and crystal. Yet, it lacked any semblance of life, despite being in the sky. There were neither birds nor even a single plant. In the vast, empty hall, a man with a grim expression sat upon a throne crafted from radiant jade. holding a brilliantly shimmering wine cup filled with exquisite, aromatic sake. Clearly not an ordinary vintage. Damn it, why does my avatar refuse to obey? The man roared in fury, shattering the wine cup against the pristine jade floor. The collision produced a crisp, melodious sound, while the fine sake spilled out, saturating the ground with its tempting aroma. Yet, the sole occupant showed no interest in savoring it. He descended from the throne step by step, his countenance dark and foreboding, with a terrifying fury brewing in his pink eyes. His visage was strikingly similar to that of Dan Taibuli, yet their auras were worlds apart. Never mind. Never mind. The finest vessel shall soon mature, and then I shall indulge in that foreign, beautiful soul that I initially underestimated. Had I known that soul was so alluring, I would have confined it in the 9 heavens from the start to amuse myself day and night. He would never allow the filthy hands of others to touch him, not even those of his own doppelganger. In the subsequent period, Ruan Minshi continued to maintain his ailing state, requiring cultivation every other day. Shishiwei returned several times, each time bringing bitter medicine that could make one lose their teeth. However, it was accompanied by honey filling, allowing Ruan Minshi to indulge in delectable treats after taking the medicine, which made the ordeal more bearable for him. After all, the potions he consumed in the demon realm were far more bitter than this. Under Shishiwei's careful nurturing, Ruan Minshi's health improved significantly. At least he was no longer coughing incessantly. Of course, he was unaware that it was largely due to the Kirin life pearl within him, and he continuously praised Shishiwei's medical skills. He could finally enjoy rich, flavorful dishes again. The culinary delights he adored were once again within his reach. This was what brought Ruan Minshi the greatest joy. As time swiftly passed, autumn arrived. In the mountains, the change of seasons was hardly perceivable. When Xie asked him if he wanted to descend the mountain for a stroll, Ruan Minshi accompanied him down, where he noticed the golden leaves adorning the trees, and suddenly realized that autumn had indeed come. "Master, shall we go listen to some stories?" Xie inquired, holding Ruan Minshi's hand. The weather was cool, and Ruan Minshi had added a soft white fleece to his attire, making him appear fluffy and delicate. The fine fleece at the collar accentuated the exquisite warmth of his face. "All right." Joy sparkled in his eyes beneath his silver eyelashes as he nodded, a smile gracing his lips. It had been many years since he had last listened to stories, and he found himself longing for it. Recently, Ruan Minshi had not needed to cultivate much, so he had been sleeping alone for quite some time. He felt an overwhelming fatigue that troubled him for a while, ultimately attributing the change to the seasonal shift. The cool and comfortable weather naturally induced drowsiness. Perhaps it was a side effect of the cultivation techniques he practiced. In contrast to his weariness, Xiejiu's eyes sparkled with delight. The only witness to the entire affair, the system, thought to itself, "I have seen nothing, I know nothing." That day, it had assumed the protagonist could no longer contain his anger and was about to confront his host. Yet, while confrontation did occur, it was not in the manner the system had anticipated. It truly wished to share this matter with Ruan Minshi, but alas, there had been no suitable opportunity. Ruan Minshi had never inquired, leaving the system hesitant to speak. The system vehemently condemned Xiejiu's shameless actions, though this condemnation remained a secret known only to itself. Burdened with too much knowledge yet unable to voice it, it felt a profound sorrow. Out of sight, out of mind, it ultimately decided to divert its melancholy by playing games. Even while gaming, it remained restless, stealing glances at its host, only to witness scenes that caused it distress. "Sigh," the system lamented, "if I had hair, I would certainly be distressed enough to lose it all." What the system did not know was that, apart from itself, another soul was enduring torment, the elderly man within Xiejiu's bracelet. He was utterly distraught. He has yet to comprehend how Xiejiu developed into such an oddly distorted figure. The elder chose to activate his automatic shielding mode each night, severing all external connections. The storyteller and the setting were familiar, yet the content was rather unfamiliar. Xiejiu lingered by Ruan Minshi's side, who was compelled to endure an entire volume of overbearing disciples' indulgent affection, the cold beauty master's continuous tears. This tale depicted the daily interactions between a revered master, who had lost his spiritual energy, and his disciple. The abstract nature of the plot left him astounded. How audacious! Master, what do you think of this narrative? After the tale concluded, Ruan Minshi was reluctant to revisit the content he had just heard, yet at that moment, Xie inquired. The bond between master and disciple is quite touching, haha. The author is indeed remarkable for crafting such a narrative, Ruan Minshi replied, his smile rigid. Now, listening to this tale evoked a peculiarly eerie sensation within him, perhaps because he had just assumed the role of a master, coincidentally lost his spiritual energy, and had a disciple. Everything seemed so fortuitously aligned. He almost believed himself to be the master in this story. As long as you enjoy it, disciple is also quite fond of it. I hear there are several classic works to follow. Why not stay and continue listening? Xie expressed keen interest, his enthusiasm palpable. Seeing his disciple so captivated, Ruan Minshi did not wish to dampen his spirits, nodding through unshed tears. The sensation of listening to a master-disciple tale was truly peculiar, akin to an actor unable to enjoy novels set in the entertainment industry. Ruan Minshi steeled himself to continue listening. The ensuing plot was explosively dramatic, depicting a couple choosing to abandon everything, return to a village, and lead a tranquil life running a small shop. He held no objections to this storyline. It was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the narrative leaped from the confines of a room to the fields, from the quaint shop to the wild, even abstracting conversations with others. Why must innocent bystanders be woven into the fabric of romance? Such a scarce narrative, surely, could not appeal to many. Ruan Minshi surveyed the engrossed men and women around him and fell silent. Very well, it seemed he was out of touch with the current trends. As long as others enjoyed it, that sufficed. Unlike the embarrassed Ruan Minshi, Xie relished in observing the myriad expressions of his master throughout the tale, barely paying attention to the story itself. He recognized the content immediately upon hearing the opening lines, for these tales originated from his own pen. Initially, Xie had tipped the storyteller to narrate his work, not anticipating its unexpected popularity. The master-disciple romance narrative was in high demand. Thus, he diligently continued his creative endeavors. Primarily, he had closely observed Ruan Minshi, and the character of the master in his tales was a vivid reflection of Ruan Minshi, imbued with genuine emotion, resulting in a richly layered portrayal. The esteemed Lord of the Nine Heavens has long held a considerable reputation between realms. If one were to rank the tales, those associated with him would undoubtedly take the first place. Who in the spirit realm does not yearn to become his disciple? He is akin to the moon, exalted and distant, yet this narrative speaks of that moon descending to the mortal realm. Who could remain unmoved by such a tale? Ruan Minshi found himself in a state of agitation, alternating between biting his lip and glancing around, a poignant embodiment of a person feigning busyness in moments of awkwardness. A faint blush graced his alabaster visage, enhancing the allure of his brows and eyes. How charming, how beautiful, how one wishes to bind him and cherish him. Xie lowered his eyelashes, observing him intently. This gesture adeptly concealed the turmoil brewing within his eyes. After a long session of listening to the story, Ruan Minshi purchased some snacks from nearby stalls to satisfy his hunger, his hands laden with an abundance of food as he prepared to return to the Shangxiao sect. Suddenly, Xie gently tugged at his sleeve. Master, there is a lantern festival in the neighboring town today. Oh, is that so? Let's bring some wine, Ruan Minshi mumbled, his cheeks still stuffed with unchewed dumplings. The prospect of a lantern festival promised a plethora of delectable treats. Xie, keenly aware of this, presented a cloak for Ruan Minshi to wear. It's late and the dew is heavy. Please don this. Then, he wrapped an arm around Ruan Minshi's waist, and in an instant, they arrived at their destination. The Lantern Festival was in full swing, with thousands of lights illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Though a festival of lights, it was also an opportune time for young men and women to indulge in leisurely pursuits together. Among the crowd, children frolicked with fish-shaped lanterns, while couples strolled hand in hand. Xie, who had initially held Ruan Minshi's sleeve, naturally took his hand as they walked. Ruan Minshi approved of this action, gripping his hand tighter as the throng grew denser. An elder remarked, "Is it possible that his intentions lie elsewhere?" "Indeed, master." Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction and subtly inched closer to Ruan Minshi. "Shall we buy some lanterns? I see many are carrying them," Ruan Minshi suggested, pointing to a nearby stall. The fireworks overhead dazzled the senses, and beneath them, Ruan Minshi beamed, radiating a glow of his own. "Very well." Xiaoyu gazed at him intently, nodding. "How about this one?" Ruan Minshi lifted a lotus lantern. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, appearing almost lifelike. "Beautiful," Xiaoyu responded, his eyes fixed upon Ruan Minshi's face. "Then we shall purchase this." Ruan Minshi paid with delight, contemplating which lantern to select for Xiaoyu. He crouched slightly, surveying the array of lanterns before him. "Little rabbit, koi fish, auspicious clouds. Xiaoyu, which do you prefer?" Before he could turn around, a lantern resembling an immortal appeared before him. The immortals sat upon a cloud, holding a lotus flower, their features strikingly reminiscent of his own. "Ha ha! With this immortal lantern, I truly feel as though I've encountered a celestial being." Startled by the familiar voice, Ruan Minshi turned to see the one holding the lantern. Indeed, it was Ruan Minshi. Ruan Minshi held a lantern in one hand and a white fox mask in the other. He placed the mask upon Ruan Minshi's face and leaned down to gently kiss his lips. Ruan Minshi, taken by surprise at the sight of Ruan Minshi in this moment, momentarily failed to react. It was only when the kiss occurred that he belatedly realized he should push the man away. However, his efforts were rendered unnecessary as Xiaoyu approached in a fury, forcefully shoving Ruan Minshi aside and removing the mask from Ruan Minshi's face. "You again, always pestering my master," Xiaoyu exclaimed, casting the mask towards Ruan Minshi with a scowl, glaring at the man who had audaciously kissed his master. "What of it?" Ruan Minshi shrugged, catching the mask. "Minshi didn't push me away. Does that not imply his tacit approval?" As the tension escalated, it appeared the two were on the verge of a brawl. Ruan Minshi stepped in between them, hands on his hips, placing the lantern aside. "Stop. No fighting here. Either you come with me to enjoy the Lantern Festival, or find a desolate spot to settle your disputes. I shall wander alone." "Master, do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistake." Xiaoyu quickly lowered his head, grasping Ruan Minshi's right hand while also holding the lotus lantern he had set down. "Let's go to the Lantern Festival." Ruan Minshi swiftly planted another kiss on Ruan Minshi's lips and seamlessly took hold of his left hand. Ruan Minshi, caught in a dilemma, suggested perhaps you two should just fight it out. The sight of three grown men walking hand in hand was indeed a rarity, drawing the attention of passers-by, with many turning to steal glances, especially the man in the middle, though slightly shorter than the others. His white hair and strikingly handsome face were simply irresistible. "Big sister, that beautiful brother in the middle looks just like the immortal in the portrait in your room," a little boy exclaimed, pointing at Ruan Minshi as he passed by a pair of siblings. The sister quickly covered the boy's mouth and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry. He doesn't understand. Please forgive us." After apologizing, she hastily led the boy away. Not far along, even Ruan Minshi, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, caught the sound of the woman's reprimand. "Nonsense. How could the esteemed Lord Jiuxiao possibly be a philanderer? True, he is indeed handsome and possesses charm. But remember this, my brother. Lord Jiuxiao's partner is none other than his master." Ruan Minshi halted, stumbling slightly at her words. "No. How could his partner be his master? I had no idea." Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, realizing he had indeed done what was expected of him. Ruan Minshi watched Ruan Minshi intently, noticing his momentary unease, his gaze sharpening. Has that old fool succeeded? The age gap between them was vast, crossing many generations. How shameless could that master be? Chapter 90. The Villainous Master of the Overpowered Protagonist 61. "Excuse me, shopkeeper. How much for this little rabbit pastry?" A clear voice rang out amidst the clamor. Ruan Minshi had set his sights on a stall adorned with rabbit lanterns, the sweet aroma wafting from it enticingly. "3 for medium-grade spirit stone. Our rabbit cakes are crafted from the finest osmanthus flowers, delectable and sweet without being cloying." The shopkeeper placed the freshly made rabbit cakes into the steamer and glanced up at the customer, inquiring about the price. That fleeting glance left him momentarily speechless. The visitor, clad in simple garments with silver hair, bore a gentle smile and eyes that sparkled with warmth under the light, reminiscent of a refined man, as graceful and luminous as the full moon. "Then I shall take 30. Ruan Minshi rummaged through his small treasury, discovering it filled with gold leaves and precious stones, or at the very least, exquisite spirit stones, rare commodities for shopkeepers to acquire. "I shall cover the cost." Siegu placed 10 mid-grade spirit stones on the stall. "Oh, yes, yes, of course." The shopkeeper, regaining his composure, accepted the spirit stones and remarked, "You two truly are a perfect match, a pair of exquisite beings." Don't forget about me." Ruan Minshi suddenly appeared from behind, wrapping his arms around Ruan Minshi, resting his head on his shoulder with a smile. Yes. You two are also quite well suited." The shopkeeper, glancing between Ruan Minshi and Ruan Minshi, then at Ruan Minshi and Siegu, found himself momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, being a businessman, he quickly regained his wits and continued with the transaction. Ruan Minshi playfully patted the head that was rubbing against his shoulder, and Ruan Minshi obediently moved aside, though his nimble fingers ventured towards Ruan Minshi's inner garment. "If you keep that up, I will leave." Noticing Ruan Minshi's slightly tense demeanor, Ruan Minshi flashed an innocent smile and retracted his hand. "Master," feeling a gentle tug at his garment, Ruan Minshi met Siegu's pitiful gaze and sighed, offering him a freshly baked rabbit cake. Seizing the moment, Siegu leaned in to kiss his wrist, revealing a satisfied smile. Oh, master," Ruan Minshi chimed in teasingly, only to have Ruan Minshi place a morsel of rabbit cake in his mouth. Surprised, he narrowed his pupils, his ears reddening slightly, taken aback by Ruan Minshi's sudden gesture. The two then fell silent, obediently flanking Ruan Minshi, occasionally shielding him from the prying eyes of others. The system observed in awe, marveling at how adeptly its host managed to command attention. The Lantern Festival was a grand affair, lasting deep into the night. Ruan Minshi, holding a celestial lantern in his left hand and a lotus lantern in his right, made his way to the riverbank. The dim waters were aglow with various lanterns, a multitude of lights converging and drifting into the distance, dazzlingly bright. As the final activity of the Lantern Festival, participants were required to write their wishes on specially crafted slips of paper, place them inside the lanterns, and set them afloat on the river, allowing their hopes to journey far away in the hopes of fulfillment. Ruan Minshi handed the celestial lantern to Ruan Minshi and the lotus lantern to Siegu, choosing not to take one himself. He did not belong to this world and would depart upon completing his mission, rendering wishes unnecessary for him. "Master, shall we share a single lotus lantern? I've heard that lovers who place their wishes together will ultimately be united." Siegu pointed to the lotus lantern. "If there are lovers, I should be included as well." Ruan Minshi placed the immortal lantern beside Ruan Minshi. "Then I shall write everything," he declared. Ruan Minshi took out 4 slips of paper, handing 2 to the others, while he wrote his own wish, insisting they not peek. The trio stood apart, quills poised, beginning to inscribe their desires. Ruan Minshi smiled as he observed the joyous commotion around him, yet after lifting his pen, he slowly set it down again. He wrote nothing. He contemplated the possibility that if the legends were true, then let the wishes inscribed within these lanterns floating in the river come to fruition. 2 lanterns drifted to the center of the river, merging with others, becoming indistinguishable as they scattered. At that moment, a grand display of fireworks erupted, ascending in rapid succession, painting the sky with their most exquisite forms. However, the fireworks of the cultivation realm were unlike any he had witnessed before. As they blossomed, they transformed into a flurry of silver butterflies that encircled the crowd, resembling countless stars. Ruan Minshi caught one butterfly, its silvery form gently landing in his palm, fluttering its wings before dissolving into sparkling fragments that vanished upon touching the ground. "So beautiful," Ruan Minshi marveled at the butterflies surrounding him. "Indeed," came the reply, "they're exceedingly lovely." He remained oblivious to the two individuals beside him, who had not glanced at the fireworks or butterflies but were fixated on him throughout. May my revered master enjoy health and peace year after year, see as you wished. May Minshi find safety and success, with all desires fulfilled, Ruan Minshi added. Chapter 91. The male protagonist's opponent. The villainous master of the cold pool is a forbidden area of the Xuanxiao sect. This frigid pool emanates an icy essence that seeps into the bones, and not a blade of grass grows within a 100-mile radius. Should a bird mistakenly wander too close, it will be frozen into an icy block before it could even approach. At this moment, a tall figure stood at the center of the cold pool, shackled by multiple iron chains. These were no ordinary chains, capable even of restraining those at the celestial level. The person imprisoned in the cold pool was none other than Dante Bewley. Within Dante Bewley's sea of consciousness, he questioned, "Who are you? Why have you taken over my body?" Dante Bewley regarded the figure before him, an identical reflection, with a wary gaze. I am you, or rather, you are me," the soul replied with disdain. "You are merely a fragment of my being, and I possess countless such fragments. The wretched laws prevent me from descending to the mortal realm. Thus I created numerous avatars to venture down. Yet many have proven ineffective, either perishing or reduced to mere remnants. Only you have not only survived, but ascended to the celestial level. However, you still fall short. I never intended to use you this early. Yet your recent soul injury presents a perfect opportunity for my possession. Though not my ultimate goal, serving as a transitional vessel will suffice." The soul, or the heavenly path, casually tapped Dante Bewley on the head. "Let your essence scatter. As for your dearly cherished disciple, rest assured, I shall take good care of him." A quarter of an hour later, the heavenly path slowly opened its eyes. He first felt the bone-chilling cold of the icy pool, followed by the heavy iron chains binding him. Oh, did he anticipate his potential failure and thus set a trap in advance? Unfortunately, it was futile against me. The heavenly path effortlessly severed the chains, and barefoot, he emerged step by step from the depths of the cold pool. With each step he took, the ice beneath his feet melted away. How long it has been since I last visited the mortal realm. The heavenly path covered his face and burst in a hearty laughter. As night deepened and the dew thickened, the boundless sky revealed not a trace of cloud, while the moonlight shone brightly in the darkness, occasionally pierced by the low hum of insects. Within the tranquil confines of the upper Xiao zone, a room remained illuminated, casting a faint glow in the night. A silver-haired man lay languidly on the bed, his eyelids drooping as he slowly raised a silver ring in the dim light. Beside him, a small pink, plush creature snuggled contentedly against him. It was Ruan Minshi in the system. Ruan Minshi scrutinized the ring he held aloft under the light, examining it closely. This ring had been given to him by Ruan Minshi when they parted, its surface gleaming white and opulent, exuding an air of elegance. A vermilion-hued gemstone adorned the ring, resembling a kind of spiritual stone. He attempted to infuse a bit of spiritual energy into it, but it remained unresponsive. Nothing seems to reveal itself. And why did he look at me so meaningfully, urging me to take care of my health? I cannot discern much. It appears to be some sort of coagulated beast blood, yet it looks like an ordinary ornament. The small plush creature murmured, rolling over to lean against Ruan Minshi's shoulder. Ruan Minshi placed the ring on his finger and cradled the small creature in his arms, slowly closing his eyes. After a long day of walking, his body was not as resilient as before, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Ruan Minshi found himself too weary to even lift a finger. The lamp remained lit as he lay there on the verge of slumber. The plush creature nestled comfortably in his embrace, obediently behaving like a cherished stuffed toy. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, he vaguely heard a knock at the door. Since he was not yet deeply asleep, he quickly became alert. "Who is it? Come in, please." Ruan Minshi rubbed his eyes and struggled to rise to open the door. At the moment the knocking began, the plush creature vanished without a trace. "Shire?" Dante Bewley entered the room, apologizing. "Did I wake you? I wanted to come and see you." He closed the door behind him. "Master, are you all right?" Ruan Minshi asked with joy upon seeing his visitor. He had not seen Dante Bewley in over 6 months. He inquired about him since he had been in seclusion. Ruan Minshi suspected that his seclusion was related to the unexpected events of that day, and he had been worried about whether something had happened to him. Indeed, there is nothing amiss, Dante Bewley smiled. I have missed you, Shire. Ruan Minshi yawned and playfully replied, I'm tired. Master, please tell me all about it tomorrow. Let us just rest for now, shall we? Seeing his eagerness, Dante Bewley could not help but smile. After he settled down, Ruan Minshi reached out to extinguish the lamp. Good night, Master. Good night, Shire. After exchanging good nights, Ruan Minshi quickly succumbed to slumber, his eyes gently closed. Listening to his rhythmic breathing, Dante Bewley, or perhaps Tian Dao, was momentarily taken aback. This was not the purpose of his visit. He hadn't come merely to sleep. No, he had indeed come to rest. But not in this manner. Tian Dao gazed at the now peacefully slumbering Ruan Minshi, but ultimately refrained from waking him. Very well, it shall be as it is. No matter. He would address it upon awakening. Meanwhile, in a not far from Shangxiao sect, a man leaned against the window, his deep violet eyes surveying the obscured Shangxiao sect hidden in the darkness. The usual playful smirk that graced his lips had now faded, replaced by a shadowy intensity that rendered his gaze inscrutable. It's futile to dwell on it. Having survived that recent ordeal, Brother Minshi is safe for the time being, remarked a young boy seated at the table beside him, clutching a cup. After finishing his drink, he set the cup down. Are you not anxious as well? This is your 9th cup of water, Ruan Minshi observed, casting a sidelong glance at him. What? Don't speak nonsense. I'm not, the boy retorted hastily, placing his cup on the table, his nervousness evident. Noticing his demeanor, Ruan Minshi chose not to pursue the matter further, returning his attention to Shangxiao sect. The Qilin clan possessed the ability to perceive destiny. However, this power was inherently unstable, allowing only glimpses into specific calamities across time. It was as if he were grasping at a multitude of fragments, able to seize but one at random. Having foreseen Ruan Minshi's tribulation, he had exchanged the crucial life-saving pearl for an ordinary stone and handed it to him. As for why he would give this to someone he had just met, it was certainly not due to any attraction to his appearance or the remnants of food he had left behind. Absolutely not. Rather, it was because he recognized Ruan Minshi as a pivotal figure capable of altering the very laws of the universe, returning everything to its origin. In truth, he was uncertain of what that origin truly entailed. It was merely what the Qilin clan's legacy had imparted to him. As time ebbs and flows, and the world transforms, even the immortal phoenix loses all prior memories upon its rebirth, let alone the Qilin. He could only catch fleeting glimpses of the myriad events that had transpired throughout the ages. I perceive an unsettling fate surrounding you. Your malevolence is too pronounced. The heavens will not tolerate it. You may encounter peril and find it difficult to avert disaster, likely facing near-death experiences. It would be wise for you to engage in more benevolent deeds to accumulate merit, the young boy advised solemnly. Benevolent deeds? Ruan Minshi could not help but burst into laughter at this notion. He covered his face, his exaggerated mirth causing the deep red eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes to smudge, resembling thick blood. I have never been favored by the heavens. Why should I perform any acts of kindness for this world? This mere realm dares to claim my destiny? He lived solely for one person and would only die for that individual. As long as that person existed in the world, he would claw his way back from the depths, returning to the realm where they resided. What then was the significance of the heavens? The boy fell silent, taken aback by his audacious declarations. He merely came to offer some advice, and if it proved ineffective, he would let it be. For he was well aware that this individual was nothing short of a lunatic, appearing somewhat sane only in the presence of Ruan Minshi. The following day, Ruan Minshi slowly opened his eyes to the melodious chirping of birds. Lying beside him was Tian Dao, who had kept his eyes wide open throughout the entire night. Tian Dao himself was perplexed by the enchantment he had fallen under, as he had remained motionless, lying there quietly for a whole night. Upon seeing Ruan Minshi finally awake, his eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Now, let us engage in some delightful activities, Junior Apprentice. Just then, the door swung open, and Shikswagi strode in with vigor, exuding energy. Ah, Master is also here? What a coincidence! Shikswagi glanced at Tiandao, standing by the bedside, and casually remarked. He then seized the hand of the still drowsy Ruan Minshi and exclaimed, "Come, junior apprentice. I have procured some rare spiritual herbs and prepared a new medicinal bath. You must come and try it." "Oh, certainly." As Ruan Minshi donned his outer robe, he was eagerly led away by the enthusiastic Shikswagi. Tiandao, who had waited all night, watched as Ruan Minshi was taken away in a daze and subsequently immersed in a medicinal bath. While soaking, Ruan Minshi felt a comforting warmth enveloping his body, providing immense pleasure. It was then that he belatedly recalled that his master had mentioned something earlier. He surely does not realize that I no longer require frequent cultivation. I shall explain it to him later. With that thought, Ruan Minshi allowed his mind to drift as he reclined in the soothing bath. "How do you feel?" After a considerable time in the bath, Shikswagi inquired. "Extremely well. I feel invigorated all over." Ruan Minshi emerged from the water, expelling the liquid from his mouth and nodding in satisfaction. The bathtub was quite spacious, crafted from golden phoenix wood, exuding a harmonious blend of delicate wood and herbal fragrances that was truly refreshing. Shikswagi leaned against the side, scrutinizing the quality of the medicinal bath for any potential improvements. "Senior brother, there's a leaf on your head," Ruan Minshi suddenly exclaimed. He leaned closer to Shikswagi and removed the dark fallen leaf that had settled atop his hair. The deep brown leaf appeared rather incongruous against Shikswagi's light golden locks. "Thank you, Shire." Ruan Minshi held the dried leaf in his hand, tossing it aside with a gentle nod. A soft breeze rustled by, causing the leaf to drift slowly to the ground, enveloping them in an eerie silence for a moment. In his efforts to restore Ruan Minshi's frail health, Shikswagi had employed numerous methods and had practiced with him on many occasions. Thus, he was quite adept at this. Ruan Minshi closed his eyes, focusing intently on absorbing the benefits of the medicinal bath. The autumn wind was cool, and the evening sun cast a golden hue upon the two of them. This place was semi-open, allowing the breeze to flow through and the sounds of disciples practicing to be heard. After completing his bath, Ruan Minshi changed his clothes and sat beside Shikswagi. "How does it feel to cultivate here?" Shikswagi asked with a light laugh while tidying Ruan Minshi's tousled hair. "Thank you, senior brother. It feels wonderful." Ruan Minshi replied with a smile and a nod. As all things draw to a close, the night has completely enveloped the sky. Shikswagi chuckles lightly, suggesting they rest here since it is quite late. "Yes." Ruan Minshi remained silent, the corners of his lips curving slightly, a tacit agreement. Chapter 93. The overbearing male protagonist's villainous master. After waiting for an entire day, the heavenly path lies languidly, only to realize that Ruan Minshi has not returned. It seems he has squandered yet another opportunity. He ought to leverage his status as a master to expel Shikswagi. What is he even doing? Has his mind become muddled since descending to the mortal realm? Clutching the quilt, he inhales the fragrant aroma, lost in thought. Ruan Minshi has been absent for a week now. Siezhu gazes at the cold dishes on the table, slowly approaching them. A flicker of flame emerges from his hand, reducing them to ashes. "Master." Siezhu squats at the door, resting his chin in his palm as he gazes into the distance. The road remains as silent as it was in the preceding days, devoid of any activity. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting his long black hair. Though it is a comfortable wind, Siezhu feels a growing irritation. Where could the master possibly be? He had merely practiced a bit longer, inadvertently losing track of time. By the time he finished his midday cultivation and went to seek Ruan Minshi, he had already vanished without a trace. His silent departure continually reminds Siezhu of the day he subdued the celestial fire, which also ended with an unannounced exit. Unable to quell his anxious thoughts due to the absence of the one he yearns to see, he finds himself distressed to the point of losing his appetite, his hands beginning to tremble. Had he known better, he would have followed Ruan Minshi closely. Perhaps next time, he should simply remain outside the window, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Ruan Minshi returns looking somewhat fatigued. Initially intending to sleep for just one night, he awakens to find Xiang Qing has also arrived. Thus, he has spent the last few days in relentless cultivation. Even an ironclad individual would struggle under such relentless exertion. Yet he relies on the elixirs of the cultivation realm, which alleviates the need for the mundane trifles of daily sustenance. However, he is merely a mortal now. Deprived of nourishment, he is only urged to cultivate. Regardless of the circumstances, he vows never to seek out his two senior brothers again, as they would only bully him. Upon returning to the peak, Ruan Minshi spots Xie Zhiyu squatting at the door, gazing longingly into the distance. Well, in that moment, the seemingly obedient Xie Zhiyu appears exceptionally pleasing to Ruan Minshi, dissipating much of his accumulated frustration. "Master," Xie Zhiyu exclaims joyfully, noting Ruan Minshi's good complexion, deducing that his recent excursion was uneventful. However, his beaming smile falters upon noticing the injury on Ruan Minshi's neck. "What is this?" he inquires, fixated on the mark. "Oh, it's merely a scratch." Ruan Minshi hastily covers his neck, having rushed out without considering a means to conceal the wound. His slender fingers fail to obscure it, rendering it even more conspicuous. While this is not a satisfactory explanation, Xie Zhiyu's smile returns. "Then, master, do take care when venturing out in the future. If my esteemed master were to suffer an injury, regardless of its severity, it would deeply sadden me." Xie Zhiyu gently placed his hand upon the wound on Ruan Minshi's neck, applying a light yet firm pressure. Initially, Ruan Minshi felt a slight itch, but the sudden pressure caused him to furrow his brows in pain. "Is it very painful? From now on, you must be cautious and avoid getting hurt. It pains me to see you in discomfort." Xie Zhiyu's soft-spoken words sent shivers down Ruan Minshi's spine. "Do you know, master? I was truly frightened when I couldn't find you that day." Xie Zhiyu leaned against Ruan Minshi's back, his voice soft yet clear. He paused for a moment, emphasizing, "I was immensely terrified. I feared I would never see you again, that I might miss our final farewell." Ruan Minshi lowered his gaze and let out a gentle sigh. "Please do not cast me away. As long as I can remain by your side, I would gladly toil like a beast of burden. I ask for nothing more than to accompany you. My heart would be content." Upon finishing his words, he tensed his body, remaining still as he awaited the ultimate verdict. Ruan Minshi listened, blinking in surprise. "Do not fear. I have returned, have I not?" he replied softly. Xie Zhiyu's expression dimmed as he slowly closed his eyes. He realized he had been overly ambitious in his desires. Very well. These simple words resonated profoundly. Ruan Minshi lightly hooked his pinky around Xie Zhiyu's hand. However, for Xie Zhiyu, the subsequent words held little significance. In the afternoon, after being forced to remain close to Xie Zhiyu for a considerable time, Ruan Minshi finally found solitude and summoned the system to recount the recent events. He seems quite perceptive, the system used. Xie Zhiyu is merely seeking to establish his identity. He does not necessarily aspire to be the primary partner. One cannot deny that he is the protagonist, with thoughts that are quite forward-thinking. What? Ruan Minshi was puzzled by the system's words, feeling they were somewhat nonsensical, and thus inquired further. "Ahem, what I mean is, dear host, you need not worry. As long as your character remains intact, the current plot is deemed reasonable and contributes to the completeness of this world." The small, fluffy creature awkwardly paced back and forth before eventually settling on the table. "It seems your criteria for character integrity are rather lenient." Ruan Minshi pondered the transformation of the male lead, but after some contemplation, he quickly abandoned the thought. Having arrived in this world over 20 years ago and having spent merely a few years with Xie Zhiyu, especially considering his 2-year sojourn in the demon realm, Ruan Minshi recalled that Xie Zhiyu had once been a rather innocent child when he first took him as a disciple. Perhaps the changes had occurred during the years they were apart. People inevitably grow and evolve. By the way, you now possess a considerable number of points of draws. Would you care to draw some cards? With the recent upgrade, even items like sticks and leaves that are of no use can be exchanged for a certain amount of points. Moreover, the acquired items can be utilized at any moment. However, the buffs can only be automatically activated in the subsequent world. With a casual wave of its petite hand, the system conjured a discreetly luxurious black and silver interface, which gracefully appeared in the air. "Oh, Has the upgrade also enhanced the lottery interface? Quite splendid, this looks significantly improved, exclaimed Ruan Minshi, his eyes gleaming with delight. Thank you, thank you. I have made some modifications, the system replied, unexpectedly producing a black hat from thin air, bowing humbly with it in hand. The craftsmanship of the hat was exquisite, adorned with shimmering silver patterns that sparkled with movement, creating a visually stunning effect. Yet, the sight of a diminutive pink puffball ceremoniously holding it lent an amusing incongruity, as the stylish had seemed rather extravagant for such a small creature, evoking an indescribable humor. "What is this?" Ruan Minshi inquired. "Hee, I have prepared a complete outfit for myself, which I can don once I transform in a human form. It will surely astonish you," the system proclaimed proudly, patting its fluffy body. "Is that so? I eagerly anticipate it," Ruan Minshi chuckled lightly. "Currently, you possess a total of 2,600 points and 50 lottery draws, as you have completed several significant main quests, thus receiving ample rewards," the system reported. "Excellent. Let us proceed with all 50 draws," Ruan Minshi decided, noticing that the interface had specially set up an option for 50 draws in addition to the usual single and 10 draws. Upon clicking the 50 draw option, the confined space was instantly enveloped in a dazzling golden light. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-grade item, Rose Cross. This item can only be used in worlds where deities exist, currently in a temporarily sealed state. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-grade special item, Ascension Candle. This item can elevate any of the hostess items by 1 tier. It can be used only once. Congratulations, host. You have received an A-grade item, Rebirth Lantern. This item can guide souls, allowing vengeful spirits unable to reincarnate to re-enter the cycle of rebirth. The number of uses depends on the strength of the soul being guided, with a minimum of 3 uses. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-grade item, Absolute Command Symbol. This allows the characters within the world to obey your commands unconditionally, leaving no memory of the event. It can be used 3 times. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an A-grade item, Soul Retention Lantern 1. This lantern can preserve a soul, ensuring it remains intact for a millennium. Congratulations, host. You have received a buff, Stunning Physique Buff. This buff bestows you with long legs, a shapely figure, and an imperishable body. Unused items have automatically returned points, totaling 600. Calculating the outcomes, each 10 draw yielded an extraordinary bounty. Ruan Minshi meticulously examined the items. This buff is rather cliched. After scrutinizing the items, Ruan Minshi disdainfully glanced at the buff. Such things are merely precautionary, aren't they? The system mused, scratching its fluffy head. Furthermore, should all proceed as expected in this world, you will have the autonomy to choose your time of death. Upon completing the tasks in each realm, one can choose to disengage from time at will, allowing for an existence in the favored world. If I desire to spend my entire life in a particular realm, can I remain there indefinitely? Upon hearing this, Ruan Minshi's eyes brightened. Indeed, however, your lifespan is boundless. Some hosts within our system opt to spend their lives with significant individuals in their cherished worlds before embarking on new journeys. You may choose to temporarily sever ties with the system, sealing your memories and experiencing life as an ordinary person, aging and passing away, only to restart the system before your demise, continuing on to other realms. The system, having reviewed the data, articulated its analysis. It sounded quite appealing. Ruan Minshi nodded, yet suddenly recalled that Aji had not appeared for quite some time. He might need to search for him. The system concurred indeed. He is at a certain risk as a member of the demon clan in this location. However, I have not detected his presence here. Perhaps you could search near the foot of the mountain? Very well, I shall take a look. Ruan Minshi rose, preparing to seek out Aji. At this moment, in a barren area at the mountain's base, a small black snake curled up in discomfort. Di Lingyuan had initially been in meditation, attempting to restore his full powers by absorbing spiritual energy. This had become a habitual issue. Upon transforming into his youthful form, both his memories and abilities would dissipate, and he would gradually regain his memories, yet the restoration of his full strength remained uncertain. While cultivating, he meticulously investigated the mountain's structural arrangement. It was then that Di Lingyuan discovered a nearly 10,000-year-old spiritual plant within an abandoned cave on a mountain's rear. The plant emanated a faint lavender hue, adorned with golden blossoms. Even he was unaware of the nature of this plant, which indicated its extreme rarity. The demon clan was quite barbaric, categorizing their food sources into those that could and could not be consumed. This spiritual plant evidently belonged to the former. Thus, he consumed it. What ensued was an unexpected outcome. Chapter 95. The overpowered male leads villainous master of the mountain's base. Wild grasses flourished, and aside from the path leading upward, the surrounding area was a chaotic tangle of trees and weeds, vibrant and lush despite the autumn season. A snow-white rabbit perked its ears, crouching at the edge of the grass in search of sustenance, its delicate three-lobed mouth quickly nibbling on the fresh, delectable grass. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the dense thicket beside it, followed by the emergence of a white head from the underbrush. Startled by the unexpected noise, the rabbit transformed into a blur of white, swiftly darting away. Oh dear, how did I overlook these nooks and crannies before? The unwitting culprit, Ruan Minshi, remained oblivious to the fact that he had disturbed the rabbit's feeding. He brushed the grass and leaves from his head and rose to survey his surroundings. Emerging from the thicket, his formerly neat ponytail had become a disheveled mess, and his waist-length silver hair was adorned with numerous twigs and leaves. Wandering aimlessly like you will not lead you to your target. You ought to utilize your spiritual energy to search, the system reminded him with a hint of exasperation. I found it. As Ruan Minshi caught sight of the little black snake lying on the grass ahead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had truly found it. What extraordinary fortune. The system was taken aback. Ruan Minshi joyfully approached, only to be abruptly knocked to the ground by a gust of wind. Ouch! Lying there, he let out a somewhat exaggerated scream before becoming completely still. Host, are you all right? The system was terrified by the fall, its voice trembling as it inquired. I'm fine. Ruan Minshi quickly sat up, noticing only a slight redness on his forehead, devoid of any serious injuries. Initially, he had intended to startle the system, but upon seeing its distress, he lost the desire to jest. He observed the condition of the little black snake, deciding against approaching further. At that moment, the snake was coiled, surrounded by a whirlwind that lifted fallen leaves from the ground, and he could faintly sense the magical energy being suppressed around it. It seemed that the snake was on the verge of a breakthrough. He should set up a barrier, lest the magical energy leak out later. After rummaging through his pocket for a while, he finally located a talisman. Concerned that the snake might be unable to utilize spiritual power, Xianqing had prepared numerous talismans for him to use effortlessly. A barrier. He had found it. He tossed the talisman forward, and a protective barrier enveloped both him and the little black snake in the distance. Now, all he had to do was wait for the snake to break through. Ruan Minshi yawned and casually leaned against a nearby bush, quietly awaiting Ah Chi's breakthrough. He had been restless lately, hardly managing to get a proper sleep, and before long, he succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the side of Di Lingyuan, he was wholly absorbed in absorbing the spiritual plant. The spiritual energy contained within this plant exceeded his expectations, and as it gathered within him, his previously relaxed demeanor turned grave. If he couldn't absorb it all, he risked exploding from the overwhelming power. Nevertheless, being the demon emperor, Di Lingyuan was more than capable. After successfully absorbing the spiritual energy, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent. His strength had returned somewhat, and his body had reverted to its original state. Wait, a barrier? Di Lingyuan sensed something and turned to glance behind him, spotting Ruan Minshi peacefully asleep beside the bush, his silver hair cascading like moonlight onto the ground. Startled, Di Lingyuan jumped in place, but upon seeing that Ruan Minshi was still asleep, he approached more cautiously. It seemed the man had not discovered his true identity. Rather, he had presumably established a barrier upon noticing him. Di Lingyuan observed the weeds and the dried leaves entangled in Ruan Minshi's flowing silver hair. Wait, could it be that he had come specifically to find him and had fallen asleep from exhaustion? Di Lingyuan hesitated. Instead of transforming into the little black snake immediately, he inexplicably reached out to remove the dried leaves from Ruan Minshi's head, producing a crisp sound. Ruan Minshi, already a light sleeper, awoke at the sound and quickly opened his eyes. Did you succeed in the breakthrough, Ah Chi? Ding Yuan. Upon recognizing the person before him, Ruan Minshi immediately abandoned his relaxed posture and tensed his body. What are you doing here, Aji? Ruan Minshi glanced behind the tall man, finding nothing. The true identity stood before him, Aji. Ling Yuan wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Gesturing to himself, you? Ruan Minshi suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face. In response, Ling Yuan transformed into a youthful appearance and, in a high-pitched voice, said, Master. Ruan Minshi's expression shifted dramatically. What? I just said I am Aji. Ling Yuan reverted to his adult form, exuding confidence. Ruan Minshi turned his face away. Please, don't impersonate him. It's quite nauseating to see such a large demon pretending to be a child, utterly disgraceful. Ling Yuan was puzzled. He believed he was doing a commendable job mimicking the Aji from his memories. Believe it or not, I lost my memory due to an accident and became this youthful form, inadvertently remaining by your side. Now that I have regained my memories, I shall stay here for a while. Should you dare reveal my identity. Ling Yuan made a gesture across his throat. Ruan Minshi, whose task remained incomplete, certainly did not wish for an untimely demise. He fixed his gaze on Ling Yuan, nodding in acknowledgement. Given that Aji was also of the demon race, Ruan Minshi harbored no particular concern for his safety. Surely, Ling Yuan was not here to hunt down the demons who had fled, was he? It seemed unlikely he could afford such leisure. Host, he truly is Aji. I witnessed him transform from a small black snake into this form while you were asleep. The system timidly interjected. What? My obedient little disciple has genuinely morphed into this ghastly figure. Ruan Minshi seethed with anger. In a fit of rage, he momentarily lost his composure, but soon deflated like a punctured balloon. His anger was futile, as he could not contend with Ling Yuan. The latter could have easily launched an assault on the Xiao Zone and commanded the demon race to seize the spirit realm. However, he suddenly found the endeavor rather uninteresting. Acting on his whims, Ling Yuan coiled himself around Ruan Minshi's wrist in the form of a small black snake. You should attend to your own matters and refrain from speculating on my thoughts, the implication being that he wished to be left alone. Ruan Minshi, with the snake coiled around him, yet urged not to concern himself, decided to let it be. He dusted off his clothes and made his way back up the mountain. As Ruan Minshi ascended halfway up the mountain, he abruptly halted, his brow twitching slightly. He reached into his voluminous sleeves and extracted the small black snake. What are you doing? He asked, holding the snake by its 7 inches, his tone gentle, yet his expression one of exasperation. Ling Yuan remained silent for a moment before transforming back into human form. Their eyes met, and Ling Yuan stated, I wish for you to bear me a clutch of snake eggs. He had pondered for quite some time on why he chose to remain by this person's side, and suddenly realized, with a spark of enlightenment, that he might be fond of him. Indeed, upon such reflection, everything made sense. Despite having lost his memory, the experiences he had and his feelings towards him remained undeniably real. Perhaps it was during the moment when the group of demons assaulted the young attendant. Or perhaps it was when he called him Aji. Thus, he recalled the words from a book he had previously read and stated earnestly, No. First, I do not harbor any affection for you, and I will not be with you. Second, I cannot lay eggs. If you wish to find someone who can, seek them out yourself. Ruan Minshi, taken aback by his confession, instinctively rejected him without a moment's hesitation. After speaking, he pushed aside the stunned Ling Yuan and left without looking back. Ling Yuan watched his retreating figure, refraining from calling him back, and instead descended the mountain alone. He did not follow. It seems he has gone down the mountain. The system noted, This demon emperor feels rather peculiar. He wouldn't disrupt the unfolding narrative. Would he? Ruan Minshi inquired. Probably not. The system responded uncertainly, as signs of deviation in the plot had already emerged. In any case, as long as you complete this world, I believe you can certainly achieve it. Its host was indeed formidable, No matter the world, it held such unwavering faith. Upon returning, Ruan Minshi found Siezhiu already comfortably settled. "Master, you're back?" Siezhiu remarked. Observing his obedient disciple, Ruan Minshi felt a sense of comfort. The elder disciple was indeed the most well-behaved. The younger disciple, suddenly transforming into the demon sovereign, left his two senior brothers consumed with inappropriate thoughts. And now even Master seemed somewhat peculiar. As Ruan Minshi affectionately ruffled his hair and grasped his hand, preparing to speak, a voice suddenly echoed at the doorway. "Shire, what are you two doing?" Turning his head, Ruan Minshi saw the imposing figure of Dantai Bewley standing at the entrance. "Master," he released his hand from Siezhiu's grasp. Looking hesitantly at the man with a grim expression, Dantai Bewley stood there, his gaze frigid, as if coated in frost, causing an involuntary shiver. Taking a deep breath, Dantai Bewley commanded, "Shire, come here." "Oh." Ruan Minshi raised his eyes to him and obediently approached. Siezhiu held onto Ruan Minshi, worry etched across his features, his expression one of unease. He seemed fearful that once Ruan Minshi walked away, he might never return. "It's all right. Be good, let me go." "Master won't harm me," Ruan Minshi reassured him with a gentle pat on his hand. Though Dantai Bewley appeared somewhat strange now, he had always treated Ruan Minshi well. It merely seemed that he appeared more intimidating at present. Following Dantai Bewley to his residence, Ruan Minshi maintained his thought. He stumbled, crashing to the ground, his shoulder bruised by the corner of the bed, yet the man's gaze remained chillingly fierce, prompting Ruan Minshi to sense something was amiss. It was decidedly wrong. "No, this isn't right. You're not my master. Who are you?" He clutched his aching shoulder, glaring at the man, questioning him. Dantai Bewley would never treat him this way. "Good disciple, what a question to ask. I am indeed Dantai Bewley, your master." Dantai Bewley smiled as he caressed Ruan Minshi's face, yet his eyes were still filled with an ominous glint. Upon witnessing this, Ruan Minshi decisively crushed the jade pendant hidden in his bosom. In the next instant, two powerful streams of celestial energy surged through the door. The countenance of Tiandao shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat several steps. Two figures, one on the left and the other on the right, steadfastly shielded Ruan Minshi, Ziyanking, and Shixuegi. In a bid to prevent any further mishaps involving Ruan Minshi, Ziyanking had crafted a jade pendant resembling a miniature teleportation array, which could be activated with a mere crush to simultaneously summon both of them. That aura. Shixuegi's gaze fell upon the distant Dantai Bewley, revealing a hint of uncertainty. "Master?" Ziyanking, having rushed over in a flurry, swords in hand, also displayed confusion upon seeing Dantai Bewley not far off. "This individual is not my master. I wonder what method he employed to usurp my master's abode." Ruan Minshi pointed towards Dantai Bewley. "What?" "To be able to seize Dantai Bewley's dwelling. This man's prowess is undoubtedly extraordinary." Ziyanking and Shixuegi exchanged a glance, each recognizing the seriousness reflected in the other's eyes. Without further ado, Ziyanking positioned himself protectively beside Ruan Minshi, while Shixuegi propelled himself forward, striking at the man with his sword. Tiandao sidestepped gracefully, his garments fluttering as he effortlessly evaded the blade. After parrying a few strikes, he uttered an incantation, causing Shixuegi's movements to slow imperceptibly. Seizing the opportunity, Tiandao formed a complex gesture and chanted an ancient text, his form gradually becoming translucent. The subsequent assaults passed directly through his body, as though striking mere air, rendering them incapable of inflicting any harm. With their attacks proving ineffective, the three could only watch helplessly as his form grew increasingly transparent. Regrettably, the time was not yet ripe. Now was not the moment. Before vanishing, he cast a wistful glance at Ruan Minshi, protected behind Ziyanking. "Alas, until we meet again, I shall return swiftly. At that time, the annihilation of the Xiao sect shall occur, allowing me to fully command the lower realm." A distorted smile played upon his lips as he vanished from sight. Chapter 97. The male protagonist's antagonistic master do not think to escape. A dark sword sliced through the air, accompanied by a furious shout, pinning the previously vanished Tiandao in place. Tiandao uttered a soft gasp, turning to seize the sword. Merely an iron sword, yet it exudes the power of laws. Could this be the child of destiny? After scrutinizing the sword, he finally raised his gaze to the newcomer. Indeed, it was Xie. Xie recalled the iron sword and rushed to Ruan Minshi's side. The child of destiny? What is that? I'm not one. He guarded Ruan Minshi, sword in hand, eyeing Tiandao warily. This is dire. The others exchanged glances, realizing that Xie was unaware of this. Since you have already grasped the power of laws, a slight advance in timing may not be amiss. Observing the reactions of the others, Tiandao revealed a contemplative smile. You're not aware? Allow me to enlighten you. While many mistakenly believe that the child of destiny is selected by the heavens to combat the demon emperor, even the demon emperor himself has been under the impression that the child of destiny has come to oppose him, tirelessly seeking this child over the years, even descending to the lower realms and mistakenly taking your master in the process. What? Xiejiu's complexion turned ashen. Master, it is because of me that you have become what you are today. He knelt on the ground, staring incredulously at his palm. It was all because of him. Ruan Minshi should have continued to soar with confidence, not be in such a state now. Xiejiu was engulfed by swirling dark energy, threatening to consume him. His spirits plummeted to the depths as he slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to the encroaching darkness. Ruan Minshi inwardly lamented. If Xiejiu truly lost his resolve and succumbed to possession at this critical moment, it would spell disaster. Little Black. He attempted to summon the Xiantai sword. Although it had long been wielded by Xiejiu, their bond had not been severed. At the sound of Ruan Minshi's call, the Xiantai sword surged forth, breaking through the dark energy and landing in Ruan Minshi's hand. With its power, he cleaved through the darkness, severing the malevolent energy. No, Jiu, this is not your fault. The one who seeks to harm me is the demon emperor. You are not to blame. Ruan Minshi crouched beside Xiejiu, gently patting his face. Jiu, look at me. Do not let him deceive you and disturb your mind. Master, Xiejiu regained his focus, shame coloring his downcast lashes. I'm sorry, Master, for always causing you trouble. It is well, it is well. Ruan Minshi affectionately ruffled his hair. The heavenly Tao observed their interaction, a fleeting frown crossing his features before he changed the subject. In truth, it was not my choice. The true identity of your purpose is that the heavens selected you to oppose me. Me? You are the heavenly Tao, Ruan Minshi exclaimed, astonished. System. What is happening? He sought assistance from the system, yet repeated calls yielded no response. Do not waste your efforts summoning that system. I have temporarily disabled it. It cannot save you. The heavenly Tao smiled confidently, relishing Ruan Minshi's panic. You have no final words, do you? Prepare to meet your end. The heavenly Tao adjusted his robe, extending a single finger. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure emanated from it. A beam of light erupted from his fingertip, accompanied by a deafening roar. The small courtyard could not withstand the force of the explosion and collapsed entirely. With a resounding cry of phoenix and dragon, thick smoke billowed forth. As the haze dissipated, a magnificent golden phoenix emerged, shielding them from the impending attack. Each feather shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. A jet-black dragon coiled protectively around Ruan Minshi, ensuring not a speck of dust touched him. The majority of the assault was absorbed by the phoenix, while Xiejiu wielded the Xiantai sword to deflect the residual force. The dragon shook off the dust and roared as it charged at the heavenly Tao, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Its sharp claws lunged at the heavenly Tao, who, being but a projection, could not withstand the blow and summoned a cherry blossom sword to engage the dragon in combat. The phoenix, having diminished in size, folded its wings and retreated beside Ruan Minshi. Senior brother, are you all right? Ruan Minshi inquired, his eyes filled with concern. There is nothing to speak of, except that the junior disciple seems to be concealing many matters from us. Once everything has concluded, be sure to inform your elder brother in detail. Very well. Ruan Minshi nodded. Over here, the fierce clash between Xiangqing and Tiandao transpired in an instant, their speeds so swift that only afterimages remained, leaving others unable to intervene. Ziyang Qing, inexperienced in wielding the primal power, soon reverted to human form, ultimately finding himself at a disadvantage as Tiandao's sword pierced toward his shoulder blade. With a sickening crack, the bone was cleaved open, and he staggered backward, clutching his shoulder as he fell to the ground. Upon witnessing his injury, Shishue Gui transformed into human form and swiftly charged at Tiandao. Yet, Tiandao effortlessly bypassed him, instantaneously teleporting directly before Ruan Minshi. To Tiandao, the only variable at this moment was the system residing within Ruan Minshi. His cherry blossom-hued eyes glinted with icy resolve as he aimed at Ruan Minshi, raising his sword to strike. "Sure, junior brother." "Master." Three heart-wrenching cries echoed simultaneously as three figures surged toward him at breakneck speed. In that fleeting moment, Ruan Minshi felt as though time had slowed dramatically around him. His heart raced frantically, yearning to move his body, yet he found himself immobilized by an overwhelming pressure. He realized for the first time that he was truly on the brink of death. The sound of the long sword piercing flesh resonated ominously. Clang! The cherry blossom sword, drenched in blood, fell to the ground, the hot crimson liquid splattering across Ruan Minshi's face. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Amidst the thick stench of blood, Ruan Minshi gradually opened his eyes, beholding an exceptionally gentle pair of cherry blossom eyes. "Do not cry, sure." Deep crimson blood uncontrollably flowed from Dantai Bewley's lips. Yet he strained to offer a smile, trembling as he used his clean sleeve to wipe the blood from Ruan Minshi's face. It was then that Ruan Minshi noticed the scenery before him was blurring, distorted by the accumulation of tears. He blinked forcefully, allowing the tears to fall so he could see the person before him clearly. "Master?" Chapter 98. The overpowered male leads villainous master. Dantai Bewley gradually closed his eyes, collapsing into Ruan Minshi's embrace. No matter how desperately Ruan Minshi called out, he remained unresponsive. Ruan Minshi's voice grew hoarse from calling, and upon realizing he could no longer speak, he simply stood there, dazed, gazing at Dantai Bewley. Shishue Gui checked for a pulse, gently shaking his head outside of Ruan Minshi's view. It was unexpected that the master had been lurking until the end. Ziyang Qing sighed, kneeling on the ground as he wiped Ruan Minshi's face. He repeatedly wiped the delicate visage, yet the tears continued to flow unabated. Ziyang Qing sighed again, putting away the cloth he had used. "First, let us secure the surroundings." Though he felt immense sorrow, as the sect leader, he had many considerations to weigh. Meanwhile, Xiejiu kept his head lowered, his fingers trembling upon hearing Ziyang Qing's words. Something felt amiss. Shishue Gui furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling silence surrounding him. Suddenly, a hand stealthily pierced through his chest. With widened eyes, Shishue Gui slowly turned around to face Xiejiu, whose expression was devoid of emotion. Or perhaps it was the embodiment of the heavenly path. Shishue Gui intended to warn Ruan Minshi and Ziyang Qing. Yet words failed him as he collapsed silently to the ground. The heavenly path swiftly struck Ziyang Qing next. Clapping his hands, Ruan Minshi turned his head mechanically upon hearing the commotion. After discerning the two fallen figures, he gradually closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal a still numb expression. The heavenly path, with a cheerful demeanor, declared, "I knew he was not yet dead. Now I can not only eliminate him, but also seize control." After a prolonged silence, Ruan Minshi hoarsely inquired, "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" "Well, I suppose revealing that to you is of little consequence. After all, you no longer possess a system and will soon lose your sect, for I shall cleanse them entirely," the heavenly path replied, sitting casually with an upbeat tone. "Now, apart from the demonic realm behind, only the mortal and spiritual realms remained. However, in ancient times, beyond these two realms lay a third, the divine realm. Above the 9 heavens resided the divine realm, also known as the upper realm, while the mortal and spiritual realms were deemed the lower realms. In those days, the upper and lower realms were not as separated as they are now. Once cultivators reached the immortal stage, they could ascend automatically to the upper realm. The upper realm was a place where gods and immortals coexisted. Immortals were beings formed through cultivation, whereas gods were entities born directly in the upper realm, requiring no cultivation. Indeed, powerful gods could govern the temporal flow of the lower realms. The divine beasts of those times, now merely spiritual beasts, were once capable of summoning winds and rains. Furthermore, gods belonged to distinct lineages. In the beginning of existence, the first gods to emerge were a pair of twins named Tian and Yuan, born together within the cosmos. They were inherently supreme beings, with all of creation under their dominion. However, managing the world proved cumbersome for the two gods, leading them to create their own kinfolk. These descendants, like them, were born as gods, each overseeing different domains. This was how things were meant to be. Yet, an increasing number of cultivators exploited the abundant resources of the lower realm to ascend to the upper realm. They wreaked havoc upon the lower realm, and upon reaching the upper realm, their excesses only intensified, causing the realm's resources to dwindle. With insatiable greed, they audaciously sought the powers of the supreme gods after nearly depleting the resources of the upper realm. They conspired with lesser gods through flattery, aiming to annihilate the supreme deities. Thus, the heavenly path intervened. If the gods chose to wallow in degradation, then he would eradicate all divine beings. If the cultivators were avaricious, he would ensure they could never step foot in the divine realm again. He was no longer merely the heavens. He had become the way, the heavenly path. From this day forth, the heavenly path would represent order. In contrast, Yuan was unlike Tian. Yuan chose to sacrifice his divine power, departing this world alongside his kin. Regrettably, the divine being devoid of supernatural powers has been stripped of its essence in other realms, reduced to a creature driven by base desires, an entity of the demon clan. The return of the demon clan to this world was purely serendipitous. With a heavenly path to regain its full strength, vanquishing the demon sovereign would be a mere trifle. The heavenly path arose, stretching languidly. However, due to the separation of the upper and lower realms, my true form is unable to descend. The upper realm has long since fallen into desolation, and I have been shackled by the constraints of heaven and earth, losing many of my abilities. Thus, I require descent to restore my powers. Over the millennia, I have explored numerous methods and finally discovered one, sending my avatar to the lower realm. Yet upon descent, the avatar would lose its memories and begin anew. Some avatars may develop their own thoughts and consciousness, but that is of little concern, for they remain my extensions. To define me is to invite death. In the course of my search, I stumbled upon a delightful surprise, the child of destiny, though cultivated by heaven and earth to oppose me. Seizing the opportunity at the cusp of his growth to usurp him would be tailor-made for my ambitions. If I could claim his form,